This is a presentation of Westland and Bookstock Audiobooks. I Have a Dream by Rashmi Bansal. Narrated by Swetanshu Bora.
Acknowledgements. My deepest gratitude to Sunil Handa, teacher, friend, philosopher and guide, and also the best publisher any author could have. To Deepak Gandhi for believing in me, working with me, making this happen. My friend Piyul Mukherjee for being my best critic and best friend. The students of LEM at IIM Ahmedabad, as well as Surya Raghunathan, Swastik Nigam, Nupur Maskara, and Saurabh Datar for the painstaking work of proofreading. Madan Mohan for laying out endless versions of pages and never saying ki bas ho gaya. To Vipul Patel and Rajiv Mehta for their personal effort and attention to detail. आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. To my transcription team, Nikhil Sahasrabuddhe, Surya Raghunathan, Mihir Jha, Sanjeev Premchandran, Mansi Tiwari and Avinash Agarwal. Thank you for the love and perfection that you put into my work. To Rupinder Singh for an outstanding cover design. To my virtual personal assistant, Apurva Dikshit, thank you. And to Paras Shah, Pranav Shah and Sanya Agarwal for making my life online so easy and manageable. My daughter Nivedita for making me wise and keeping me innocent and grounded at all times. To Yatin for teaching me important life lessons and putting me on a more spiritual path in life. My mother for her unconditional love and practical day-to-day support, without which I could never have had a career. Not to forget my domestic help, past and present, who make my life manageable and more comfortable. I want to take this opportunity to thank my new publishers, Westland, and in particular, Gautam Padmanabhan and Paul Kumar, without whom you would not be having this book in your hands or hearing it right now. A thank you also to Bookstock for doing such a wonderful job of producing this audiobook. Last but not the least, thank you to all the wonderful men and women in this book for sharing your amazing, inspirational journeys. I hope you look up from this book and take one small step in the same direction. Author's note. There are two kinds of people in the world, those who think and those who feel. The thinkers see a child begging on the street and say to themselves, "That's not my problem." Those who feel, however, will give that child something, if not a coin, at least a moment of compassion. Thinkers believe that the world is a neat place with boundaries. My house, my family, my community, my welfare. That's where the boundary ends. But those who feel see the entire world as one. Beggar and bourgeois, sinner and saint, we are all interconnected in ways we cannot understand. And hence, in serving another, we are only serving ourselves. For too long now, we, the middle class of India, have chosen to be thinkers. We have deadened our hearts and our minds to the poor, the hungry, the homeless, and the hopeless, because that problem is really not ours. And the small minority who feel it's doing the best it can, but it is never enough. Magar hawa ka rukh badal raha hai. I see now a new breed of people, thinking, feeling individuals who look a problem in the eye and declare war. These people think like entrepreneurs but feel and work for the cause of society, and hence they are social entrepreneurs. These are people like you and me, not Mother Teresa. They are using the principles of business to create a better world. A world where profit does not equal greed, where people come together for a greater common cause. A world where I does not mean crushing them. Because the bank balance you have here on earth will remain when you depart. Your karma you carry forward. So no matter what your problem in life is, spare a moment for someone else. Spread love, laughter, and goodwill. The more you give, the more you will get back.
Rainmakers. Cast Away. Bindeshwar Pathak. Sulabh International. When Bindeshwar was a young boy, his grandmother once made him eat cow dung to purify himself after contact with an untouchable. The same Brahmin boy grew up to lead a movement we know as Sulabh, a revolution in toilets and a rightful place in society for those who once cleaned them. I have many beautiful memories of summers spent in my native place. But the one thing I'd rather forget is the toilet. The toilet from hell. It was a raised platform with a hole. No flush, no sanitation, no escape from that god-awful stench. My aunt would say, "Put wicks, you won't smell anything." Fat chance of that. For days I would simply not use the toilet. But how long could one hold back? Thoughts like these crossed my mind on a beautiful February morning under a gorgeous blue sky. I'm at the Sulabh complex near Palam in New Delhi, home to the world's only museum dedicated to toilets. And to the one man who's made it his mission to bring sanity to this country's archaic systems, both social and sanitary. Bindeshwar Pathak is a sprightly 60-something. Dressed in a khadi kurta and a white churidar pajama, he looks like a village headmaster. And each morning, he plays that part as he leads the morning assembly at the Sulabh campus. Aao sab miljul ke banaye Sulabh sukhad sansar, sings the Sulabh family. Over hot tea and pakoras, in his expansive air-conditioned office, with a lilting Bihari accent, Bindeshwar Pathak shares his story. And it is simply amazing. It's breathtaking. It's so honest, almost too good to be true. As Bindeshwar Pathak himself would say, "है कि नहीं?" जी है तो सही. और अगर है, तो हमारे देश में आगे की पीढ़ी के लिए होप है. A single person can move mountains, perform miracles. And that person could be you. Bindeshwar Pathak was born in Rampur Baghel village in Vaishali district of Bihar. Brahman परिवार से हम आते हैं by birth. Of course, I don't believe in all this caste system thing, but that was to come later. Bindeshwar's grandfather was a famous astrologer, his father an Ayurvedic doctor, a prosperous, respected family. Bindeshwar was the proverbial child born with a silver spoon. He grew up in a sprawling house with a large compound. There were 9 rooms, including a puja ghar, a room where only atta was ground, and a well to draw water from. But no toilet. Every morning at 4 a.m., there was chaos in the house. All the women in the house had to complete their ablutions before sunrise. As a child, even though asleep, I was aware of all the activity. Someone picking up a bucket, someone filling water. In case a woman in the house fell sick, she would have to relieve herself in a straw basket or mitti ka bartan lined with ash. Young Bindeshwar noticed all this and felt something was not quite right. Many ladies had headaches because during the day they had to control the call of nature. Besides, they were never safe. There were snakes in the grass, both literally and figuratively. Bindeshwar studied in 4 different schools, none of which had a toilet or female students. His first memory of a pakka toilet is a paikhana used by the village zamindar some distance from his house. It smelled so bad we would all hold our breath as we passed by it. It was cleaned by a scavenger lady who lived outside the village, an untouchable. In the same village, there was a Doom family. Young Bindeshwar happened to touch a member of this family and all hell broke loose at home. Dadi made me swallow cow dung, cow urine, Ganga jal, sand. She called some boys to hold me down and stuffed it all down my throat. My mother pleaded in vain to let me go. She thought I might die. Dadi had a simple response. Ghar mein rahega kaise? It was a long time ago, and yet this is not ancient history. In some parts of India, I'm sure this might even be living history. The same India where Balika Vadhu is not a character on TV, but the girl next door. The sum total of the story so far is this. Ye sab us zamane mein common tha. Lack of toilets, rampant disease, छुआछूत. Of course, I never imagined that a time would come when I would be working to solve all these problems. People want the caste system to end, which is not possible. What will happen is the importance and the rigidity of the caste system will reduce. It has already happened in West Bengal. Millions of people experience these very things, yet there is only one Bindeshwar Pathak. Was he different, even as a child? Where did he get the idea that change was even possible? Well, the reality is actually rather mundane. Young Bindeshwar had no idea what he wanted to do in life. In fact, like many, many young people even today, his ambitions were guided by circumstances. The family faced a reversal of fortune. Property had to be sold. My heart said, let me do something which would allow us to hold our heads high once again and bring financial stability. Education was the escape route. Bindeshwar stood first in BN College, Patna, and decided that his future lay in becoming a lecturer. A career with respectability and stability, the doctor-engineer equivalent of today. After a degree in BA Sociology honours, Bindeshwar wanted to specialize in, of all the things, criminology. Why? Because it was a new subject and people said it would help him become IPS or CID. I really wanted to be a lecturer. At that age, you know how it is, no? You go whichever way the wind blows. Besides, there were no lecturers in the field of criminology yet. So it seemed like a sure shot way to get his dream job. Bindeshwar was at the top of the class up to the terminal exam. But in the final, somehow, he scored very low marks in the 3 papers and stood 4th. In fact, he could not even get a first class overall. Bindeshwar was shattered. This, he says, was the turning point of his life. ये महत्वपूर्ण है कि जीवन में मोड़ आने लगते हैं. पहले एक, फिर दूसरा, फिर तीसरा. अब किस मोड़ पे अटकेंगे आप, ये कहना मुश्किल है. And that is why you try a little bit of everything. Bindeshwar first became a school teacher, then worked at various odd jobs and eventually joined the family business, selling Ayurvedic medicines. This is my personal observation, but at that time I felt that in India, in our culture, businessmen were not held in high esteem. You might have lots of money, 100 cars, even ships to your name, but you did not command respect. Bindeshwar recalls an incident where an acquaintance of his would ask him to alight from the rickshaw 100 meters away from his office. When he would reach the same office a few minutes later, the man would ask, "Kab aaye aap?" This amused young Bindeshwar. "Ho kya raha hai?" The man explained, "You are a supplier of medicines. I can't be seen entering my office with you." His words affected Bindeshwar deeply. I felt, this means the work I'm doing is not respectable. जब किसी के साथ हम चल नहीं सकते, तो ये काम करने लायक नहीं है. It was December 1967. Bindeshwar decided to once again pursue his dream. He applied to study his favorite subject, Aprad Vigyan, or criminology, at Sagar University in Madhya Pradesh, and got selected. In June 1968, Bindeshwar set off for Sagar. The train stopped at Hajipur Junction, and he got off the train to have a cup of tea. Bindeshwar's cousin brother and his lawyer friend were at the station and asked where he was going. Oddly enough, Bindeshwar had actually bought a ticket to Lucknow in the opposite direction. He had never travelled so far away from home before and simply had no clue. In the age of Google Maps, it sounds rather funny, but the point about being lost is that you are waiting to be found. And it is far more common than knowing exactly where you want to go. As Bindeshwar puts it, some people are absolutely certain. They think straight. मुझे तो यही करना है और वैसा ही किया उसने. But most people, if you see, they set out to do something and end up doing something quite different. And that is exactly what happened in his case. Bindeshwar told the cousin and his lawyer friend that he was on his way to Sagar to do an MSc and hopefully become a lecturer. In those days, a lecturer earned a princely sum of 450 rupees per month. Vakil Sahab said he had a better idea. He knew of an organization called the Bihar Gandhi Janma Shatabdi Samiti, which was trying to figure out how to celebrate Bapu's centenary the following year, 1969. Would Bindeshwar like a permanent job there for 600 rupees a month? "Hum tumhe dilwa denge kaam," was the promise. Ignoring Bindeshwar's protests, the two pulled out his luggage and bedroll from the train. "Now you won't believe it, but I was pulling my luggage one way and they were pulling it the other way. And in those days I was quite the weakling, weighing a measly 48 kgs. So you can guess who prevailed." And that is how Bindeshwar Pathak came to be in Patna. Years later, he was invited to Sagar University to deliver the annual Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Memorial Lecture. The title of my lecture was 38 Baras Mein Sagar Ki Yatra, or How I Reached Sagar After 38 Years. I said that in the normal course, a man would reach Sagar from Bihar in 1 or 2 days. So why it took me 38 years, all the things that happened in between, let me share that with you. And what a fascinating journey it had been. Patna, 1968. Young Bindeshwar met Saryu Prasad, General Secretary of the Gandhi Shatabdi Samiti. Prasad had been MLA of Hajipur from 1952 to 1957. At the time, Vakil Sahab worked as his election agent. Confidently, he went up to Prasad and put forth his sifarish. All very well. But the General Secretary declared there was no job available. लेकिन वकील साहब कहाँ हार मानने वाले थे? Every morning he would take Bindeshwar to Prasad's house. There would be chai nashta, idhar-udhar ki baatein, and then the very same sifarish would be repeated. Meanwhile, Bindeshwar also explored the option of going to Sagar as originally planned. I called the registrar and said I had been delayed. He said, No need to come now. We have allotted your seat to someone else. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, Bindeshwar could only wait and hope. Ultimately, Prasadji relented and gave the young man a job. Translator from English to Hindi and Hindi to English. In Oriental philosophy, wealth is not revered, knowledge is. I mean, not just in India, but China, Japan, Bangladesh, Burma, Laos, Cambodia, African countries. In Western philosophy, it is exactly the opposite. कितनी मेरी तनख्वाह रही होगी, इसको आज तक कोई आदमी गेस नहीं कर पाया है. He chuckles. कारण ये कि मैंने काम किया बिना तनख्वाह के. A job with no pay at all. But still, a job. Bindeshwar spent 4 months living off the money he had planned to use for his studies at Sagar University. Eventually, Prasadji recognized the young man's talent and sincerity and started paying him 200 rupees a month. Bindeshwar now worked with a subcommittee known as Gandhi Sandesh Prachar. A book titled Gandhiji Ko Sadar Pranam was released. Bindeshwar did not see much merit in the book, but the secretary had already placed an order. Some internal politics ensued, and Bindeshwar was transferred to the scavenging cell, a punishment posting, and the starting point of Bindeshwar's real journey, his life's work. I was told, गांधी जी का एक सपना था, तुम उसको पूरा करो. Bindeshwar recalled the childhood incident when his dadi made him eat gobar and gaumutra, cow urine, to purify himself after he had come in contact with an untouchable. तो इनके साथ हम काम कैसे करेंगे? This was the question on Bindeshwar's mind. Then came the fact that he was not an engineer. So how would he solve this problem? The system of scavengers cleaning bucket toilets could not be wished away. You had to provide an alternative. The Brahmin community used to make fun of me. हाँ भाई, भंगी जी आ जाइए. We've heard that these days you're doing some work of a bhangi. As he was mulling over his ghor samasya, his background in sociology came in handy. The people you want to work with, you have to build a rapport with that community. Only then will they open up and share their problems with you. नहीं तो आप नहीं जा सकते. It was not enough to do a one-off interview. You needed to immerse yourself in that world. And that is how a Brahmin came to live in a colony of untouchables in Betia. As he went in search of a room on rent, Bindeshwar met Bhola Raut, a member of parliament from that area. As soon as I entered the room, he stood up. He said, "You can't be serious. You will stay in our home? ये कैसे हो सकता है?" Bindeshwar stayed true to his word, but his unorthodox actions had caused major upheaval at home. पिताजी बहुत दुखी थे. Father-in-law तो बहुत ही दुखी थे. I can't tell you the kind of things they used to say. I faced all kinds of taunts and insults, but bore it all quietly. Bindeshwar stayed on for 3 whole months, and 2 incidents he observed during that period left an indelible impression on his mind. The first involved a Nai Naveli Dulhan. The very first day she reached her marital home, her saas sasur and husband were all forcing her to go and clean the latrine, pakhana. She was crying and crying. I don't have words to describe the depths of her sorrow. हमारे आंख से भी आंसू आ गए तब, लेकिन वो लोग माने ही नहीं. The young bride had no choice. The second incident took place 10 days later. A bull charged towards a young boy in the marketplace. At first, several people rushed forward to rescue him. Then someone shouted, "This boy is from the scavenger colony." And suddenly the crowd dispersed. Bindeshwar and his friend happened to be passing by and tried to intervene. They found some bricks lying on the roadside and managed to scare off the animal. But the boy was grievously wounded. He died on the way to the hospital. These two incidents shook Bindeshwar to the core. It was a deep and fundamental shift. He no longer cared what anyone thought. That was when I decided. I had to do it. I would dedicate my life to fulfilling the dream of Mahatma Gandhi. However, there remained the problem with the father-in-law. Sasurji said, "I'm not worried about you, but I'm worried for my daughter. What will happen to her? This is not what we expected from a son-in-law who is a graduate from Patna University." Bindeshwar replied that he was determined to rewrite history, and nothing would stop him from completing that mission. His solution was practical. जब तक हम सफल नहीं होते हैं तब तक अपनी लड़की की चिंता आप करिए, और जब हम सफल हो जाएंगे तो स्वाभाविक है कि हम चिंता उनकी करेंगे. A mission is a madness, a mountain that must be conquered alone. But help and equipment comes in many unexpected forms along the way. When leaving Patna for Betia to live in the scavengers' colony, Saryu Prasad had given Bindeshwar a valuable book. It was a volume published by the World Health Organization, WHO, titled Excreta Disposal in Rural Areas and Small Communities. He added, "I see a spark in you. Take up this work. I don't know where or how, but you will find a way." Nor did Bindeshwar himself know. He had but a hazy idea and kept searching. Around this time, Rajendra Lal Das presented Bindeshwar with the book he had authored. Das was the part of the Sarvodaya movement, and his book outlined what a better toilet system should be like. The books, the immersion experience, the questions running around in Bindeshwar's mind, all of it came together like Amrit produced out of Sagar Manthan. The constant churning of thoughts and ideas brought forth an answer. The WHO handbook had a sentence which struck Bindeshwar in particular. It noted that out of the heterogeneous mass of latrine designs produced over the world, Pit Privy is the most practical and universally applicable type. The word universal being most important. But universal did not mean ready for use. Much invention, innovation and development followed. कुछ तो हमने WHO की बुक से लिया और कुछ उसमें जोड़ा तो इनोवेशन हो गया, और बहुत सी बातें उसमें नहीं थीं जिसको हमने क्रिएट किया तो इन्वेंशन हो गया. फिर डेवलप करके दिया लोगों को, गवर्नमेंट को, इसलिए डेवलपमेंट भी हो गया. You take a seed planted by someone else and water it. The fruits of the labor are just as sweet. I realized that the most important thing in life is the application of mind. Henning, knowledge can be borrowed, but where and how to apply it, you have to figure out. The application of mind is the basis of all the technology created at Sulabh. Their model is simple: low cost, needs little water, turns waste into a resource, can be built quickly, locally, and needs no scavengers to maintain. Simply put, Sulabh is a twin pit, pour flush, compost toilet. A deeply sloping toilet pan was developed to enable effective flushing with just a mug of water. The pan is connected to two pits by a Y-shaped channel. As soon as one pit is filled, it may take months or years depending on usage, the excreta is sent to the second pit. No sewer lines, no septic tank required. What's more, the waste in the first pit turns into valuable fertilizer during the rest period. No odor, no pathogens, no manual cleaning required. And it did not take a crack team to R&D this. Bindeshwar pretty much did the job himself. I have made pans with my own hands and polished them, he recalls. The initial work happened over a few months. Perfecting the design took 2 to 3 years. Over the decades, it got a little better. More variations, different building material. But the essential idea, even today, is the same. The simplicity of Sulabh was both its greatest strength and its greatest weakness. When Bindeshwar approached the government with his initial prototype, the first reaction was, "This won't work. Faltu hai, humbug hai." By now, of course, you know, Bindeshwar was not one to give up so easily. In my experience, 5 things are most important in life: vision, mission, commitment, capabilities, and efficiency. You need all 5 to come together to make a big success of any idea. He met the local administration in Patna. There were 2 IAS officers in charge. One was Ramesh Chandra Arora, an engineer. He rejected the Sulabh design outright. He said, "I have studied engineering and never come across anything like this. It cannot work." Then he asked Bindeshwar, "Are you an engineer?" Bindeshwar replied, "No, I'm not. But why don't you test our design, see if it works?" Arora retorted, "As long as I'm in charge of Patna city, I won't allow money to be wasted on such a toilet." But the second gentleman, one Mr. P.S. Kohli, who was not an engineer, came to the rescue. He said, "If Pathak ji is saying he has a new idea, let us give him a chance. Let us make 200 Sulabh Sauchalayas in Patna. If it works, it will create history. If it doesn't, we shut it down." लेकिन नया आइडिया आए ही नहीं, इससे हम सहमत नहीं हैं. Kohli being senior to Arora, the file was passed. And thus it was that in 1970, the government of Bihar agreed, in principle, to build Sulabh toilets. A circular was sent out. By this time, Bindeshwar had formed his own sanstha under the name of Sulabh. NGOs, देखिए, generally they have a love-hate relationship with the government. But with Sulabh, it's different. From the very beginning, we worked hand in hand with them. In fact, contrary to what you might think, the government was hugely supportive of organizations like Sulabh. Politicians like Shatrughan Saran Singh and Daroga Prasad Rai, the then CM of Bihar, believed the government alone could not bring about social change. Their thinking was simple. Only if the government and NGOs worked together would there be a real impact of change or reform. So that was a wonderful attitude at the very top. The second and most crucial direction came in 1971 when Bindeshwar applied for a grant of 70,000 rupees. An amount of 50,000 was sanctioned. But then the government fell. The matter went into a loop and Bindeshwar was asked to meet Rameshwar Nath, an IAS officer. What you see of Sulabh today, the model we work on, is only because of that gentleman. नहीं तो आज सुलभ का growth ही नहीं हो सकता था. We are not contractors. Our work was much more than that. We designed the system as well as built it. Motivation, education, communication, training, follow-up. Sulabh was responsible for everything. When Bindeshwar met the officer, he laughed and said, "Who are you?" "Sir, I'm the secretary of Sulabh Sauchalaya Sanstha. You called me to meet you? The officer said, I expected a 70-year-old with a walking stick, a freedom fighter. He said, the work you are doing will create a dramatic impact in this country. But I see one danger. Who was the president of the Shatabdi Samiti? He asked. Governor ex officio, replied Bindeshwar. And chairman? CM ex officio. How much money did you request as grant? 5 lakhs. And how much was sanctioned? 2.5 lakhs. When did you apply? In April. When will the money be disbursed? In February next year. Rameshwar Nath gave the young man a life lesson. He said, look, an NGO headed by the governor and CM got half the amount it asked for, almost 1 year after applying for it. Tumhara kya hoga? You will take 50,000 grant, and then the finance department will raise objections. You will run around in circles giving clarifications. After a year or two, again you will go around begging for a grant. It won't work out. Rameshwar advised, don't ask for grants. Charge money for doing your work. And that is the model Sulabh adopted ever since. Payment on a per-project basis for the installation of toilets. Pay per use from beneficiaries for maintaining them. No grants, subsidies, loans or donations. Sulabh is a self-sustaining organization. The IAS officer added a caveat. As long as you do not misuse the funds, your organization will flourish. Bindeshwar assured him, I will not misuse the funds. The officer said, right now, what does it matter? You will say anything. You have no money at all. A man is tempted when there is temptation. Rameshwar Nath asked the young man for a guarantee. Not a bank guarantee, but a personal one. If ever you feel like being dishonest, remember me. Remember my words. Bindeshwar Pathak considers Rameshwar Nath to be a messenger from God. There are many messages and many messengers all around us. But are we listening? Usually not. Of course, despite this lucky break, Bindeshwar's struggles continued. Rameshwar gave the green signal, but then got transferred. The next officer was violently opposed to the idea. 2 years passed. The file was returned twice. The third time the officer received the Sulabh file, he wrote a note on it. If this file is sent to me again, I will suspend the person who brings it to me. Finally, Bindeshwar knew a Congress MLA. Through him, he sent a letter to Indira Gandhi, the Prime Minister. The letter brought to her notice a new idea which could eliminate scavenging, which was not being taken up by the state government. Those days, the slogan was, Garibi Hatao. When the state is not releasing funds, how will poverty be eliminated? The letter asked. Within 10 days, a missive came from Indiraji to the Bihar Chief Minister Kedar Pandey. This created quite a stir, and ultimately the CM agreed to start a pilot project in Saran district. Show us that it works, was the challenge. In 1973, 25,000 rupees was sanctioned for the project. But just as the work was about to begin, the officer in charge was transferred. The new secretary once again halted the work. He admits, this was the most difficult period of my life. Because I do not do gadbad, by and large the people in the organization are also honest. And anyone who attempts any gadbad is dealt with severely. Everyone knows it is not a good idea to mess around here. You will lose your job. Not that he was a stranger to hardship. From extreme wealth to near poverty, Bindeshwar had experienced it all as he had grown up. After passing his 10th standard exams, he took tuitions to fund further studies. His first job at the Gandhi Samiti paid a measly 200 rupees a month. But when the centenary celebrations were completed and the organization wound up, Bindeshwar was back to no income at all. Plus, he now had his own sanstha to run, Sulabh. So how did he manage? Two things. First, he sold the little property he still owned in the village. Second, he sold his wife's jewelry. Not that there was much to begin with. I remember how girls whose parents could not afford a good enough dowry cried in their sasural. People would taunt them that their father has sent them without a fridge or a car. Your family has no status. When I got married, I could not afford to buy my wife the kind of jewelry which is generally given to the bride. It was humiliating. उस समय मुझे उतना ही रोना आया था. Among Maithil Brahmins in those days, the wedding party was hosted in the sasural for up to a month. The neighbors and relatives would say, "Oh, this girl is married, but does not look married. Look how little jewelry she is wearing." Even those few ornaments had to be pawned when Sulabh was struggling. I recall the tears in my mother's eyes when my father had similarly pawned her jewelry. He did not have a choice then, and neither did I. And on top of all that, Bindeshwar also borrowed 50,000 rupees, a large sum in those days. 100 from here, 200 from there, and I was unable to return. क्योंकि काम तो चल ही रहा था. There were times when I thought of committing suicide. And then he recalls the days when he was selling medicines, which were, in some ways, worse. Sales means travel, but there was no money to spend on hotels. So the modus operandi was simple. I would lay my dhoti on the platform, take off my kurta, fold it into a pillow and go to sleep. I used to be so tired that I slept like a log. So comfort and discomfort are always relative. In 1973, I was on the brink of collapse at breaking point. That was when unexpected support arrived, a savior, so to speak. One fine day when Bindeshwar visited Ara, a small town in Bihar, to procure an order for the medicines he had been selling, he noticed a signboard bearing the name of Ramakant Mishra, a special officer with the municipality. Bindeshwar knew the man slightly and stopped by to meet him. Mishra ji asked, "What happened to your Sulabh Sauchalyas? How are they doing?" Pathak confessed that he had nothing to show as the government was just not giving sanction. Mishra ji said, "I have a lakh of rupees in my budget. We are an autonomous body. We don't need government permission. I will give you funds to start 2 Sauchalyas." And he wrote out a check for 500 rupees. समय के हिसाब से दुनिया का नज़ारा भी बदल जाता है. He called the head clerk, Mr. Keshav Upadhyay, and asked, "अगर ये पैसा खा गए तो?" The clerk replied that he did not think this young man was that kind. But just in case he was wrong, they could cut the amount from his salary. When you are a nobody and somebody believes in you, you know there is good in this world. Apart from my wife, every single person opposed my choice of work. Later, of course, when I became successful, they all flocked back. That is how the very first Sulabh Sauchalya came into existence in August 1973. But selling the two-pit concept remained difficult. Bindeshwar would go door to door explaining the benefits, but most people would say, "We want a septic tank." A ward councillor called Suresh Prasad Singh came to the rescue. He asked for 2 of his toilets to be converted to Sulabh Sauchalyas. Word spread in the mohalla, then in the neighbouring town of Buxar. And in all this, like a true entrepreneur, Bindeshwar literally got his hands dirty. Right from carrying buckets of water to pushing a hathgadi, nothing was too menial a job. हमने लाइफ में किसी भी काम को छोटा नहीं समझा. बड़े काम करने वालों का वैसा यही उसूल होता है. Meanwhile, the success of Sulabh in Ara and Buxar had an impact on Patna. The file moved forward, and on 30th April 1974, a circular went out acknowledging Sulabh as a catalytic agency between the government, local bodies, and beneficiaries. One morning, Bindeshwar was sitting with the administrator of the Patna Municipal Corporation. He was instructing the chief engineer to be present at 3 p.m. to construct a public toilet near the Reserve Bank. "Why don't you come along?" he said to Bindeshwar. In the afternoon, the administrator declared that the toilet block had to be ready by the next day at noon. The chief engineer grew nervous. How was that possible? The man was due to retire soon. This would be a black spot on his otherwise illustrious career. In desperation, he turned towards Bindeshwar and asked, "Can you do something?" Bindeshwar was taken off guard. But in a fraction of a second, he made a bold decision. So far, Sulabh had focused on converting bucket toilets in homes into pit privies. Here was a chance to venture into the public domain. He smiled and said, "This? No problem at all. We'll do it by tomorrow." The administrator took out his red ink pen and wrote the work order on the chief engineer's left hand. He said, "Take this to the office, get it typed, and come back with 20,000 rupees. The money was sanctioned, and the administrator said he would be back the next morning at 7 a.m. to inspect the completed toilet. अब क्या करें? और कैसे? The spot where the toilet block was to be built was in fact an open-air toilet already. Some 2,000 or 3,000 men and women used the place to relieve themselves each morning. The entire area and miles around it stank of human waste. Bindeshwar had a brainwave. He sent his workers to Kolivar, a place where Lal Badu, red sand, was available, and had them bring in 20 truckloads. By this time, it was late evening. Next, he sent workers to all the Malis, gardeners, in town. They were told to bring as many potted plants, bushes, and trees as possible, whatever the price. Children play games, eat sweets, watch cricket, go for movies, stroll in malls. But we still have children in this country who clean toilets. आज भी ऐसे बचपन गुजर रहे हैं. आज भी काम बाकी है. The sand was laid out in the Maidan. The plants were placed, pots hidden, in that layer of sand. And one pit was dug and filled up with sweet-smelling sandalwood. The entire area looked good and smelled good. By now, it was 4 a.m. Keeping in mind the calculation of 2 cubic feet per person per year for the standard 2-pit toilet, Bindeshwar estimated the space required for 500 people and multiplied that by 8 cubic feet. Workers began digging, and by 7 a.m., when the administrator arrived, there were no toilets. But the Maidan no longer had the spectacle of men and women displaying their bums and lotas. In its place was a fragrant garden and some work in progress on the toilet block. He became so happy, he said, "This is looking beautiful." And he forgot all about the actual toilets, which had not even been built. In reality, the administrator had instructions from the chief secretary to do something about that ugly open-air toilet in front of the Reserve Bank within 2 days. So toilet or no toilet, the goal had been achieved. More important than letter is spirit. Meanwhile, in 10 days' time, the actual toilet block was also up and ready, except for the roof. That came later. It was a pay-for-use toilet, 10 paise per visit. The government agreed to provide the land free of cost and pay for the construction. The maintenance was to be covered by charging users. The question was, would the man on the street pay? Skeptics said that in Bihar, most people traveled ticketless in buses and trains. Would they shell out money to use a toilet? Bindeshwar said, "We will keep it spotlessly clean. They will pay." And he was right. On the very first day, 500 people lined up to use the facility. There was such a buzz around the Sulabh Sauchalaya that it quickly set up pay and use toilet blocks across Patna city and then across the state. In 1977, a WHO official called Mr. A.K. Roy, a sanitary engineer, came to visit. He was astounded by what Sulabh had achieved. 40,000 two-pit latrines had been installed in individual homes, and pay-per-use Sulabh Sauchalayas had sprung all over the state. Our movement is to restore the human rights and dignity of untouchables and to bring them into the mainstream of society. The toilets, biogas plants, all these are means to achieve that dream. He commented, "I joined the engineering department in 1940 and we could not achieve this. How have you done it?" An engineer named Alberto Besa was sent across Bihar for verification. The first sentence of his report read as follows: "This is unbelievable but true." WHO, UNICEF, and the Government of India then conducted a seminar in 1978 for chief engineers and bureaucrats across the country. The recommendation was, the Sulabh toilet, which has been successfully implemented in Bihar, must be adopted across India. For once, Bihar was actually leading the way. From 1978 onwards, Sulabh spread to Bengal, Orissa, UP, and then all of India. Today, Sulabh has a presence even in Afghanistan and has trained professionals from 14 African countries to replicate the model. Today, there are 7,500 Sulabh Sauchalayas, public toilet complexes, and two-pit latrines in 12 lakh homes across India. The model was uniform. A public-private partnership was established where the private was Sulabh, building the actual toilets and managing as well as multiplying the movement. So, land came from the government for public toilets, as did funds for building them. Users paid a small sum so they could be maintained. A self-sustained model was set up, which was a win-win situation for all concerned. In individual homes, the Sarkari support came in the form of part grant and part loan. But the evangelization was done by Sulabh. Our job was to go door to door, explain the benefits, motivate people to adopt the new system which did not require a scavenger. Further, Sulabh would collect the signatures of interested parties, get their papers processed, expedite the release of funds, and finally build the toilet. To process was important, because how else can you ensure customer satisfaction across states, across geographies? We had to build trust and confidence. Our workers would give a list of items required for construction, which the house owner would cross-check. Later, a Sulabh worker would follow up, find out whether the customer was fully satisfied. Finally, a prize was also awarded to the house owner. This not only instilled a sense of pride in the user, but also made the Sulabh workers accountable. Each installation was incomplete without the house owner's stamp of approval. Sulabh also provided a guarantee card for a 5-year period. If anything went wrong in that period, repair and replacement would be done free of cost. The Sulabh organization also grew rapidly to make the scale-up possible. As Bindeshwar puts it, "Dheere-dheere log aate chale gaye." Ordinary people who are known in the social space as karyakartas helped because the technology was so simple. You did not need engineers or other highly educated professionals. The seed of any organization is sown by an individual, and then it flowers and grows into a mighty tree. In nature, the tree is grounded and every fruit and every leaf has the same odor, same flavor. But how do you grow roots and instill the fragrance of common, shared values? Bindeshwar's answer is simple. The founder must lead by example and create the culture or sanskar of the organization. Whether it is the head of state, a school headmaster, a college principal, a librarian, उसी के character पर संस्था चलेगी. In short, if I am a dubious type of person, I cannot expect my people to be sincere. The first person in any organization, if he is honest, then the people who work for him will largely be honest. Of course, there may be a few rotten apples, but they will be weeded out and punished. But how does one monitor if workers are handing over all the cash being collected at 7,500 Sulabh Sauchalayas around the country? Surely, there is no SAP system here to do that. Bindeshwar pauses, then says, कहा जाता है, with a little mind, you cannot rule over a great empire. Translated into ordinary English, you cannot grow big if you believe in micromanagement. In the case of Sulabh, there's a principle called 3 monthly checks. Instead of monitoring what every Sulabh Shaучалaya collects every day, the money collected on any one day in a 3-month period is inspected and taken as a benchmark. Now, the person managing that location must ensure he submits that much money until the next 3 monthly inspection occurs. I can't guarantee that each and every rupee is submitted, but the amount established through the random checking, that we get for sure. Is this condoning a little cheating? Or does one see the small amounts that slip through into workers' hands as an incentive or bonus? Pathak ji smiles. There is one important principle of administration. There are some things which you willfully ignore. You pick and choose your battles. Ghar ki shanti ke liye. And many HR heads may say, we are family. But कहने की बात है. How many places can you feel it? At Sulabh, you do. There is love, compassion, nurturing, a sense of pride, and generosity of spirit as well as actual resources. If one of our workers or their family members falls sick, whether it is a heart problem or liver problem, we never turn anyone away. We don't ask what is your income, your eligibility for funds, whether it costs 2 lakhs or 4 lakhs, we don't keep count. You cannot put a price tag on life. But you can pay the price for a life because you have resources. The government is providing more and more reservation. But where are the jobs? I believe that if we educate these children, make them capable, they will find jobs on their own. Sulabh, as a self-sustaining entrepreneurial social organization, has annual revenues of $20 million. That's right, 100 to 125 crores rupees. Bindeshwar clarifies that this is really a budget. On one hand, Sulabh earns an income from building toilets in homes and in public places. On the other hand, it is paid to maintain them. This income goes out into different directions. Firstly, money is used towards physical infrastructure to build and maintain facilities. Secondly, on salaries or honorarium. Sulabh has 25,000 people associate members on a full-time basis and 10,000 on a project basis. Few companies in India would match those numbers, I think. And thirdly, there are welfare activities. Sulabh runs its own school, Sulabh Public School. Vocational classes for young men and women and other such activities mainly for the benefit of scavengers and their families. We fund the education of hundreds of children. बहुत लड़कियों की शादी करवाई यहाँ से हमने. Even people who are not associated with Sulabh in any way come seeking help. And rarely is anyone turned away. The big difference between a corporate earning 100 crores rupees in revenues and Sulabh having 100 crore rupees as budget is that there are no profits which are distributed to stakeholders. In fact, there is really no concept of profit, let alone maximization of profit, despite professional management. Take the example of the Sulabh public toilets itself. Out of 7,500 such toilets, around 4,000 generate little or no income. 1,000 Sauchalayas run on a break-even basis, and the remaining 2,500 actually make a lot of money. It's the simple principle of cross-subsidy, a principle that makes no sense in the corporate sector but serves the social sector rather well. So what does Bindeshwar see as his lasting contribution? Is it the public toilet complexes in cities all over the world? Or the lacks of two-pit toilets in homes all over the country? Neither, he says. These are just outward manifestations, what we see. This is a revolution, a sanitation revolution. And my mission is to fulfill the dream of Mahatma Gandhi, to make India scavenger-free. It is my mission to educate these scavengers, get them into new occupations, make them part of the mainstream. And that dream has been realized. Because the same people who were once considered untouchable, dirty, unfit to be a part of society, these scavengers are now human beings, a part of the mainstream. Bindeshwar gives an example. Women who once had only scavenging as their source of livelihood, these women are now running small businesses. Who buys the goods they've made? The same people whose homes they used to enter to clean the toilets. Mehim Saab would not give them water in a glass. ठीक है? Today, in those very same houses, they go, sit on a sofa and share a cup of tea with the lady of the house. They enter temples where they were never allowed. Much progress has been made, but much is yet to be done. Sulabh estimates there are 3 to 4 lakh people in India who still earn their livelihood by cleaning toilets. The government says the number is 1,27,000. The point, says Bindeshwar, is that they exist. Sulabh is currently running a rehabilitation center in Tonk, Rajasthan, in collaboration with the Ministry of Social Welfare. This is a pilot program for 1 year covering 61 girls. Your heart will break to hear this, he says. These girls, when they were 2 years old, 3 years, 5, 6 or 7, they used to go with their mothers to see how toilets were cleaned. And from the age of 7, they started cleaning toilets themselves. So how does one rehabilitate those who were made to believe from birth that they had no rights, let alone the right to dream? Bindeshwar believes it's not just about sending an untouchable to school. वो तो ज़रूरी है, but more important is raising that individual's self-esteem. Dr. Ambedkar has written about the time when an inspector came to his school and asked, "Tell me the one thing which you can see but not touch." ऐसी कौन सी चीज है जो तुम देख सकते हो मगर छू नहीं सकते? Children gave different answers. Sun, moon, stars, wind. Ambedkar said, "Pani ka ghada," and pointed to the earthen pot with water in a corner of the classroom. He said, "Until people of all castes eat together, go to the temple together, do puja together, bathe in the pond together, fill water from the same well, until then I will not consider untouchability as abolished." Thus, non-traditional or gair-paramparik methods are the cornerstone of Sulabh's rehabilitation program. For example, Bindeshwar will take the women to a 5-star hotel for dinner. Why? To make them realize कि हम भी यहाँ आ सकते हैं. The first time he took such a group to Delhi's Maurya Hotel, The GM came rushing out and asked, Pathakji, what is this you are doing? What will people say? After the meal, the same GM came and apologized. There was no cause for complaint. You tell me, who in this country would have the heart to take scavengers to a 5-star hotel for a meal at a cost of 3 lakhs? Again, you cannot put a price tag on something intangible like a feeling. A feeling that I too am somebody in this world. सम्मान बढ़ाने का symbolic तरीका. As Bindeshwar puts it, a symbolic means of improving their self-esteem. And it does not stop there. Gandhiji dreamt of a day when a scavenger, a Mahila, would become president of this country. Bindeshwar says, President तो हम बना नहीं सकते, हमको अधिकार नहीं है, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं? हमने ऐसा ही एक महिला को सुलभ का प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया है. As president of Sulabh International, Usha Chomar is now meeting dignitaries, accepting awards, traveling the world. Last year, Usha gave a speech in the UN Trusteeship Council in English. She walked a ramp with some of India's top models, represented Sulabh at the World Toilet Summit 2007 held at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi. कल जब यहां से जा रही थी, she said, Sir, thank you, bye-bye, good night. She has so much confidence, so much energy to take our movement forward. And all because someone believed in her, gave her that chance. His methods are unorthodox, even eccentric. But what strikes me is that he can do exactly what he wants, the way he wants. Because Sulabh is not a typical NGO. Bindeshwar agrees wholeheartedly. On record, I'm telling you that we have a 10 crore overdraft with State Bank of India. Patna. Why? To organize the World Toilet Summit 2007 and also for the trip our women made to the US. Who would take a loan from the bank to further a social cause? रुपया होगा तो दिल नहीं होगा, he adds. Like when it comes to booking a hotel for the New York visit, Bindeshwar insists they stay right opposite the UN building. Not in a cheap place costing $30 a night, जहां से आने जाने में 2 घंटा लगेगा. It is a different way of thinking, that's for sure. In the corporate world, people think about how to earn more and save more to line the pockets of shareholders. We have a different philosophy. हम बता रहे हैं कि अपनी रोटी कमाकर कैसे लोगों के बीच में बांटा जाए, कैसे उसका सुख भोगा जाए. We feel that the benefits of globalization should go to the poor. ये काम माइंड से नहीं हो सकता है, सिर्फ हार्ट से हो सकता है. और ये दिल धड़कता है from the Sulabh International Complex on Palam Dabri Road, very close to Delhi Airport. I don't know where Bindeshwar got the inspiration from, but it's really, in a manner of speaking, the Disneyland of toilets. As a visitor, you will be taken on a whirlwind tour through the Sulabh Public School to the vocational training classes for scavengers. You will see actual two-pit toilets, a biogas plant in action, and most intriguingly, the world's only museum dedicated to toilets. 2.2 million people have visited this complex and have gone potty over it since 1992. So where does all this fit in the larger scheme of things? Well, social reform is the main agenda of Sulabh, but so is sanitation. Says Bindeshwar, अमेरिका, यूरोप एंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया ने तो समस्या का हल निकाल दिया, लेकिन एशिया, अफ्रीका, लैटिन अमेरिका ये नहीं निकाल पाए. समस्या है टॉयलेट की. 2.5 billion people still do not have proper lavatories in their home. And they cannot hope to in the near future because both septic tanks and sewerage do not come cheap. Sulabh has an alternative to the sewerage system. A decentralized water treatment plant. This plant recycles water, produces biogas, and produces biofertilizer. It can be put to use in any large complex, a housing colony, school, college, or hospital. And where did the idea come from? The home of an Adivasi. In 1977, Bindeshwar was at the Diplomat Hotel in New Delhi when he heard two men discussing how a tribal had connected his toilet to a biogas plant and ran his chulha on this gas. He went up to that table and asked for the tribal's address. They said the Adivasi was somewhere in MP near Indore. Through a distant connection, Bindeshwar managed to track down this location. I went there, saw it with my own eyes, realized that methane was being produced and that we could try something similar with our toilets. It's another long story, but if one had to sum it up, the application of the mind is more important than knowledge, and the application of the heart is most important of all virtues. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Gandhi once said that he would be happy if he got freedom later, but that we need cleanliness first. The new generation should join in bringing about this revolution. Lack of toilets is one problem, but even in a fancy restaurant, you will find the food is good. The restaurant is clean, but the toilet is filthy. Cleanliness is a culture which we must adopt and propagate as a national mission. Secondly, we should definitely maintain our cultural heritage, the good traditions, minus the superstition and harmful practices. Also assimilate knowledge from other cultures. But we should not allow our uniqueness, our Indianness to disintegrate. And in the end, I would say, lead a life of contentment. Santosh ka Jeevan. These days, I find more and more people are dejected, depressed. See, in this recession, even billionaires are sitting with their head in hand. Bhai kyun? What does it really matter? When our family fell on hard times, one of the workers in our field said, Babua, I have seen you reduced to a molehill from a mountain. Later, when I started this work and made it big, she said, This is astonishing. फिर राई से पर्वत भी बनते भी देखा हमने. I've seen you become a mountain once again. So fortune comes and goes. One should not live for it or be attached to it. Lastly, create your own identity. Leave your own stamp in whatever you choose to take up. I told my son to take up some work other than Sulabh. कोई ऐसा काम करो जिससे तुम्हारी पहचान बने. क्योंकि जो व्यक्ति अपने नाम से जाना जाता है, वो नंबर 1 व्यक्ति होता है. And to be number 1 in a field of one is a great feeling. Rags to riches. Anita Ahuja, Conserve India. Like many well-to-do women in Delhi, Anita Ahuja took up social work. But deeply moved by the plight of rag pickers, she decided to do something to improve their lives. Today, Anita and her husband Shalabh run a unique income generation program, recycling plastic waste to create beautiful export-quality handbags. One look at Anita Ahuja and you know she's South Delhi. Casual yet chic. Punjabi but not Behenji. Well-to-do, cultured. I can almost see her mornings in the garden, afternoon kitty party, evenings at the India International Centre, NGO work a few hours a week. Bhai bacche bade ho gaye hain. One must have something to do, no? Anita Ahuja defies this stereotype with every gentle bone in her body. She's the dreamer who started Conserve, a social enterprise which makes world-class handbags from plastic waste or kachra collected by rag pickers. Anita Ahuja did not plan to get into business. Neither did she plan to get into social work. In fact, she started working with rag pickers only to reinvent herself, to learn something and possibly turn it into a book. But working with the poorest of the poor moved her deeply. These are human beings with a right to dignity and a minimum wage, she thought. And that's what triggered the idea of creating wealth from waste. How would she do it? No idea. Who would buy it? No idea. Has it ever been done? Who cares? Karna hai, bas. Armed with the ignorance of an amateur and the inspiration of an artist, Anita created something the world had never seen before. Today, Conserve India's handbags are sold on high streets across the globe. What's more, the enterprise employs 300 erstwhile rag pickers. At the Patparganj office of Conserve India, I'm as mesmerized by the handbags created from Amul milk pouches as by this story of entrepreneurship. Anita and her husband Shalabh, the technical brain of the project, have a great thing going. But it's more than a business. It's the expression of that inner eye, the vision of a better, more beautiful world. Anita was born in Bhopal, the daughter of a freedom fighter, at a time when life was relatively uncomplicated. Bhopal was a very small town, and just opposite our house was the big Tajul Masjid. I could hear the Imam in the morning. My father's name is Ram, and his brother's name is Lakshman. So we named our house Ram Lakshman Nivas. A Ram Lakshman Nivas right opposite Tajul Masjid was not considered odd at all. Anita grew up with what she calls a very secular kind of system in place. When she was 10 years old, the family shifted to Delhi. Bhopal was very conservative in some ways. Delhi, of course, was a big city. I joined a co-education school, modern school. I was pretty young, so in a way, I grew in Delhi, and it was a very nice growing up period. Community service was not drilled into the heads of students, but the school did sensitize them to various issues. Like most women of her generation, Anita was not very ambitious. I joined Delhi University, did my BA and my Masters in Literature and Political Science. I was artistic, but like any traditional Indian family, my parents thought it better that I opt for academics rather than for art, and marriage was kind of quite uppermost in their minds. In 1984, straight after MA, Anita got married. She was 24. Shalabh is an engineer from BITS, Pilani. We were dating, so, my parents were in a hurry. From day one, Shalabh wanted to venture into a business. We both believed that business creates jobs. We started a business that entailed making televisions. We were a young couple in love. I had 2 children very quickly after marriage. Anita trails off. I don't think my mind was really shaped. That shaping started happening gradually. Anita's father is a lawyer but also a freedom fighter. He has contributed a lot to my thinking. As a lawyer, my father handled some wonderful cases like coal nationalization, the Baroda dynamite case, and so on. I was exposed to politics right from childhood. However, she never had any inclination to join politics. Instead, when her kids grew older, she took up writing. I started writing short stories and middles. My mother used to tell me that I should write more seriously, perhaps write a book. But I felt I did not have the discipline or the commitment to do it. A thought that almost every author has before taking the plunge. But books are funny things. When they need to, they just happen. My mother passed away and something got triggered. The year was 1994. India had been through a great deal of turmoil. Rath Yatra, Babri Masjid, Mandal Commission. For the first time, the Imam at the Tajul Masjid opposite my childhood home had closed the gates and locked it. The call for jihad had come. Maha-Aarti had taken place. I saw all this and wondered at the voices emerging, those of small-town people, Hindus, Muslims. I felt there were not enough women writers writing on such issues, and I feel if you have a viewpoint, if you have something to say, you must express it. Whether people agree, disagree, like it or don't like is a different thing. And that's exactly what Anita did. It took her 2 years, 1 year to write the book and 1 year to get it published. Flames of Fervor was very well received. It got a lot of coverage from the media. A film got made and I was invited to numerous seminars. But there were other issues. The book had political overtones and some people did not take kindly to it. Were the threats serious? For a young middle-class couple, serious enough. Men are also scared, but as a woman with children, she trails off. We live in a democracy. We have an independent judiciary. All those things are there, but it's foolhardy to antagonize the state machinery. As a young businessman, Shalabh had cause to worry. Did he have enough security or finances to deal with the situation? We didn't have that clout. We are middle class. So what now? Anita knew one thing for sure. She had to be honest in whatever she did. You can't write freely if you're constantly worrying how someone might react to it. Maybe it was the stress or just writer's block. Anita wondered, do I even have anything more to say? As a writer, whatever you have, whatever you know, you give it to the book. I had given everything I had at the point of time. To write another book, I felt I needed to reinvent myself, learn something. Which is how Anita got into social work. A grassroots project, she thought, would give her a window into another world, a better understanding of the human condition. Along with some like-minded people, family and friends, Anita decided to take up a few small projects in her own locality. We were already making compost using wet waste to create a saleable product. So why not find a use for plastic waste? So I started experimenting. We started an NGO. And she laughs. In Delhi, NGO is a very commonly used word because every family, I think, has an NGO or a foundation. Conserve India was registered in 1998. And the project it took up was waste collection in the surrounding locality. The idea was to separate kitchen waste and make compost in the local park. The first thing Anita realized was that nothing could be achieved alone. Or you have to be involved with the Residents' Welfare Association, the RWA. Then you need to have links with the Deputy Commissioner, with the municipality, and then it grows. Around the same time, the Chief Minister of Delhi, Sheila Dikshit, was launching a program known as Bhagidari. She said, since you're doing such a good job in these 2-3 localities on your own, why don't you become more active with other RWAs? We thought, why not? Conserve started reaching out, partnering with more colonies. From Madhuban and Preet Vihar, they went as far as Safdarjung enclave. Was it easy convincing people outside her own neighborhood? No, there were problems. We had to meet the RWAs and convince them. But since our efforts were sincere, intentions were good, it was generally quite smooth. People knew I was a writer. I had no axe to grind and I wasn't looking for a political ticket or seat. Besides, it was clearly not about making money. No one at Conserve even drew a salary. The NGO worked within the system, with the rag pickers who were already collecting waste. But the job was now done more systematically. We got better cards, gave the rag pickers uniforms and identity cards. We trained the rag pickers on how to handle and segregate the waste, how to go door to door for collections, speak politely. Everybody liked it very much. When people like something, they embrace it. They don't just buy your idea, they buy into it. Which is how Conserve was successful in training not just rag pickers, but the ladies in the locality and servants on segregation. Over time, Conserve started interacting with 3,000 residents' welfare associations. These RWAs were across social strata and income groups, and Conserve found itself working not just on waste management, but everything from RTI to security and roads. By 2002, Conserve had become a full-time commitment, an organization in its own right. We started getting grants from the Delhi government, from the Ministry of Environment, from USAID, from World Bank. The grants were small, 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs. The maximum ever received was 10 lakhs. But over a period of time, Anita realized that funding usually came with strings attached. You have to make proposals on issues which the funding agency wishes to support. And these may not be the issues you want to work with. We realized we needed our own funding to stand on our own feet. The NGO needed to earn an income. But how could it be generated? And ultimately, who or what was Conserve really working for? Questions needed answers. By this time, Anita had spent over 4 years working with the rag pickers, and she realized that they were the poorest of the poor. Rag pickers live on the edge of the society. I visited their homes, cardboard shelters built on landfill sites. They have no education, no training. And they have language issues. It's not that English is a problem. They don't even speak Hindi because they have come from different parts of India and also from outside India, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. So they're treated as an illegal community. Any thinking middle-class person would say, none of my business. But Anita was different. She felt their pain. The point is, wherever they're from, they're now living here and are here to stay. They're living a subhuman existence. It felt entirely unfair. Today, you need a minimum of 4,000 rupees per month to survive in Delhi. The rag pickers earn about 1,500 to 2,000 and are completely at the mercy of contractors. Often, the contractor would give the rag pickers only some dry rotis to eat. The large majority were women with several children. Health was a major issue, hygiene non-existent. When corporates do CSR, it is their last priority. But when fair trade companies or NGOs take up marketing programs, then fairness is the topmost priority. That is the difference. There are many problems in society, but every NGO has to focus on one issue and one community, which is its core constituency. I decided Conserve would work to improve the life of rag pickers. But how? While grant-supported programs continued side by side, Anita started playing around with plastic waste. The typical blue, pink, yellow variety of thailis you see everywhere. We were already making compost, using wet waste to create a saleable product. Why not find a use for plastic waste collected by the rag pickers? So, I started experimenting. Anita researched the recycling technologies available on the internet and tried dozens of different things. First, I tried weaving and making carpets, but the products that came out looked homemade and were very labor-intensive. Not financially viable and hard to sell, but despite getting nowhere, Anita kept going. Ultimately, she developed a texture of layering the plastic bags together, and it came out very nicely. I found I could create beautiful patterns and no one could tell this was made from plastic waste at all. At first, Anita thought she could just make artworks and installations, have an exhibition and try and raise money. But Shalabh, being the more practical of the two, realized it would not work. If the objective is to generate income, we have to look at starting a factory. The first step in that direction came when Shalabh fabricated a machine which could mass-produce the plastic sheets. An artist creates, an engineer automates, a fine example of left-brain, right-brain collaboration. It took us about 6 months, the whole process of learning how to combine the right colors and make the sheets look pretty. Because if you just put anything, then it's just a sheet. Then it doesn't sell. It looks dirty, like dirty plastic. By trial and error, Anita produced a portfolio of 200 unique designs. She calls them her 200 paintings. Initially, Anita made a few simple things like wine bags and carry bags, files and folders. To do this, she hired a few roadside tailors. The merchandise was sold at embassies which had trade fairs around Diwali. Since we had already worked with the funding agencies, I knew them. So I went and put up a stall at these fairs, recalls Anita. The rag pickers were trained to man these stalls and do the selling. But Anita quickly realized that a wine bag or a file or folder would fetch a maximum of 60 to 100 rupees. The profit margin was slim, so there wasn't much left to share with the rag pickers. But the sale was not in vain. As they say, customer is queen, and when she makes an outlandish demand, you stop and ask yourself, why didn't I think of that? One woman said, I really like the colors and texture. Can you make a better bag, a proper handbag with the same fabric? I'll pay you a lot more. And that's how Conserve started making well-designed, high-quality handbags. The practical, viable, hot-selling product she had been searching for all along. At this time, Shalabh decided to join her full-time. But what about his own business? He sold it, because the handbag idea really seemed promising. We realized that with this material you can make anything. Wallpaper, tiles, file folders, footwear. बहुत कुछ हो सकता है, पर करने वाला भी तो चाहिए. With Shalabh throwing his enthusiasm and expertise behind the venture, Conserve was poised to grow much faster. As with any idea, it all boils down to implementation. And that means getting into the basics, the chota details. Conserve recruited masterjis who knew how to make good quality leather handbags. They bought catalogs, and then they got lucky. The idea of a green product with a social angle to it attracted Firang designers, volunteers who offered to work for the sheer challenge of it, purely through word of mouth. I was at the embassy fairs, so somebody's sister would say, I want to come for a month and help out. Many of these volunteers even stayed with us, she recalls. Apart from designing, volunteers helped in setting up systems. I remember we had one volunteer who came from the UK, Andrew. He set up processes, right from how to collect the plastic to inventory and labeling. Passion and purpose magically attract resources. In 2003, Conserve participated in a trade show at Pragati Maidan. The Ministry of Textiles had given NGOs small booths, and Conserve was able to book orders worth close to 30 lakhs, which was a big amount for us. There were two USPs. The product was recycled, but it was also very well designed. It had, after all, been test marketed at embassy fairs. That meant it had the quality and finish so crucial for the export market. At the expo, Conserve learned another important lesson. Buyers liked the product, but were not too keen to place orders with an NGO. Would a non-profit be able to deliver the goods? Would they be dealing with a specific person? Would it be as accountable as a for-profit which strives to please its clients? Some buyers had a series of bad experiences with NGOs. For example, the samples they received were different from the actual production. So they preferred to deal with private entities. Also, NGOs have boards and funding. What happens if the funding gets over? They don't like such problems. Anita and Shalabh decided that it made sense to form a proprietorship company. What one must hold on to is spirit, not form. The first large order took Conserve 4 to 5 months to execute. Processes and systems were not in place. For example, to make 100 pieces of the same style, you needed to mass-produce sheets which looked nearly identical. Theoretically speaking, I had understood it, but I had to start collecting that blue, that green, that pink, and learn to combine them in a certain way. Logistically, it was a huge challenge. For example, I always did a lot of stripes and squares because if you change one stripe, it doesn't make that much difference in the overall scheme of things. With plains, if there are 2 shades, the handbags will look different. The technical nuances are lost on me, But Anita gets so animated talking about it, I can feel the energy she's poured into the project. No mountain too high, no valley too low when it comes to recycling plastic. To seek more, go deeper, to explore, that's the hallmark of the entrepreneur. However, there's a practical side to being successful in business. You can do a zillion experiments, but once you know what sells, you go after it with all you've got. Although Anita has developed 200 designs, at a typical trade show, she showcases only 12, in keeping with the season and color forecast. It's been 5 years since Conserve was registered as a company, and there is growth, diversification, bigger buyers, new product lines such as footwear, and more kinds of waste being recycled such as tires and textiles. As requirements have grown, Conserve has had to look beyond rag pickers to source waste material. While it still conducts some door-to-door collection, that does not yield the volumes and specific colors of plastic needed for production. So Conserve has tied up with kabadiwalas and also sources directly from the industry. But where do the rag pickers fit into all this? Well, they supply Conserve with waste, but close to 300 of them are also a part of the production team. The new footwear unit, for example, is completely staffed by rag pickers. They are being trained into footwear craftspersons. It's a process of evolution. When they don't know anything, they do rag picking. Then they show some skill, some interest in being part of a factory setup. We put them in training as assistants to some machine. Over time, rag pickers move up to the position of group leaders. While the stitching is still done by tailors, almost all other aspects are handled by former rag pickers. The sheets are made by the rag pickers. They are very fragile and need to be pasted with something. Then there's folding, die cutting, quality checking, finishing, packing, so many operations. Has their life changed for the better? Certainly. They're very happy because they have now become factory workers. You know, a person can be doing one thing only, such as putting the label, but he takes pride, feels like an important part of the process. What's more, every worker at Conserve gets a salary of 4,000 rupees, plus there is overtime, ESI, PF, all strange and new benefits for a community which has always lived on the edge. Conserve India revenues are expected to touch 5 crore rupees by 2011. With production demands increasing, the company has just moved into a new factory in Bahadurgarh. We are growing, but a lot more has to be done. Also, because it's a fair trade company, we have to balance a lot of things. Things can move faster if you take a lot of trained people, but the emphasis here is on training the rag pickers. And slowly, Conserve is moving from being a supplier to becoming a brand. Initially, buyers would simply stick their own label onto anything sourced from Conserve, but now, most of them are co-branding the bags because telling the story, its recycled heritage and social purpose helps sell more. I can see Anita and Shalaba working hard and having fun and doing more than their bit for society. But is there any discomfort with being an NGO and making money? Can you have your cake and polish off the crumbs? Yes, definitely. Conserve has a strong commercial focus because otherwise we will not be able to sustain it socially. Today, there are more than 300 families dependent on this project. And if I'm not sincere in my efforts, then how will I support all of them? Few have the courage to ask, and fewer seek to answer such questions. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Your field of interest may be specialized, like mine is designing, but you must learn about accounting, marketing, legal issues, HR, quality control, etc. And not just as terms from books, but in real terms. You have to develop mental muscle, emotional muscle, and physical muscle to chase all three bottom lines aggressively. If you're chasing only money, then your family and friends end up spending it, which makes you feel used. If you're focused on social issues, then the problems of poverty are so overwhelming you burn out very fast. If it is only environmental issues that engage you, then nobody's going to listen. You are not financially sustainable. The secret is to find a balance. Beyond Profit. Vineet Rai, Avishkar Social Venture Fund. Quite by accident, 25-year-old Vineet Rai became the CEO of Gian, a network to support grassroots innovation. From there came the idea of setting up a micro-venture fund for rural entrepreneurs. Today, Avishkar supports 23 companies which generate profits and returns not only to investors, but also addresses important social issues. Vineet Rai's office looks more corporate than social. Neat cubicles, interior decorated colors on the walls. Like most people, I too am confused. What is this guy really all about? Vineet Rai runs a social venture fund. This fund invests in companies which have social objectives but also aim to make profits and give investors reasonable returns. A philosophy far removed from the greed that drives a traditional VC firm. Of course, people told Vineet it can't be done. 7 years and 23 companies later, he's proved them wrong. Avishkar also proves that you cannot and should not draw a line between social and commercial. Commerce can drive and deliver socially relevant goods and services. And whether you start your career in the jungle or in a swanky office suit, you can become a leader of men, inspirer of hearts, creator of wealth, in the material world and in the kingdom of conscience, if you bring out the best in who you are. Today, I can say I had this brilliant vision, but when I started Avishkar, there was nothing. Just the belief that people in rural India need small amounts of money and can give the investor a reasonable return if they succeed. Vineet Rai was born in Jodhpur. My father was in the state government services. I was neither a great student nor an outstanding athlete, but aspired to be a stud of some sort. Living in Jodhpur, a place close to the border, Vineet saw convoys moving up and down, day in and day out. I thought that the easiest way to become a hero was to join the army. So that was my story. Just one goal, one dream. The only thing I did besides trying from the army was to play a lot of cricket and football. Unfortunately, the army for some reason didn't like Vineet. He would clear the written exam with ease but get rejected in the SSB interview. They looked for officer-like qualities and possibly they found none in me. Maybe I was too cocky, gung-ho, whatever. It is said that if you get rejected once by the SSB, you will probably get through the second time. But Vineet had a pretty big ego. I wanted to get selected in the first instance. When I was rejected for the NDA, I said, okay, I'll appear for the CDS and get through the first time around. And then, when I got rejected from the CDS, I applied for the Air Force. There too, I was rejected. It was heartbreaking for somebody who had dreamt of nothing but a life in the army. Vineet found himself at a career crossroad. What else could he do with his life? A friend suggested the obvious, an MBA. That's when Vineet first heard of the Indian Institute of Forest Management. In fact, the friend joked, अगर फौज में नहीं लिया तो कम से कम जंगल में ही चला जा. You'll still enjoy it. And I liked the idea. So this friend of mine, a gentleman called Jayesh Bhatia, bought my IIFM form, filled it up and paid the fees. He told me that I just had to read GMAT books and appear for the exam. During that period, Vineet also worked as a sales representative with a company called Current Tax Reporter, which published books on taxation. 2,000 rupees a month was a pretty lucrative sum for a 20-year-old back in 1991. Vineet spent the next 3 months traveling across Goa and Karnataka, meeting chartered accountants. I realized that selling is not my calling and maybe I can do better things in life. But I need to find a way to move forward. So Vineet hit the books with a vengeance. Got through the exam as well as the interview, for once. In June 1991, he arrived at the Indian Institute of Forest Management in Bhopal. I did not know whether the Indian Institute of Forest Management taught one forestry or management or a combination of both. After going there, I realized that the institute itself did not know whether it was teaching forestry or management or a combination, but at least the building was impressive. For the first 3 months, Vineet had the burning ambition to be a gold medalist, and he was doing quite well academically. Then he decided that too much hard work was no fun, and the next 18 months were a period when he would chill out. I met Swati, who is my wife now. Thanks to her, I discovered many things about myself. Like, I can do a lot of things very well. The trouble was, my ability to stay fixed or attracted to something was very limited. But that was to change. To the surprise of many, Vineet was amongst the first in his batch to land a job. He joined Balarpur Industries in June 1994 with absolutely no clue what he would actually be doing on the job. Vineet was posted at Chaudwar, near Cuttack, a part of the world he had never seen before, doing a job that had not been done prior. We had taken over another company, so things were in shambles. I did not even have a place to sit, no table, no chair. Balarpur is in the business of paper. The forest department outsources the management of its land to private industry, who then cut bamboo and wood and take it to their factories. I was technically trained, but actually saw a bamboo forest for the first time in my life. It finally boils down to man management and nothing else. Plus, there was the excitement of being chased by elephants. Vineet spent a year in Chaudwar. Then he managed to get himself posted to an even more remote area. I made some statements which no sensible person would make in a production company. Actually, I started laughing in one of the meetings, and obviously that annoyed the bosses. They sent me off to a village called Boinda, 150 kilometers further away. There was a British-style thatched roof building and a 7-acre farm around it. No electricity, no running water, one well to draw water from. An exciting Tarzan kind of life. I was given 2 forest divisions to manage, which meant I had to wake up at 4 in the morning, visit the jungle, get chased by wildlife, put out a forest fire or two, and make sure the trucks kept moving towards the factory. The salary was 6,000 rupees per month. But Vineet was pleased enough to graduate from motorcycle to jeeps. Besides, he had close to 2,000 labourers working under his supervision, as well as a couple of officers. For a 24-year-old, that was a big high. The problem was all those people considered you their father, and that can get to your head. When I woke up, there would be 200 people sitting outside waiting for me. Vineet spent close to 20 months as a lord of the jungle. But in the middle of the second year, he began feeling restless. It was the same cycle of seasons, of work, of one day the same as the next. Besides, he was now married and his wife had been patient but could not help wondering, is this guy out of his mind? So one fine day, Vineet put in his resignation and went to Delhi in search of a job. I spent 3 months looking for a job and realized that nobody wanted a person who has been living inside a forest for the last 3 years. I didn't know what the internet was. I could not use MS Word. There was also the culture shock of seeing friends working out of swanky offices. I needed personal rewiring. It was at this time that Vineet got an offer to work with Professor Anil Gupta of IIM Ahmedabad. Professor Gupta was looking for a research associate with a corporate and forestry background. He offered me a salary of 3,000 rupees per month. I said, for that kind of money, one can survive in the forest, not in a city like Ahmedabad. Professor Gupta agreed to pay the princely sum of 5,900 rupees per month. 8 months of slogging with him taught Vineet that he was not cut out for research. He was a doer, not just a thinker. Luckily for Vineet, there was a project right up his street. At that time, the government of Gujarat and Professor Gupta was setting up an institute called GIAN, Grassroots Innovations Augmentation Network. "Why don't you apply?" suggested Professor Gupta. Vineet looked at the proposed structure and applied for the position of manager. To his shock, he was hired for the post of a CEO. "That was simply because nobody else applied for the post of CEO as far as I know. I love the idea of being a CEO, even though there was no organization." Vineet set one condition. He would not operate from IIM Ahmedabad. His argument was that GIAN should have its own identity, stand on its own 2 feet. Professor Gupta said, "Do what you feel is right." The next 4 years were a huge roller coaster. GIAN set up Gujarat's first intellectual property rights cell and a grassroots innovation design studio, a collaboration with the National Institute of Design. GIAN filed patents for 8 to 9 companies which were a part of the Honeybee network. Having done all this around 1999-2000, I stumbled upon a very simple and a very well-known fact. It is very difficult to raise money in India. The smaller the amount of money, the more difficult it gets. Venture capitalists are driven by greed. In fact, the entire US capitalism is in shambles primarily because their system is driven by the motive of maximization. We basically act just like investors, except we put money into companies that will generate returns and address social issues at the same time. To Vineet's mind, this was counterintuitive, and it started bugging him. At this time, he also discovered that GIAN had originally been conceived as a venture fund. However, at the time, there were some issues about setting it up as a for-profit venture. To get around the problem, GIAN became an incubator. Phir bhi, Vineet decided to explore the how, what, and why of starting a micro-venture fund. One which would lend between 1 and 20 lakh rupees to rural innovators. I made a presentation to both Sidhbi and NABARD. They said, "It's very exciting but won't work." Meanwhile, Professor Anil Gupta had discussed the idea with 2 of his ex-students. In early 2001, Vineet got a call from one of them, Anant Nageshwaran. He then flew down to Singapore to discuss the plan. Anant said, "There are 40-odd NRIs who want to contribute to the country. Let us start up a for-profit fund that will be accountable to investors. Here is the first $5,000. Show us that it works." The whole thing was based on faith. They literally gave me cash, no papers, no account, no agreement, nothing. To them, everything about Avishkar, which is what we called it, sounded like a fantasy. Show us proof of the concept. Is it really possible that some guy in a village has produced a brilliant machine? And can we treat him like an entrepreneur and help him scale up? GIAN invested the $5,000 with 2 such rural innovators, Mansukh Bhai Patel, who had devised a cotton stripper, and Kailash Gajjar, who came with an oil machine. That 2 lakh rupees yielded an annualized return of around 26% in 6 months. The investors were pleasantly surprised. They were expecting to see their money go down the drain, grins Vineet. We have differences in our investment committee. Some people believe that if a company becomes profitable, it is no longer social. This small success should have been a big victory. But at this point of time, strong differences arose between Vineet and Professor Anil Gupta. Professor Gupta felt that implementing the venture fund as a for-profit was against the basic ethics of how to deal with grassroots level people. Whereas I believe that the model was delivering the goods, helping rural innovators to create a business, create an impact, and being accountable to investors. Matters came to a head. One fine day, Vineet simply quit. He had no job in hand, no idea what he wanted to do. The next 4 to 5 months, I was doing nothing, literally. Then a gentleman called Arun Diaz, whom I had met in Singapore, got in touch. He said, "Vineet, I know you have quit, but can you set up Avishkar again?" Vineet said, "Yes, but earlier I was backed by the government of Gujarat. I am Ahmedabad. Now it's just me, an inexperienced 28-year-old. Arun said, "That's fine. People want to test you out before they trust you. I remember how many people were convinced that 6 months baad ye bhag jayega. I proved them wrong. Getting romantic about development and doing development are two different things. It needs a lot of staying power, and staying power mostly comes at a cost." He went back and promised to speak to Anant and Arvind Singh, the two gentlemen who had contributed the original $5,000. Meanwhile, Vineet signed a contract with TNM VCL, Tungari Manohar Venture Capital Fund. This fund was set up by Ravi Reddy and Sandeep Tungari, co-founders of Think System Private Limited, with the objective of making social investments. Similar to what I wanted to do in Avishkar, but they believe that investing 20,000 to 30,000 rupees doesn't work. It has to be 200 to 250,000 rupees put into each enterprise as a one-time grant. Vineet moved to Mumbai to work with TNM. At the same time, he registered Avishkar as a trust in 2001. The Singapore-based investors had raised 50 lakhs rupees, but it was not enough. As per SEBI guidelines, a VC fund must have a minimum corpus of $1 million. I went and pleaded with SEBI. Finally, they gave us a registration, but only after I gave a personal affidavit stating that Avishkar would not make any investment until the corpus reached $1 million. The future of the project looked bleak. Meanwhile, in 2002, TNM VCL also wound up operations, leaving Vineet without a steady income once again. We were completely stuck actually on all fronts. For the next 5 months we struggled. With a great effort by Anand, some effort by Arvind, we managed to increase the corpus from 50 lakhs to 1 crore. After that, Vineet would go to the SEBI office every day asking them for permission to invest. Unless we invested, we knew nobody was going to give us more money. We had to show some action, some results. Finally, in September 2002, SEBI gave Avishkar the go-ahead. I think they basically got completely tired of seeing me every day. Now came the equally difficult task of identifying socially driven enterprises to invest in. Paul Bansal, CEO of the Rural Inventions Network, RIN, suggested a company called Servals. Servals was run by Mukundan, a 60-year-old gentleman based in Chennai. The company manufactured stove burners for low-income groups. Its USP was the fact that it was 30% more efficient than any other burner in the world. On the one hand, this meant savings on kerosene, and small amounts saved made a big difference to poor people. On the other, it reduced emission of greenhouse gases, and this helped protect the environment. Vineet was sold on the project and wrote up a proposal for Avishkar's investment committee. All the members approved of it except for one, Vijay Mahajan. "I don't think it will work," he said flatly. "But that's just my opinion." Vineet would not go ahead unless there was a consensus. Ultimately, he persuaded Vijay to come down to Chennai and meet Mukundan. Mr. Mahajan changed his mind, and we went ahead and made our first investment in December 2002. Avishkar paid 8 lakh rupees for a 49% stake in Servals. And the drama started. There was no company, no business as such. Just the burner and two gentlemen, one 60 years old and the other 65 years old. We also had a lovely presentation in which we estimated we will capture 10% of the 2 crore burners sold annually in the next 5 years. The actual number of burners sold in the first year was 4,200. Our target for the next year was 2 lakh burners, and we sold 22,000 burners. So basically, the company had gone bust in the first 2 years. The investors were coming up with brilliant ideas. Uske saath katori do, uske saath glass do. Another well-wisher advised, get a smart IM guy and he will run it. One of the first professionals who joined Avishkar was P. Pradeep, an MBA from TAPME who came with 5 years' experience in the corporate finance team of Rajshri Sugars. He said, Vinny, all these things won't work. The problem is we are dealing with the unorganized industry. Both Pradeep and Vineet started selling burners themselves to figure out what was going wrong. What quickly became evident was that rural India is not really about the best product in the market. They want the best product at the cheapest price. And unfortunately, Servals was not the cheapest. What's more, in order to be competitively priced, the company was squeezing the dealers and distributors. One dealer bluntly said, "Oh, most burners are made out of scrap. They go back in 2 months, 3 months to the max. Yours is made of copper and lasts for 9 months. On top of that, you give me less of a margin. Why should I sell it?" Funnily enough, all the points Vineet had listed in his investment memo as strengths were actually weaknesses in the marketplace. Which meant effectively that we had to go back to the drawing board. We had to compete with that burner which dies in 2 months and yet continue to maintain quality. A year went by without much to show for it. The tsunami of December 2004 improved Serval's order book. In 2005, the company sold approximately 50,000 burners. But clearly, it was not sustainable. Mr. Mukundan remained unfazed. "Don't worry, Vineet. It will all work out," he said. But investors were breathing down Vineet's neck to write off the company. "It's just 15 lakhs. Cut your losses and move on." Sensible advice. But Vineet could not abandon Servals. Along with Pradeep, he plodded on. In late 2005, there was a breakthrough. Servals discovered a new alloy which brought down cost dramatically without compromising the product in any way. It was Mr. Mukundan who made this discovery. He had never ever given up. Soon enough, sales of Servals burners jumped from 10,000 a year to 10,000 a month. The question now, how could the capacity be raised? Once again, Mr. Mukundan came forward with a radical idea. "Vineet, I don't believe in mass production. I believe in production by masses. Let us make the village into our production centers." I said, "Brilliant vision, but we'll probably have to close down." But what Mukundan proposed actually made great business sense. He knew of a man called Rangaswamy Ilango, the force behind the model village of Kutambakam. Ilango was an IIT Madras graduate who returned to his roots and was elected Sarpanch in 1996. At the time, Kutumbakam was plagued by all kinds of problems: alcoholism, caste violence, and lack of basic infrastructure like drinking water and roads. The biggest issue of all was unemployment. Ilango tackled all these issues by making a 5-year development plan. He involved people in the working of the panchayat at all levels. If you go there today, you will not believe what you see. It is truly a model village. creation of jobs was high on Elango's priority list. He had already established a small production center with the help of local self-help groups, SHGs. We converted the center into our main point. Kutumbakam now manufactures 30,000 burners a month for Servals. Villagers get jobs, Servals enjoys low costs, efficient production. The struggle period is over. Now it's all about the scaling up. Today, Servals sells 70,000 burners a month. The company's annual turnover is 2 crores, expected to touch 3.5 crores soon. We have just raised 60 lakhs for further expansion. Perseverance has paid off. Vineet's original investment of 8 lakhs is now worth over 1.5 crores. Servals is just one of the 23 companies funded by Avishkar, a social venture fund which harnesses the entrepreneurial spirit at the bottom of the pyramid. These companies range from Naveen Gram, a venture focused on sustainable technologies related to livestock and agriculture, to Vortex Engineering, which manufactures low-cost ATMs for remote regions of India. There is no normal investment. Every person behind these companies is a story. A story of struggle, of determination and willpower. I wanted to prove that you can do social good with commercial thinking. Obviously, we have to sweat harder, really slog it out. And that is true of not just the companies Avishkar invested in, but the fund itself. In 2005, Avishkar had a corpus of $1 million, that is 4 crore rupees. The fee to manage this fund is generally fixed at 1.5%, which would be 6 lakhs a year. Our annual budget was 8 lakhs, including travel, salary, everything. I worked from my home in Mumbai. Pradeep worked out of his home in Chennai, and we used to meet only when somebody would invite me and pay for my air travel. While Pradeep drew 35,000 rupees per month as salary, Vineet took 25,000 rupees per month. By this time, my son was old enough to go to a school, and I suddenly realized I have to pay 20,000 rupees as capitation fees and 10,000 as deposit. And we didn't have the money. It was at this time that Vijay Mahajan suggested Vineet start some income-generating consulting work on the side. Back in 2002, when I was at loose ends, I had registered a company by the name of Intellectual Capital, or Intellicap. Intellicap was actually a crazy idea which Vineet's one-time flatmate Pawan Mehra had come up with. A company that would trade in intellectual capital. Vijay's suggestion made sense. 2 days later, I got an email from a gentleman called Mr. Gautam Ivatri, former CFO of SKS Microfinance. He said, "The World Bank wants to outsource the management of its microfinance gateway. Would you be interested in taking up the project?" Vineet jumped at the offer. I roped in Pawan, who was now in the US. We made a brilliant proposal, sent it, and got selected. I'm sure nobody else was so desperate to get a $1,000 per month contract. On 1st March 2004, Intellicap hired its first employee, Aparajita Agrawal. We had a table in my home. Aparajita used to sit on one side and I sat on the other. That's how Intellicap and Avishkar functioned for close to a year. Intellicap slowly grew from 2 people to 4, 6, 8. The company took whatever projects came its way to pay the salary bills that Avishkar could ill afford. In 2005, Vineet realized that he had to raise more money for Avishkar, make it a sustainable entity on its own. I decided to burn some of the money of Intellicap and go on a world tour to spread some awareness about our work and raise funds. Vineet went to the US and Europe and returned with commitment from investors for $6 million. With some additional effort, this sum swelled to $11 million in June 2008 and to over $15 million in January 2009. So far, Avishkar has disbursed $16 million to 23 investee companies. We grew slowly. In 2002, Avishkar invested in 2 companies, another 2 in 2003 and 2004, and we were involved hands-on in each of them. As Avishkar grew, so did Intellicap. The company focuses on social investment advisory and social knowledge management. Our clients are microfinance institutions, social institutions, financial institutions, healthcare, education, all kinds of people who are in the social space. Because of the kind of work profile it offers, Intellicap attracts graduates from India's top schools, IITs, IIMs, IRMA, and IIFM, at 30%, 70% of their market value. I told them, you have to run this company. And they did a fine job of it. The top management team at Intellicap has remained the same since we founded it. Meanwhile, the social venture story itself has exploded with 2 new funds being added onto the Avishkar family. While visiting Oxford's SAID School of Business in 2005, Vineet met Wim van der Beek, who was trying to set up a microfinance fund. Thus was born Avishkar Goodwell. Then, in partnership with Venture East, Vineet set up the BYST Growth Fund to provide equity-like financing for businesses run by young entrepreneurs from socially disadvantaged backgrounds. BYST will invest from 4 lakhs to 1 crore in each enterprise. We are happy with a 25 to 30% return. Actually, we are even happy with a 12% return. So in that sense, we are different from a traditional VC company. To put it in a nutshell, Avishkar is not driven by profit maximization. We are looking at rational profits. Profits should be enough for us to create value. We will not squeeze out people, trying to take away each and every pound of flesh. Out of the 14 companies which Avishkar invested in up to 2008, 7 are profitable. And Vineet has no doubt the rest will turn a corner in the next couple of years. What about the social impact these companies have created? Oh, to be frank, I don't believe in this idea of measuring social impact. How can you quantify a smile on a woman's face whose monthly income has gone up by 300 rupees? And that applies to the entrepreneurs as well. The motivation that Mr. Mukundan has cannot be quantified. A 65-year-old man with diabetes running a company 12 hours a day, how do you quantify that? Is it a commercial fund with a social objective or a social fund with a commercial angle? The debate continues at Avishkar. At the end of the day, Vineet says he's trying to create a multitude of Amuls, coming from a private herd. It's not just about giving money to somebody. We want to inspire promoters to scale up, but we also want them to retain their souls, the spirit with which they started out to do something, to make a difference. The spirit with which Vineet started Avishkar and rewrote the definition of venture capital. Not many understood what I was trying to do. My parents were certainly baffled. But finally, I think they are happy and think that I am doing something worthwhile. My father has even gone and met Mr. Mukundan and seen what we do. Vineet's sister thinks he is brilliant, whereas his wife, Swati, although confused, has always been a pillar of support. The most wonderful thing about my wife was that she never objected, even when I did something crazy like quitting my job. She had blind and complete faith in me. Just like Vineet had in his idea. Like Mukundan had in his idea. like you will need to have in yours. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is about enjoying the journey. If you do that, the result will take care of itself. Taking risk is far more important than worrying about managing the risk, as you cannot create value and wealth without risking something. Patience is a virtue in the current world of impatient exuberance. Anyone could be rich, but to create value, you need to be dedicated and spend time and effort. Wealth creation and value creation are not always synonymous. I hope young entrepreneurs learn to understand the difference. Capitalism and Wall Street has worked hard to give a very respectable positioning to the word greed. However, an entrepreneur must understand that greed needs to be managed and harnessed properly for it to create wealth. Unfettered greed has terrible consequences. The economic crisis of 2008 is a great reminder of that. Weave the People. Sumita Ghosh, Rangsutra. Sumita married an idealistic young IRMA graduate, Sanjoy Ghosh, and made a career in the NGO sector. In 1998, Sanjoy was murdered by Ulfa. Sumita had to put herself together and chart a new course. Today, she runs Rangsutra, a for-profit venture which sources craft and textiles from villages and retails through Fab India. On the map, Lado Sarai is a part of Delhi. On the ground, it could be anywhere in India. Narrow, dusty lanes, tiny shops, rickshaws and cycles everywhere. Here, on the third floor of a building with no name, is the office of Rangsutra, a company which connects the India of Balika Vadhu with the India of the Economic Times. Rangsutra is a collective which sources craft and textile products from the villages and supplies them to urban retail. But there are many efforts of this kind, including Khadi Gram Udyog. What's so special about this one? Well, Rangsutra has chosen to function as a private company, not a cooperative. In doing so, it has broken the NGO mold, become more market-oriented, achieved a galloping growth rate and touched the lives of more people. Rangsutra does not depend on grants or subsidies. It talks profits and dividends. A new language for the social sector in India. A language that could change the way the NGOs see themselves. On a sunny winter afternoon in a bare room brightened up by eye-catching samples, Sumita tells me her story. It is a story of courage, of perseverance, of never losing faith, of the beauty of the rainbow smiling in the sky after the darkest storm. Sumita Ghosh was born in Calcutta but grew up in Mumbai, or Bombay as it was called then. I imbibed the best of India growing up there, in the sense that both school and college gave me the feeling that it's possible to do anything. After graduating from Elphinstone College, Sumita went on to do a master's in economics from Mumbai University. At this time, she considered joining advertising. I was inclined towards writing, so I thought of going and working as a copywriter. But somehow the people I met from the ad world made it seem very creative and fun, but a little superficial. Soon after, Sumita got married to her college sweetheart, Sanjoy Ghosh, and life took a very different turn. Sanjoy had just graduated from IRMA and he was very charged with this idea of working in rural areas. So that's what we did. First, very briefly, we were in Anand and then in Rajasthan. Friends asked, "How will you adjust to life in a village?" Being young and in love, Sumita did not think too much. Bas kar liya. Of course, there were adjustments, and initially a massive culture shock. I had grown up in Bombay, which was like this melting pot. Suddenly, you go to a rural area and realize how strongly they believe in things like caste. And there was also the small stuff, like packing away the jeans, putting on a sari. Sanjoy and Sumita were very inspired by the Amul story. After a year in Oxford, the young couple returned to India and joined the Urmul Dairy, a cooperative similar to Amul in Rajasthan. The year was 1985. Urmul Dairy was very profitable in those days, and they wanted to invest some of their profits in providing health services for their members. At the time, there were health services for the cows, but nothing for the villagers. No government hospital for miles. And so, Urmul had registered a trust and invited professionals to take up this task. It was this challenge that brought Sanjoy and Sumita to Lunkaransar, 60 kilometers from Bikaner. We came up with an innovative way to fund these services from contributions made by members of the milk cooperative. The idea was that for every litre of milk that you give, which costs 3 rupees per litre, put aside 3 paisa for health services. However, the richer farmers who controlled the dairy opposed the scheme. Services like ante and postnatal care and TB drugs were needed by the poor who had no cattle and hence would not be paying. That model did not work, so we had to charge money. Later, we started getting government and international funds to do the work. Right away, it was clear that finding a doctor to work full-time would be difficult. So what was the way out? Initially, we were targeting mainly pregnant women and young mothers, so we decided to work with the village midwives. We also created a team of paramedics by training locals in areas such as immunization. And it worked beautifully. The scheme kicked off in 1986. But then in 1987, there was a bad drought, the worst seen this century, and the cattle economy was literally wiped out. There was no point in talking about health when people did not have food to eat. A country is so different and diverse both in terms of its richness as well as its problems, which is why we went to work in the villages in the first place. That's when we entered into this whole area of handcraft. People needed some kind of work, and we found the women had charkhas. So we got wool and got them to start spinning. But what was to be done with this cloth? It was coarse and had no buyers. We found some weavers who made the famous pattus and got them to come and train the weavers in our area. And we linked up with NID, National Institute of Design, to learn how to make a finer quality products, better designs. Then, Sumita discovered that some of the villagers were very, very skilled in hand embroidery. Mainly women who had come over to the Indian side after the 1970 war as refugees. The Urmul Trust organized this entire effort. We sourced the raw material and we sold as a collective so that we could get a better rate for the products. In NGO terminology, we became an income generation program. Of course, initially they made losses. But the project was supported by the government of Rajasthan and funding agencies like Oxfam. So kaam chalta raha. Over time, some of these activities did become revenue generating and we stopped taking grants. By this time, 1993, I had stopped working with Urmul and moved on to other things. After 8 years in Rajasthan, Sumita wanted to get back to city life for some time. The couple had 2 children, aged 5 and 6, who had never been to school. There was no good school in Lunkaransar. So Sanjoy continued with Urmul, while the family shifted to Delhi. Sumita spent the next 2 years with the United Nations, organizing the International Women's Conference in Beijing in 1995. 30,000 women from all over the world attended this conference. We took 200 women from the villages, gave them a voice. By this time, Sanjoy had also quit the Urmul Trust and was wondering what to do next. Living and working in Delhi was not very appealing. Neither was starting a city-based NGO or working for a funding agency. We decided to go back and work in another state at the grassroots level. This time we chose Assam. Partly because I felt a connection having spent the first 5 years of my life in Guwahati. Sanjoy and Sumita zeroed in on an area known as Majuli in Jorhat district. Sumita had a fellowship from the MacArthur Foundation, while Sanjoy was the General Secretary of Avarth, Association of Voluntary Agencies in Rural Development, a network of NGOs. We shifted to Assam in 1996, and though we had worked in Rajasthan in the villages, everything here was different. And circumstances were different as well. There was the luxury of a 6-member team and 6 months to study and understand the place. I was very keen to make every woman a weaver because my fellowship was related to women's livelihood and health. But that same year, there was a major flood. Since we had a doctor on our team, we decided to focus on immediate concerns like diarrhea. At the same time, Sanjoy and Sumita decided not to follow the Urmul model of service delivery, because that made the villagers dependent on outsiders. Their focus shifted to advocacy, creating awareness about the existing government programs and reaching them to the people. One of the major problems in Assam is land erosion. To tackle this, Sanjoy and Sumita worked with scientists from the University of Dibrugarh to find new, better ways to build embankments. But it wasn't just a question of man versus nature. It was a big racket. Every year you build the embankments, the rains come and wash it all away. Certain contractors made a lot of money doing this. Not only did Sanjoy and Sumita take on this mafia with their work on the ground, but they also wrote about it in the newspapers. And that's when they started getting threats from ULFA, United Liberation Front of Assam. We realized that although they are supposedly anti-state, they are hand in glove at all levels. But we never took the threat seriously. It was a very costly mistake. On the 4th of July 1997, Sanjoy Ghosh was abducted by ULFA militants. He was never seen again. But why did these young activists become such a big threat? Because in just 1 year and 3 months, Sanjoy and Sumita had managed to mobilize 30,000 locals to participate in a movement to build their own embankments. All said and done, the ULFA played on people's sympathy. That the government does not do anything for you, so support us. Join the revolution. If villagers start taking constructive action, it is detrimental to their cause. Sanjoy's untimely and tragic death resulted in the project folding up. The team disbanded. Sumita relocated to Gurgaon with her kids. Difficult as it was, life had to go on. I still had the MacArthur Fellowship, but I changed the topic to conflict resolution. I did a comparative study of different movements, those which had used violence and those which had not. Sumita reached an important conclusion. Non-violent movements empower women, whereas violent struggles, like in Kashmir, have the opposite effect. I researched this area for 2 to 3 years and then got involved with the Hunger Project, an organization based in the US. The Hunger Project aims to reduce hunger, but they try to do it through various means, such as working with women at the micro level, and through them influence the agendas of local self-governments. I worked with women panchayat leaders, developing and building their leadership capacities. That was really good work, interesting work. In 2001, Sumita got a Fulbright Fellowship and spent a year at the Eastern Mennonite University in the US, an institution which does not preach any religion, but is based on faith. This is where I first got the idea of Rang Sutra. I was writing papers pondering on conflict resolution, and I realized that every conflict is an opportunity for change. You can either choose to be put down by it or to accept it and improve the situation. By tuning out the noise and understanding what is really going on. And at this time of retreat and reflection, Sumita was also struck by the increasing gap between India shining and the India where electricity was yet to reach. The heart of India still beating in its thousands of villages. I was writing a paper on organizations as part of my course, That's when I thought of this whole idea of doing something to make a difference in the textile and craft industry. Men wear the same clothes whether in villages or cities, but as a woman, you have to adjust and balance. In the traditional model, an artisan creates, gets a pittance, fancy shops sell, make a killing. Could that model be tweaked to make it fairer and yet commercially viable? Now, although Sumita had left Rajasthan in 1993, she had remained in touch with the weavers. I used to organize exhibitions for them in Delhi every year, and I was also in touch with weavers from Assam, West Bengal, and Uttarakhand. I felt that we should all get together and retail through a small shop. By selling through exhibitions and supplying small quantities to retail outlets, including Fab India, the Urmul Trust was making revenues of 1 crore rupees a year. And it had taken 10 years to get there. The weavers were happy. They were getting orders, selling their stuff, and even getting a bonus. But there was no business plan, no targets. Anyone with a little bit of intelligence and feeling of humanity will know that one is dependent on the other. The retailer cannot exist without the artisan and vice versa. Actually, Urmul Trust was doing many different things. Health, education, environment, drinking water. So the handcraft effort was not being given enough attention. So much more could be done with it. When Sumita returned to India in December 2002, it was once again time for the annual Urmul exhibition. This time, she decided to do something more concrete. Initially, I thought of a cooperative because that was the traditional way of thinking. Then I met with Amrita Patel, who now heads Amul. Amrita said, "In Rajasthan, cooperatives are mired in red tape. Why don't you think of becoming a producer company instead?" Taking her advice, Sumita registered Rang Sutra as a producer company in December 2004. What is a producer company? Simply a company where producers are shareholders. It functions like a company in all ways, except that it does not exist for giving a dividend. Well, you do give back some of the dividends to your shareholders, who are the artisans and producers, but part of the profits are also reinvested to build capacities of others. So the producer company has a social objective in addition to business goals, which is great. But the limitation with the producer company is that it does not allow financial investors. If you're not a producer, you cannot be a shareholder. The structure indicates an inherent distrust of the capitalist. वो तो सिर्फ पैसा कमाना चाहते हैं. उससे हमारे काम और हमारे सोशल ऑब्जेक्टिव से कोई मतलब नहीं. Which means you need your own capital to start. But neither Sumita nor the artisans had the funds. 10 of us put in 10,000 rupees each, and that's all the capital we had to start with. Rupees 1 lakh. Sumita tried to access funds from banks, but they had little or no idea what a producer company was. Banks would not open an account, and getting a loan was impossible because there was no balance sheet to show. At the same time, Rang Sutra was no longer eligible for grants. After all, it was not an NGO now, but a profit-making organization. People were not willing to give Rang Sutra money, but were willing to loan me money. So I borrowed and invested in the company. In the year 2005, we worked as a producer company, doing most of the same things we did as an NGO. We couldn't really take it much further. That's when Sumita met Vineet Rai from Avishkar Social Venture Fund. Both Vineet and I are Ashok Fellows. That was the connection. Vineet managed to convince me that it really does not matter whether you're a producer company or a private company, as long as you have the same interests at heart. The point is, you have more flexibility to operate, to raise funds. And thus in 2006, Rang Sutra was registered as a private company. And at this point, Fab India also entered the picture. We had been supplying to Fab India in small bits and pieces over the years, and I had been in contact with William Bissell. In fact, he had been supportive of the producer company as well. Rangsutra now created a completely new structure with four-way shareholding. Sumita has a 20% stake, Fab India has 30%, and Avishkar 23%. The balance shareholding is with artisans. It was a big task getting the artisans to agree, but when Fab India and Avishkar came in, and I myself borrowed quite a large sum and invested in the company, they realized we were serious. 1,060 artisans are now owners of Rangasutra. They were offered shares at a price of 100 rupees, whereas Avishkar and Fab India bought their stakes at a premium. Sounds like an ideal setup, but of course, there are issues. It's been a real challenge getting people who are traditionally seen as labor to feel and behave like equals, like management. It's a bit of walking the tightrope. लेकिन धीरे धीरे हो रहा है. We just had a board meeting about 2 weeks ago, and it's a fact that Fab India has stronger voice there. They come in with more power. But at the end of the day, even the artisans can say, this price does not work for us. We are not doing social work. And they also understand that. Then there is the issue of mindset. Making people shift from an NGO style of working to a business style aimed at making profits. At the end of the exhibitions, Urmul used to be left with a lot of unsolds. As an NGO, you can bear the loss because you're subsidized by grants. But now I have to think 100 times and make sure we produce only what sells. Rangasutra focuses on its USPs: hand embroidery, extra weft weaving, and now a unique form of tie and dye. With the help of designers, one full-timer based in Bikaner and others who freelance, the company creates a range of products. These are then shown to the selection committee at Fab India, currently Rangasutra's biggest client. The bigger concern is delivering on time and ensuring quality. Just yesterday, I was having this heated argument with a weaver I've known for 20 years, laughed Sumita. She said, when you took the order, you said 3 months were more than enough. In fact, you asked for 2 months and I gave you 1 month extra. Par kaam abhi tak khatam nahi hua. The weaver replied, there was a certain death in the village. No one worked 20 days. And this is not a one-off incident. So how does Sumita tackle it? I'm at it all the time, she sighs. Actually, I'm finding the women much more forward and progressive in their thinking. They want to earn more, do more. How much they earn, of course, depends on how much they work. On average, a woman would put in 4 to 5 hours a day and earn 3,000 to 4,000 rupees in a month. Well, there is enough work for her to go up to 8 hours a day, but it would be bad for the eyes. And of course, she has other responsibilities, looking after the children, the cattle, the cooking, and even drawing water. The working woman's balancing act, no matter where she may be. Interestingly, most of the shareholders of Rangasutra are women and first-time investors. They do not have much money, so they would buy 5 shares for 500 rupees, but they were very enthusiastic about owning shares. It is this energy and zeal which has propelled Rangasutra's remarkable growth. Sales have grown from 26 lakhs in 2007 to 1.5 crores in 2008 and crossed 4 crores in 2009. The company is hoping to cross 8 crores by March 2011. Last year, Rangasutra even declared a dividend of 10%, and there are social returns as well. We have been able to provide continuous work to all our artisan shareholders, as much as they wanted, which is a great thing. In a year of drought, our people don't have to join NREGA. They are earning enough sitting at home. Apart from 1,000 odd shareholders, Rangasutra also employs 1,000 other artisans. And as the company continues to grow, that number will only go up. Already, Rangasutra is working with artisans in Jaisalmer and Barmer district. NGOs and self-help groups, SHGs, from other parts of India are also keen to become part of Rangasutra and access a bigger market. I know we have to scale up, but don't want to become a sourcing agency कि यहाँ से, वहाँ से, कहीं से भी माल ले लिया. We need to develop leaders in the villages at the organization level to function as a collective. To coordinate the various groups working for it, Rangsutra now has 21 employees and an office in Bikaner. The Delhi office is a sampling unit with a Masterji at work, which Sunita visits a couple of times a week. Like all my artisans, I am home-based, she smiles. Less carbon footprint. Eco-friendly efforts like using natural dyes make Rangsutra products more ethical, and this could also help the company expand overseas. The next step is building a Rangsutra brand, but we don't plan to set up a retail chain. We are exploring other alternatives like shop in a shop and selling through the internet. And the future could lie not just in textiles and craft, but drawing on other aspects of rural life. Farm products is one possibility, especially organic foods. The other area we are keen to venture into is rural tourism, which we have started in a small way in Bikaner. We are targeting people who want to know more about the people and the place beyond the palaces and forts. And going beyond working as a change agent, there are many possibilities. D-Light Design, a company in the business of affordable lighting solutions, is keen to link up with Rangsutra. D-Light needs a channel to distribute its products, such as Kiran, which is the world's cheapest solar lantern. Oh, it would really be a wonderful thing for the villagers. Women will be able to get 2 hours extra work done. Children can study better. We are exploring how to take this forward. Let there be light. The light of hope, of change and transformation. In holding this lantern, Sumita too has found herself changed. People thought I was a complete idiot to leave a good job in an international NGO, take a loan and start Rangsutra. After all, I had 2 children to raise and I had never managed a business. But she's done it. Proved them wrong. You know, I also face criticism at NGO fora for going outside the cooperative mold. But this model works. I'm glad I took the risk. A journey which began in Rajasthan 25 years ago has come a full circle. The man who took the risk, who started this grand adventure, is no longer with us. Wherever he is, he will be proud. Advice to young entrepreneurs. There are so many opportunities and so many things that can be done. We started off with the spinning and weaving. Now we are thinking of rural tourism and organic food. The sky is the limit. Demand for ethnic, natural and handcrafted products sourced from villages is only growing. All you need is a little bit of creativity, and it helps to have a team. Maybe get a couple of years' experience. And also you should spend some time in the villages, in the real India. Learn about the richness of the place. Appreciate all that can be learned from there. We worked in Bikaner for a very low salary, but what we got from the people there was priceless. The connections made cannot be measured in terms of money. I know it was the social capital I built from years spent in Rajasthan that is responsible for Rangsutra's success today. Then, of course, a social business like any other must find a market for its products and focus on quality and delivery to its customers. No one is going to buy from you just because your fabric is woven by a rural artisan. You need a spirit of adventure, risk-taking and drive. It is never too early to start, and never too late either. I began very late. Country Roads, Saloni Malhotra, Desi Crew. As a 23-year-old engineering graduate, Saloni decided to do something different with her life. 3 dots in her head: rural, technology and business connected to form Desi Crew, India's first rural BPO. The project has also become a feather in the cap of IIT Madras, which incubated the idea. Saloni Malhotra is polite, petite and soft-spoken. In fact, she looks like she might still be in college. It is a problem sometimes. She admits, people in this industry are expected to have some white hair. It gives the client confidence. But Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala of IIT Madras needed no such proof. He met a young woman of 23 with a crazy dream and decided she was up to the challenge. The challenge of setting up a business with a social objective. She failed the first time and the second time, but in its third avatar, Desi Crew got it right. Today, the company is a sustainable, profitable rural BPO. In the process, it has brought income, empowerment, and exposure to the young people in Mofussil towns and villages, giving them a reason to stay rooted and yet stay relevant. And it all began in the head of a young woman who had never visited a village. A dream took Saloni from Delhi to the dusty roads of Tamil Nadu. A dream can take you anywhere. Saloni Malhotra grew up in Delhi. I attended a small convent school in Delhi called Carmel Convent. Both my parents are doctors. My father is a professor with AIIMS, while my mother has a private practice. However, Saloni chose to take up engineering. Like many students from Delhi, she came to Bharati Vidyapeeth in Pune to study. I was very keen on extracurricular activities in college. I got involved with a group called Leo Club, a junior wing of the Lions Club. We took up a lot of development activities and became one of the star performing clubs in Pune. Saloni joined the Leo Club as a team member and exited as president of the club. We grew the club from 7 to 60 people, and that's where I realized I enjoy doing something which is in the development space, but at the same time involves ideating, fundraising, and running like a business. Saloni realized this is the thing that I want to do for the rest of my life. But what could she do as a fresh young B.Tech? I thought it was very unfair to go and talk to parents and say, I want to start an NGO. So I decided to get some experience in a small startup. The startup was Web Chutney, an interactive agency. It didn't really matter what she was doing because the idea was to learn कि अपना business चलाना क्या होता है. I joined the business development profile and worked there for a brief period. When I left, I had some sort of idea as to what I wanted to start, but still wasn't very sure. At this point, Saloni's parents said, if you want to do something, do it now or go for your MBA. Saloni was very clear she did not want to do an MBA, so that was one option out of the way. I sat at home for 6 months trying to figure out what I wanted to start. Then I heard Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala speak at a conference. I found him fascinating and sent across a resume introducing myself. The year was 2003. Saloni was all of 23 years old. I had done some research and found that he was one of the key persons promoting the concept of a social business. So I was really excited when he actually took the trouble to reply. Saloni went down to IIT Madras to meet him. I had an idea, but I wasn't sure if it was feasible. When we met, I shared the idea with him, and he asked me 1,000 different questions. That conversation was a turning point for me. Saloni had 3 dots in her head: rural, business, and technology. But she didn't know what the best way to join them would be. Professor Jhunjhunwala said, instead of thinking of selling things to people in the village, we should look for ways to infuse money into rural areas. That was a pretty radical idea. But what non-farm goods can one buy from villages? We had the likes of the Khadi Village Industries, Fab India, and Lijjat Papad. All of them support rural artisans, women working from home. But the other model creating waves in urban India at the time was outsourcing. We were seeing educated people migrating from small towns to large cities in search of jobs. This was putting a lot of pressure on the city and on the migrants themselves. Was it possible to turn that model on its head? Combine rural manpower with communication technology to start outsourcing work to the villages? And if so, what kind of services could be provided? This idea excited Saloni, and Professor Jhunjhunwala lent physical and mentoring support. He said, "I will give you space to work and to network. We are already doing development work in villages. We can give you access to those places." There was just one caveat. "I will give you 2 years to do the groundwork, but you can't come back with a paper saying this cannot be done. I want a live company. When opportunity knocks, you can't just stare at it through the peephole. You must open the door and welcome it into your life," which is what Saloni did. Professor Jhunjhunwala asked one last question. "Would you like to work from Delhi or Chennai?" Trick question, but Saloni was clear. Lots of people speak English in Tamil Nadu, even in the villages. That is one of the reasons that I chose Tamil Nadu. It is easier to sell in the BPO business. In my mind, I knew it had to be Chennai, so I said, "I have come with my bag and I'm staying here." He said, "Okay then, start from tomorrow." And that's what happened. I didn't go back to Delhi. At the time I was traveling, trying to find what I wanted to do. I had fixed appointments with various people to visit them and understand different rural models. Even as she was completing these explorations, the tsunami struck Tamil Nadu. Saloni joined in the relief operations. Finally, in January 2004, she began work. Rather, she began working on ways to turn a dream into reality. I remembered my first day in the engineering college hostel when I met a girl from Sangli for whom computer engineering was her passport to a better life. It made me realize that the computer is more than an electronic device. And entrepreneurship is more than having a great idea. Ideas are like seeds which need plenty of water and sunshine to grow. And IIT provided just that. Moreover, the dad came with a stipend and parent value. I could say to my folks, "See, I'm doing something at IIT." Grins Saloni. It's a different thing that this something was very loosely defined. IIT Madras did not have a formal incubator at that time, so they used to hire people as research associates. If the idea took off, then they would spin it into a company. In fact, Saloni's rural ITES project was the first incubatee, and like all experiments, this one had its share of trial and error. Lots of errors. "The first model we tried flopped at the end of 1 year," she shrugs. The model was kiosk-based. The idea was to have a computer center in a village which would enable education, healthcare, and a host of other benefits. Several organizations were trying to make this happen in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Tamil Nadu. In all, there were 7,000 to 8,000 kiosks spread across the country. The problem these kiosks were facing was they were free for 10 hours a day. That means over thousands of hours of computer time lying idle. Saloni's idea was simple. Get people to start working from these kiosks. To do this, she took the help of Nlog, a company started on the IIT Madras campus which had put up 3,000 such kiosks. For the pilot program, we identified 15 locations. Then I began looking for work. The team decided to start with publishing, DTP, data entry, formatting of documents. She tried selling services internally to IIT, to friends and to ex-IITians who were running companies. And work did come, but the model was just not scalable. In small numbers like 10 to 15 or maximum 20 kiosks, you can make it happen. You can get seasonal work, but that's not a business which you can sustain. But at least there was proof of concept. There are educated people in villages who would rather stay back if they could earn a decent living. You just needed a better business model. After much introspection, Saloni realized a couple of basic home truths. Asking people to work from home would do no good. They didn't have enough discipline, exposure, or infrastructure. We decided there should be 4 or 5 computers in one place so small groups can come together, and each center would be run as a franchisee. In Feb 2007, the project was formally registered as Desi Crew Solutions Private Limited. The company now zeroed in on 10 locations and identified franchisees, but there were a host of issues. Since computers are expensive, they would buy second-hand machines and have a lot of problems like viruses. So we decided to provide the critical bits, the CPU, UPS, and original software. Each franchisee was free to decide how much to pay employees, but he would have to comply with labor laws and requirements such as PF and ESI. But within 3 months, Saloni realized it was not going to work. The franchisee will not invest in the business until he sees a steady revenue stream. A customer is not going to put work on the table till he sees stable infrastructure. So it was like a chicken and egg story. What's more, margins in the BPO industry are slim, especially for smaller companies. The model did not make economic sense. And that was important because Desi Crew was not an NGO. It was a private limited company. Profit is important, but mainly as a measure of our efficiency. It tells us that everything is working fine. We thought we could make money by getting work from the customer, keeping a small percentage of it and passing on the rest to the franchisees. But like I said, the franchisee had no interest in building the business. Why train people or retain them if there was a lean period with little or no work? I remember once we made a surprise visit and found that the franchisee had switched off the lights to save on the electricity bill. So people were literally working in a dark room. The decentralized model was clearly not working. Desi Crew would have to set up its own offices to make things happen the way management wanted. A decision was taken to buy out 4 of the existing franchisees and convert them to company-owned units. I said, okay, we will make the investment in the setup, especially in the infrastructure. That way the clients will be comfortable. And if they ask, is this a scalable model, Desi Crew can say, yes, we can add on more PCs, more people as required. From the employee point of view, there would be the comfort of working in an office and not at the mercy of the franchisee. We took care of basic factors like a small conference room, dining area, bathrooms. Apart from computers, we installed gensets to ensure there was no downtime due to an electricity cut. Expansion was not immediate, but over time, a unit with 3 computers has grown to a 65-seat facility, and the franchisee still works there as an employee. The unit is located near Coimbatore in a place called Paladam, with a population of 50,000. We tried different kinds of locations. So we set up 2 units in a panchayat village with a population of 10,000 and 2 others in smaller villages, just to understand what kind of place works best for us. This time, things fell in place. It was late 2007, over 3.5 years since Saloni had first conceived of the project. But how did the company hold out through tough times and slow revenues? We started with seed money of 5 lakhs from IIT. I put in my personal savings as well. All throughout, we made some money, but we kept searching for the right business model. Being part of the incubator, everyone really encouraged us by saying, it's okay to fail, it's no big deal, you will learn something even out of that. That happened, and it led to other good things. In 2008, Desi Crew got its first investor. And it was not someone out of the blue, but a person who had been following the company closely. Rajiv Kuchal, former COO of OnMobile. Rajiv was from the BPO space, so we used to go to him every quarter and ask for guidance. He had seen us grow over 2 years, and he knew this was both a social and a business venture. That was, in fact, the reason why he chose to invest. Rajiv did not want to invest in pure business or technology. In fact, he had been running an NGO for some time, so the social aspect of Desi Crew is what made us attractive. Business with a social objective, or social operation with a business dimension. Whichever way you look at it, it made a lot of sense. As a BPO, Desi Crew offers three main lines of service. The first is documentation and digitization, everything from data entry to scanning and indexing, not very high tech, but high in volume. Insurance companies, a couple of banks, and NGOs are the main clients for this service. The second area Desi Crew works in is the content space, where it does everything from secondary research to content population and cleanup. Someone has data running in tens of thousands. Someone needs to make sure that everything is correct. Like if there is a picture of Abhishek Bachchan, it should not say Shah Rukh. Among other things, Desi Crew also works with a local mobile search engine and undertakes feature testing for beta products on the web. The third line of service is transcription and translation, especially from English to Indian languages and vice versa. In all, there are 250 employees on the payroll, which includes 2 business heads and 12 project managers. And this is where the social aspect comes in. There are people with ITI diplomas, with bachelor's degrees, and even some postgraduates. But they are all people who've chosen to live and work in their native village or move back from cities. A rural area does not mean that salary is low. But yes, the cost of living is far less, so they can save a large chunk of what they earn. Entry-level workers at Desi Crew, known as crewmates, draw between 5,000 to 6,000 rupees, with another 2,000 coming in as performance incentives. The advantage to the customer is quality work at competitive rates. Our rental expense is almost zero, we don't have transport cost, food is cheap, so the overheads are definitely lower. The other advantage is that the cost of attrition is very high in the cities. At Desi Crew, employees are far more rooted, more loyal. Until recently, 70% were, in fact, women. Recent projects required evening and night shifts, so we hired male staff, explains Saloni. Although reluctant to disclose revenue figures, Saloni does tell me with considerable pride that over the last couple of years, Desi Crew has become profitable. That was very critical for us because we wanted to show this model is commercially viable before scaling it up and asking other people to put in their money. In July 2008, Desi Crew also did a very large project for the government of Rajasthan. The government had launched a scheme which involved opening bank accounts, giving health insurance and giving 1,500 rupees to every below poverty line home in the state. But the idea was to give these benefits only to the women of the house. Now this posed a problem, as traditionally, data about the woman of the household is not captured in any kind of survey. A massive exercise was undertaken to collect the names and details of women and get them to sign the insurance forms. All the data would come to us, we would digitize it, separate it, and send the details to the bank, to the smart card vendor, and so on. We also alerted the concerned authorities when we detected fraud cases. The work was completed over a period of just 2 months. To handle it, Desi Crew employed close to 1,500 people. And if things go as per plan, such numbers may soon become permanent reality. We are looking at 500 employees by March 2011. Sounds ambitious, I think to myself. But this young woman is confident. It can be done. We've made a lot of progress. Till last year, our project managers were based in Chennai or Bangalore or Bombay, wherever the customer was located. This year, we felt people were ready to move to the next level. Project managers do come to Bangalore or Bombay to interact with the client, but they are based on site. In terms of growing the model, that was another thing we had to validate, because middle management was the biggest concern our customers had. The quality of resumes Desi Crew is attracting is also evolving. One recent hire is an Air Force officer who took VRS after 20 years of service. The head office is based in Chennai, and that team travels to different centers for training and monitoring. We have very structured monthly reviews, so everybody turns up for that. Business is steady, with 8 main clients. who, for obvious reasons, cannot be named here. Interestingly, one of them in an insurance company, which came on board after reading about Desi Crew in the Economic Times. The head of the organization called and left a note on our website. That's how we landed the contract. Desi Crew's second big customer is a well-known internet company. Their head of research was visiting IIT and on hearing about a rural BPO, expressed the desire to go see what was happening. We started with one small project for them, and today they are one of our biggest customers. When it comes to the question of scale, the question clients have is how many locations and what's your management bandwidth? Well, I feel it is possible because firstly, we have answers to every concern that they have. And secondly, there is competition. A lot of other people have started similar distributed models, so that validates our idea in a sense. In fact, more and more BPOs are looking at Indian customers, and they find the global delivery model doesn't always work. If a foreign company was willing to pay, an Indian company will pay 1/3 of that. So many people are experimenting with our model, the Tatas, Infosys, Wipro, Aditya Birla Group. In time, some of these companies may even outsource their outsourced work to Desi Crew. We are open to it. Our main objective is to create more employment and infuse more money into rural India. If that objective is met, why not? The social objective is also the gas which keeps the Desi Crew engine running at the level of top management. It's what attracts top quality minds committed to making a difference. We have Manivanan, who is our president and CEO. He was also one of the founding members of Gram IT, which was Satyam's rural BPO. Also part of the startup team are Ashwant and Thiru. Ashwant is an MBA from the UK who came back to try for civil services but joined Desi Crew instead. Thiru is an entrepreneur, a lecturer, a hardware engineer, among many other things. All these people who could have been working elsewhere, making more money, but they chose to be here instead. I think the drive of creating something that is valuable, that does good, but in a new and interesting way is why we all are here. The profit motive remains, but more as a measure of efficiency than an end in itself. So if an insurance company says, I can give you work, but I want 100 people in Bombay, we will not take that up because it does not comply with our overall objective of setting up in a smaller town and providing local employment. Or, for example, an offer from an internet company related to search engines and classification work. We turned down a very large business because we didn't know how much porn we would have been exposed to. It was difficult to say no because the project would have employed 300 people. It could have been a big leap for the company. But look before you leap, as they say. Yet, sometimes you simply have to take that leap of faith, as Saloni did, when she decided to stay back in Chennai. It took 2 years to first set up the company, longer to find a model which worked. But then Desi Crew became a success story, the first incubator at IIT Madras to actually start laying eggs. The incubator is now called Rural Technology and Business Incubator. So it has to have a rural component, a technology component, and a business component. 12 companies have come into the fold over the last 2 years. And finally, the question of social impact. How do we ever really know? Well, a dipstick study undertaken recently threw up some heartening facts. With people earning more money is available in the economy. Let's take one of our typical villages, Kolur, where around 25 people work. Each of them earns an average of 5,000 rupees, so that's substantial purchasing power. Then there are the intangible effects. Like Desi Crew brought broadband connectivity to the village. Now 60 people have taken connections through that same exchange. Most important of all is the impact on the local youth, especially girls. A lot of parents said if not for Desi Crew, their daughters would have been sitting at home. Now they are earning. They are more confident and hopeful about their future. Many girls are saving up for their weddings. Some enroll in distance learning programs. Even the boys, reluctant to work in the fields, are happy to be gainfully employed. Ultimately, जो सोचा वही हुआ. Desi Crew is bringing opportunities and income to rural India. And all because a petite girl, all of 23, decided it needed to be done, despite all odds and obstacles. Sometimes things would not move or even go horribly wrong. I recall an episode where a franchisee walked away with our customer. We had trained the team and provided the equipment. I had to go to the police station to get it all back. That was the one time I really questioned, what am I doing? But the moment passed. Fortunately, I have parents who are very supportive. मतलब शादी करने के लिए hassle नहीं कर रहे हैं? Yes, they have given me the space and told me that I can plan things, do things when I want, as I want. If only more parents said such words, we would have more Salonis. More rebels with a wonderful cause. Advice to young entrepreneurs. The only thing I can say from my experience is that it took us 5 years to break even and we are still going through peaks and troughs. Desi Crew wouldn't be there if not for the dedicated team. You just have to hang in there. If you're really passionate about it, just hang on and do whatever it takes. You cannot do it half-heartedly as it won't take you anywhere. So don't put in half-hearted attempts. If you want to contribute to some kind of cause or organization but still retain your regular job, fine. You can do it part-time, even 1 hour a week. But you should really feel for whatever cause you're working towards, not just go for the sake of it. Like before I started, I was not sure what I wanted to do exactly. So I did a lot of part-time and temporary work and I associated with NGOs. You can contribute your expertise like coordinating or recruitment or whatever. There would be 1,000 things to see to. NGOs will always be short on resources. So that will give you a taste of what it really takes. When I worked in Web Chutney in Delhi, it was very clear that one had to work 18 to 20 hours a day to get it off the ground. Be prepared to work really hard, whatever kind of enterprise you set up. Moving Mountains. Ishita Khanna, Spiti Ecosphere. Ishita is young, idealistic, and passionate about conservation. But she believes it must go hand in hand with development. Through Ecosphere, Ishita promotes ecotourism and berry processing, economic incentives for mountain folk to preserve their majestic heritage. Every time I go up to the mountains, I wonder what it would be like to live there. Which is why I am fascinated by Ishita Khanna, a young woman who lost her heart to the Spiti Valley and made it her home and workplace. Since 2002, Ishita has been running Spiti Ecosphere, a social enterprise dedicated to issues of livelihood and conservation. Lofty goals that many talk about, but few manage to achieve. And yet, this petite young woman has shown that it can be done. That no matter where you are, there are resources which can be harnessed. Who knows what magic lies in a delicate orange berry in a hardy villager's hands? Here's the story of the steely determination of a young woman who always loved geography, who believes mountains must continue to stand proud, stand tall. Ishita Khanna was born and raised in Dehradun. I went to Welham Girls' School. My father was in the Merchant Navy and my mother was a housewife. Ishita was a complete backbencher with little interest in academics. The only subject she really liked was geography. From a young age, I always wanted to know about the environment, animals, wildlife, and things like that. My mother took my sister and me on a lot of treks, so that's how my love for nature, especially mountains, grew. Ishita went to study at Delhi University and went on to study geography, the only subject she truly enjoyed. In fact, I got into St. Stephen's College, but for English honours, and I was not willing to compromise. After graduating, Ishita joined TISS, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, for a master's in sociology. She had a vague plan to work in the area of environmental planning, but TISS offered a course in urban and rural community development, and she opted for that instead. I did my master's dissertation on the socio-cultural and ecological impact of tourism. I chose to study Gangotri, which attracts a lot of pilgrims. The project included fieldwork, meeting temple authorities, sadhus, travelers, and those in the travel industry. Ishita's conclusion was that the impact on the ecosystem had largely been negative. There was a huge problem of drainage and garbage disposal. You need proper planning, and you need to involve the local community to handle these issues. That was my finding. After completing her MA, Ishita had no particular goal in life, except to get a job in the area of environmental work. Thus, she joined a central government agency called Kapat, which dispersed funds to various NGOs. Keen to work in rural areas, Ishita asked for a transfer to the state government of Himachal Pradesh. And that's when she first visited Spiti and fell in love. With the place, the people, the ecosphere, pristine, untouched by tourism. But how long before it succumbed to the lure of haphazard development? There's got to be a better way, thought Ishita. A way for economic development and conservation to coexist. The path to change is paved with ideas. And big ideas have small beginnings. In this case, a lowly shrub with pretty orange berries known as sea buckthorn. Sea buckthorn grows in dry, high-altitude areas, and these little berries are the richest known source of vitamin C in the world, so there is a huge commercial value. What's more, the shrub itself binds the soil and prevents erosion. It also fixes nitrogen, thus improving the fertility of the soil. I tried to push it with the government, but they had done some research 10 years ago which concluded that the sea buckthorn growing in Spiti Valley was the wrong species. They had no interest in making the project work. But Ishita believed something could be done. Sea buckthorn was being harvested in neighboring Ladakh by a private party with good results. In 2002, she quit her job and along with two friends, Parikshat and Sunil, started an NGO called Muse. We are all passionate about the mountains and wanted to work towards sustainable development in Spiti Valley. You learn a lot from the mountains. You learn that you're actually controlled by nature, and it makes you humble. The first person Ishita enlisted to her cause was Nono Sonam Angdui, the king of Spiti. A man who no longer enjoys royal powers but is greatly respected by the local community. He's a very progressive person who really wants to do something for the people of Spiti. He too had heard about the potential of sea buckthorn and agreed to extend every possible support. An endorsement which helped the outsider with her new-flanged ideas get quickly accepted. Ishita organized local women into groups for harvesting and trained them to clean and process the berries. It would have been much easier to hire a contractor to do the job, but the idea was to benefit the local population. We tied up with Leh Berry to buy the pulp from us so we could focus on production. In the first year, 2 tons of pulp was harvested and processed. The next year, that jumped to 5 tons. The berries were harvested in the month of September over a 2-week period. Meanwhile, the German agency GTZ agreed to fund a small processing unit. We were not even properly registered at the point of time. I guess we were just lucky. We went with the proposal and they gave us 11 lakhs. Most of that money went into machinery as well as barrels, crates, a pulper and generators, standard equipment for any fruit juice production unit. Locals, mostly women, were employed in cleaning and processing. On average, they earned rupees 500 to 800 per day. So far, so good. But the enterprise was not sustainable. The problem was the purchase price of the berries. There was just one buyer and he could be unreasonable. We had to constantly struggle with Leh Berry to get a fair price. So in 2004, we decided to launch our own brand under the name Sering. The venture makes a nominal profit. Meanwhile, Ishita realized that there were other important issues, such as the rapid and unfettered growth of tourism. Till the early 1990s, even Indians needed permission to enter Spiti. But as the area opened up, it began developing haphazardly, like a typical hill station. Guest houses were coming up everywhere, and there was no proper sewage or drainage system, and these guest houses benefited the rich, helping them to get richer. We decided to change that by introducing ecotourism. The tourism business was mostly handled by operators from Delhi and Manali. Travelers rarely experienced the local culture apart from visiting a monastery. I knew there was a market for a different kind of experience. We introduced homestays so that anyone with an extra room could earn some money. And travelers got to stay with locals, eat with them, even learn to cook at times. Apart from homestays, Ecosphere has trained local youth to take visitors on treks and jeep safaris. From how to set up camp, guide groups up the mountain, and even basic first aid, they now know and handle it all. Meanwhile, marketing is Ishita's baby, and the medium she uses primarily is the internet. Travel agents and hotels felt threatened, so we had to do the selling ourselves. Last year, we brought in 30 groups, mainly foreigners. Some of them are even volunteers who are keen to work on our development projects. These projects include putting up greenhouses to grow vegetables and helping communities build energy-efficient housing. These efforts have reduced the consumption of firewood by 50 to 60% per household. We ensure our trips are eco-friendly by reducing the use of plastic. Our tour groups don't need to buy mineral water bottles. We provide them with AquaGuard water. The tourism project generates revenues of 35 to 40 lakhs per annum and is profitable. The Seabugthorn unit just about manages to break even. We processed 17 tons of berries last year, but building a new brand is a slow process. We're getting there slowly. Ecosphere generates around 50% of its revenues. The balance still comes from funding agencies, but the fact that she can run a profitable social enterprise gives Ishita a high. If you're fully dependent on agencies for funds, you have to constantly go around with a begging bowl, and often their focus is different from yours. Since Ecosphere is self-sustaining, we have the freedom to do what we really think needs to be done. Every year, Ishita spends 8 months from April to November in Spiti. There is also a small support team based in Delhi. The Ecosphere local office is in Kaza, the headquarters of Spiti Valley, a bustling township, kind of like the Shimla of Spiti. I live in a room right next to the office. A typical day at work starts at 9 in the morning and ends at around 6 or 7. Of course, everything has to happen in the summer because in winter the temperature plunges to minus 35 degrees. Back in 2002, there wasn't even an STD facility. Now there are mobile phones and even a cyber cafe. Electricity is not a big issue in summer, but there is no running water. As it gets colder, you have to light a fire around the hand pump to warm it up and draw the pani out. The culture of Spiti, its language and its food, is heavily influenced by Tibet. People are simple and friendly, and women are strong-willed. I have never faced any problems as far as being a woman goes, and my family has always been supportive, says Ishita. So what lies ahead? Already, Ecosphere has started development initiatives in the neighboring valley of Lahaul. Ishita also plans to do something about the mountain garbage problem. Ultimately, we want to work with the government at a policy level. The number of visitors that Spiti Valley can accommodate needs to be restricted to some extent, like Bhutan. This region is ecologically fragile and cannot take the strain. Much as she loves the majestic mountains of Spiti, Ishita knows she has to focus on building local capacities. In a couple of years, she might even withdraw completely, keeping only an advisory role. The lessons from the ecosphere experiment are many. I learned that it is difficult to get everyone to work together. In the case of Seaberg Thorn, we took the community approach. But with tourism, we decided to focus on enterprising individuals. And of course, working in villages with simple mountain folk needs a lot of patience. In the city, life is fast and things move quickly. Here it takes 2 years to get anything off the ground. So what keeps Ishita going? I'm not ambitious in the monetary sense, that I want to earn a particular figure or drive a certain brand of car. I just want to do some meaningful work, which can make a difference to people and to the environment. Yes, it has meant a different kind of lifestyle, but it never felt like a sacrifice. My parents constantly grumble that I don't spend enough time with them, which is true. I think someday I might want to settle down, go back to Dehradun. For now, there are mountains to climb and ecospheres to embrace. For this child of nature, citizen of the world. Advice to young entrepreneurs. If you have an idea, you just have to do it. That's what we did. There was no money, no roadmap, but I think that is the way it works. You just have to jump into it. If you plan too much, then sometimes you lose your nerve. The more you give, the more you get back. Small changes you make in your own life can make a difference to the environment. You know what they say about closing your tap while brushing. Well, every little drop does count. Since I started living in Spiti, I experienced that personally. I know what it means to pump a bucket of water from the hand pump at a high altitude. It is torture. We take people up to Spiti and show them that these are the tough conditions people live in. Every little change in your life can make an impact on theirs as well. Prodigal Son. Harish Hande, Selco. Harish Hande is a mad scientist. As a PhD student, he spent 2 years living in rural Sri Lanka and India before starting Selco, a company which makes solar lighting suitable and affordable for villages. Selco has installed 120,000 systems in Karnataka and plans to take the mission nationwide in the near future. With his curly hair, crumpled shirt and crooked smile, Harish Hande looks every bit the young scientist. But long ago, as a PhD student, he stepped out of the laboratory to solve energy problems of people in the real world. I realized that equations are meaningless. The real challenge is taking technology to the poor, the ones who need it the most. But before you create a solution, you need to study the problem. And so, Harish spent 2 years actually living in the villages, at the end of which he knew one thing for sure. The poor can and will pay for solar energy. But there is no one-size-fits-all technology. You have to customize, create products people need. Thus, in 1995, a company called Selco came into being. With its mix of practical insight and financial acumen, Selco has achieved what others have only talked about at conferences and seminars: solar energy systems on a mass scale. Systems bought by peanut farmers, pani puri vendors, midwives, and even daily wage laborers, because it makes sound economic sense. Link energy with income generation, and the poorest of the poor can afford solar lighting, shrugs Harish. On a Sunday morning, in the stillness of Selco's Bangalore headquarters, Harish speaks with passion about his ideals, his inspirations, and the road ahead. A road so different from the one most have taken, but so illuminated, so bright. Harish Hande was born in Bangalore but brought up in Rourkela. My father worked with the steel plant. Rourkela is a closed society. You have access to all facilities. Education is its forte. Thanks to peer pressure, Harish took a shot at IIT and got a decent JEE rank. The choice was between computer science in IT BHU and chemical engineering or metallurgy at IIT Kharagpur. Harish eventually joined Kharagpur, but opted for an unusual branch. I decided to do my bachelor's in energy engineering. It was a small department with just 7 students. People warned him. Jobs would be difficult. But Harish countered, how do we know exactly what will happen after 4 years? Besides, a job was not on his mind at the time. He enjoyed the course, a mix of electrical, chemical, and mechanical engineering. On the energy front, it was a khichdi of everything, from biogas to biomass to nuclear. But in my second year, I became fascinated by solar energy and decided to do my master's in the US. So in his final year, Harish looked hard for universities offering a program in sustainable energy. The University of Massachusetts, UMass, was one of the very few which did, and he was accepted for an MS. At UMass, Harish started working in the area of thermal energy. I was researching how molten salts react when the sun falls on steel. Harish's advisor at the university was Jose Martin, a Cuban American. One fine day, about a year into my MS, he asked me to go to the Dominican Republic. There, for the first time, I saw how solar lighting was used by people in their homes. The experience changed his entire thought process. Harish spent 2 months with his advisor's good friend Richard Anson, a pioneer in the field of rural electrification. Richard had begun experimenting with the idea of decentralized energy as early as 1984. I went there and saw his work in rural areas. Very poor people were using solar power and paying for it. That's when I realized I had to go beyond equations and technology. In 1991, Harish returned to UMass and asked his professors if he could shift his focus to the socio-economic side of energy. The department objected. They said, "This is an engineering department, so you have to do a PhD related to engineering." But Harish's advisor stood by him and allowed him to come back to India to begin field work. The question Harish wanted an answer to was simple. Let us assume technology is there and it is usable. But what does it take to actually make it work, to get people to embrace it? Harish first went to Sri Lanka because he wanted to blend in with the locals and get real answers, not to be treated like a sahib or a better educated person. Oh, that was my perception, right or wrong, he exclaims with boyish delight. Another more practical reason was the presence of a friend in Sri Lanka working in the NGO sector. Harish contacted him and asked, "Can you put me in this village where you are working?" It was tougher than expected, but also fun in many ways, and then you get used to it. There was the language problem, the LTTE problem, and the usual problems of rural areas. Say you want to go to Colombo. You go to the bus stand, and they say, "The next bus will come in 3 days." I learned to say, "Okay, no problem. This is life." You are prepared to face anything. After the Sri Lankan experience, the rural space became a part of my consciousness. I mean, no water for 10 days, okay, I can live with it. But all the while, my parents had no idea what I was doing. After 6 months in that Lankan village, Harish shifted to India. He spent a year and a half in rural Karnataka, again simply immersing himself into life in the village. I discovered that what I had learned over the years boiled down to nothing. The way people live their lives or look at things is completely different. So are their needs. For example, I was taught about the efficiency of solar home lighting, but in rural India it was hardly a concern. After all, there is no issue of roof space. Then there are studies which say that the average rural household's needs are 500 watts. But Harish found this was absolutely not the case. Many villagers want just one light for 2 hours in the morning to help milk the cows, and this consumes just 20 watts. These were things Harish would never have discovered sitting in Bangalore. And with these many different insights came the idea of Selco. In 1994, Harish was in Washington, D.C., where he met Neville Williams. Neville was running a non-profit called SELF, Solar Electric Light Fund. He said, "Harish, would you be interested in implementing a solar lighting project in India?" "Of course," replied Harish. But within a week, he called Neville and said, "Your project does not make sense in India." What happens after 100 systems are installed? Who will provide after-sales support? Are we merely doing these installations to take some pretty pictures and show the donors that good work is being done? Instead, Harish proposed, "Let us start a company." Why a company and not an NGO? Because a company is more transparent, more accountable, and more responsible to customers. If a company installs a system and it doesn't work, it will send an engineer to service it. Now, that's unlikely to happen with a charity. If we look at the poor as a monolithic structure, we come up with a standardized solution. That is why we haven't managed to eradicate poverty in this country, or for that matter in South America or elsewhere. For us, profit was never a bad word. If we have to cater to a street vendor, for her to survive, she had to make money. If she has to make a profit, and we will survive on grants, it won't work in the long run. And so in 1994, Selco came into being. The name was inspired by Edison's electric light company, and the aim was to establish two big ideas. The poor can pay, and they can maintain technology. Well and good. But starting a company in 1994 was not that easy. A social investor called E Plus Co. agreed to take a small equity stake. But that required permission from the FIBP, Foreign Investment Promotion Board. I had no idea how to handle the paperwork. Besides, you had to go to Delhi for the FIPB, and that was expensive. So for the first 2 years, I somehow pulled along with my own savings. It took over a year to get the money, a princely sum of 4 lakhs. In 1995, Selco was formally registered, and the following year received a working capital loan from USAID. All the while, Harish ran a very tight ship with a tiny budget of 1,000 to 1,500 rupees per month. But I was fortunate, I would say. Because we did not have money in the early years, we became innovative in our thought process. Selco did not invent any new technology. A solar panel is fairly standard. It consists of a rooftop panel, a battery which gets charged daily, and lights. The battery can dry off, so someone needs to top it up once in 6 to 8 months. You also need to wash the panel every now and then and watch against cockroaches or rats eating up the wire. Solar panels are made in India by companies like Tata BP. We have only improved the technology slightly over a period of time, adds Harish. So where was the innovation? Well, the main issue with solar lighting is the cost. When Selco started up, the system it was trying to sell had a price tag of 15,000 rupees. Even rich farmers were unconvinced. But one of the farmers, his mother was keen. So one day when he was not at home, I quietly went and installed the first system. When Harish nervously went back a week later, the farmer was ready to pay the full amount. We are all thrilled with this, he beamed. Today we glorify articulate speakers and people who leave lucrative careers to become social entrepreneurs. But it's the guys with no polish or education, only complete faith in the idea who made Selco what it is today. Selco's first system was installed in Mulleri, a village on the Karnataka-Kerala border. In its first year of operations, 1995 to 1996, Harish installed close to 150 such systems, all with his own hands. I installed the first 400 systems myself, I used to go at 5:36 in the morning so I could finish by 10 o'clock and catch the last bus back. Basically, Harish had no money to hire someone to work for him. But having done it himself was a huge advantage when technicians did join. I learnt exactly how many hours it took to install a system in a 4-room house. One could not fool around with me. He grins. Selco's first employee joined in early 1996. By the end of that year, there were 3 of them: Sridhar Rao, Guru Prakash, and Umesh. My first 2 to 3 technicians were incredible. I had a PhD to fall back on. They were the ones who really took the risk, made a sacrifice. Giving up their small-time jobs repairing TVs and the like for a company no one had heard of, and one that paid a pittance. I used to eat in their homes, and I could see how from vegetable and rice, it came down to just plain boiled rice at the end of a year and a half. Wives and mothers were not pleased. "Why are you tagging along with this guy who has some kind of crazy idea? Go out and get a proper job," they said. "Don't worry, we will survive," they would laugh back. Admittedly, it was no laughing matter. There were the early adopters, well-to-do farmers, doctors, teachers. But as Selco tried to expand its user base, one thing became very clear. Solar lighting was simply out of the reach for most potential users. People asked, "Can you provide some finance?" Selco neither had the capital nor the expertise to extend credit. So Harish turned to the local financial institutions. India has a fantastic network of RRBs, or regional rural banks. Why not we use that? But when Harish approached bank managers, they had a stock response. "Solar home lighting does not generate income. It is not agricultural finance, so we can't get into it." Harish refused to take no for an answer. I kept meeting, kept pestering. It took me 2 years, but ultimately I managed to convince them. RRBs started extending credit to Selco customers with 5,000 to 7,000 income per month. By 1997-98, Selco was selling 300 to 350 systems a year. But it was still not good enough. We wanted to sell to people earning 3,000 rupees per month and even lower. To do that, we had to think differently. And thus came the idea of user segments, each with its own unique product, one which met the customer's exact need in terms of usage as well as finance. For example, a Pani Puri vendor needs 1 light for 4 hours, and it should not cast a shadow. I can easily design that product, but her cash flow is on a daily basis. So can her finance also be on a daily basis? Now that was a real innovation. Similarly, a paddy farmer might need 2 lights, one for his wife to cook in the evenings and another to thrash paddy after dark. However, he sells his harvest in January, so the payment schedule should be on an annual basis, say over 5 years. Remove the M from EMI and all of a sudden, even expensive technology comes within the reach of the poor. In fact, the poor pay more than you or me for energy. On average, a street vendor in Bangalore spends 15 rupees a day on kerosene. That's 450 rupees a month, enough to pay for a 6-light solar system over 5 years. However, Selco will actually recommend a single light system, costing just rupees 6 per day. He adds, "A skilled technician can assess within 5 to 10 minutes the right size of technology and the right size of finance. Whether it was a midwife, a Pani Puri vendor, a paddy farmer, a peanut farmer, or a sugarcane farmer. The customer might say, 'I need 4 lights.' But the technician knows he cannot afford it. So he will advise, 'You don't need the light in 4 rooms at the same time. I will provide you with 2 lights. When you're done with the cooking, shift it to the room where your child studies.' Last month, 30 families in Sonamhalli village who earned around 1,600 rupees per month bought a 9,500 solar lighting system. Earlier, they spent 210 rupees on candles and kerosene every month. With this kind of out-of-the-box approach, Selco's solar lighting is now reaching more and more people. In 2009-2010, the company installed 12,500 systems in rural Karnataka. And among its customers are daily wage laborers, who are quite literally at the bottom of the famous C.K. Prahlad pyramid. To make all this possible, Selco now has a 170-strong workforce. This includes 140 employees spread across 21 branch offices. Each office has 2 technicians, 2 sales staff, an office assistant and manager. Many have moved up the ranks from technical to management positions. Our deputy operations manager started as an office assistant in a village in 1999. Now he sits here in Bangalore and oversees all 21 branches. And no, he does not have any formal management education. Philosophically, if you look at Selco, that is what we wanted to do. Cut the hierarchy, look at individuals and see how you can bring out their potential. There are managers who have torn their salary increases in front of me and put it in the waste basket saying, "You are crazy, we have not done well, so I can't take this." In keeping with that philosophy, Selco does not have a cubicle structure. Any technician has the right to walk into my room and say, "Harish, you made a stupid mistake." Technicians don't merely install and maintain the systems. We always say to the technician in training that the system you install belongs to you 50%. Client or staff member, you become part of the Selco family. 5 years ago, when our technician got married, 250 clients came for the wedding. The first 500 clients for whom Harish installed systems still ask for him by name. The manager who takes the call offers to send a technician, but they're not satisfied. "Arey, where is he? क्या वो इतना बड़ा हो गया है?" ऐसा नहीं है. Harish apologizes and goes down to their homes. Over 15 years, Selco has brought solar lighting to 120,000 homes. The target for the next 4 years is to reach 2 lakh households. But it's not just about numbers. Our priority is that by 2012, 40% of our clientele should be from the poorest section of society, earning less than 2,000 rupees per month. Currently, close to 35% of Selco's clients are in the 3,000-3,500 per month bracket. To reach out to the next lower income group, Selco has to go that step further. For example, banks are usually reluctant to extend credit. The margin money for a 10,000 rupee solar lighting system is 1,500 rupees, a princely sum for a daily wage laborer. Selco will put down the margin money. We don't subsidize it, just increase the installment slightly. After a year, once the down payment has been made, Selco withdraws the money and uses it to help out a new customer. And so the cycle continues. However, Selco does work with some MFIs such as Seva Bank and has in fact learnt a great deal from them. Seva has 35 years of solid field experience. Seva Bank uses that to create new and innovative financial products. For example, Seva knows that a rag picker's cash flow comes on Monday, Wednesday and Friday. So the bank designs her payback schedule accordingly. Studying the minutes of Seva Bank's meetings helped Selco to design products on similar lines. At the crux of Selco's entire operation is the idea of sustainability. From day one, Harish knew the company had to be profitable. But how do you run a commercial enterprise while trying to meet social objectives? Today you have a buzzword, social entrepreneurship. But it didn't exist at that point of time. We somehow figured it out. The basic philosophy is simple. Make a profit and reinvest it to grow the company. Thus, in 2009-2010, Selco earned 14.5 crores in revenues and made a surplus of 40 lakhs. This money was used to open new centers, improve the salaries for employees. There is no concept of shareholder returns. Selco is owned by 3 non-profits and even Harish has only a notional stake. But a sense of ownership and mission to accomplish runs through the organization. Quite a few in our top management team could earn 10 times what we pay elsewhere. One such person is T. Revati, CFO and Vice President. Professionals like Revati brings in systems and financial discipline. And yet, Selco never loses sight of its social focus. It's important for each center to break even, but they can't do it just by selling a system costing 1 lakh each to 2 hospitals. There are pulls and pushes in the model, and naturally, there are disagreements. You have to come to one of our operation meetings to see the fireworks. The management is a mix of tree huggers and commercially savvy people, which is, touchwood, what has kept Selco alive. And attracted a motley bunch of mavericks, like Anand Narayan. In 1998, Harish was demonstrating his solar panel in a village when one chap stood out and asked, "Which IIT are you from?" This was Anand Narayan, an IIT Chennai grad himself, a master's and a PhD from the University of Colorado, but living in rural Karnataka, growing organic coconuts. Anand had no electricity, so he became a Selco client and a good friend. 2 years later, Anand returned to Colorado to help his girlfriend complete her PhD. Then he got married, had a baby, and shifted back to rural Karnataka. This time, to start an incubation laboratory for Selco. Our idea is to examine problems and find solutions, rather than take existing solutions and fit them to a problem. Since 2008, this laboratory in Ujjir village, 5 hours from Bangalore, has attracted talent from all over the world. Our summer internships get filled up in less than a week. We have students from MIT and Imperial College London. Interns work on a variety of problems, from designing longer-lasting batteries to how to use solar panels in monsoons. Many return to their colleges and continue these projects. The work that Selco does is truly amazing. The question you cannot help asking is, why not do more? Why not take this successful solar model to the rest of India? We do want to scale up Selco, but we need the right person to make it happen in each state. With our support, of course. Selco has now partnered with E&Co in Grameen Foundation in Seattle to help in this process. We have shortlisted 4 to 5 entrepreneurs now and put them through a 3-month program. Hopefully, they will do in 5 years what Selco achieved in 15. Government support at a policy level would certainly help. We have a wonderful system called as financial inclusion. Why not also have energy inclusion? Give RRBs a mandate to finance not just agriculture, but energy needs. If the local manager has a target of 5% only for solar lighting, things will rapidly change. Side by side, we need more efficient everyday equipment. Selco is an open source organization. We have nothing known as confidentiality. We want people to replicate whatever we have learned. A lady in Ahmedabad, a seamstress, wanted to run her sewing machine on solar power. But it wasn't possible as no manufacturer has a machine which can work at 40 watts. To make such machines, you need to recognize and to buy into the solar revolution. It took years and years to accept. For my own father, grins Harish. A hardcore coal guy, Hyundai Senior is now a passionate supporter of solar energy. Another passionate supporter is Harish's wife, Rupal, who lives and works in Boston. The couple met in Boston and got married. We've had a long-distance marriage for 11 years. The couple has an 8-year-old daughter, Adishri, who comes to India every summer and goes with Harish to the villages, experiencing the world where her father's heart resides. The Karnataka State Board topper for the 10th grade this year is the daughter of a client, beams Harish. When she got the result, the first phone call her parents made was to Selco. Because of your lights, our daughter could study at night, they said. It is such stories which make up the intangible bottom line, which keep Selco dedicated to their mission of taming the sun to harvest hope, happiness, and light. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Spend time with what you want to do without looking at economic benefits from day one. For example, if you want to do solo business, you should know what it is yourself. You should first be a technician. Go through the process. There is a lot of fun in doing that. It will take 2 to 3 years. Ask yourself if you're willing to invest that time. In the future, it will be extremely valuable. Don't start with a fancy business plan. If you go around with a PPT trying to raise money, you will only become what I call a loose rubber band. You can never design a system based on Excel sheet economics. Even when you grow big, keep your ear to the ground. Before a board meeting, I usually call up 2 to 3 technicians and ask, "Boss, kya hai? What is happening out there?" Listen to every person in your organization, no matter how unimpressive his educational qualifications might be. At Selco, we don't even look at resumes for hiring or promoting people. We evaluate people for who they are, not that piece of paper called as degree. Finally, it's not technology, it's not process. You need the right people who believe in the mission, the goal of the organization. Everything else is then easy. Tree of Life. Santosh Parulekar, People Tree. Santosh was a well-settled IT professional until one fine day, the job demanded he go out and learn all there was to know about microfinance. Today, he runs a unique social enterprise which transforms poorly educated rural youth into highly skilled construction workers. Santosh Parulekar is a very polite, very precise, very level-headed man. I'm sure his clients swore by him in the IT business. Even when Santosh complains, it doesn't sound like a complaint. See, we are doing this work. It is changing the life of many boys, but we cannot expect them to come and say thank you. That is not going to happen. Indeed. But Santosh is one of those who has always made things happen. After working with Citibank and an American IT consulting firm, this young man could have put his career on autopilot. Instead, he stepped out of the IT parks with steel and glass buildings which protect our India from their India, and discovered he was drawn to a different kind of challenge. Carefully, logically, he studied different models, microfinance institutions, self-help groups, and the actual conditions in villages, and then came up with a unique solution to one issue which was very dear to his heart: creating livelihood. As I sit in this tiny office in a nondescript building in the suburb of Goregaon, I'm transfixed. The man in front of me speaks matter-of-factly, objectively. But what lies beneath is a throbbing conscience, a thumping heart. For having the courage and the commitment to take up this cause, I thank you on behalf of my fellow Indians. Santosh Parulekar was born and brought up in Mumbai, son of a municipal contractor. I grew up in Mahim and attended a local vernacular medium school, Saraswati Vidya Mandir. That did not stop him from getting into VJIT, the top engineering school in Mumbai after the IIT. I was always inclined towards academics. Engineering being a technical subject, knowledge of English was not so important. After graduating, Santosh joined the Tatas. After working for 2 years, he decided to go for a master's at the Indian Computer Academy, an offshoot of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. I did my post-graduation in computer science. It was a 1-year course in collaboration with Harvard University, so I even studied for some time in the US. After completing his master's in 1990, Santosh joined Citicorp, where he worked in the technology wing of corporate banking. After some time, he was sent abroad, first to UK and then to Poland. I was mainly working with the technical side, but in Citibank, there is nothing like pure technology. Automatically, business comes into the picture. After 6 years with the organization, Santosh decided to move on. He joined a company called Think Systems, started by Indian-born entrepreneurs, Sandy Tungare and Ravi Reddy. Santosh moved to the US. Think Systems had a very niche product, a demand planner. When I joined, we had only a handful of customers. In a short span, I was able to take that number up to 200 customers. In 1997, the company was sold to i2 Technologies for $150 million. However, Santosh stuck on with Sandy and Ravi and joined the new company they were starting, Vistar. I joined as one of the directors with some stake in the organization. Vistar was based in the US, but we had back-end operations in India as well. What exactly did Vistar do? Well, without getting into any details, the company, rather the group of companies, provided solutions. However, these were not pure technology solutions. For example, there is a company called ROW2, which I have been closely associated with. It provides a complete chemoinformatics solution, not drug discovery, but drug route design. Aided by a team of scientists based in India and a very strong technology backend, ROW2 helps a drug company find all the ways possible to make a particular formulation. This is important from the IP and patents angle. There are similar products for other industries, for example, shipping. All was going well, but in 2002, Santosh's father became critically ill, prompting him to move back to India. At the same time, the IT industry experienced a severe downturn. Thus, it fell on Santosh to take stock of the various operations of Vistar which were bleeding and nurse them back to financial health. A tough task, but he was successful. Without ever having studied management, Santosh became a business manager. That's true. In fact, at this point in 2005, I did my EMBA from SP Jain because I sometimes felt I may be missing something. A qualification might help. Around the same time, a microfinance institution, MFI, by the name of SKS, approached Vistar. The founders of Vistar also run some trusts. SKS approached these trusts for funding. Santosh wanted to understand what microfinance was all about, technologically and operationally. After all, people make all kinds of claims when they come to you. But did the ground reality match up? To find out, Santosh travelled across the length and breadth of Andhra Pradesh along with teams from SKS and other smaller MFIs. I did not get involved with top people. Rather, I interacted with people at the grassroots. I spent some time in their branches in the villages, and I was impressed. This was Santosh's first exposure to the concept of social entrepreneurship, of being able to achieve social objectives with a business approach. He decided to delve deeper. I was intrigued by a Grameen bank in Bangladesh. I interacted with them, studied their models, and in fact was all set to go to Bangladesh and see their operations. But violence erupted between political factions supporting Khalida Zia and Sheikh Hasina. The trip was cancelled. Santosh then turned his focus on MAVIM, the Mahila Arthik Vikas Mandal, run by the Maharashtra government. MAVIM supports self-help groups, SHGs, engaged in small-scale economic activities with the help of the banking system. I spent a lot of time with their teams in Bandra and in Bhiwandi. I wanted to understand how they work and whether our trust could be of any help to them. Similarly, Santosh spent time with Veena Mankar, founder of Swadhar, the pioneers of urban microfinance in India. I also interacted closely with people at ICICI and SIDBI, recalls Santosh. ICICI was keen that Santosh start his own MFI, microfinance institution, and for some time he seriously weighed that option. A close friend and classmate from VJIT, Shailendra Gashte, was also keenly interested. We met another friend who was a banker and considered opening an NBFC, non-banking financial institution. Why NBFC? Because at that time, most MFIs were struggling and very small in scale. Santosh felt there was a need for a bigger initiative along the lines of Grameen Bank. For example, Grameen Bank used to run mobile assembling plants in the villages of Bangladesh. That created real jobs and livelihood. We wanted to do something similar in India. Another issue was the MFI lending pattern. Loans were given almost exclusively to women. That made sense. The default rates were extremely low, but Santosh wanted to expand the canvas of customers. I wanted to do something with the young boys, the youth, which would give them a livelihood option, perhaps a joint liability loan scheme. Even as he was pondering these questions, there was an earth-shaking piece of news in the world of microfinance. In December 2006, Mohammed Yunus of Grameen Bank won the Nobel Prize. Before Yunus won the Nobel Prize, no one knew what microfinance was. After he got the prize, everyone wanted to jump into the microfinance bandwagon. And they did. Companies like Reliance and Bharti, Venture Capital and Adventure Capital all poured into MFIs. Even my father, who thought I was mad to think about lending to the poor, suddenly thought it was a good idea, grinned Santosh. The long and short of it is, Santosh realized that MFIs were becoming more and more commercial, and that did not excite him. Another technical issue was that unlike in Bangladesh, RBI did not allow NBFCs to open saving accounts. We wanted to offer loans at lower rates of interest, but that is not possible unless you can take deposits from customers. The project was therefore shelved. But by this time, Santosh had visited dozens of villages, seen what the issues were. Somewhere, somehow, he wanted to do something to make a difference. The question was, what? Microfinance should not be mere financial aid or a cheaper alternative to moneylenders. It must create livelihood. Santosh felt that livelihood was key. Even while he was trying to understand the MFI model, one question always concerned him. How does microfinance actually create livelihood? When I asked this question, I was told there are computer databases which will tell you which loan was given for what purpose. But how do you know that a loan given to buy cattle has actually been used to buy cattle? You don't. And microfinance lenders really didn't care. As long as they were dispersing money and collecting the sums due, the money could well be used for anything. You see then, microfinance is actually nothing more than a sophisticated form of sahukari. The second point which bothered Santosh was that microfinance companies lent only to women. What about the young boys, the unemployed youth? They simply could not be trusted with the loan. When I visited the villages, many young boys would come, surround me and ask me, "Sahib, can you get us a job?" Some would have passed the 8th standard, some the 5th standard. A few would have passed the 10th grade. They had no interest in working in the fields and there were no jobs in the village. One fine day, Santosh and his partners Shailendra and Vikram reached a conclusion. Let us focus on creating livelihood by forming a charitable trust. Thus was born People Tree. We know that this is not the traditional business where one makes money. Yes, you will eventually make a little money so that the growth is sustained. People expect a business should break even in 3 years, but with a social venture, you need a 5-year time frame. Now came the question. Do you aim for self-employment or do you focus on making people employable? Everyone is very comfortable creating self-employed boys entrepreneurs, but we had our doubts. To become self-employed, you need capital, you need willingness, and it is not easy to sustain. Hence, People Tree decided to train the boys to take up jobs. But what kind of jobs? What kind of skills? The idea was not to become a human pipeline for low-wage, dead-end jobs like the ubiquitous security guard. Security guards have no skills as such, so they get the same salary, around 3,500 per month, no matter how long they work. So how do they survive? By taking up a second job, by drowning themselves in drink. By the time he reaches 40, either his habits kill him or he goes back and sends his son to take his place. And thus the cycle continues. This was not acceptable to Santosh. He started looking into different sectors. Where was the demand more than the supply? Retail came to our mind, but the profile of our young boys was not suitable. They're not well groomed, cannot speak English, and molding them, changing them is not easy. The same was the case with the IT sector. But one industry which looked promising was construction, for several reasons. Construction offers the second largest employment opportunity in the country, and the profile of our boys matched. What's more, most of the construction companies were facing a shortage of skilled manpower. Few companies wanted to train labor, only to see them jump to another employer as soon as they get a better offer. But one man's problem can be another man's opportunity. Now came the question of how to open that door. Initially, we had talked about forming a trust, but we realized that attracting professionals to work for us would be difficult. Sustaining growth would be difficult. And therefore, we decided to run PeopleTree as a private limited company. In the worst case, we would lose all our money, but that was a risk we were willing to take. The advantage of forming a company was its ability to attract outside investors, and therefore operate at a much higher scale. Santosh and his two partners put in 50 lakhs each. Two strategic investors and a venture capitalist in his personal capacity put in additional funds. Thus, PeopleTree was formally registered in November 2007 with 8 crores in equity. Why was so much money needed, I wondered. Because we wanted to have one training center of our own. This went completely against conventional wisdom. Training could be imparted at rented locations after all. Why invest so much in an activity which would never generate substantial financial returns? Because that is the way Santosh thinks. He thinks big. People feel comfortable doing business with few assets. That way there is no exit barrier. But a slightly asset-heavy model creates more confidence in the eyes of all the stakeholders, the students, the construction companies, the investors. It indicates, I'm here to stay. Secondly, practically speaking, you need to invest in space and equipment in order to teach effectively. To operate heavy machinery, you need land, you need equipment, which is very costly. A grader costs between 40 to 60 lakhs, while a single paver costs 2 to 5 crores. Some of these machines have been lent or donated by construction companies. Others had to be bought. A full-fledged campus was also set up in Hyderabad at a cost of 4 crores. It is a 25-acre campus on a 29-year lease. We have constructed a residential facility where 200 boys can be trained at one time. PeopleTree also tied up with TAFE, a leading technical university in Australia. We pay them service and royalty fee to come and train our people. Similarly, we have a tie-up with some German companies and experts. It really would have been much easier to focus on the lower end of the market. But Santosh knew that with more specialized training, his boys would have better growth prospects. We offer courses in relatively low-tech areas like steel fixing and bar bending, as well as heavy machinery and surveying, which are more complex. Crucial to the success of the program was its link with generating jobs. Santosh and his team did meet several construction companies to understand their requirements, but there was a major difference of opinion regarding course content. You go to any construction company, they will give you ready-made content. Unfortunately, if you use that to teach, the boys will still not be employable. That is, ready to start working from day one. What every employer wants. And so PeopleTree has designed its own unique program to be completed in 6 weeks, because that is the attention span of its students. The boys left school in the 6th standard and 8th standard because they're not interested in studying. They don't have the patience to attend a one-year program. So the issue is, what should you do in 6 weeks so that they can deliver reasonably from the day they join? I always told my people, course content is only reference material. I want boys to get trained in the skill which they need to use day in and day out. What is important is quality of work and productivity. So I will teach the boy only 5 things, but I will make him excellent in that because that forms 80% of his work content. The remaining 20% can be taught over the next year because the trainer will be with the boys for that duration. Why this is necessary is another fascinating story. Initially, Santosh met the owners of various construction companies. They agreed to absorb the boys after training them. But getting this commitment was the easy part. Getting the site manager's cooperation was quite another thing. When you meet the owners and senior managers, you get a different picture. When you go on the site, you get the real picture. And it is not pretty. Most companies do not want to take workers on their payroll. For many kinds of jobs, they prefer subcontractors. And they treat the people working for them like dirt. The subcontractors won't pay on time, won't give proper food. We do not want that kind of job for our boys. Some companies agreed to take People Tree boys on an NMR role, that is, a project role. But when the boys reported on the site, they were given no work to do, or harassed in the hope कि 8-10 दिन में दुखी होकर भाग जाएगा. You see, the site manager has his own equations with the subcontractors and people who supply labor. He does not want to cooperate. The first batch of 40 students from People Tree passed out in December 2008. After 2 to 3 batches struggled with these issues, Santosh took a bold decision. People Tree will work as a subcontractor. We will take responsibility for the work. We will take money from the construction companies and pay our boys. And this way, we will satisfy both our students and the companies. Of course, there are issues. You have to deliver on more than one front. A trainer from People Tree is with the boys at all times, and an operations person has to be deputed on site as well. This increases our cost structure. We have 30 to 35 trainers on the payroll, but the important thing is we have to make this model work. And certainly, it is working. From the student point of view, there is steady income with a chance to climb higher. At the lower end, what is called the labor class, the boys get 6,000 rupees per month. Accommodation is free. On average, a boy might spend 1,000 per month on food, while 1,000 is deducted by People Tree towards training cost. So in hand, they get 4,000 rupees and they are very happy. At the higher end, boys get trained in operating heavy machinery, start at 7,000 per month, and People Tree insists that they are taken on the construction company's payroll. The heavy machinery course is costly due to expensive equipment, so we deduct 2,000 from their salary towards training for 1 year. Thus, for the first year, a People Tree student would get 5,000 rupees in hand, but from the second year onwards, he could expect to get 8,000. These boys can potentially rise up to the level of grader operator, at which point they can earn 25,000 rupees per month. Some of the boys also stick on with People Tree and become supervisors. Even if they remain as labor, if their productivity in steel fixing and bar bending goes up, they can easily earn 8 to 10,000 rupees per month. The foreman at the construction site draws 18 to 20,000 rupees per month. To rise further, the boys would require additional training, and Santosh is planning at the back of his mind even for that. It takes time to change people's mindset and gain their trust. When you start a training center in a particular area, most people assume you will run away in a few months. They wait and watch. The commitment of People Tree towards its students is amazing. Keep in mind the fact that the fee of the course at the start is a mere 1,500 rupees. The rest is deducted from each boy's salary, so he does not feel the pinch. But the amount is small compared to the efforts. How does this then become a sustainable business model and not mere social service? You need volume of students. Our main campus is in Hyderabad. The spokes are in Raebareli, Nasik, Bihar, and just recently we have started in Rajasthan. Each spoke can take in 25 to 50 students at a time, and 2 programs can be run concurrently. Even then, current operations are modest. People Tree produces 300 to 400 graduates a year. That number is expected to grow to 1,500 over the next 1 year, and 5,000 the year after that. Our model will be sustainable when we train 5,000 boys a year. People Tree will then make a small operating profit. And that will be enough for the promoters, for the investors. We could have gone only for the numbers, but we want to develop our value proposition, resolve all the issues. Then growth will automatically follow. People Tree can easily get a grant of 5 to 10 crores from the government. Train 20,000 boys. But then what? If we go for numbers, we will lose the faith of these boys. On paper, we will train 20,000 people, but we will not be able to find them steady employment. Which means that after the initial 20,000, not even 20 boys will enroll for the next program. And Santosh is not in it to make a quick buck. In fact, he will probably devote the rest of his working life to this cause. Initially, we thought of hiring a professional, but then we realized that at least one of us has to be in this full-time, because unless there is passion and commitment, you will find it difficult to stick through the tough times. That is the case with any kind of entrepreneurship, but even more so with the social entrepreneurship. Companies have cracked how to sell mobile phones or Lux soap. Even microfinance models have been successful, but our job is tougher. While microfinance is about dispersing money, People Tree charges money, no doubt, a very small sum, but it takes time to win the trust of villagers. When we started in Bihar, initially the boys said, "Hum 500 rupya bhi nahi denge." Slowly they started visiting, and now they're willing to pay rupees 1,500. For every good intention, there is a question. From finding boys to train to delivering up to company expectations, it is a long chain of value which People Tree must deliver. And it has its own unique challenges. While on the road from Lucknow to Raebareli recently, People Tree's training AVP Sachin remarked to Santosh, "You told me this business is different, that we will have issues, we will have surprises. But if there are surprises every day, how do you think we should work?" One small example. People Tree sent a batch of boys to Chennai. They came back within a week saying, "Peene ka pani barabar nahi tha." The real reason was completely different. The boys wanted to come home for Holi, so they made up this excuse. Same boys are now working in Rajasthan and doing very well. That they left their job midway was one problem. On top of that, they came back and created a lot of hangama at People Tree's training center. The boys went on a dharna outside the center and said, "Give us a job or we will tell everyone you are cheating." In fact, they kept knocking at the door all night. That day we really got frustrated, although eventually we did get them jobs elsewhere. Santosh shares a trade secret. Internally, you should be very soft, but externally, you should never show that you are soft. Otherwise, the boys will exploit you. And sometimes you will wonder, is it really worth it? Initially, boys would call me in the middle of the night. Someone would get drunk and then abuse me because he did not get a roti on the site. With time and patience, Santosh found a way to handle the issue. Now I freely give my phone number, but there are two rules. First is that if you have a problem, you first text me and then I will call back. And secondly, I will call between 11 in the morning and 7 at night only. At other times and Sundays, Santosh will simply not answer a call. Despite these irritations, he is keen to retain a personal touch. Even my operations people are fully hands-on on the site. Nowadays, they sort out 90% of the issues themselves. But I want to remain accessible, in touch with the boys. This level of passion and commitment means some compromise in one's personal life. My wife has been supportive, but initially I used to travel a lot. I was out 20 to 25 days a month. The moment his 5-year-old son saw Papa at home, he would ask, "When are you going back?" Things are better now, but even today, Santosh is on the road for more than 2 weeks every month. Apart from that, Santosh has scaled back his lifestyle to an extent. I'm driving a car which I bought 8 years ago. I don't want to waste money or splurge unnecessarily. Santosh does draw a salary from People Tree, but he puts it all back into the venture. He is the caretaker of a seedling which has grown into a plant and will one day be a mighty tree. Like Buddha got his enlightenment under a People Tree, our students are discovering new skills in their life. May this people spread light, spread love, bring shade into the lives of those who have toiled under many suns. Advice to young entrepreneurs. The country needs social entrepreneurs. I don't think the politicians have been successful in development efforts. But only people who really have the passion should get into it. You should be willing to take disappointments. You should be willing to accept that the people you may help never say thank you to you, although they are grateful and will express it in their own way. You have to have a soft heart, but act tough. Only then will you earn trust and respect. I advise people to have some savings as a backup, enough to take care of their day-to-day life. Otherwise, in the early years, they will find it difficult to sustain their households, especially if they have families. Teach a man to fish. Deenabandhu Sahu, Project Chilika. Deenabandhu Sahu is a marine biologist who stepped out of his laboratory into the real world. Through Project Chilika, Sahu has trained villagers in Orissa to farm the ocean, sowing the seeds of a blue revolution, a new hope for millions across the world. I grew up in a colony of scientists. Badly dressed, moody, middle-aged men in thick spectacles were a common sight on the campus. I always wondered what they actually did. "So you conduct research in a laboratory," I once told my dad. "But of what use is it to anyone?" I'm afraid he really did not have an answer that satisfied me. Over the years, I have come to realize the importance of fundamental research. I accept the premise that a tiny fraction of people must dedicate their lives to expanding the frontiers of knowledge. But still, it is refreshing to meet a man of science who takes it upon himself, for no particular reason, to apply his knowledge in the real world. Deenabandhu Sahu has devoted his life to the esoteric area of seaweed study. He could have spent his life like any other academic, quietly working away in his lab, making the occasional splash in an international journal. But that was not enough for him. Sahu wanted his technology to impact people, improve their lives. And that is exactly what he is doing through the Chilika project, teaching villagers how to farm the ocean and make a sustainable livelihood through the cultivation of seaweed. Sahu never thought of himself as a social entrepreneur, but he is one. I sit cross-legged on freshly mowed grass, distracted by the occasional mosquito, listening to him. And I think, you don't have to give up everything to do something. Start by doing your job, then do more than your job. Finally, forget that you're even doing a job. See the magic. Deenabandhu Sahu was born and brought up in the temple town of Puri. Nobody in my family had a proper education. I'm the first to graduate from college. To pay his fees, Sahu took tuitions for children. The perspiration paid off when he stood first in the university, but due to a technical error, he was actually listed as holding second place. That's when I decided, if I have to make something of my life, I'd have to leave this small town. I applied to Delhi University for postgraduate studies. With difficulty, Sahu collected 800 rupees to make the journey, his first outside the state. I came to Delhi without reservation. In fact, I spent my first night sleeping at the station. Sahu secured admission for an MSc in botany and even received a national scholarship. But at the end of the course, he was once again lost. There was no direction what to do next. Sahu's Japanese roommate, Shunji Hosaka, got him a job with a newspaper in Tokyo, the Asahi Shimbun. But it did not excite him. I joined Delhi University as a researcher. Like most of the students, I was also preparing for my civil service exam. And this story is no different from 1,000 others, but for a twist of fate. Dinabandhu Sahu was selected as the first Indian student to go to Antarctica in 1987 as part of the 7th Indian scientific expedition to the icy continent. It was an offer he could not refuse. I left everything else and went to Antarctica. That is when I saw the real world. Sahu travelled extensively to many countries, and it opened up his eyes. It was the 1980s, and the difference between India and the developed world was stark. After completing his PhD in botany from Delhi University in 1989, Sahu migrated to the US. And although he did well professionally and enjoyed the many comforts of living abroad, his heart was still in India. I had a car, an air conditioner, a big house, but there was this feeling that I should come back to my own country and do something. Something different. Sahu returned to Delhi University, this time as an academic. Not the ideal location for a marine biologist, but he worked around it. When I started my research career, I decided to work on the Chilka Lake because I have been seeing it since childhood. Not just the lake, but the human and marine ecosystem around it. As a researcher, Sahu had a special interest in marine algae, or seaweed. There was very little awareness of the utility and the nutritive value of these plants in India, unlike Southeast Asian countries where seaweed is a part of the staple diet. Marine algae have a large number of applications in day-to-day life, adds Sahu, be it in toothpaste, ice cream, tomato ketchup, chocolates, the dye industry, textile printing, even pharmaceuticals. Of course, there are many different kinds of seaweed. Red algae, Gracilaria verrucosa, is an important commercial variety which grows in Chilka Lake, but not in quantities sufficient for the needs of industry. Can a scientific method be applied to change that? Wondered Sahu. In the Philippines, more than 10,000 families earn their living through seaweed farming. The coastal areas of Ganjam district had the same potential. To spread awareness about this potential, Sahu had authored a book called Farming the Ocean in the year 2000. But the focus in India was hardly on seaweed, it was on aquaculture. And unfortunately, harvesting prawns, shrimps, and other such marine animals was actually destroying the lake's ecosystem. Seaweed cultivation, on the other hand, is eco-friendly. It is sustainable. I decided to develop a model where seaweed can become a source of income for the local population. A model which could then be replicated in other parts of the country. The model was simple. Teach locals how to cultivate commercially viable seaweed and simultaneously tie up with the industry for a buyback arrangement at a predetermined price, so that the farmers get a guaranteed income. Over a period of time, when enough seaweed is being produced, you can set up your own small-scale industry. Sounds like a simple, workable model. Industry appeared to be interested. But how do you kickstart the cultivation? Sahu was a scientist, not a businessman. So he decided to first approach various government departments. I met many senior bureaucrats and ministers. All of them said it was a good idea but did nothing to take things forward. Finally, Sahu approached the Department of Science and Technology, DST. DST's Science and Society Division specifically sanctions funds for applied research, where society in general reaps the benefit. A committee examined Sahu's project and disbursed 20 lakhs for a pilot project spread over 3 years. I developed a uniform model for the training of villagers in different parts of India. Since the idea originated from here, we called it the Chilka model. The beauty of seaweed is it multiplies on its own. You just take the seedling, leave it to grow and then harvest it after 45 days. The investment is extremely low. Unlike farming on land, you don't require plowing, watering, pesticide, or fertilizer. The water body is a common resource. It does not belong to any one person but to the entire community. Having said that, there is a science of seaweed. We identified 4 different seaweed having both national and international markets. In fact, demand has been increasing at the rate of 10% every year. Then came the important task of identifying which species to grow where, because parameters like climate and quality of water make all the difference. Our job was to scientifically survey Chilka. Based on the salinity, the pH, and turbidity, we recommended species which would grow abundantly. The key is to communicate this information to the local community in a simple and succinct manner. The information is translated into various languages: Oriya, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, and there is a training-cum-demonstration workshop. The first such program on the cultivation of Gracilaria species was held at the Satabda site of Chilka Lake in February 2009. The entire activity is handled at the grassroots by NGOs and self-help groups, SHGs. Sahu himself plays the role of trainer, coordinator, disseminator of knowledge. As a scientist, you publish a paper and get credit. That is one thing. But the real challenge is when you transfer technology to the field where 99% of efforts fail. The beauty of seaweed cultivation is its simplicity. The only equipment you need are common items like bamboo, nylon rope, toned fishing nets, and hammers. The method used is raft culture. After receiving training, 4 women SHG groups at the Langaleshwar site of Chilka Lake cultivated the G. vericosa species of seaweed. Within 15 days of cultivation, we could see excellent results. Exults Sahu. The purchase price of the seaweed has been fixed at 10 rupees per kg. On an average, a cultivator can earn 5,000 rupees per month, a large sum of money for a village in Orissa. The socio-economic dynamic in the coastal area is very different from other parts of the country. In a big city, 1 rupee has no value, but in Orissa, even 10 paise has value. The only alternative is NREGA, where you dig roads or do construction work on daily wages, that too only for a certain number of days. Seaweed cultivation, on the other hand, is a continuous cycle. Let us say 3 people from one family work in a water area of 5 acres. They start planting from one side and keep going that way. At the end of 45 days, their first crop is ready to be harvested. Along with harvesting, seeds are sown for the next cycle of crops. So in a sense, you have a perennial daily income. Give a man a fish and you have fed him for a day, goes the old Chinese proverb. To that, I am tempted to say, teach a man to grow seaweed and you will feed him for a lifetime. Of course, it's a slow process. Several villages in different pockets around Chilka Lake have been brought into the fold, but it is taking time. The program is spreading slowly because we are not taking any help from the government, Sahu adds. Livelihood is one aspect of the Chilka project, but closely linked to it is conservation. Seaweed farming is a sustainable alternative to the more popular but poisonous fish farming. Aquaculture is an enclosed system where you add artificial fertilizers, whereas seaweed cultivation is a photosynthetic process. It actually restores the carbon absorption capacity of the water. The removal of CO2 from the sea is going to be a huge project in the future, believes Sahu. He is part of an Asia-Pacific network of 11 nations deliberating on this issue. But why should the rickshawala or tea stall owner care about acidification of the ocean? How do you bring alive the importance of preserving the coastal ecology to the common man? In his training module, Sahu does not talk only about technicalities. Beyond a mere natural resource, Chilka is a cultural icon. I talk about how Chilka is the lifeline of the people, the pride of Orissa, and an inspiration for writers and poets. And from this line of thought came the idea of making a documentary film, Chilka, The Untold Story. An entirely self-funded, self-driven effort, the film focuses not just on the ecological aspect of the lake, but the human beings who depend on it. I had seen a documentary on Sundarbans by an NGO. I invited them to come for one of my training workshops and film it. From there, I got the idea of doing an entire film with a story of some kind. Sahu put down a 3-page outline. This was refined into a script. He then hired camera crew and began shooting. But it was not that simple. We came back and found the picture quality was poor. Some shots were missing. So we had to go back and come back 3-4 times to fill in the gaps. But at the end of all the effort, we had nice visual elements. While Sahu bore most of the cost, he insisted on sharing credits with the NGO Nature Environment Wildlife Society, NEWS. They gave a lot of logistical support and allowed us to use their studio in Kolkata. I'm especially grateful to Biswajit Roy Chaudhary, co-director of the film. Ultimately, it was a team project, with one door literally opening to lead into the next. And the result was much appreciated. When I showed this film to the Swedish International Development Agency, SIDA, they liked it and took it up as a project for change. Sahu is hopeful that Project Chilka will be able to impact not just Orissa or India, but also nearby countries like Thailand and the Maldives. The question I cannot help asking is, why? It would be enough to do research, publish papers, and attend international conferences. Why would an academic actually want to step out of the laboratory, roll up his sleeves, and make things happen in the real world? Because when I look back after 30 years, I will find some small contribution I have made to society. If you don't think that way, then why do you live? And no, there is no monetary reward in all this for Sahu. There is no company formed in which he has a stake, no extra payment for extra work done. In fact, if you come to do field work and training, the university will ask you to apply for leave, he says, shaking his head at the absurdity of the situation. Sahu does not keep track of the turnover from each micro-enterprise. He prefers that the SHG or village cooperative manage it themselves. I'm not a businessman, he says very simply. If a company wants his technology someday, he will charge them. But he cannot think of charging the poor. Goodwill is very important in life. Whatever amount of money you may earn, your stomach is only this much. Both my wife and I work. We have a house in Delhi. What more can we ask for? The one small regret is little time for family life. Traveling and fieldwork consume a lot of his time. But Sahu is lucky to have a strong group of PhD students as passionate about this project as he is. We have seen a green revolution and a white revolution. My dream is to see a blue revolution, to harness the vast potential of the sea. In a state like Orissa, where malnutrition is a chronic issue, Sahu believes that seaweed can be a potent weapon. Did you know that 100 grams of seaweed has nutrition equal to 1 kilo of vegetables? He asks. Not really. But I do know that one scientist who decided to make the world a better place is better than 100 IAS officers keeping the status quo. Let us weed out old ideas and plant new seeds. Seeds with the power to do as much good as the humble seaweed. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Society has given us many things. It is high time to give something back to society in whatever way possible. Each one has a role to play, and I think every individual, if he tries, can do something. If every individual thinks, I'm doing only my job, if everything is I, then where will society go? There are many people who have sacrificed their careers to serve society. I'm not in a position to quit my job, but feel I can do a great deal while staying with the job. I'm helping people to the best of my ability, and that is a great source of satisfaction in my life. The Hungry Tide. Anand Kumar, Super 30. Anand Kumar is a mathematics teacher who ran his own coaching classes. But in 2002, his classroom turned into a unique social experiment, tutoring poor but meritorious students for IIT JEE. In 2008, all the students of the Super 30 group cracked the exam, igniting hope in the heart of darkness. It highlighted the hunger to succeed in gaons and gullies across India. I am fascinated by billboards. They tell you so much about a city and its inhabitants. In Patna, wherever you turn, you will see an advertisement for IIT coaching. A seat in IIT is coveted by any student anywhere in India, but in Bihar, it is a matter of life and death, academically speaking. Study hard, join IIT, your life is made. Fail and you will be stuck in a state where nothing much happens. Into this scenario stepped Anand Kumar, a mathematics lover who ran a coaching class like many others. Until one fine day, he started an experiment. He took in a batch of 30 poor but talented students and decided to train them free of cost to crack the JEE. This experiment came to be known as Super 30, a program which has succeeded in opening the doors of the hallowed IIT to a whole new class of aspirants. If reservation is about lowering the bar, Super 30 is about raising it. The phenomenal success of Super 30 is testimony to the fact that talent is important, but the hunger to achieve, to make something of yourself, is an equally powerful force. A good teacher can unleash that force in a willing student. Thousands of such students will create a hungry tide, carrying a new generation of Indians into the new India. Anand Kumar was born in Patna in a lower middle class family. My father was a clerk in the postal department. We were a large family, a joint family, so money was always scarce. Anand studied in Patna High School, a government school, but right from childhood he thought differently. मेरा सपना था कि मैं साइंटिस्ट बनूं. Other children would be playing cricket while I would be on my own, making science models or reading biographies of great scientists. By the time he reached class 9, Anand realized one important thing. To become a good scientist, making models was not going to be enough. He would need to be an expert in mathematics. यही समझकर मैंने अपने आप को मैथमेटिक्स में पूरी तरह इन्वॉल्व किया. I became very serious about studying mathematics. After class 10, Anand joined Bihar National College, BN College, affiliated to Patna University. Plus 2 के बाद I was confused, because in a poor state like Bihar, most people go only for medicine or engineering, or they try for the IAS. But I only wanted to do one thing, to become a mathematician. Anand spent much of his free time devising mathematical problems and then solving each one in many different ways. एक सवाल को कई तरह से बनाना, नए नए फॉर्मूले से देखना, ये सब करते रहते थे हम. Around this time, he came to know Dr. Devi Prasad Verma, the head of the Science College in Patna University. Dr. Verma is a very learned, very respected professor even today. I used to go to him and share my new ideas, new formulae. Mr. Verma encouraged the young man. He polished the presentation and sent some of Anand's work to mathematical journals in India and abroad. Among them, the prestigious British journal, Mathematical Agent, whose editor had once been G.H. Hardy, also famous as the teacher of C. Ramanujan. When my formulae were published in such journals, my enthusiasm increased. I applied to Cambridge University for a master's degree in 1994. Sadly, Anand got admission, but only a partial scholarship. The family had no money to spare. But Anand's father appealed to the postal department for assistance. The department approved a scholarship of 50,000 rupees. But before the money could be dispersed, there was a tragedy. On August 23, 1994, Anand's father suddenly passed away. He was absolutely normal, had no history of any disease. He came home, had his dinner, went to sleep, 10 minutes later, he was gone. Everything changed overnight. हमारे ऊपर दुखों का पहाड़ टूट पड़ा. ऐसा लगा जीवन में कुछ बचा ही नहीं. The responsibility of the entire household fell on young Anand's shoulders. First, I decided I would not go to Cambridge. I would have to stay in Patna and support the family. His father's colleagues advised, "Bete, take the job that the postal department provides to next of kin." Anand argued, "Uncle, I am a student and I am a lover of mathematics. I will have to leave this academic life altogether." Yes, he had to earn money at any cost. But could he do it without losing the only thing he loved in life? Anand's mother sensed her son's dilemma. She said, "Koi aur rasta nikalte hain." With her help, Anand started a business selling papad. My mother and some of the ladies in the mohalla got together and made papad. We called it Anand Papad. Every evening between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m., I went door to door selling it. The money generated was just about enough to run the home and send some money to Anand's younger brother, studying at Banaras Hindu University. Meanwhile, Anand decided to try earning a living by teaching mathematics. I started taking tuitions for children of rich businessmen, but in less than a week, they ran away saying, "We don't like your teaching." Anand felt embarrassed. Was he so poor a teacher? But he did not lose heart. With 500 rupees which he had saved up, he took a room in a nearby school on rent. Every evening between 5 and 8 p.m. he would teach students mathematics. This was in 1995-96. It was not fixed at that time that I would be preparing students for IIT. They simply learnt mathematics and it was a great success. The coaching center started with 2 students. At the end of 1 year, there were 100 students and within 2.5 years, more than 1,000 students. From the beginning, I was famous for my fees. I used to charge only 500 rupees per year, which was very low even by Bihar standards. People wondered why I charged so little for good quality teaching, and hundreds of students enrolled only by word of mouth. But there was more to come. In 1998, Anand first met Abhay Anand, Additional Director General of Police, in the office of Uttam Sengupta, editor of the Times of India, Patna edition. We talked about mathematics, and after that I kept in touch with him and met him regularly. By this time, Anand decided to make his classes more systematic. Since most students were keen on engineering entrance exams, and most of all IIT JEE, why not prepare them to perform better? I developed a course for the IIT entrance exam, but again with modest fees. I used to charge 1,500 rupees per year, inclusive of study material, tests and assignments. 500 students quickly enrolled, and the results were encouraging. But every now and then, a student would come and say, "Sir, 1,500 रुपए का fee मेरे लिए कुछ ज़्यादा है." Such students, Anand sir would admit, free of cost. One day, a boy, accompanied by his father, came up to Anand and said very politely, "Sir, I will pay you the fees in installments. I will give you 500 rupees right now, 500 after 3 months, and the remaining amount when my father harvests the potatoes." Anand said, "Itne kasht se fees to bhar loge, but where will you live?" The boy replied that a lawyer from his village now lived in Patna. He would work as a guard and live below the staircase of his house. Touched by the boy's sincerity, Anand admitted him. One day, on a whim, he decided to drop by and see for himself कि क्या ये लड़का सचमुच सीढ़ी के नीचे रहता है? I found him exactly there, under the staircase, studying. I was reminded of my student days spent in poverty and hardship, and how I could not go to Cambridge because of a lack of funds. कुछ करना चाहिए ऐसे बच्चों के लिए, thought Anand. He shared these thoughts with Abhay Anand and found in him a willing support. Although an IPS officer, Abhay Anand had a love for teaching. When his son was studying at the Ramakrishna Mission School in Deoghar, now in Jharkhand, he got involved with the students. I found myself happily asking the school children thought-provoking questions. The children learned how to apply their knowledge to problems, and I learned the way the children of Generation Next think. Helping others think for themselves was more satisfying than thinking for oneself, found Abhay Anand. Now, his son and daughter had grown up and were preparing for the IIT entrance exam. While Anand helped them with maths, Abhay Anand taught them physics. Physics was the subject I loved most, but I also became fascinated with mathematics. When both Richa and Shwetank got into IIT and left home, there was a void. I did not want to lose whatever I had learned in the process of their development. Thus, in 2002, Anand Kumar and Abhay Anand came together to form Super 30. The idea was to pick 30 poor but talented students who could not afford IIT coaching. Super 30 would groom these students to crack the JEE. The roadmap was clearly laid out, the mission statement clear. There was no financial backing, but there was absolute conviction that money would not be a stumbling block. All that was needed was the hunger to succeed and two dedicated souls who would feed those hungry minds. Anand's mother volunteered to feed their hungry stomachs. 30 students were recruited by word of mouth and housed in 2s and 4s in rooms nearby. Classes began in a small room with a tin roof, creaking benches, and a piece of wood painted black for a board. Abhay Anand jokes, I had to boost my skills as a teacher so that I could present a more engrossing discussion in class than a playful display by the rats. But it did not matter. So passionate were the students, so eager to learn, that even in the short lunch break they would be discussing concepts and formulae. The teachers quickly realized they were mere catalysts. Their presence initiated a reaction within the student, but the momentum had to be maintained by the child himself. In the very first class, I tell students that we are studying mathematics only because we love it. हमारे लिए ये एक तरह का जादू है. Luckily, all our students were extremely hardworking and ready to slog it out. We used to hold regular mock tests, and at the end of the year, we were convinced that if we woke up these boys from their deep sleep and handed them a JEE test paper, they would be able to solve it. Early on, it became clear that self-confidence would be the key to success. The fear of the IIT JEE is the main source of trouble, says Abhay Anand. Even capable students are stumped by this fear and finally beaten in the race. By the end of the year of coaching, Super 30 students were saying, I'm waiting to see my rank, sir. Yet, everyone was astounded when 18 of the 30 students actually made it to IIT from that very first batch. Building on this experience, making some mid-course corrections, a second batch was enrolled. This time, thanks to the local press, more than 1,000 students applied to be a part of Super 30. A written entrance test was held. Says Abhay Anand, in our management group, we had a person without formal education, but who had excellent observation skills. He developed the uncanny knack of citing confidence or its lack in students. To our surprise, his forecast of results was closer to reality than what our mock test results predicted. And thus, it was tangible and intangible qualities that the teachers looked for when admitting a student for Super 30. At JEE 2004, 22 out of 30 students from Super 30 qualified for IIT, and with better ranks. It was heartening to see the son of a brick kiln worker or a rickshaw puller making it to IIT. Super 30 got more media attention and even more applications from hopefuls. कुछ लोगों ने इसे गुरुकुल कहा, कुछ ने factory. We continued our efforts with even more resolve, says Anand. Managing parents and their expectations also became a challenge. We realized that the amount of damage that doting parents can do to their children, says Abhay Anand. Those who had faith in our group would leave us to our job, and their wards would do much better than the wards of those who try to interfere. If one has faith in a process, it can give wondrous results. However, this success brought with it a dark shadow. The coaching mafia in the state decided, इनका कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. In November 2004, Anand escaped a murderous attack. While he escaped with minor injuries, a non-teaching staff member was grievously hurt. In February 2005, there was another abortive bid on the Super 30 Center, but the heavily armed criminals were caught. The police department provided armed guards for my security. I'm grateful to the state government for their support, says Anand. Despite all this drama, the academic atmosphere at Super 30 remained unaffected. In 2005, 26 students made it to IIT. Would Super 30 hit bullseye the next year? Many people came forward offering financial help for better infrastructure to accommodate more students. A lot of thinking went, and ultimately we decided not to accept money from anyone, whether an individual or an institution. We also decided to stick to 30 students. Prompt replies were sent off to all those who had made the offer, saying, Super 30 needs only your good wishes. But now came a new googly. In 2006, the IIT JEE pattern was changed. As if the fear of the exam was not enough, a fear of the unknown was added to it. But Super 30 students rose to the challenge. 28 out of 30 students made it to IIT, with one student securing an All India rank of 10, exults Anand. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar felicitated the students and announced a cash prize of 50,000 each. The following year, another 28 students achieved the IIT dream. Finally, in 2008, Super 30 received the ultimate feather in its cap. All 30 students were successful in clearing the JEE. At this point, the teacher of mathematics and the police officer with a passion for teaching parted ways. Now that we have achieved 100% results, there is nothing to prove to myself, felt Abhay Anand. It is time to move on and take this social laboratory to other sectors. What will happen to Super 30? Wondered the skeptics. Well, it continues to flourish. Two of Anand's former students, Praveen Kumar and Amit Kumar, have joined him as teachers. His brother Pramod, who lived in Mumbai and worked as a violinist, has also come back to Patna to manage the administration. In 2009, all 30 students once again made it to IIT. The same year, Rahmani Super, 10 students from the Muslim community who were coached along the same lines as the original Super 30 and mentored by Abhay Anand, also achieved 10% results. There is now a competition of sorts. Anand has increased the Super 30 batch to 45. He plans to take that number up to 60 or even 90. The Abhay Anand-led effort is to find 30 students per group who make the cut. But they are looking. For as Anand puts it, गरीबी का बच्चा इतिहास बनाता है. It is the poor who make history. In fact, Anand uses two characters, Ricky and Bholu, to illustrate his point. Ricky is a rich student. He comes on a bike, eats pizza, and says hi. Bholu is a poor student. He comes on a cycle, eats chapati, and says namaste. Ricky is a good student, an attentive student, but Bholu thinks smarter and more systematically. I give them a problem and we see how Ricky complicates the problem, while Bholu solves it simply like a 9th or 10th standard class problem in 2-3 lines. I give a second problem and again we find that Ricky makes it confusing, while Bholu solves it in a simple manner. The difference is that Bholu first understands the problem, understands the objective, and then chooses a method to solve it. Once we solve the problem, we do it again using a different method, and again and again. Ultimately, Anand teaches the students to generalize the problem and even make up their own milta-julta problems. लेक्चर को एक कहानी के जरिए से बताना, हर मैथमेटिक्स के प्रॉब्लम को एक नहीं कई मेथड से बनाना, उसको जनरलाइज करना, यही हमारा सीक्रेट है. And it's about constantly raising the bar, motivating a student to reach beyond what he believes he is capable of. I keep looking for tougher questions. At times, I even take problems from the International Mathematics Olympiads, says Anand. All well and good. But how does he support this noble effort without outside funding, without grants? Simple. The Super 30 effort is subsidized by Ramanujan School of Mathematics, the coaching class for regular middle-class students which Anand still runs. He takes in a maximum of 500 students a year, charging a modest fee of 9,000 rupees for physics, chemistry and mathematics. We prepare these students for IIT entrance tests, but not like other coaching classes which charge up to 1 lakh. Our intention is not only restricted to earning money. Sometimes a 45-minute lecture will go on for 2 hours until we find a solution to the problem. Out of these earnings, the Super 30 are supported, given free food, accommodation and training. More work is remaining, says Anand, but good teachers are difficult to find. Anand himself has been offered big money by coaching institutes in Kota to come and join them. I have been offered a partnership by such training centers. The package they offer is not in lakhs but in crores. But I'm not interested. In his spare time, Anand continues writing papers on mathematics and finding new and intriguing problems for his students to solve. As for Abhay Anand, apart from police-related duties, he's busy duplicating the Super 30 concepts across Bihar. Each Super 30 is a community-led effort. For example, a dozen businessmen and doctors pooled in 5 lakhs to start Magad Super 30 at Dandi Bagh, Gaya. In Bihar Sharif, local doctors and school owner Arvind Kumar came forward to support Nalanda Super 30. At Bhagalpur, 2 retired professors from the local engineering college are teaching mathematics and physics at Ang Super 30. Each center is funded and managed by the community. Abhay Anand remains the guiding light in charge of academic activities. At Rahmani Super, he takes physics classes. The other centers he visits once a month. I also take classes on mobile phone for students of Bhagalpur, Nalanda and Gaya, he says. What an idea, Sarji. The original Super 30 is an amazing and inspiring effort. The fact that this model can be replicated with a high degree of success makes it doubly so. The challenge then is to find more rough diamonds, to be polished and ground into revealing their natural brilliance. We do not get any financial return from this venture, yet we do ask for a Guru Dakshina from students. Give back to society what you have got, if not more. The poor student has takat. We instill this thought in their minds to such an extent that their blood boils and they wait for the exams to come. And may there be more teachers who dedicate their lives to such a cause. Advice to young entrepreneurs. सबसे बड़ी बात है लगन की. काम के प्रति एक नशा हो जाना चाहिए. सोते जागते सपने में मन में काम के बारे में ही सोचें. You must have divanagi towards your aim. Whether people at home are with you or against you, if you're completely passionate and committed to what you're doing, nothing else will matter. Lack of resources and circumstances are not barriers. ये चीजें कोई मायने नहीं रखती अगर आपका हौसला बुलंद है. The Sound of Silence. Dhruv Lakra, Miracle Couriers. Dhruv Lakra could have become an investment banker. Instead, he invested in a very offbeat idea, a courier service employing the deaf. In a short span of 2 years, Miracle Couriers is a robust business competing with the best. And Dhruv dreams of making it as big as FedEx, but keeping that social edge. It's a busy morning at Miracle Couriers. A dozen young boys in bright orange uniforms, a girl typing away furiously on her computer. But there is something different about this place. You wonder what it is until you realize it's the silence. Miracle is a company which exclusively employs the deaf. But why this special interest only in the deaf? I asked Dhruv. People buy diyas from mentally challenged children during Diwali, or go to a blind school and distribute sweets, he replies. But tell me, do you even notice people who cannot hear? Baat to sahi hai. But what can be done about it? Dhruv Lakra decided, kuch to karna hai. Newly graduated from the Sade Business School in Oxford, he hit upon the idea of a courier business. A conventional, scalable business where there's literally no need for verbal communication. Sealed, signed, delivered. Miracle Couriers was started with a capital of £200 and 10 shipments. In just 18 months, it has grown to handle 60,000 deliveries a month. But the real story is not on an Excel sheet. It is the light in the eyes of the employees, the pride in their stride, the hope in their hearts. Miracle is indeed a miracle. It makes you believe. There is sadness, there is injustice, but we human beings can do something about it. Upar wala sun raha hai. Pukar ke to dekho. Dhruv Lakra grew up in Jammu in a business family. My dad is in the furniture and chemical business. My mother was also an entrepreneur. She ran her own boutique from home. Dhruv attended a well-known school in Jammu, MHAC, the same school his dad, brother and uncles had attended. It's a massive school with a sports ground and even a stream running right through it. As a child, Dhruv had one burning ambition, to become a swimming champion. But he didn't receive much encouragement from the family for it. One good thing, however, was that he was packed off to Bombay to study right after class 10. My mom and dad both studied in Delhi, so they wanted me to get exposed to a big town. I studied in HR college, attending lectures, also did a lot of partying, took in the whole big city experience. And that included getting a taste of the real world outside the classroom. I worked as a cashier in a bowling alley for 2 months and earned about 9,000 rupees. And I really enjoyed blowing up that cash, but I also learned a lot while on the job. Dhruv then applied to the Tata Finance Internship Program. He was one of the few students selected. The job involved traveling all the way to Dahisar and Mira Road to sell Hero Honda bikes. But so what? To convince someone to buy a bike, I thought that would be a good challenge, he grins. And yet, after completing his BCom, Dhruv got into the usual rut of appearing for CAT. He did not make the cut. What's more, he realized, this ain't for me. I cannot do 30 questions in 20 minutes. Sorry, I just can't. So after the exam, I took off to Uttaranchal, trekked around for a couple of months, did some soul searching. At one point, his grandparents got rather worried and asked him, "Are you on drugs?" Eventually, Dhruv returned to Mumbai and joined Merrill Lynch in the investment banking division, a job he hated but which taught him a lot. I think investment bankers are evil, but when it comes to professionalism and discipline, you just cannot beat them. When something needs to go out on Monday, it simply has to. That result-oriented approach was something Dhruv deeply and completely imbibed. Secondly, within 6 months, I realized this is all bullshit. Yes, bankers get paid a lot of money, but I don't want this life. After nearly 2 years, Dhruv quit Merrill and decided to do what he really wanted to do, get into the social sector. He joined an NGO called Dasra in Mumbai, and as fate would have it, the tsunami had just happened. They offered me a position on the condition that I spent 3 to 4 months with the fishermen in tsunami-hit areas of Tamil Nadu, Nagapattinam and Kudalur. I readily accepted. Dhruv spent 2 years at Dasra where he worked on a wide variety of projects. Apart from tsunami-related causes, he dealt with organizations that cater to women, HIV/AIDS, children and the disabled. The job exposed him to concepts like strategy, scale, impact measurement, donor reporting, fundraising, the works. Actually, Dasra was started by former investment bankers. So it had the same professional rigor, discipline, and emphasis on the quality and content. I enjoyed every minute of it. And there was an unexpected bonus. When Dhruv applied to the Sage School of Business at Oxford University, he got a full scholarship from the Skoll Foundation, whose special area of interest is social enterprise. The scholarship was worth £45,000, and the only condition for Skoll scholars was that they had to take the electives on social entrepreneurship. Courses included social enterprise and design, social finance, and social innovation. I would have taken the courses anyway, but it felt good that someone paid me to do so, says Dhruv. The Oxford experience was amazing and opened up many new doors. Access to so much academic knowledge and ideas led to the eureka moment when Dhruv realized, I want to do something on my own. What exactly? He had no clue. During his summer project in August 2008, that's when it hit him, sitting in a bus. There was a boy next to me. He wrote to the conductor where he wanted to go, and that's when it struck me. How come I've never noticed deaf people before? Do you have a job? Dhruv asked the boy. No, he replied. Back home, Dhruv hit Google. The statistics were shocking, to say the least. India is second only to China when it comes to the number of deaf people. But what can I do about it? Was the question which haunted Dhruv. I was always socially inclined, but I had strong perceptions like the sector does not pay you, it's not professional, it's for people who don't want to make it big. As luck would have it, he was sitting at home one afternoon having a cup of tea when a courier arrived. As he signed for the shipment, Dhruv noticed there was no verbal communication. And that's when it came to him. I can run a courier company with deaf people. A bit of asking around revealed that courier boys were paid decent salaries along with benefits. It was a hard job to do, no doubt, but respectable. In October 2008, Dhruv completed his course at Oxford and returned to India. The following month, he set up Miracle Couriers with one deaf boy, Ganesh. I did not know sign language then. I did not know any deaf people. So I went to a club for deaf youth and convinced Ganesh to join. The first order, procured through a friend, was for 10 shipments. Ganesh made 5 deliveries and I made the other 5, he recalls. Business was extremely small but steady for the first 6 weeks. Then, through a reference, Miracle bagged its first large order, 5,000 deliveries. Dhruv said to the client, "It will take me 10 days to complete your order." The client said, "No problem. My event is 3 weeks away. Take your time." Quickly, Dhruv asked Ganesh to find 2 more deaf boys looking for work, and the order was completed. That guy simply loved our service and gave us another order for 5,000. So revenues finally started coming in. More orders, more employees, wonderful. But where was the space? Miracle was operating from a friend's house and there was simply no room to expand. Luckily, Dhruv was able to meet with Anu Aga of Thermax through Indu Shahani, principal of HR College as well as Sheriff of Mumbai. Mrs. Hindu Shahani has been so encouraging. She is phenomenal. The space provided by Thermax was large enough to seat 6 to 7 people. So Dhruv began hiring more staff. Now the deaf won't find it easy to get a job, but that doesn't mean it's easy to get them to work for you. Deaf people are a tribe. For hearing people to get into the tribe is not easy. Of course, the boys on the team were the best recruiters. They brought in their friends. Then, in January 2009, Miracle hired Rashmi, a deaf girl. Dhruv had to first win over her parents. I had to convince them to let her travel all the way from Goregaon to Churchgate, and the salary wasn't all that much either. After all, Miracle was set up on a capital of £200, money left over from the Skoll scholarship. The company was generating some revenue, but little cash. Working capital was very tight. When it comes to payment, couriers are given last priority. And sure, you will pay next month, but workers want their salary this month as an act of faith. In any case, deaf people do not trust hearing people. The logic is, we are deaf, we have always been discriminated against. So you really have to work hard to earn that trust, make them believe in you. Friends and family would chip in from time to time. Then Dhruv found an angel investor who put in ₹1,00,000. We would not have been here today if it weren't for him. A growing business is like Oliver Twist, always hungry for more capital to service more clients. And while there are many VCs out there keen to fund social entrepreneurs, Dhruv did not approach them. Once an investor comes in, the ball game changes. The only thing VCs care about is Excel sheet calculations. There is tremendous pressure, then, to deliver returns. And so Dhruv chose an unconventional source of funding. He applied for the prestigious Echoing Green Fellowship. This fellowship is awarded to 15 social entrepreneurs from around the world every year. It is a very tough, very competitive process which takes 6 months. I literally put my heart and soul into it. And Dhruv's effort paid off. He was chosen as the Echoing Green Fellow for the year 2009. The fellowship amount? Approximately $60,000 would be released in installments over the next 24 months. Just the miracle that miracle needed to not just survive, but thrive. The focus now shifted on operations, building systems and infrastructure. As of March 2010, Miracle Couriers is handling 60,000 deliveries a month. My target is 200,000 deliveries a month by next year. To do that, we need tracking systems, but we can't simply go out and buy what's already in use. That's because commonly used technology gives a beep every time a barcode is scanned. What Miracle needs is a visual signal that had to be developed and is slowly getting implemented. Meanwhile, the courier business operates in classic factory fashion, extreme subdivision of tasks. The girls are in charge of the sorting. When volumes are high, boys also chip in. Sorting is done pin code wise, and every boy has been allocated one specific area. So Churchgate, Mumbai 400020 will be handled by the same boy every day. Each boy knows his area and develops his own route. We try not to change it unless there is an emergency. Sometimes the address is incomplete, so the girls use Google Maps and write down a landmark like a church or temple, which helps the boy find the place easily. There is absolutely no problem in terms of deaf people making deliveries, and if they need to, they find a way to communicate. In fact, with every letter or parcel delivered, Miracle attaches a basic Indian Sign Language sheet. But most receivers simply sign on the POD without exchanging a word. The beauty of this model is you don't need to know the boy who delivered your courier is deaf. But there is a feel-good factor to receiving a letter stamped, delivered, sorted, and accounted by deaf adults. One of our clients is a magazine. The editor called me to say his subscribers are saying, "I'm really happy you're using Miracle. But will they pay me ₹1 more per delivery?" The answer, sadly, is no. And it's not just the little people, but the who's who of the corporate world who will demand the same rate as Vichar, or less. Out of 45 clients, only one pays Miracle a better price, and she's a foreigner. And Dhruv says, it's not about charity. The cost of operating a business with differently abled people is a little higher. In addition, Miracle gives all employees minimum wages as well as benefits like Provident Fund. Purchase manager shrug. Guru, that's not my problem. Because corporate social responsibility, CSR, is something CEOs talk about. But that's on television. In mundane managerial life, it means nothing. In the US, diversity is a huge issue. Some states even have laws which favor suppliers who employ minorities or disabled people. But no, Dhruv isn't complaining. He's taken the situation in his stride, like any young entrepreneur. We use the disability card to get a foot into the door. After that, it's an equal sum game. You simply have to deliver. In fact, in the last few months, Miracle was making deliveries for as little as 5 rupees. The boys were new. I wanted them to get trained. So I said, let me absorb the loss while they learn their areas. It was a smart decision. I don't do deliveries at those prices anymore, he adds, even if it means letting go of some business. Miracle's client list includes giants like Mahindra & Mahindra, AV Birla Group, Godrej and Boys Group to name a few. But Dhruv is now pitching to banks, which have large volumes. And to handle that kind of scale, he realized Miracle needed something he did not have: the wisdom of experience. I decided to hire an operations manager, someone who knew the courier business inside out. 8 candidates came for the interview. 7 of them said, "You can't run an operation without any verbal communication." The 8th person was Sameer Bhosle, a man with 16 years of solid experience with AFL, LB and Velocity couriers. He jumped at the offer, and honestly, it was the best thing that could have happened to Miracle. Bhosle understands the nitty-gritty of the courier business and the tooth and nail of execution. I wanted to hire someone who's the exact opposite of me. I'm really good at strategy and getting business, but Sameer is a master when it comes to day-to-day operations. Miracle is now building a classic hub-and-spoke model. The town office is now housed in space provided by the Aditya Birla Group at Industry House in Churchgate. A second office, managed by Bhosle, has been set up in Andheri to take care of suburban deliveries. In March 2010, business was a steady 1.5 lakhs a month. Breaking even is only 6 months away, maybe even sooner. So where does Miracle see the business heading? I want to be the DHL or FedEx of the courier business, but employing only people with disabilities, declares Dhruv. Because every disabled person with a job is empowered in many ways. One of our stars is a boy called Bhupesh. He comes to office every day from Bhupuri. It takes 2 hours one way, says Dhruv. Bhupesh's father is an alcoholic without a job. His brother is also deaf. For Bhupesh, who is barely 10 standard pass, working at Miracle is about respect. It is the first time anyone has trusted Bhupesh, given him responsibility. Then there are the girls, Vanita and Rashmi, who work as supervisors. They track the deliveries, how many shipments have been picked up, how many have reached. What's more, the boys come back in the evening and report to them. Imagine the sense of confidence the job gives them. In fact, Rashmi is being groomed for the next level. She's learning tally. I would love to hire a deaf or blind cost accountant, but I simply can't find one. All employees at Miracle have PAN numbers, group insurance and salary accounts with ATM cards, which is a big deal because most banks do not issue cards to the deaf. The issue is verification, which is conducted on phone. Of course, having a card doesn't mean you use one. Mostly they keep it at home, sighs Dhruv. 20 rupees is all a girl will carry while travelling from so far. Then there's the issue of late hours. The Miracle office shuts at 6 in the evening, whereas most courier companies work into the wee hours. Parents don't want girls to travel in the night, so they come in early and leave early. Currently, Miracle employs 58 people, out of which 55 are deaf adults. As it grows, Dhruv plans to employ the blind and the deaf blind. How? Break the chain in such minute detail that even people with disability can master a particular job or function. So you see, delivery will remain with the deaf, but the back office can employ the blind. We'll find a way to integrate them into our system. The dream, however, goes beyond employment for a few hundred or a few thousand disabled people. We want to change the way the disabled are viewed, to prove to corporates they have what it takes. The hope is that this will have a snowball effect, that more organizations will become inclusive and open their doors to the disabled. Working with the deaf, Dhruv is keenly aware that employment is not a complete solution. There are any number of issues from sexual ignorance to where will I live once my parents are gone. But Dhruv has taken a call. This is a cutthroat business. We have to focus, we have to go to scale. But 5 years from now, I will definitely set up a foundation or a trust which works on disability-related issues. Even as Miracle struggles with the challenges of growth, there are some challenges on the personal front. I hardly pay myself anything, he admits. My girlfriend is not happy about that. As for parents, well, they are proud and supportive. But Dhruv has a philosophical take on what people think. You know, it's funny. When I joined Merrill Lynch, everyone was happy. Then I left to work for an NGO and people said, "Ek number ka gadha hai." Then Dhruv got a full scholarship to Oxford and suddenly the opinion was, we always knew this boy was special. When I came back and started Miracle, again I had to face flack. But after I got the Helen Keller Award and the Echoing Green Fellowship, I became a star. Ultimately, whatever you do, there will be people who will encourage you and people who discourage you. Just don't listen to those who say, "Nahi ho sakta hai." I'm really high after experiencing things in my life. Sometimes you just have to play deaf and pray for a miracle. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Just do it. That's my advice. I used to be insecure. I used to wonder, do I have enough money? Now I look back and think I should have started right after college. As far as experience goes, yes, I had work ex, but I had no background in logistics. Also, I believe if you don't know something, you can think more creatively. The conditioning in college is that everybody has to appear for CAT and join the corporate sector. Nothing wrong if that suits you, but don't do it if it doesn't feel right. Take some time off, do some introspection, find out what your true calling is, then go follow that path. Change makers. The scientific socialist. Madhav Shravan Pratham. Born into a political family, Madhav Shravan almost became a communist leader. But the winds of change led him in a different direction. Madhav returned to India after his PhD and made education his life's mission. Today, Pratham is the largest NGO in this sector, working with the government to impact millions of children. The son of a businessman joins business. The son of a film star joins films. The son of a politician joins politics. Not Madhav Shravan. Born to freedom fighter parents, brought up amidst trade union leaders, activism and narebazi came to him naturally. But his education in the US and exposure to the world made him rethink old ideologies and redirect the course of his life. Since 1989, Madhav has devoted his time, his energy, his heart and his mind to making education a reality for the other India. The India that attends municipal schools, government schools, or no school at all. He brings to this exercise the empathy of a politician, the rigor of a scientist, the enthusiasm of a child. As he shares his story and a late lunch of idli sambar, I think to myself, here is someone who could have spent his life playing with chemical equations inside an air-conditioned lab. Instead, Madhav immersed himself in the world, creating new equations, using the oxygen of education to ignite minds. Madhav Shravan was born and brought up in Bombay. My grandfather was a judge in the princely state of Kolhapur. My father had the advantages of education, environment, but at 17 he became a communist and threw himself into the freedom struggle. Madhav's parents met in 1942 when his father was an underground political worker hiding in her house. Later, he became a trade unionist. I'm the only child, but I grew up among many adults. Our house was popularly called a commune, which means his colleagues, sometimes their families, all lived in one place. By night, it was a residence. By day, it was an office where hundreds of people came in and out. Madhav's father belonged to the Lal Nishan party, well known in political and trade union circles. My father never got a salary. It was my mother's job as a school teacher which sustained us, but we had everything we needed. I was introduced to social, political thought very early. After high school, I started participating in leftist political work, student activities. This was in the early 70s. Madhav joined Jai Hind College for his FY and Inter-SC. While most of his friends chose engineering and medicine, he went to the Institute of Science on Madam Kama Road. But that too was not very serious. It was just something that one did, complete one's graduation. My main preoccupation used to be student union work or other political work. After completing his BSc, Madhav worked for a year with the Lal Nishan party. But then, emergency was declared, and for a variety of reasons, he decided to go back to college for further studies. By this time, I had decided I did not want to work full-time in politics. Madhav enrolled for an MSc in inorganic chemistry. Not very serious in the first year, he applied himself in the second and got a distinction. Then the question was, what next? Madhav applied to IIT for a PhD but was rejected. Meanwhile, the US seemed to be inviting anybody and everybody who wanted to do a PhD, even offering scholarships. So it was that student union leader who was demonstrating outside the US consulate in 1973 lined up for a student visa outside the same consulate in 1978. I completed my PhD from Ohio State University, which was considered one of the top 10 schools for chemistry. I can't say I could have won a Nobel Prize, but I understood chemistry much better in those years than I did before. More importantly, Madhav's entire worldview changed. He became aware of issues in Latin America, Vietnam, China, and found himself challenging long-held beliefs. Imperialism, capitalism, these are words to describe the system. But when you meet people on a daily basis, you realize they have no real meaning. What impressed Madhav the most about America was the sense of equality in everyday life and interactions. And yet, after completing the PhD, securing a faculty position and even a green card, Madhav felt the urge to return to India. I faced a simple choice: live in the US and face the challenges of US society, or come back to India and face the challenges of Indian society. I chose to come back. The year was 1986. Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi had initiated the Scientific Pool Officer Scheme, inviting scientists from abroad to come back to India. Madhav joined the National Chemical Laboratory, NCL, in Pune as part of this scheme. Soon after, he got an offer to join the UDCT, University Department of Chemical Technology, and shifted to Mumbai. While Madhav enjoyed teaching, his research proposal got stuck in red tape for over 2 years. In the meantime, he once again got sucked into politics. Lal Nishan was like family. I was thrown right into it. I attended meetings and even helped out in the publication of the newspaper they were bringing out. By this time, a section of this small party was rethinking along the lines of Gorbachev. Change was in the air. Internationally, communism was reinventing itself. In fact, in 1986, Madhav had a chance to visit China on the invitation of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I had grown up reading and admiring Maoist literature. In China, I heard from the younger generation how they saw the Cultural Revolution and why it was wrong. That came as a shock. India too was changing. Slogans like Garibi Hatao were replaced with new ideas, new initiatives. One such initiative was the National Literacy Mission, the brainchild of Sam Pitroda. The idea was to make a very strong intervention to bring down adult illiteracy, which in turn would impact other development parameters. This is homegrown thinking. UNICEF or World Bank aren't telling you this. Just like you need pulses, just like you need water, just like you need technology, you need education. The National Literacy Mission was looking for unusual people to take the movement forward. Madhav Shavan was certainly one such person. But how he came to the notice of the Education Ministry is a story in itself. In 1988, university teachers went on strike, asking the government to implement the Fourth Pay Commission's recommendations. Madhav led the brigade in UDCT. And at this time, he also wrote a letter to the Prime Minister. I wrote to Rajiv Gandhi, if you want to really have a battle, then battle on the content of education and how it is to be delivered. The letter essentially said, colleges are closed, kids are wandering around, and you are not even starting a debate on what's wrong with our education. Instead, the negotiations are stuck on issues like whether professors should sign a muster, whether the increase should be 5% or 7%. That's ridiculous. Apparently, Rajiv Gandhi read the letter and marked it to Anil Bordia, the Secretary of Education. The strike was ultimately settled, but Anil Bordia asked to meet Madhav to see ye kaun aadmi hai. And he was in for a shock. I think he expected an elderly person, not a 34-year-old, laughs Madhav. However, the initial interaction was not a happy one. Promises were made, which were not kept. But on another trip to Delhi on behalf of the Lal Nishan party, Madhav met Bordia again. The two had a long conversation, and somewhere close to midnight, Bordia remarked, "You talk about social revolution and social justice, print posters and pamphlets, but you're not bothered that the people you write them for can't read." And suddenly, everything seemed to come together at that point. My background in the US, what I had seen about equality, democracy, my rethinking on Marxism, what I had seen in China. I have not rejected the idea of Marxism, but I had questions in my mind. That midnight conversation was a eureka moment, a turning point in Madhav Shavan's life. From 1989, he devoted most of his energy to the field of adult literacy. While he continued with his day job at UDCT, the real kick came from working in the slums of Chembur and Dharavi. It was amazing how hungry young people in the slums were to show what they could do. The question was, how exactly can I help them? At that time, the National Literacy Mission was running a program called Mass Program for Functional Literacy, MPFL. Madhav decided to rally around all the people he knew working for various causes around this program. I had friends working for women's liberation. I had friends working for the popularization of science. I said to them, none of the things you want to do are possible if people cannot read and write. And they agreed to join the movement. Basically, the appeal of the National Literacy Mission was that it was not just another government program. It was a people's movement. Madhav registered an outfit called CORO, Committee of Resource Organization. The idea was to put together a list of people in Mumbai who could be resource persons for the literacy program. The Government of India gave CORO a grant of 1 lakh. But there was a great deal of confusion on how MPFL would be implemented. Could students of various elite colleges under Bombay University actually teach illiterates? Madhav didn't think so. When I actually started going on the field, I felt that there is no connect. How can you get Xavier's and Ruia students into a Dalit slum in Chembur? And on the other hand, there were a lot of young people in the slums itself who had passed the 8th or 10th grade and had the desire to do something. CORO tapped into these young slum dwellers and started a program to teach adult men and women in the slums of Chembur and Dharavi. Despite this innovative approach, 1 year later, Madhav discovered that his program had only a 10% success rate. Teaching an illiterate person to read and write was far more difficult than anticipated. The truth is, CORO could have submitted a report claiming 50% success or even 90% success, and it would have been blindly accepted. But Madhav did not belong to the Chalta Hai school of thought. The point is, if it's not working, we have to change it. Even though it meant that the government of India stopped giving grants. After much soul-searching, thought and discussion, Madhav reorganized the literacy program. We started having classes at night, taught groups of people together, and changed our methodology as well. All these changes led to new energy, new interest in the program, and its influence soon went well beyond literacy. One idea was to bring women from different slums together in one big hall and expose them to inputs from various women's organizations. So one organization talked about income generation, another about domestic violence. One group from Pune spoke about how they had stopped the illicit liquor dens functioning in their area. They said, "It's very simple. We simply get up and destroy them. End of story." That same evening, as the women headed home in buses, one of them said, "Hame bhi aisa hi karna chahiye." And they literally went home, got together and demolished the liquor dens in their community. This idea spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, in 1991, the government of India relieved Madhav of his teaching duties at UDCT and sent him on deputation to the National Literacy Mission. At this point, Madhav became involved with the Total Literacy Mission. Everything that came afterwards, information technology, telecom, equal to that or more important was the literacy mission. After Ernakulam became totally literate, the government of India asked every district to set up a total literacy mission. I was trying to develop that plan for Bombay. Awareness and community mobilization were the basic principles, but Madhav went the extra distance. I went to the railway board to get permission to put up signs inside stations. Then we went to the postal unions and they agreed that postmen would participate. None of this was happening anywhere else. The National Literacy Mission was a grand plan on paper, but there was a huge gap between the intention and the implementation. For example, O&M had created a beautiful television campaign around the theme of Padhna Likhna Seekho. At the end of the ad, there was a small box which said, "If you want to teach someone, write to us and we'll send you a literacy kit." Lakhs of people wrote in, but the National Literacy Mission did not have kits to send out. So they simply asked the agency to remove the line exhorting people to write in. It was a hugely disappointing marketing plan. If you're going to advertise a product, that product should be available. It's a very simple principle. Another simple principle Madhav discovered was that a system may be slothful, but if you can fire up individuals within that system, you can work wonders. Madhav recalls how he was able to get Sujata Kandekar, then an employee of MSEB, Maharashtra State Electricity Board, to become a resource for CORO. I went to Mr. Sharad Pawar, then Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and told him CORO needs Sujata, but we cannot afford to pay her salary. He picked up the phone and called the chairman of MSEB. Soon after, Sujata Kandekar joined CORO while MSEB continued to pay her salary. Then there was a lady called Medha Kulkarni who worked with All India Radio. Medha called me once to give a talk and we struck up a rapport. The result of that was a whole series of radio programs around the theme of literacy. Not only me, but even our youth from the slums got trained as program editors. What the Ministry of Human Resource Development could not get All India Radio to do at an All India level, Medha Kulkarni did for adult literacy at the regional level, simply because she became passionate about the cause. The show was a 10-part series called Shale Baherchi Shala, and it was very different from AIR's regular programming. I put together 10 groups of people at different stages of literacy. On day one, I sat with some shepherds, completely illiterate. Madhav chatted with them in the studio for 25 minutes, and in the end they said, "Yes, we want to learn." The show was aired with minor editing. Episode 2 featured some women who had just learned to sign their name. Week by week, the show took listeners through the whole process, the benefits of literacy, but in an interesting manner, with great music and top quality production, all done at All India Radio. Around the same time, Madhav also hosted a primetime television serial on Doordarshan called Akshardhara. The show ran for 1.5 years, and it was the only social sector programming aired at prime time. Again, it was born out of the passion of one individual to promote literacy. It started with the idea of producing a 30-second clip with small vignettes, like a vegetable vendor's son teaching his illiterate mother. When Madhav first proposed the concept to Vijaya Dhumale, the assistant station director of Doordarshan in Mumbai, she said, "I want to first see what you do before we think about it." After visiting the slums and speaking to the boys and girls helping out, she did not want to do a 30-second clip. She proposed a 30-minute program. "Madhav," she said, "have you ever written a script for television?" Madhav had not, but gave it a shot. "It's perfect," she said. "Why don't you also become the presenter?" The program turned out beautifully, and Vijaya managed to air it on prime time when one of the regular producers failed to deliver his weekly episode. For the next airing, Vijaya roped in her former assistant Nitish Bharadwaj, much loved for his role as Krishna in B.R. Chopra's Mahabharat. With a 2-minute introduction by Nitish, Akshardhara topped the ratings that week and the show became a regular fixture at prime time. Madhav got the platform he needed to send out his message. And creatively speaking, he had an absolute ball. At its peak, Akshardhara got a TRP of 25 as opposed to Ramayan's 44. The program was a huge success. The only trouble was there was no commercial angle. I did all the work free of cost, and that was absolutely fine with me. The problem was that the government had stopped supporting CORO, so I needed to raise some funds to keep that work going. CORO was running on a shoestring budget, but that money had to come from somewhere. As luck would have it, the Department of Science and Technology, DST, had initiated a program on sanitation and waste management. The idea was to convert waste to energy and also to spread the concept of pay-and-use toilets in slums. The secretary at DST and advisor to then Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao was Dr. Vasant Govarikar. Madhav knew Dr. Govarikar through family connections, but more importantly, Dr. Govarikar had seen Akshardhara and hence asked Madhav to make a film for him on pay-and-use toilets. I went there and found the toilets were good, but the management system created was leaking. Contractors were literally fleecing the government. Madhav suggested that the toilets should be managed under a cooperative system by the locals. Let the people working there earn from the revenues. There will be no need for contractors or government funding. Dr. Govarikar agreed to try this scheme out in a newly constructed toilet blocks, and it was a huge success. Many of the CORO volunteers got employed thus. Other youngsters had learned production techniques at All India Radio, and those skills were in demand. All these earnings subsidized the literacy work and allowed CORO to stay afloat. Women started telling their husbands, "Sharab peekar ghar ke andar nahi aana. If you want to drink, go lie down in the gutter outside." There were hardships, but there was also a sense of movement. It looked like much would be achieved quickly. But in December 1992, there was a huge setback. The Babri Masjid was demolished in Ayodhya. Riots followed in Bombay, and the city became extremely tense. Even though the slums we worked in were not directly affected, the mood changed. Literacy became low priority, and we lost the momentum we had created. Around the time, Madhav was unceremoniously evicted from Sahas. the Sakshastra Haq Committee under the Bombay Municipal Corporation. There was no notice, no reason given. It was another turning point in his life. That day, I decided if I ever do anything after this, I will build it independently. Not that I won't work with the government, but I will make sure I have ownership of what I do. Around this time, 1993-94, the idea of Pratham started taking shape. People think I came up with Pratham, but the first thought along these lines actually came from UNICEF. In 1991, the thought of Public-Private Partnership, PPP, in education was voiced for the first time at the Jom Teen Conference. The UNICEF office in Bombay started holding meetings on the concept of PPP. This initiative was led by two remarkable UNICEF officials, Richard Bridle and Amy Wattenby. Richard Bridle said, "We have to build the idea of societal mission." UNICEF was obliged to support the government and the municipal corporation, but by themselves, these institutions could not deliver results. You need business, NGOs and citizens to take ownership and work with the municipal corporation. Make it a societal mission to improve the status and quality of primary education. At the time, Madhav was not a recognized social worker running a registered NGO, so he was not invited to these meetings. But his colleague Farida Lambe, a lecturer at Nirmal Niketan College of Social Work, was present, and she introduced him to the group. 18 months and several meetings later, there was no progress. In fact, there was a standoff. The NGO said, "Show us the money, then we will show you a plan." UNICEF said, "The community must take this forward." Business said, "Show us a plan and we'll see what we can do." The municipal corporation said, "When you figure out what you can do, come to us." There was no energy, no agreement. Since Madhav was one of the few who said it can be done, UNICEF asked him to take over the project. The agency gave a grant of 2.5 lakhs for an office and basic staff and employed Madhav as a consultant. But to make it a societal mission, more stakeholders were needed. The formal decision to set up Pratham Public Charitable Trust was taken in December 1994 at a meeting called by Sharat Kale, the Municipal Commissioner of Bombay. Several eminent citizens, among them SP Godrej, JB D'Souza, and Armeti Desai, were present. It was decided that the body would have ex officio members from the state government, the municipal corporations, as well as socially minded citizens. Madhav Shavan was appointed as executive secretary and asked to build the organization from scratch. We had a trust, we had trustees, but we had no money and no program. The question was, where were we to begin? Well, a good place to start is understanding the problem. As per secondary data, it appeared that close to 2.5 lakh children were out of school. If these children were to be educated, many more classrooms would be required. But what about existing municipal schools? How good were they? This information was not available. Someone would have to go and find out. But how do you conduct such an exercise across the city without any money? You scratch your head and come up with a creative solution. I went to the Indian Medical Association and told them I need doctors who will volunteer to inspect municipal schools. See if they are well ventilated. Do they have drinking water? Are the bathrooms clean? The secretary of the association was taken aback. "That is the job of sanitary inspectors," he exclaimed. Madhav explained the importance of the exercise. The word of a doctor counted far more than that of a sanitary inspector. Besides, doctors had no vested interest. It took some convincing, but the IMA agreed to Madhav's proposals. Close to 400 doctors volunteered and surveyed 900 municipal schools across the city. The feedback was tabulated on a creaky 386 computer in the Pratham office. The results were shocking. The doctors found that 75% of municipal schools were okay. How is that possible? Wondered Madhav. I have been to municipal schools myself and seen the dirty toilets. India में कौन सा public toilet clean है? Replied the doctors. They were practical people who dealt with everyday realities of health and hygiene. Madhav was pleasantly surprised at the positivity generated by this experiment. An added bonus was that the cost of conducting this giant exercise was a mere 25,000 rupees. So school buildings were all right, but what about the staff? Pratham decided to focus attention on training and upgrading teachers. The trouble was, teachers were not very interested in being trained, and they did not feel the training was relevant. During a feedback session, one teacher remarked, "All this is very good, but is it useful for our kind of classrooms?" Madhav took this feedback seriously. In my experience, the most important thing is to keep your eyes and ears open. Listen to the dissonance and see what people are really saying. One issue which kept coming up was that children enrolled in municipal schools had no preschool exposure, which meant they did not come to class 1 knowing that school meant sitting in one place, listening to instructors, being able to concentrate. "Can you do something about this?" the teachers asked Pratham. It was a kuch karke dikhao kind of challenge. Pratham saw it as an opportunity and came up with a very simple idea, improving upon an existing model in the municipal system. Community development officers had started balwadis in some schools. They made space available and authorized a person to run the show. The person running the balwadi was authorized to collect a small fee, say 5 to 10 rupees per child per month. A sound entrepreneurial model, no burden of a salary. Could the balwadi program be scaled to municipal schools across the city? The corporation officers were reluctant. "I was not about to take no for an answer," grins Madhav. "We had run adult literacy classes in the slums, in the by-lanes. Why can't we do the same with the balwadis?" Thus was launched the Community Balwadi Model. The idea was to identify a good person, preferably an enthusiastic young lady who wanted to do something. Her job would be to play and sing with the children, make sure that they came for 2 hours, got used to the class environment and listening to instructions. Pratham paid this young lady 100 rupees per month. Any fees she collected over and above that were hers to keep. The space was provided by the community or the instructor herself. Mandir, masjid, church, Shiv Sena office, Congress office, gully, veranda, somebody's house, any place was acceptable, as long as there was no interference in what was being taught and no political or religious message. The benefit of this very flexible open source model was that in the short span of 3.5 years, there were 3,000 balwadis across the city. We had a team of 11 people, each in charge of one ward. In each ward, we found locals and told them to recruit a person from the community to run the balwadi. Once the model went to scale, of course, the issue of monitoring came in. Very often we found that we were falling short, but by and large, the model was serving its purpose. When balwadi children entered schools, they performed far better. Pratham also found that the young women who ran the balwadis became more confident, more aware of their own capabilities. The balwadi became a sort of internship for these girls. Many went on to college, got another job, and even as young mothers, they were better equipped to raise their own children. As the balwadi program grew, so did Pratham's credibility. Government officials don't take what NGOs say too seriously because they say you know how to teach 100 children, maybe even 1,000, but we are dealing with lakhs of children. Demonstrating a solution which worked on scale opened many doors and many minds to the idea of Pratham, the idea of thinking out of the box. Another initiative pioneered by Pratham was Joyful Education. At the time, British Airways had just started the Change for Good program, where passengers were urged to donate their spare change for a good cause. Pratham was one of the first beneficiaries of that program. What Pratham did was again very simple. Teacher training programs were not working, so we stopped them. Instead, we said, let us simply encourage them to do good things. Pratham provided material worth 100 rupees to each classroom. Spread over 5,000 classrooms, this was an investment of 5 lakhs. Returns came in the form of teaching aids, toys, and games made by the teachers. Not all teachers made the most beautiful or the most useful things, but what we got was enthusiasm because nobody had said, I am telling you what to do. We are saying, tell us what can you do. On its part, Pratham mass-produced some of the most interesting toys and teaching aids. The teacher's name was printed on the item and it was distributed to all schools. The idea was to make the teachers feel enthusiastic about their jobs, and it worked. When you're trying to create a movement, the Zindabad, Murdabad type of social activists are not useful. You need creative people, people who can do things differently. Teachers started coming out and saying that they would like to do more. At this point, Dr. Rukmani Banerjee, a PhD in education from Chicago, joined Pratham. She assessed the performance of the children in terms of learning. While a few children scored well, the majority fared miserably. In fact, a large number of children enrolled in 3rd, 4th and 5th standards could not read or do basic maths. Pratham asked the teachers to identify these children and devised a program to teach them separately for 2 hours every day. Sometimes all a child really needs is a pat on the back, somebody to sit next to them and say, I'm there for you. It was not just about reading techniques but giving individual attention. Initially, full-time staff was recruited to take care of the additional workload. But then Pratham came up with a bold suggestion. Why don't we offer you a volunteer from the slums who has probably been with your own student? She will come and teach the children for 2 hours inside your classroom and we will call her a Balsaki. People said, "Ye kaise ho sakta hai?" But Pratham had a simple argument. Either teachers agreed to do it or let us do it our way. And that clinched the decision. Balsakis were paid 200 rupees a month. Not a large sum, but it was a fellowship of sorts for girls from slums who were going to higher secondary schools or college. I believe money alone does not motivate people. They want some recognition. They want to learn something, and it feels good to be a part of a larger movement, to be making a small difference. And all these small differences added up to create a big impact. Economists from MIT evaluated the Balsaki program through extensive randomized trials in Baroda and Mumbai. They found that it led to massive improvements. In 1998, for the first time, the government of India acknowledged the need for remedial education. I think this was one of the big success stories of Pratham, so much so that it influenced thinking at a policy level. This was also the time that the government started talking about out-of-school children and what Pratham could do about it. The problem with reintegrating children who had dropped out of school was that they usually disappeared again. Either they could not follow what was going on in the class, or they found it too boring. Once again, Pratham turned to its Balsakis to hook these kids onto the idea of sitting in a classroom and give them the confidence they needed in themselves and the system. The astounding thing is that all this activity was undertaken and achieved a fair degree of success with a laughably small amount of funds. In year 1, Pratham had a budget of 2.5 lakhs. This went up to 18 lakhs in year 2, and by the 3rd year it swelled into 40 lakhs, thanks to a grant from ICICI. In fact, it was the personal conviction of Mr. N. Vagul, then chairman of the financial giant, which made it happen. Mr. Vagul said, "I like your work, we will support you, but I want to see exactly what you do before giving you more money." And true to his word, he went to the slums where Pratham was operating. He observed the young girls teaching and responded in his broken Hindi and with a great sense of humor. recalls Madhav. Mr. Vagul went on to become a champion of Pratham and its work philosophy, and this had a ripple effect. Mr. Vagul's support gave confidence to business leaders such as Ajay Piramal, Azim Premji, and Mukesh Ambani. They too started supporting us. Thus, Pratham became the first NGO in the field of education with a strong corporate support base. Despite increase in funding, Madhav kept one simple rule of thumb. Whatever program we create, it should not cost more than 1% of the municipal education budget. The idea was to remain prudent and efficient and reach out to even larger numbers. Until 1998, Pratham was focused wholly and solely on Mumbai. But as its work got noticed, demand to replicate its model started coming in. The Secretary of Education, Mr. M.K. Kaur, invited many government officers to Bombay to see what Pratham was doing. Both the UP and Rajasthan governments invited Pratham to help push their children into the mainstream. But who would actually go to Jaipur and Lucknow to do that job? The same young men and women who had worked with Pratham in the slums. They had never seen the outside world, but they were brimming with confidence. We sent them out to spread our programs. In Jaipur, the administration was shocked when a young girl, Rekha Jadhav, and her colleague Sachin set up 30 bridge classes within a matter of 3 weeks. Such a pace was simply unheard of. If you want to activate an institution, you need to activate a person inside that institution. Create a champion. Rekha's story is the story of Pratham. She started as a Balwari teacher, displayed leadership ability, and grew within the organization. When the Jaipur project came up, she raised her hand and said, "I will go." Jaipur ho ya Mumbai, the formula was simple. You walk into a community and say, "तुम्हारे बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जाते, तुम्हें शर्म नहीं आती?" No survey, no bureaucracy. You go and connect at a person-to-person level and simply set up a class. Once a couple of children join, the rest follow as in the story of the Pied Piper. And the best part of it all was we didn't need government money to start. We quickly demonstrated the job could be done, the model worked. Later, the government took over and it went to scale. The conversion rate of the program was also encouraging. 55 to 60% of dropouts actually went back to school and most of them stayed there. Meanwhile, requests were coming in from individuals to replicate the Pratham program in their states. Madhav recalls attending a conference in Delhi where the gentleman sitting next to him said, "I like this idea of Pratham. How can it be started in Delhi?" Madhav replied, "You say I will do it in Delhi." The gentleman waited for a couple of seconds and said, "Okay, I will start Pratham in Delhi. Now what?" The gentleman was Mr. Vinod Khanna, a well-respected former ambassador and IFS man. He took it upon himself and he set up Pratham Delhi. In a similar fashion, Pratham initiatives started in Ahmedabad, Baroda, Lucknow, Allahabad, Bangalore, Mysore, Pune and Rajasthan. There was a spontaneous replication of Pratham with some ownership. Either the government had to take ownership or a group of socially conscious people or business people had to take ownership. The essential thing was that a group of people from different segments of society get together and set up an autonomous trust. Madhav even suggested that each trust should have its own name. While Bangalore took the name Akshara Foundation, the others all came back and said they wanted to call themselves Pratham. I was a little defensive because there was talk in NGO circles, "Ye Madhav apne aap ko kya samajhta hai pata nahi. He's trying to create an empire." But ultimately, he agreed. Thus came into being Pratham Delhi, Pratham Allahabad, Pratham Baroda. However, it was never a franchisee arrangement. Each Pratham is an independent entity held together by the central gravitational force of common purpose. Of course, we constantly interact with each other, learn from each other. We have agreed on common accounting and financial principles, but the rest is open. The way you teach in Hyderabad can be different from the way you teach in Jaipur. But certain fundamentals like the scale at which Pratham operates, the cost per child, and other such parameters remain constant. Madhav likens the Pratham model to the ubiquitous Udupi restaurant. All Udupi restaurants are broadly similar. The menu looks similar. The decor is similar. The food basically tastes similar. But they are not identical. It's not like a McDonald's where everything is supplied from a central location. Of course, this model implies a great deal of trust and faith in the basic goodness of people. But it worked for Pratham, allowing the movement to spread quickly all over the country. Although with scale came the issue of raising more funds. In 1999, ICICI became ICICI Bank and reduced its contribution to Pratham. At this point, Pratham started raising money in the US and UK. We also consolidated our operations, tightened our belt. By this time, both the government and other NGOs were starting their own Anganwadis and Balwadis. This suited Pratham fine. The point was not who did it, but that the work was being done. The year 2000 was a turning point in other ways. Political equations changed, and some union leaders and elected representatives alleged that Pratham was being favoured. I always wanted to work in partnership, says Madhav. But if the other side doesn't want you, there's no point. Pratham decided to move out of municipal schools and convert its entire program into a community-based effort. The cornerstone of this initiative is the 200 household pocket or basti. In each such pocket, Pratham would first do a complete survey to find out the number of children in school, the number of dropouts, the number struggling with reading, and design a program to fit the requirement of that basti. At the same time, Pratham decided it was time to focus not just on numbers, but on the qualitative aspect of remedial education. It all boiled down to a simple question: how much can a child learn in 2-3 months? From his experience in adult literacy, Madhav knew that if you isolate something, learning can be faster. You just teach some parts. But what is the critical part? Pratham decided to focus only on reading, with remarkable results. We found that in a very short period of time, 7 to 10-year-olds were able to significantly improve their reading skills. In fact, children could become fluent readers in 30 to 45 days. Of course, Pratham worked out a technique to make this possible. Firstly, it adopted the Bara Khadi chart from the work of Professor Jalaluddin, an expert in literacy. Then came a simple assessment tool. Any person could actually go into a village or into a slum, test children and say, okay, this child is at stage 0 and knows nothing. This child is at the level of knowing alphabets. This child recognizes words. This child can read sentences. Whatever the level, there was a specific way to take that child forward. The secret of the accelerated reading program is make it like a game. Mix up saying, doing, reading and writing. Do it all at once. Simple teaching aids like alphabet cards, paragraph cards, small stories and the Bara Khadi chart were all that was needed. Apart from an enthusiastic teacher, of course. We discovered that innovation is not about doing something completely new, but bringing pieces together which fits this particular group. The success of the reading program energized Pratham. If it could be done with alphabets, surely the same could be done with numbers as well. The trick was to identify the most crucial missing component. We found that children did not know how to deal with the place value, units, tens and hundreds. That is because they're not doing things with their own hands, and this is the basic principle of any kind of learning. You have to do things to learn. The maths initiative did not do as well as the reading one, but these experiments changed the way Pratham functioned. From long-duration Balwadi and Bal Sakhi programs, the focus shifted to learning cycles of 2 to 3 months. Teach a batch of students, integrate them into the school system, move on to the next batch. But Pratham is not content with just putting kids in school, making sure they can read. Like any forward-thinking enterprise, they're always wondering, what next? And thus was born the library program. We started introducing libraries in the community, and we found that children liked the idea. The problem was we could not find enough books. Soon, Pratham started publishing its own. This enterprise, known as Pratham Books, was led by Rohini Nilekani and her colleagues in Bangalore. But then we learned from our colleagues at Aid India in Tamil Nadu that you can create a reading card, and a card costs merely ₹1. So now we've started bringing out reading cards in hundreds. If you create 350 reading cards, 350 kids can take them away, and the cost will be ₹350. In the same amount of money, you can give away only 30 books. Going one step further, Pratham actually created a children's newspaper in Bihar. Printing 4 pages in tabloid size, black and white, costs as little as 50 paisa. The idea was to send 20 to 25 copies per school per fortnight. The initial experiment was well received. The Bihar government has made it a statewide initiative on its own. Pratham is not required. That is success, exults Madhav, as he and his team push ahead in new directions. There is always a sense of movement, of what more can we do at Pratham. Some efforts work spectacularly, some fail. But the point is to keep trying. From 2004 onwards, the Learning to Read program, Read India, spread to 40 urban centers as well as 120 rural districts. Pratham also worked in Amethi, the constituency of Sonia Gandhi. When the new government came to power, Madhav was admitted to the National Advisory Council. He suggested that the government should come up with an annual status of education report. When that did not happen, Pratham took the task upon itself. Madhav realized that because of Read India, the organization's ability to reach the entire nation, to the last village, was within striking distance. He asked a colleague, "Can we do a survey across India?" And this is the other characteristic of Pratham. Maybe it's a weakness also. Nobody says no. Everybody said, yes, we can do it. It took 3 months from start to finish, from the point when Madhav sent his first email to the release of the report in January 2006. The sample was 3 times the size of NSS, and yet the cost was a mere 2 crore. As always, the effort was led by volunteers. Pratham was able to mobilize 20 to 25,000 people to do this survey because our message was right. We said, if you are going to pay an education cess, you should know if children are learning. Just like its original exercise in the municipal schools of Bombay, Pratham now has a national, state-wise number, and to some extent, district-wise number of school enrollments, dropouts, and other vital parameters. More than anything else it's done, Pratham is now known for its annual Status of Education report. All our expertise in mobilization, teaching, analysis and testing came together and ASER became our flagship product, says Madhav. With this data in hand, Pratham can tell the government 50% of school children can't read. Let your policies address this. And it is happening. As we speak, Pratham has launched the second phase of its Read India program. Which brings us to the question, what has been the impact of Pratham on the lives of those it touched? It's significant and yet hard to measure. Take the Balwari program. Pratham did conduct one simple study in a few communities where it surveyed children 16 years and under. They found that once a Balwari started, the percentage of children who had left education started falling. But the scientist in Madhav remains unconvinced. The economy is changing. Aspirations are rising. People want education. So you cannot pinpoint the cause and effect. You can make a lot of claims. But the thing you cannot dispute is that Pratham is a unique model, a scalable model, a success story in the social sector. So, what's the secret? The first thing is that we have kept things very simple and transparent. Typically, NGOs don't tell you who's funding them because they worry somebody will snatch their donors. Secondly, Pratham allows people freedom with certain boundaries. As long as you're not asking me for extra money and you're achieving the overall objective, you are free to operate as you see fit. Because I don't own your soul, you are thinking, feeling human being. In fact, Pratham implicitly encourages its staff to grow and to even leave the nest. Right from 1998-99, Madhav encouraged local groups and leaders to create their own mandals. In Maharashtra today, there are 20 to 25 organizations led by people like Usha Rane who started with Pratham. They are not only creative workers but also leaders. In Mumbai, there are 4 such organizations, and all Pratham programs are actually executed by them. What's the difference? Nothing and yet everything. These organizations are free to work with the municipal corporation and get grants from district governments. Pratham does not want ownership or credit. What we do want is to be better than we were last year and the year before that. And to do that, sometimes you have to actually pause and take a step back. The Read India program that had spread to over 370 districts has been scaled down to 250 districts. The focus is now on higher quality of learning, all-round development. To make all this happen, there are new incentives. Our rural program was based completely on unpaid volunteers. Now they get in-kind compensation or Siksha ke badle Siksha, which means volunteers can access the computer center in a nearby village and become digitally literate. And if all this wasn't enough, Pratham is also deeply committed to the eradication of child labor and vocational skilling of the youth. While the Pratham family takes most of Madhav's time and attention, his own kids, Nimisha and Joy, have been a source of joy and inspiration. The way little Nimisha suddenly learned to read gave me the idea of introducing the learning to read technique of Pratham. Of course, Nimisha is now a 20-something adult, just like Pratham is a feisty 16-year-old with a mind of its own. But Pratham remains a mission that is still as relevant, still as unique as when it first began. For there are miles to go and promises to keep. Miles to go before we can all read. Advice to young entrepreneurs. First, it is important to decide what you want to do and why. This seems relatively simple at the first level of iteration. I like to revisit my what and why every now and then. It is the how of things that tests whether you have been honest to yourself in deciding the what and the why. I like questioning my what, why, and how constantly. It causes chaos every now and then, but helps me to stay on track and improve. Finally, I ignore superficial praise and superficial criticism. Both are harmful if taken seriously. I feel good within when I have done something good and right. If I do not feel good, I must do better. The Naked Truth. Anshu Gupta, Goonj. Trained as a mass communication professional, Anshu Gupta decided to communicate an entirely unusual message to the masses. Through systematic collection, sorting and delivery, Goonj reaches every scrap of waste clothing from urban India to someone out there. To use with dignity, wear with pride. I ring the bell at J93, almost expecting a dumpy Punjabi matron to open the door. Sarita Vihar is a typical middle-class address, but Anshu Gupta of J93 is anything but typical. and neither is his mission in life. We talk about roti, kapra or makan, but how many people realize clothing is an issue? Ask the handsome man with intense eyes. He takes me to his processing center, 5 minutes away. This is Madanpur Khadir, the village where Anshu and his team give old clothes new life and make the distribution of clothing a matter of dignity, an art and a science. Gunj does not measure its success in numbers. This is a movement, an idea, a bridge between two Indias. The India of J93 and the India of Madanpur. The next time you give away old clothes for earthquake relief, pause a moment and realize that you feel relieved as well. Your burden is being carried by Gunj on the wings of angels. In a village somewhere, your old sweater may be saving a life. Anshu Gupta was born into a middle-class family. An honest middle-class family. My father was in the MES, so every 3 years we had to move somewhere, mostly in UP and Uttaranchal. Coming from a family of engineers, getting an engineering degree would have been the done thing. But when he was in class 12, Anshu met with a major accident and was completely bedridden. During that time, I realized engineering was not my cup of tea. I got a lot of time to read and realized I was very keen on journalism. Anshu started writing for various newspapers, especially a children's magazine called Suman Saurabh. He also started writing serious editorial pieces for a local newspaper called Doon Darpan. They actually measured the size of the article and paid me 5 rupees per centimeter, he recalls. Anshu enrolled for a BA in economics in Dehradun and then did a PG course from the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, IIMC. Strangely enough, he completed not 1 but 2 diplomas from IIMC, the first in journalism and a second in advertising and PR. I did the second one so that I could enjoy life in the hostel, but they did not give me the hostel, so I started doing freelance writing to support myself. Not quite sure what he really wanted to do, Anshu joined an advertising agency, Chaitra, where he took a shot at copywriting. The year was 1992 and his take-home pay was rupees 2,000. In a few months, Anshu realized that he was passionate about taking pictures. He quit the ad agency, intending to make a full-time career out of photography. But then, a strange thing happened. I was about 22 years old and I got a cataract in my right eye. That was a major shock. I realized my career in photography was over. Anshu got operated, and meanwhile, there was an interview call from Powergate, a public sector company. Although he was not interested in the job, it seemed to be the sensible thing to do, so he joined. He spent 2 years with the company before moving on to escorts, also in corporate communications. Back then, it was a very mundane kind of job. You came out with a newsletter or annual report, and if one of the directors did not like the photo or the font, you redid it again and again, so you were busy. You tended to be busy for 8 to 10 hours, but at the end of the day, you didn't have satisfaction of doing something. Also, I cannot remember any boss of mine with whom I got along. Given the lack of excitement in his career, Anshu was deriving satisfaction from other sources. And that story started in 1992, when he wrote a moving piece for the Hindi newspaper Saptahik Hindustan. I was a new journalist, so I went to Old Delhi to look for a story. There I see a rickshaw, and on that were the words, Delhi Police Corpse Carrier. So I wrote about this man whose job was to pick up unclaimed dead bodies from the roadside. The man received 20 rupees for every body he brought in, and a piece of white cloth. 2 things he said really shook Anshu. In fact, they haunted him for a long time. The corpse carrier remarked, "Over winter business is good. Sometimes there is so much work that I can't handle it." And his 5-year-old daughter added, "When I feel cold, I cuddle a dead body and go to sleep." Something stirred in Anshu's subconscious mind. The year before, he had been to Uttarkashi to help after an earthquake hit the region. I bunked my classes for 15 days, and that was my first exposure to rural India. I roamed here and there, and I saw how people were not worried about houses or food. They were only talking about warm clothes and blankets. Anshu was struck by how relief agencies were coming in and giving irrelevant material, and actually taking away the dignity of the affected people. It started bothering me how kids would remain without clothes in winter. But fortunately or unfortunately, I did not know anyone in an NGO. I had no idea what I could do about it. Lekin kabhi na kabhi kuch karna hai. That he knew. In 1995, Anshu got married. His wife, Minnie, joined the BBC, and they were okay financially. Horribly bored at work and also determined to do something to make a difference, Anshu quit escorts. On 22nd July 1998, he wrote a small note about what he wanted to do under the umbrella of Gunj. We did not form an NGO. The note just said that some of us have come together to address the issue of clothing for the poor, especially children. The movement started with 67 clothes donated by Anshu and Minnie. We decided to get rid of all the stuff we had not used in 3 years since we got married. Leaving aside a few zari saris, we took out everything. Anshu also undertook a collection drive from people's homes. In the evenings, he would pick up Minnie from work and they would collect material door to door. Around 9 p.m., they would head back home and dump the clothes into their own washing machine, ready to go out for distribution. I'm a hands-on type of a person, and I know how to stitch a sack and how to fill it. I have learnt it. The first such exercise in the slums of Delhi did not go smoothly. Firstly, people expect too much from you. They doubt your integrity. Another thing is that if you get something for free, then you don't value it. Gunj then decided to target the people camped outside hospitals like AIIMS. Coming from out of state, many are ill-equipped for Delhi winters and don't have money to buy woolens either. On a cold January night, Anshu was outside AIIMS and noticed an elderly woman rummaging through the clothes Gunj had to offer. She had put aside many pieces in good condition. Anshu asked, "Mataji, what exactly are you looking for?" She said, "I'm looking for a black shawl." "It is midnight, freezing. Why black?" She said, "Beta, I have a red sari and black will match well with that." That day, Anshu realized that even the poorest of the poor have dreams. They have preferences, and they have needs. Matching the right clothes with the right person became a priority for Gunj. Plenty of old clothes are given away by rich people, but there is a gap because you always give what you have and don't want anymore, not what people need. This was especially true when it came to disaster relief. In 1999, there was an earthquake in Chamoli. Anshu collected 5 sacks of clothes and 1 sack of shoes and dispatched them through the Red Cross. The Red Cross is an icon for you whenever you talk about relief. So when their vehicle comes to your doorstep and you donate 6 gunny bags of material, you feel so happy. It was moments like this which kept Anshu going. Day-to-day life was difficult. I had used up all my PF money. We did not have money to rent a godown, so we sold the furniture in 1 bedroom and used it to keep the collected material. A few volunteers came forward to help, but money was very tight. In 1999, when there was a cyclone in Orissa, Gunj collected many truckloads of material. But once again, it was sent across through Red Cross. I remember Gunj did not have even 1,000 rupees, so I could not travel to Orissa myself. And I was sad because when I visited the godown of Red Cross, I realized they did not value the things or know how to distribute them as efficiently as we did. That same year, Gunj became a registered NGO. Anshu's closest friend remarked that more than half of the registered organizations commit fraud. "So you have also started duping people," he said. Duniya aise hi hai. Cynics abound. Even funding agencies showed no interest because the issue of clothing was never on their agenda. I remember when I wrote to funding agencies, they would give a very pat reply. Your initiative is very good, but it does not fall under our parameters. Had we been working on AIDS awareness, it would have been easy to get 3 lakhs just to make jackets and caps with some kind of message. The believer is determined, but not stubborn. You adapt, you change, you find new solutions. When we made a letterhead for Gunj, we started putting 2 dots above the O's. My thought was that single dot is a full stop, whereas 2 dots is continuity. In a few short months, Gunj decided to stop distributing material in slums and focus on the villages where the need was more acute. The handicap was that we did not have funds to visit villages, so we started having partnerships with the villages. Gunj started channelizing the material it collected through local village groups, but even that required money. Every unit we distributed had a logistics cost. Logistics is nothing but resources, whether it is space, manpower, money, transportation, whatever. It wasn't much. Maybe 15 to 20,000 rupees per month was all it needed to run a flourishing operation. But raising it was a challenge. Gunj also raised money by collecting raddi paper, beer bottles, iron cans and selling them. Another source of revenue was handmade bamboo clocks. We brought bamboos and tools, and I literally learned how to use the saw and how to nail things. A big break came in the form of an order worth 22,500 from the home store. We worked hard on the order and made the clocks, and just before delivering them, we polished them. My friend Ajay and I put everything in the Maruti 800 and went to deliver the clocks. On reaching the store, they discovered that the newspaper they had used to wrap the cloths had left an imprint on the fresh polish. The order was cancelled. But life goes on. Gunj took up a stall at Delhi Haat in February 1999. People saw us, understood what we did, and they were interested because our volunteers were very decently dressed and spoke differently. We were not asking for money, but only for old things. Calls started coming in, as did more people carrying materials. Gunj expanded by taking up a balcony and then an entire room on rent for 600 rupees. It also hired its very first employee for a sum of 700 rupees and lodging and board. Subhash was our maid's husband. He used to roam around doing nothing, just drinking. But we took him on and he actually made himself quite useful. The Gujarat earthquake in January 2001 was a turning point of sorts. We found people coming all the way from Rohini to Sarita Vihar to give things to Gunj. Even though there were dozens of camps to collect materials put up in every locality, it gave us a lot of confidence that we were doing something right and that the word was spreading. But again, Gunj did not have the money to physically go to Gujarat and distribute the goods. What Gunj did was perfect a system of sorting. This ensured that clothes were not haphazardly sent here and there, and every bit of cloth was used to make some difference. The tsunami in December 2004 was where Gunj was able to really make its mark on a massive scale. During the Gujarat earthquake, the media beamed pictures of clothes lying unused on the roadside. Why? Because these clothes were oversized or culturally incompatible. Agencies collect and dispatch jeans, lady suits, t-shirts from urban India. But village women want a sari, blouse and petticoat. Some of the clothing received is dirty or torn. You will even find used undergarments. Disaster hit people. They're not traditionally beggars. Shah Rukh Khan stays near the sea. We say he stays in the seaside bungalow. But what about the people living in the tsunami hit places? They used to live in seaside bungalows too. Who gives you the right to send your old undergarments to them? 100 truckloads, or 2 million units of clothing, lay unused in government godowns post-tsunami. No one had a clue what to do with them. The Tamil Nadu administration said, "These are old clothes. Nobody wants them." Anshu said, "Half the country survives on old clothes. How can you say no one wants them?" Gunj signed an MOU with the Tamil Nadu government. There was a major North Indian versus South Indian issue, but ultimately with the help of one very nice officer, Mr. C.V. Shankar, we signed an agreement. Among the first lakh units Goonj sorted, there were 1,300 monkey caps. Monkey caps to Chennai? Yes, many such unmindful, though well-intentioned relief consignments. It's the same story during any disaster, riot, earthquake, or flood. The market is vast, limited only by how much you can take on. I remember in the first year, this young couple came and gave us 5,000 rupees. We couldn't believe that someone could trust in Goonj so much. The organization Anshu started with 67 pieces of clothing from his own Almira now collects and distributes 50,000 kgs or 50 tons of material every month. Along with clothes, Goonj redistributes used footwear, toys, stationery, small furniture, books, and even computers. During any disaster, the quantities go up dramatically, adds Anshu. Apart from a core staff of 100, Goonj operates with the help of hundreds of volunteers as well as 150 partner groups, from the Indian Army to village panchayats. Volunteering could be as simple as someone coming forward and offering their home as a collection center in a particular city. Some get so involved that they make a full-time commitment to Goonj. 24-year-old Rohit Singh is one such example. After volunteering for a year, he quit his job at Hewitt and now handles the activities of Goonj in Mumbai. My team is full of young people. The second in command at Goonj is Ruchika. She joined when she was just 19, not even a graduate. Dealing with massive amounts of material also requires a well-planned, well-oiled system in Delhi, where Goonj is based. We give away old clothes and act very pricey, ask if it will go to the right person. But who in the world gives away a useful thing? Madanpur Khadar village behind Sarita Vihar is where the material is cleaned, then sorted into wearable and unwearable clothing. Wearable clothes are ultimately dispatched to partner groups for distribution. In some districts like Khandwa in MP and Chapra in Bihar, the model has further evolved. We have started a cloth for work program. The villagers might dig a well, repair roads, clean the locality, depending on the need of that community. Aptly, the program is now called Vastra Saman. And that respect is seen even in the careful manner in which Goonj handles collected material. We take out undergarments and dirty, torn, oversized clothes and western outfits. Also wash, repair and make complete sets. For example, 50% of ladies' salwars are donated without a nada. Volunteers take care of such details and even match pairs of socks. The clothes are also classified women, kids, and so on. Before dispatch, clothes are coded by type and quantity so that Goonj can keep track of exactly what is sent where. And there is a method to that too. We send warm clothes to cold places, salwar suits to Muslim areas, and gowns to West Bengal where women wear them all day. It's all about optimum utilization of material. A similar process is followed with school uniforms, export surplus, and in fact any and every kind of material collected, from bartans and shoes to old furniture. Meanwhile, the unwearable clothes are also converted into items of use: school bags, dharis, yoga mats, baby bedding, and most importantly, sanitary napkins. We started working on the idea in 2004-2005. It was almost like a laboratory conducting experiments with all that waste cloth. 45 ladies working with us were involved, and it was right down to basic questions like, should there be a loop or not? But how did the idea of converting waste cloth into napkins come about? I remember observing a lot of clothes hanging on the ropes of middle-class government colonies. Somewhere you would notice strips of checkered bed sheets and you would wonder what it was. Years later, when he started Goonj, Anshu realized that there were women in poor regions like Orissa who wore saris without blouses or petticoats because that was all they could afford. They probably did not even have undergarments. So how did they manage those 5 days? It's taboo to discuss this subject. No one wants to talk about it. Then we found out that they use sand, they use ash, they use pieces of jute, even newspaper and polythene. One lady apparently used her blouse. She got infected from the rusted hook and died of sepsis. Today, Goonj produces over 2 lakh sanitary napkins a month. A simple solution to enhance the health and hygiene of thousands of women across India. It is women who also form the backbone of Goonj operations. It's not a job for them, but a way of life. It is not a top-down system, but a guided democracy. Ownership lies with each worker, says Anshu. I will give you a very simple example. In sorting, we have calculated a minute-by-minute average. But instead of setting a target, we say you have the potential to sort 3 gunny bags. When people work for themselves, they work from the heart. Yet, the nuts and bolts of an operation do require cold, hard cash. Goonj now has an annual budget of 3 crores per annum. Close to half of that comes from individual donors. 15 to 20% through sale of products, newspapers. A small but significant chunk is in the money received by Anshu as awards. And finally, corporates are also coming forward. But money is really a means to an end, and this is a social venture. Anshu is determined to keep it that way. Our board could easily decide to sell 10% of the material, the good quality material, and subsidize the remaining 90%. The entire world will say, what a business model. We have the option, but we will never go for that. The moment you add Excel and make a PPT, you have a business model. But my issue is that if I want to run a business enterprise, then I will do business. But I would not like to treat social issues like business. If Goonj visits a disaster-hit area, it will not be content with serving the people in one district. A person may die in Madhepur, but you will not send him relief because you do not want to move out of your targeted approach. We can't operate like that. Systems are important. There is a blueprint for everything that Goonj does, so that anyone, anywhere can replicate it. But it cannot become a system-oriented organization. It has to be a people-oriented one. That is the difference. Goonj sees itself as a movement, and hence numbers are irrelevant. If you get into these number games, then you will give 1 cloth to one person and say, I have 1 beneficiary. For instance, many NGOs and corporates come and say, we have adopted 100 villages. But what have you done there really? Put up a hand pump or painted a school? It's all so vague. The way Anshu sees the impact of Goonj is in the fact that cloth is an issue today. Many people have copied what we do. Previously, we were the only ones who spoke about warm clothes in Delhi winters. Now events are being inaugurated by film stars, so somewhere the awareness is coming up. Another interesting thing is that after AIDS, all major funding goes to reproductive child health or RCH. However, none of these projects had a budget for sanitary napkins. Now self-help groups, SHGs, are taking this up as an income generation activity. Speaking of income, with Goonj becoming stable, Minnie too decided to quit her job and join the organization 3 years ago. I call her the backbone of Goonj, says Anshu. Goonj is an echo in the hearts of the haves for the have-nots. It is work, it is family. It is all and everything Anshu knows and does. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Think out of the box and think practically. I address a lot of youth and meet many who are idealistic, who feel that something has to be done. But if you sit here and say that everyone should get food, people won't get it. Someone has to make an effort. And this is a golden era because transparency is being demanded. The right to information is in place. The country is growing a very positive atmosphere. And if you want to make a difference, it does not have to be full-time for everybody. Do it alongside a job. You have time for movies, parties, music, going on long drives, weekends with your family, chatting on the net. Why can't you devote 1 hour to volunteer for some cause? Even 1 hour makes a difference. There are people who are dedicating their lives to these issues. You just need to flow with them. The Art of War. Trilochan Sastry, Association for Democratic Reforms, ADR. An IIT IIM graduate Trilochan Sastri could have been one of the many armchair critics who despair about the state of the nation. But his simple, courageous act of filing a PIL raised the standards of public life and is slowly but surely changing the way we elect our leaders. The year was 1992, my first as a student, and his as a professor. A newly returned PhD from MIT, we knew him as one of the most brilliant and most laid-back faculty members on campus. Clearly, he did not care for the things many professors did, but what did he care about? I discovered what a decade later, when I picked up the newspaper and read about a landmark judgment from the Supreme Court asking politicians to declare their assets and criminal records. Who would be crazy enough to file a petition like this? The very same professor. Clearly, he cared about some things passionately enough to move mountains, and his passion moves others to support, to contribute, to get involved. Thanks to his efforts, we had the Association for Democratic Reform, ADR. Because of ADR, anyone standing for election must declare their assets. Because of this decree, politicians are slowly but surely becoming more accountable to the country they are supposed to serve. Because of one man's gumption, guts, and downright gustaki towards the system, our world is a better place. I sit on the yellow Rexine sofa in his office and think, there is so much to learn from this professor, not just inside the classroom, but outside it. Trilochan Sastri grew up in Delhi. My parents, brother, and I lived in the same place for 21 years. It was a very stable childhood. The two brothers walked across the road every morning and took a bus to Mount St. Mary's School. Then, Trilochan went to IIT Delhi, which was within walking distance from his house. Trilochan had no ambition in life as such. कुछ तो पढ़ना है, तो चलो, IIT ही सही. In those days, it was a 5-year program. Nothing very remarkable, but when you are 16 and out of home for the first time, it strongly impacts your outlook on life. A wonderful experience. But at the end of 5 years, Trilochan once again found himself asking, what next? There were the 3 standard options: take up a job, go to IIM, or America. For no logical reason, he chose to study management. Trilochan joined IIM Ahmedabad in 1981. He was not a very driven student and mostly remembers having a good time. I used to do a lot of jogging. In fact, I ran 2 marathons. I spent time hanging around with friends, reading a lot of books, never took the course very seriously. But one thing that always concerned Trilochan, even when he was at IIT, was the whole issue about society and poverty. At the orientation in IIT, Trilochan recalls the director saying, "You are the cream of the country. The government is spending 50,000 rupees on each student per year." A lot of money back in 1976. And he thought, what the hell have I done to deserve these 50,000 rupees? Just because we are a little intelligent does not mean so much money needs to be invested in me. During his first year at IIMA, a professor called Nirmala Murthy called Trilochan to her office. She knew about his interest in other issues and had a summer project with an NGO called Seva Mandir. "Do you want to go to Karnataka, Rajasthan, or Bihar?" she asked. "Bihar," replied Trilochan. "Why?" she asked. "Because it is a very challenging place," he replied, imagining a Disneyland of social problems waiting to be conquered. The good professor sent him to Rajasthan, which was equally exciting. An IIM senior called Biswajit Sen, working with the organization, took Trilochan under his wing. I spent 2 months in Rajasthan, which was a big eye-opener for me. I had never lived in a village. Here I went to the back of beyond and they had chosen Khirwada, which was the most backward block in the country at the time. No roads, hardly any electricity, nothing decent to eat. Trilochan had to survey government departments, and that was another shocker. He realized that government departments did no work at all. Those 2 months really changed my perspective on many things in life. In hindsight. But back then, After coming back to campus, Trilochan went back to having a good time. When the time for job placements came, he was not particularly keen on any job. The question of trying to make money, slogging to make money, pardon me, it seemed very stupid to me. It has never excited me. My parents never advised me and I never asked them for any advice. I've always been a free spirit. I had nothing to lose. Kya farak padta tha? Kya hoga? But a man's gotta do something. So Trilochan explored the idea of joining an NGO. It didn't work out. The next best option, he thought, was to join the public sector and serve the nation. 1 year with ONGC rapidly convinced him that the public sector is a bad idea. But working in the chairman's office had its benefits. ONGC was India's biggest company and largest profit earner. Trilochan's boss, Colonel Wahi, was a powerful man. Two things about Colonel Wahi. Firstly, he worked extremely hard. Secondly, he was very savvy. Just by sitting around and observing him, I learned quite a bit. But meanwhile, there was a personal tragedy. Soon after he joined ONGC, Trilochan's father passed away. It was a difficult period for the close-knit family and added some sense of responsibility to Trilochan's carefree shoulders at the young age of 23. My brother was already in the US doing his PhD. I too was thinking of pursuing academics, but felt I should stay back in Delhi with my mother. She said, "Don't worry about me, go." Trilochan started applying to various programs and was accepted at MIT. Studying at one of the world's greatest universities was another life-changing experience. Why is MIT such a great institution? I used to wonder. Of course, one reason is they have such great faculty and students, but there must be more. I used to think about it and discuss it. Along the way, I had a few ideas. As usual, Trilochan made lots of friends and traveled the length and breadth of America in his second-hand car. On the academic front, also as usual, he did not take the PhD too seriously. But writing a thesis came easy, and he liked the subject. So ho gaya. Once again came the question, what next? The big decision before him, do I stay back in the US or return to India? Trilochan's heart said, India. When I told my advisor, he was silent for 10 seconds. But in America, they believe in individual freedom, so he didn't try to stop me. Trilochan returned to India in January 1992 and joined IIM Ahmedabad as a professor in operations management. In his free time, he started networking with NGOs, trying to find out what is going on. I had this vague idea that somehow we must bring all the NGOs together and collectively do something good. Good idea, good intentions, but not easy at all to get it done. NGOs are run by people with strong convictions. Getting them to work together is tough. Life went on. Trilochan Sastri, the professor, was teaching, publishing papers, going on the occasional Himalayan trek. Trilochan Sastri, the activist, was going nowhere. Yet ideas were constantly brewing in his head. Slowly, he found himself drawn to a cause, a hopeless cause. Like all thinking middle-class people, Trilochan was pained by the country being messed up by politicians. Prime ministers were being implicated in criminal cases. All kinds of people in very high positions were openly looting the country. But what can people like us do about it? Trilochan decided to file a PIL. He believed that a public interest litigation asking politicians to declare their criminal records just might open the door for change. Friends and colleagues had lukewarm responses. His brother declared it was stupid. But I still thought it was a very good idea, recalls Trilochan. He met lawyers in Ahmedabad, all of whom advised filing the PIL in the Supreme Court. Even if the lawyer agreed to work without a fee, who would bear his travel expenses? A professor's salary did not allow for such luxuries. But Trilochan felt that somehow a way would be found. He had a chat with activist H.D. Shori, father of Arun Shori and founder of Common Cause. Although Shori had filed several PILs, he too felt this one was unlikely to work. I listened to him politely and I still thought it was a good idea. And he kept his hopes alive. One government was elected in 1998. It fell in 1999 and another election was declared. The time was ripe, felt Trilochan. This time, with the help of friend Ajit Ranade, he found a lawyer in Delhi. The lawyer suggested that the PIL should be filed on behalf of an association and not on behalf of an individual. So, what is an association anyway? I looked through the faculty list at IIMA and got a sense of who might be interested, picked out 10 names and called them. 8 of them agreed. Ajit Ranade and Sunil Handa also joined. 10 people somehow squeezed into Trilochan's office at IIMA and signed a 1-page note prepared by him which laid out what the association would be doing. The Association for Democratic Reform, or ADR, would fight for democratic reforms. And its first plan of action was to file the PIL. Filing a PIL meant numerous trips to Delhi. Soon enough, Trilochan realized that his lawyer, although an eminent personality, was giving them the runaround and not doing anything. Trilochan got hold of another lawyer by the name of Prashant Bhushan. By this time, I had developed a lot of expertise, which I still have, which is that you can contact anyone in the country, if not in the world. You call this guy, call that guy, get his number through various other means. Everybody knows everybody else through somebody. With a bit of practice and luck, you can reach that person. But do you have something to say which will make him sit up and listen? When Trilochan Sastri explained his mission to Prashant Bhushan, in 5 minutes flat the lawyer agreed. Yes, this can be done. He agreed to take the case. But one day, as they were discussing what to do next, Prashant introduced Kamini Jaiswal and said, Trilochan, she's going to be your lawyer. Trilochan was a little taken aback, but was assured that Kamini would do a good job, which was absolutely true, as time would tell. Even as Kamini prepared the PIL, Trilochan was busy doing his homework. I must have spent hundreds of hours on the net trying to find out what the disclosure norms in America, UK, France, Japan are. We put together a lot of material while she prepared the legal documents and filed the PIL. Trilochan's mother passed away in November 1999. The PIL was filed in December 1999. Kamini filed the PIL in the Delhi High Court so that in case ADR lost, it had the option of an appeal in the Supreme Court. As luck would have it, we won in the Delhi High Court, and the government appealed, and this drama continued for the next 18 months. In May 2002, the Supreme Court gave a landmark judgment saying that candidates must disclose their income, education, and criminal record, if any. The judgment made front-page news in all papers, and it achieved the impossible. Politicians of all parties got together and agreed on one thing. This ruling had to be overturned. A strategy was chalked out at an all-party meet on 8th of July 2002. 1 week later, a draft bill to amend the Representation of People Act had been circulated. In sum and substance, it said, "We don't have to disclose all this information. We are politicians after all." By this time, many people working in this field came forward, realizing that something was happening. NGOs such as Lok Sakta and Transparency International, as well as influential individuals such as Maya Daruwala, Kuldeep Nair, and L.C. Jain offered support. All of us would meet and discuss what we should do if the bill is overturned, what our action plan should be after the judgment comes. A network started developing. Some people on the network knew a lot of scientists and arranged a meeting with Dr. Abdul Kalam at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Dr. Kalam listened to the delegation for 1 hour and agreed to one of the suggestions made by ADR, which was to return the bill. It was a symbolic gesture, but an important one. Although going by constitution, the president had no choice but to sign the bill when it was sent to him a second time. In August 2002, ADR decided to go back to the Supreme Court and challenge the constitutional validity of the amendment proposed by the politicians. An amendment which was trying to deny the voters basic information about their candidates. In a record time of just 6 months, the Supreme Court gave its verdict. In March 2003, the court upheld ADR's petition and threw out the amendment as unconstitutional. This was a huge victory, but the real work had just begun. ADR decided to use the Gujarat elections of 2003 to launch its movement. The movement to create awareness in the minds of voters and fear in the hearts of candidates. We decided to collect the information being declared by candidates as per law and widely publicize it. ADR's instinct was that the data which candidates had to file as per law would just lie with the returning officer. ADR decided to physically collect the info and channelize it to the media. But first, an important decision had to be made. The murder and criminal records of powerful, well-connected politicians were about to get released. Do we really want to do this? Asked a devil's advocate. Everybody was silent. Trilochan said, "Yes, we must." The devil's advocate said, "Not we. Someone has to agree to put himself out there in public view, be the spokesperson for the movement." Without hesitation, without fear, Trilochan said, "I'll do it." Everybody was unsure because nobody knew what was going to happen. What could be the consequence of taking on goons and gundas? Well, I'm running around and no one has gunned me down so far. Trilochan laughs. Matter resolved. An action plan was made. Step 1 was the formation of a high-level committee. We invited retired Chief Justices, IS officers, former IIM directors, DGPs, all people in eminent positions who were non-political, and formed a Gujarat Election Watch Committee. ADR then went and met 8 to 10 editors of leading newspapers in Gujarat. We were a little more focused on the Gujarati press because in our analysis, those who read English papers do not matter. They never vote. So we focus more on Gujarati and local media, which is a strategy we have always followed. The Election Watch found tremendous support from all the editors. Raising money from friends and well-wishers, the Gujarat Election Watch campaign did release some newspaper ads, but most of the publicity was free. Nearly all newspapers, English and Gujarati, had banners headlines such as "Modi government has 34 criminals." TV channels did their bit as well. ADR also conducted sample surveys along with other NGOs to find errors in electoral rolls. The survey was conducted in Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad and Bangalore, and it was found that there were 40% errors in all voter rolls. This data was also released to the press. In fact, Election Commission officials came running to our office saying, "Tell us what can be done." And through it all, there was no pressure, no harassment, no threats at all. A couple of minor incidents, like an intelligence officer landing up at Trilochan's office in IIM Ahmedabad. I remember doing a double take, but decided quickly that I'm not going to take this lying down. It was all in a matter of seconds. Trilochan asked the man, "Aap kaun hai? Kahan se aaye hain? Show me your ID card." He added, "As soon as you leave this office, I will email 40 journalists and 300 NGOs all over Gujarat and say that you, sent by such and such officer from the IB department, are harassing me." The officer stammered, "No sir, I'm only doing my job." I said, "तुम लोगों ने नौकरी कर करके देश का भट्टा बना दिया है. Get out of here." He left, and Trilochan never got any more visitors of this sort. There was one phone call from a joint secretary in the External Affairs Ministry asking ADR to explain foreign funding. Trilochan replied, "We have taken money from overseas, but from Indian citizens." ADR had photocopies of the Indian passport of every donor, and that was that. A journalist told me that politicians were actually scared of ADR. Why? Because they didn't know how to fix us. They tried to fix Tarun Tejpal, gave him a pretty hard time. I think he's a very gutsy guy and deserves a lot of respect. The powers that be decided to mind their own business. And truth be told, despite threatening to usher in an era of cleaner politics, Gujarat Election Watch did not make a jot of a difference. There was a lot of publicity, people got to know about the campaign, but in terms of actually bringing about a change, it did nothing. So what next? Our strategy is not just to influence citizens. Our strategy is to use media exposure to put pressure on political party bosses not to nominate such candidates or make them ministers. Trilochan wanted to spread the movement around the country. One of the ADR members did not agree. He said, if it's a good idea, it will spread. It is not our job to take on that responsibility. देश भर का ठेका नहीं ले रखा है हमने. My thinking has always been, देश भर का ठेका ले रखा है. मैंने तो लिया हुआ है. And so, the movement went national. ADR held a conference in Ahmedabad. The idea was to invite NGOs from across India to see the work of Gujarat Election Watch and ask them to replicate the model in their own states. With Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Mizoram and Delhi going to the polls, ADR concentrated on pulling in NGOs from those states. The strategy worked. In the year 2004, ADR decided to hold another national conference, this time on electoral reforms. It was important to simply meet once a year, keep the network oiled, keep thoughts, ideas and action plans whirring. By this time, Trilochan had joined IIM Bangalore. One day, as he was mulling over where to hold the ADR conference, the dean suggested, why don't we do it on the campus? Because this is a hot potato of a subject? Would the institute be comfortable? The dean said, the institute would be glad. The director also extended his support, and so it came to be that a conference on criminalization of politics was held in the IIM Bangalore auditorium. The Chief Election Commissioner came, NGOs came, citizens came, and so did a representative of the Ford Foundation, which led to a first round of funding in November 2005. We got $200,000 spread over 2 years. Actually, it was just about comfortable, not too much, not too little. The business plan envisaged an election watch in all states as they went to the polls over the next couple of years. With the funding coming on, the structure of ADR was also formalized. The structure really is trustees. There are 7 or 8 of them. The active trustees are Sunil Handa, Jagdeep Shokar, Ajit Ranade and I. I'm the chairman and Jagdeep is the secretary. We all work in an honorary capacity. We don't get any money. Of course, we also have full-time staff. The ADR head office is based in Delhi, where all the political action is. One of the early recruits was Bibhu Mahapatra, who had conducted election watch in Raipur while he was with the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, CHRI. Bibhu built up the organization and in fact took it to the next level. Bibhu loves traveling and interacting with grassroots NGOs. They call him Bibhu Da. He smokes a lot of cigarettes and drinks rum at night. And over shared smokes and shared rum, Bibhu built up a network across MP, UP, Bihar, Orissa, West Bengal. The idea was to work with partners and give them full freedom to do an election watch in their state. ADR insisted only on one thing: be politically neutral. You could call it a franchisee model of sorts, except that each organization worked under its own name. What we bring to the table is contacts with the media, with the Chief Election Commissioner, and so on. ADR also provided overall moral and motivational support. And not from an armchair, but by actually being there, going state by state, spending time at the grassroots level, days, weeks, months. Bibhu traveled more than me, but I also visited Bihar several times during the 2005 elections. Because the instinct was, going back to Nirmala Murthy, if you can do something in Bihar, then things will change. Trilochan decided not to concentrate on Patna alone, but go to the districts to hold workshops and meetings. In every district, we would call the local NGOs, some local businessmen, local media people, some college lecturers, students, and discuss various issues. We found tremendous enthusiasm. When people feel they are being heard, they start using their voice. And when many voices come together, the cry for change becomes loud enough to be heard. The process of mobilization in Bihar went on for 3 to 4 months, and the impact was visible. There was intense media coverage, particularly from the two local channels, Sahara Samay and ETV Bihar. Both channels had tickers running throughout the day, saying that such and such RJD MLA was charged under Dafa 302 and so on. But did these criminals get re-elected? Some of them did, some of them didn't. But that is not the main point. The political leadership woke up and realized it could not treat the issue lightly. Pankaj Pachauri, who runs the Hindi version of NDTV's We the People, flew down to Patna. All political parties in Bihar came on the show and were grilled on the number of criminals they were fielding. The media's scrutiny was so high that Nitish Kumar was asked repeatedly, "What are you going to do about this?" Finally, he declared, "We will not make such people ministers." A promise that he stuck to. For the first time in living memory, Bihar got a cabinet which, at least on paper, was criminal-free. And this, the election watch in Bihar can legitimately claim is entirely due to their efforts. ADR met with equally good success in UP in 2007. I remember Rahul Gandhi actually called our campaign office. First his secretary spoke, then he himself came on the line and he said, "Congress उम्मीदवारों के जो आंकड़े हैं वो मुझे भेज दो." Trilochan also received an email from LK Advani saying, "Thank you for your support." Ironic, because when ADR was fighting its case, the same LK Advani as Deputy Prime Minister had dismissed them saying, "People who never fought an election are trying to reform the election system." Perhaps that's why they succeeded. After polishing its act through various state election watches, ADR faced its moment of truth, the 2009 national elections. ADR used all its ammunition, the NGO partners, media supporters, and even a public service campaign featuring Amir Khan to send out the message loud and clear: no criminals in politics. Did it have the desired impact? Yes and no. Serious criminals like Mukhtar Ansari lost. I don't claim he lost because of ADR alone, but the general trend is that the very big thugs either lost the elections or were prevented by the Supreme Court from standing in the first place. So people with 10 murder cases did not win, but those with 1 or 2 murder cases, some of them have won. But again, the Union Cabinet is clean. In 2004, people like Shubhu Soren had become ministers and the party was even defending them. That has changed. Of course, there are new issues ADR is taking up now, like declaring assets is well and good. But how do politicians account for this income zooming by 1,000% between one election and the next? ADR may go back to court to fight out that one. Meanwhile, it has also taken up the issue of inner-party democracy and transparency in funding. We filed an RTI saying that income tax returns of political parties should be out there in the public domain. After 4 months and 2 hearings in the Central Information Commission, they finally made it public. Another idea is to keep monitoring politicians, and not just at election time. So ADR will track how many times your MP attended Parliament. Did he participate in any debates, and what, if anything, did he do with his discretionary fund? Basically, we will tighten the screws a little. It started with one man holding that screwdriver. Now, it's a national movement. You would think, nahin, kabhi nahi ho sakta. But it did happen. If you ask me why did ADR work, I think of 3 things. Firstly, luck. Second is the initial team we had, Jagdeep, Sunil, Ajit and I, the 4 active trustees. Third, we had a very clear practical vision and action plan. And we never aim to do a perfect job from day one. We just start and then things keep improving as we go along. And to think, in addition to all this, Trilochan holds a full-time job as professor and dean academics in IIM Bangalore. Actually, I have 3 jobs. I teach, I run ADR, and I spend my weekend in the villages, trying to run 2 NGOs. All totally unrelated. You should do what you find interesting. True. But can you do so many things and do them well? Trilochan certainly believes so. The academic load he's always worn lightly. Teaching, writing research papers, that stuff comes easy. With ADR, the initial years were the toughest. I spent more time then when nothing was happening than now. Because now there's an organization and really smart people to take it forward. A cause like ADR is a magnet which attracts the brightest of minds. The guy who's heading our Delhi office now, he started 2 companies and sold them. A very high caliber chap. I don't have to worry much. Only look at new things, what to do next, and of course keep looking for funding. It is the third aspect of his life which actually keeps Trilochan busy and excited these days. I am and continue to be passionate about alleviating poverty. That has always been my dream. While in Ahmedabad, Trilochan did try to get into development work. Language was a huge barrier. I wanted to work directly in the rural areas, but my knowledge of Gujarati was limited. One option was to sit down and learn the language, but I never got around to doing it. In 2001, Trilochan joined ISB in Hyderabad, and suddenly doors opened. All because I speak Telugu. Trilochan quickly became the trustee to an NGO and got involved with a World Bank project. He did not quite fit into ISB and decided to quit within 2-3 months, but stayed on in Andhra Pradesh. He spent the next 7-8 months traveling around the state with just one guiding principle. I was clear that I was not going to read books or papers. I would directly go to the field and observe what was going on, talk to the poor. The World Bank project CEO and IS officer invited Trilochan to name his terms and conditions and come on board. He had just one request, a cell phone, and he added, "I don't want any money." The CEO asked, "Why don't you want any money?" Trilochan replied, "I don't know anything about poverty and I don't want to make money in the name of the poor." The World Bank project had offices in 6 districts, and using them as a base, Trilochan visited villages across the state by train, by car, by ST bus. The young chaps working for the project, mostly IRMA students, were happy to show him around. I came to 2 to 3 very simple conclusions. Firstly, there are many projects working towards health, education, empowerment, and so on, but no one talks about how to raise the income of the poor. Secondly, I decided to work with those whose distress, whose need was higher. Lastly, I was clear, and still I'm clear, no subsidy. We won't give anything for free. Trilochan quickly realized that in rural areas, farming was and still is the chief source of livelihood, and that the majority are small and marginal farmers who get harassed for a variety of reasons. For example, only 30% of India is irrigated, while most marginal farmers live in non-irrigated areas. Many are forced to come to the city and work as daily wage laborers. We pass them, sleeping under the flyover, and turn our faces away in disgust. By the way, there are some 600 million people in this mess. It's not a small number. It's just that we don't interact with them. It really bothers me a lot. And it will bother me till I die, I suppose. Trilochan wondered where he could begin, where he could plug the leak. Where I decided to intervene is, they don't have marketing facilities. They don't know how to market their produce. Take the example of a small farmer in a remote village with 20 bags of groundnut. He needs to sell it right away, so he goes to a middleman. And वो लोग उसकी बिल्कुल टोपी उतार देते हैं. They simply fleece him. Not only are interest rates very high, but farmers are also cheated on the weights. 50 kgs is certified as 40, and the seller has no option. Take it or leave it. Trilochan's NGO, the Center for Collective Development, or the Sahakar Mitra Sanstha, organizes farmers into producer groups or cooperatives. Now, instead of selling to middlemen, they sell to their own cooperative at the right time and in the right market. In Adilabad, which is a tribal area bordering Maharashtra and northern Andhra Pradesh, this year the cooperative earned a profit of 35 lakhs, which means each and every member earned 5,000 rupees more. And we did not give them anything for free. In fact, farmers benefited from the rise in soybean price from rupees 1,450 a quintal to rupees 2,100. Sahakar Mitra Sanstha has also set up India's first cooperative dal mill in India in a tribal area. It was inaugurated on 15th March 2009. This season, net of all costs, they've made 11 to 12 lakhs in profits. I think if things go on track, in 3 years they will have repaid all the loans as well. Sahakar Mitra Sanstha has a head office in Hyderabad and currently works in 2 districts of Andhra Pradesh, covering 50 villages, impacting about 2,000 people. We could have easily expanded it to 20,000-30,000 people if we did not stick to the no-subsidy model. But just like with ADR, we are clear that some things are non-negotiable. Trilochan is the CEO, but he has an able team on the ground, making it happen. Idealistic young fellows who've taken up the challenge and are doing a very fine job. I'm lucky to have a project manager who's a tribal and has an MBA. And the guy managing the dal mill is actually a gold medalist from IRMA. He's from Rajasthan, a Marwari boy by the name Biani. Very smart guy. Very happy doing this work. And the work is really to empower villagers. Make them own the idea that things can change for the better if they all come together as one. Initially, when Trilochan would go to a new village, people would gather and he would start a discussion. I don't go and say, "Here, I've got the solution. Do you like it?" Instead, he'd draw them out, get them to start thinking. We have a general discussion on life. We talk about how many people live here, kitni zameen hai, log kya karte hain. At some point, Trilochan will ask, "Where do you sell?" They would reply, "To the dalal, the middleman." If there happened to be a blackboard, someone would be asked to start calculating how much the dalal was cheating him. Simple calculations would reveal that the farmer was losing at least 2,000 rupees a year. True, but what can be done about it? They would say. There would be silence. Then invariably some bright spark would say, "We need to get together and do something." That's when Sahakar Mitra Sangh actually would step in and offer to help. This is all social mobilization, whatever I instinctively feel. I haven't learnt it formally. The reason the solution has to come from within is there are so many barriers. One of the biggest is caste. A typical village meeting is held in a school building. On a chatai, right up front will be Sanstha workers and people from the forward caste. The backward castes will sit against the walls and the Dalits will be right at the back. As soon as someone comes in, he knows where to sit down, and elephants cannot pull him out from that place. At such times, Trilochan would ask his staff to conduct the meeting and would go out. He'd stand with the Dalits. I'd say, "Bidi bidi pilao," and a conversation starts. After 10 minutes, they would say, "We agree with you, but the cooperative will give us a good price. However, my daughter is getting married in March and I need to borrow 10,000 rupees. Will your cooperative lend me the money?" Trilochan would be clean bowled. Middle stump down. Eventually, Trilochan found a way to deal with the issue, but the discovery was that even the most efficient, logical solution may not work. You have to understand your customer, your end user, and make it work for him. Trilochan believes this two-district experiment can be taken to a national scale. Recently, NABARD has sanctioned a loan of 70 lakhs to set up an oil mill in Anantapur. We have funding from Sir Dorabji Tata Trust. He was a Dutch donor agency, and from the Ford Foundation. But to take this to the next level, I'm trying to raise some 50 crores. If he gets that, Trilochan says he will quit his job and spend all his time on the rural poverty project. I'll buy a Scorpio and travel around India. Start from Chhattisgarh, go through MP, Jharkhand, Bihar, Orissa and Karnataka. My idea is to network all the NGOs working on a similar livelihood agenda. Many of these NGOs are already conducting election watch for ADR. I will say, let's do this the same way. We've tested the cooperative model, it works. Now you implement it in your area. Then there are other dreams, like building a house in the hills from where you can see the snow-capped Nanda Devi peak, and writing a book or two on the subject he knows and loves best, politics and poverty. One has to think a little bit about whom one is writing for and for what purpose. But my instinct is, write what you have to say, and to hell with it. And that just about sums up his whole attitude to life. Advice to young entrepreneurs. My advice is very simple. Don't read books, don't take advice from anybody. Go into the field, spend some time and learn about the issues firsthand. If you talk about primary education, go to the villages or slums, talk to the children and their parents. If you're talking about rural poverty, go and talk to the poor. If you're talking about women's issues, go to the women and talk to them. Whatever it is you choose to do in life, even if it's not social entrepreneurship, just go and immerse yourself in that. Learn from there, and out of that a sensible action plan will come. If you feel strongly about something, go for it. I also believe that each person is unique and perhaps brings with him/her a whole baggage from previous lives if one believes that, or genes if you want another explanation. This is what we call sanskar or samskara in Sanskrit. That plays a powerful role in our lives. Hence my life, or anyone else's for that matter, goes largely along that path. The Girl in the Mirror. Shaheen Mistry, Akanksha. As a student, Shaheen Mistry got her friends to volunteer their time teaching kids from the slums. That small initiative with 15 children in a single borrowed classroom now covers 3,500 children in 58 centers and 6 schools, and continues to inspire the youth to do their bit for a better India. In 1989, Shaheen Mistry was teaching kids in the Ambedkar Nagar slums. In 1989, I passed by those very slums every single day on my way to college. Shaheen went inside the slum and connected with the human beings who lived there. I observed the slum from the giant windows of the TIFR bus and rued the day the encroachment began. Shaheen had an open heart, while mine was closed. Shaheen decided it was she who had to make a difference, whereas I, and millions of middle-class citizens like me, decided it was none of our business. Shaheen's story speaks to my soul. It affirms that you're never too young, never too rich, never too privileged to dedicate your life to doing something. And you can do it your own unique way. Shaheen is passionate and compassionate, yet practical and tactical. She may be into social work, but she does not look like a typical social worker. Shaheen has a sense of personal style and dignity, which is all her own. At the Akanksha office in Voltus compound, we sit cross-legged on a carpeted floor. "You don't mind, do you?" she asks. "This is so much more natural, comfortable." I'm not sure it is, in a pair of Levi's jeans that are slightly too tight, but the real source of discomfort is her story itself. It made me think, how come I, born and brought up in India, never felt the way she did when I looked at the slum child? Shaheen Mistry is a child of no fixed address. A child, so to say, of the world. I was born in Bombay. Both my parents grew up in Bombay, went to school in Bombay. However, when she was just a few months old, her father, a city banker, moved cities and Shaheen celebrated her second birthday in a whole new country, Lebanon. We were in Beirut for 3 years. My brother was born there. When war broke out, we shifted to Greece. Actually, we were on vacation in Greece and never went back. Shaheen started her schooling in Greece and then moved to Indonesia, Jakarta, where she studied up to class 8, by which time Shaheen had attended many different schools. I was in about 10 different schools. Started out in a French school system, then the English, the American, then the international school system, everything except the Indian school system. The family then moved to the US, where Shaheen joined Greenwich Academy, a small private girls' school in Connecticut. After high school, she joined Tufts University. All through my childhood, we would come back to Bombay because we had grandparents and family here, if not every year, at least every 2 years. And these long summer breaks were not just about having fun. From the age of 12, Shaheen was doing volunteer work at the Happy Home School for the Blind. My mum actually was one of the founders for the EAR school for hearing impaired people, so I sort of grew up on doing that. When Shaheen was 18, in her second year at Tufts, she was in India for her summer holiday and made a radical announcement. I decided that I should stay in India. Why? Well, that's a story in itself. So by that time, I knew I loved working with children and animals. Those were my two big passion areas. I actually went through the big dilemma of whether I should work with kids or whether I should work with pets. Also, by this time, Shaheen was feeling a little rootless, having moved so much. Although she didn't feel Indian, she was very curious about India. The stark contrast between elite suburban life in America and poverty around every street corner in India hit Shaheen hard. Hard enough to want to stay on here and make some kind of difference. At the high school I graduated from, the only conversation would be about the size of the car you got on your 16th birthday. So I think the contrast when I came back to India when I was 18, it really hit me. Shaheen asked herself, why am I going back? Her heart replied, whatever you do here can be, perhaps, more useful than anything you do there. It was not so much a head decision, but just an instinct. Why not try it out? There was a safety net. There was the option of going back to Tufts the next year, which made it easier. Initially, I told my parents, let me take off for a year and see what it's like. I can always go back if I need to. Shaheen's parents agreed, although they had doubts about whether she would get admission into a good college in India. After all, it was already 3 months into the college year. The first college I went to was Xavier's, because both my parents were from Xavier's, and I thought, if I get in there, they'll be happy. They said, you can't just get admission in Xavier's. The admissions are already over and you can't even meet the principal. When the door is closed, find a window. Well, that is what Shaheen did, literally. She snuck in through a back entrance and walked into Father Emil de Cruz's office. She said, look, I want to be in India and want to do something good. And I don't know exactly what that means, but I really need to be here. So you need to give me admission. Father was so taken aback by this stupid girl coming in who was so different that he said yes. He had some small management quota, I think, and that's how I got admission. Won't take no for an answer. It's the hallmark of any entrepreneur. Shaheen thus joined Xavier's, and the first thing she tried to do was discover this new world all around her. I had come from a place where in my naivety, I felt like everyone had so much. And coming into a situation where people had so little, later I realized how stupid all that was. I really felt a need to understand this city in a different way than my cousins and my family around me did. So I actually went to the Times of India and met a reporter there, and I said, "Can I intern with you? Just follow you around for a couple of months?" And that was how Shaheen's immersion into the other India began. She visited courts, jails, police stations, and was completely fascinated. At the same time, Shaheen discovered the Social Service League, or SSL, at Xavier's. One day, they were going on a trip to the slums, Ambedkar Nagar in Kaf Parade. Shaheen asked to tag along. I entered with them, but somehow I just made my own way. They were doing some work with women that day, but I actually went and met this girl who was exactly my age. Her name is Sandhya. She was one of those people I had this immediate sense of connection with her. She had this really warm, welcoming smile. Shaheen did not speak a word of Hindi. Sandhya did not speak a word of English. But the heart speaks when the tongue is tied. दिल की एक अपनी ही जुबान होती है. Sandhya welcomed Shaheen into her house, and that little heart became a base for the idealistic young woman in search of she knew not what. A home away from home. Every day from college, I would just go and hang out there at her house. A few days later, some kids peeped their heads inside and said, "Didi, teach us English." And some mother came with a sick child and said, "Will you help me take the child to the hospital?" So Shaheen started doing a lot of individual one-off things and started a little class in Sandhya's house, teaching a few of the children, and found she really loved it. I would research and look up things, think back to my school days and figure out activities to do with the kids. In fact, Shaheen really looked forward to college ending so that she could come and spend 3 to 4 hours in the slums with those kids. That was 1989. In the summer vacation, Shaheen visited her family. They had moved to Saudi Arabia, and suddenly she had a very uncomfortable feeling. I thought to myself, what I'm actually doing is making a few people dependent on me. What if I go back to the US next year? Does this make any sense? Shaheen realized that if she really wanted to do something, it was time to commit to something long-term, to be thoughtful and really make a difference. So I came back from that trip with the conviction that I want to be here. I want to do this, but I don't know exactly what that means. I know I must work with kids, and I know I must fight poverty, and that changed a lot of things. Even though it was a mental decision, it made me see things very differently. Along with a friend, Shaheen went around the slum and conducted a survey of sorts. We visited 400, 500 families, just asking if we were to do anything, what would you want us to do? 2 things came up. One was various issues around housing. Slum demolitions were common in those days and rather inhumane. When the BMC squad was done, the area would almost look like a war zone, she recalls. I remember so clearly the first time I saw my kids' homes demolished. They would literally get bulldozers and not care whether there's a puppy in the way or a child sitting there. But the second big issue was the pressing need to get the kids out of the slums. I felt if they are here, it is really hard to teach them because 2 more kids come every day. Someone gets dragged out and someone gets called for work. The kids Shaheen was working with at that time have never seen a school, and she strongly felt that unless they saw a school, they would not want to be in a school. That's when she had an idea. Why not get a space where the kids could actually come to every evening? So many schools had empty classrooms which could be utilized after hours, and all that was needed was volunteers to teach. As they say, charity begins at home. So the first people Shaheen decided to tap were her classmates at Xavier's. I actually went back to college and asked a whole bunch of people around me whether they would be interested in helping. The thing that was truly amazing is that nearly 98% of them wanted to do something. And they weren't doing something just because they did not know what to do. Nor did they feel that as individuals they couldn't really make a difference because the problems were so overwhelming. So when Shaheen asked if, in addition to everything else that they had in their lives, movies, friends, college work, all of that, would they be willing to take out 2 to 3 hours a week to do something that was going to really make a difference? The answer was a resounding yes. Saathi Haath Badhana is the theme song of every enterprise, and more so in a socially driven one. So the teachers were mobilized. Finding the space, however, was a big issue. Shaheen visited 20 different schools, and they all said no for the most illogical reasons. One principal, a nun, actually said, "Your kids are fishermen's kids. They wear glass bangles and the bangles will scratch our desk." Talk about a creative way to say no. Others said, "It's a lovely idea, but so revolutionary. Our kids will get diseases from your kids by sitting at the same desk." All the rejection only made Shaheen all the more determined to get her way. I think I was really angry. I was thinking, how can we in today's world be talking about the idea of basic education being revolutionary? Finally, the 21st school, Holy Name High School, became the first Akanksha Center. Father Ivo D'Souza was just incredible. I've always felt through all these years of Akanksha, it is like suddenly someone comes to your rescue and you don't even need to explain your case to those people. They just get it. Father Ivo looked at Shaheen and said, "What's wrong?" She said, "I have been to all these schools and all I need is a classroom. No bathroom, no storage space, just one empty classroom. I will bring the materials, clean the class, we will leave with the material. We just need a physical space to teach the kids." Father said, "Sure. When do you want to start?" Shaheen said, "Tomorrow." Because she did not want to give him time to go back to the board and for them to rethink it. And that's how the seed of Akanksha was planted, in a tiny flower pot, watered with love and sincerity. Shaheen gathered a group of kids, got together the volunteers from Xavier's and started classes. Of course, the volunteers were clueless about how to teach, which was good because the group ended up improvising and creating their own methods, more suited for kids who had never been through formal schooling. We would sit on Sundays at each other's homes and brainstorm over what we wanted to do next. We had an idea about projects. We chose one every week and taught maths and language through it. 20 years down the line, Akanksha has evolved to a different level. It's a much more thoughtful program and curriculum. But many of those basic ideas, which came out of instinct, are still part of the culture, the very DNA of the organization. Whether it was the idea that teaching really needed to be interactive, or that we really needed to be friends with the kids, that they need to have fun, they need to enjoy learning, all of that was right from the beginning. In fact, the original goal of Akanksha had very little to do with learning. It was really defined as a good time. The idea was that every kid deserved a childhood, and can we give every child the space, even if it's for 2 to 3 hours a day, to actually be children? To be in a space where they are safe, where they are cared for, where they are having fun. Gradually things evolved, and we started thinking a lot more about education and what they need and jobs. All of that came along later. Akanksha formally came in existence in 1991. In 1992, Shaheen graduated from St. Xavier's and went abroad to Manchester University for further studies. The course, a Master's in Education. Wonderfully enough, Akanksha had a strong and dedicated team and carried on. I had a pretty regular group of volunteers and also a friend of mine, Aarti, who's still very much in touch with us. She's in Bangalore now. She assumed leadership while I was away. At that time, Akanksha volunteers would literally have to go from house to house, sometimes bathe kids, dress them, pull them out of home and get them to school. So Aarti would write funny letters about all this. Like today those kids came to school who haven't been coming, and today we had to drag 10 kids. These were all the big achievements. In 1993, Shaheen returned to India, and the exposure abroad helped in more ways than one. My degree was in education, but it wasn't a teaching degree. It was a degree in education project planning for developing countries. I actually wrote my thesis, interestingly, on the role of the Indian college student in India's educational development. A large part of these initial ideas were very similar to the whole Teach for India idea now. The challenge being, how does one really mobilize young people in India to bring about change in education? But this was to come much later. Shaheen's immediate concerns on returning were on how to become a more formal organization, different from the entirely volunteer-driven and student-powered effort of the initial 4 years. I came back and took a few very different decisions. We recognized that volunteers were a huge asset, but there were also drawbacks on relying entirely on volunteers as an organization. So that is when we got in professional teachers. The teacher-student ratio was made more manageable. Kids were divided age-wise. To raise the bar, Shaheen would have to do something she had never done before. She would have to raise money. So far, the Akanksha model did not need funds. Volunteers taught for free. The space was free. The only cost was one bus which would go from Kaf Parade to the school in Kolaba, which was about 20,000 rupees a year. A small amount which could be raised easily from family and friends. We also collected resources like stationery in kind. But professionalizing the teaching meant salaries. So Shaheen started a scheme called Sponsor a Center. After holy name, Akanksha moved to other centers, and it started gradually, but then it took off quite rapidly. From a single class with 15 children, Akanksha grew to 8 centers handling 480 kids by 1998. In 2002, Akanksha also started working in Pune. The Sponsor a Center scheme was really nice because it didn't cost a lot of money, just about 2 lakhs per year, and donors felt a direct connection to one center. So it was a kind of personal bonding, building an emotional connection between the donor and the beneficiaries. The reason so many people connected with Akanksha was that it was so simple, so idealistic, yet so practical. The whole idea was that these children were in dysfunctional schools. Despite that, how do you turn around the kid's life? The program developed very organically over the years, like a soup made special by chefs tossing in what's needed after each tasting. A blend, all its own. The stock ingredients were basic English and maths. To that, a dash of values, self-esteem, and confidence. Then we must continue to build on the original idea of a good time into everything we do. That led to all the extracurricular programs and activities. And as our kids were growing up, we realized that it's not just about the academics and the character. It's also about preparing them for a job. So we added that as a 4th goal. More recently, we said, even if we are not a school, the reality is that kids need to pass the 10th standard exam. So how do we actually set that as a goal? In the older years, we now give them a lot of extra study classes, do a lot of study habits. So eventually, it became these 5 really big goals we wanted to focus on with every child. But the belief was still that this was supplemental, easy to replicate, because a very big piece of the model was the fact that it used available resources. Even today, we pay a nominal rent of 1,000-1,500 rupees per month in some of the schools. But in general, all our spaces are free, and we still use a lot of volunteers. The whole idea was, let's not create anything new. Let's just find resources and bring them together. Then about 5 years ago, Shaheen began to question whether even that was enough. Even though we were seeing kids turn around their lives, we were losing many kids too. Kids would go back to their villages when the slum was demolished, for one. And it was never taken as seriously by parents as a school because it was ultimately a supplemental program. So we said, if we are really trying to be a school, then why not just work within the system and actually take over schools? So our more recent program, and something I think Akanksha is going to move a lot more towards in the next years, is the Adopt a School project. Of course, it wasn't a quick gun Murugan takeover. It happened in phases, starting with just trying to understand the system, then training teachers, putting Akanksha teachers into the system, and then actually taking over a school completely and running it. We've now come up with a really interesting model that is demonstrating quite a bit of success in Bombay and Pune. And our hope is to grow these schools and to show that kids cannot just achieve, but achieve at the same level as any child anywhere if you're able to give them opportunities. And we are trying to create these schools as islands of excellence where you pour money in and look very different. We're saying, with the same money that the government is spending, can we just use it really, really very differently? Invest it in our people in the school instead of peripheral things and really bring about dramatic gains in student achievement. So far, Akanksha has taken over 6 schools. It's all hugely inspiring, but 18 years down the road, how does Akanksha measure the impact of its program? Great question, says Shaheen. Impact on a human being's life is intangible, and yet measurability is important. If only to help you improve what you do year after year. Akanksha uses several parameters. For example, student achievement. We have a midterm individual child assessment and an end-of-the-year child assessment. All that data is stored and analyzed, and we look at trends. It's an internal assessment, but it's not conducted by the teacher, so there is a level of objectivity to it. Akanksha also does a model audit of its 60-odd centers. We look at a bunch of different criteria every single month through what we call a model center meeting. The idea is to ask, what's your model center, what's your dream, and how does a whole team set the goal of moving towards that? The criteria include everything from how well your class display is organized, to how effectively you have used volunteers in your classroom, to whether the understanding of the kids is being checked. All the information comes into Akanksha office and the findings are shared with the whole team. More interestingly, the Akanksha schools are now working EI, or Educational Initiatives, a company which administers the asset tests to students. We are benchmarking our kids, what we are doing in our schools with kids in schools like Cathedral. So where do the Akanksha kids stand? Shaheen feels it's a little bit early to say because its new schools start at the kindergarten level, whereas Asset is available only after class 3. But we started a school 4 years ago in Pune with class 3 and 4 and 5 children. When we measured the kids, they were between 50 to 70% below the national average. Within 1 year of working with us, on many indicators they had achieved the national average, and in some, they were just a little below. So there's been dramatic progress. Personally, I feel the most dramatic indicator are the alumni of Akanksha. We actually have this researcher from Cambridge University who has done a full-blown impact assessment study looking at every one of our alumni, comparing them to other kids in the schools they attended, as well as the kids in the community. The numbers are small right now, around 150, but the results are astonishing. 87% of the Akanksha kids actually sat for and passed the SSC exam. 58% of them went on to college. Some are now graduating. In addition to studying, they all work because they need to. Many of them today are earning 15 to 20,000 rupees a month at part-time jobs, largely because of fluency in English and confidence. A successful student is the best reward a teacher can get. And Shaheen did go down this road because of her love for children and teaching. But did she get to really teach anymore? Horrible, I'm telling you, it's horrible. I hate it. I think about this all the time. In fact, I was telling someone about 2 to 3 days ago that I just feel like going back into the classroom and being a teacher. Over the last 2 years, it has become difficult. Shaheen now focuses more on the growth and expansion, management and the mentorship of various programs. But any chance I get, I go into classrooms and I still do lessons. though I don't have my own group of kids anymore. It's important to stay connected, and Shaheen also closely interacts with the communities directly. I actually think it really keeps you rooted in terms of why you're here and what you're doing. So I spend some of my own personal time in the community, especially with the older kids who I work directly with. And many of our Akanksha kids are working here in the office, so that's great as well. At one level, there is still that personal touch, but the organization is now definitely large. Akanksha is now 700 people, including 350 volunteers who are regulars. The 60-odd centers employ 120 teachers. Then there's the staff, people who supervise the centers, social workers in the community, a big group of helpers, mothers of the kids who are actually Akankshas linked to the community. We also have a very small core team of managers. There's a head of Bombay and there's a head of Pune, and then there's a CEO, who's not me because I've moved out now. Why? I stepped aside to set up Teach for India. Teach for India is inspired by Teach for America, a program which invites young graduates in the US to spend 2 years of their lives teaching in inner city schools. The idea being to sensitize young people to important issues and gain leadership experience, whatever career they ultimately decide to take up. But it wasn't a case of studying Teach for America and deciding to replicate the model. It happened differently. A group of us began to be a lot more concerned about what's really the solution to all this. It's fine that Akanksha is changing the lives of a few thousand kids, but really, what is that if you look at the size of the problem? And you draw so much inspiration from seeing the Akanksha kids when they are older that you feel, oh my God, every child needs to reach that potential. That really got Shaheen thinking about how one brings about systematic change. I deeply believe that education is really complex, that there are no magical miracle solutions. Educating a child takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. You can't replace a teacher. The teacher is pivotal in all of this. So knowing that this is really hard and really important, but also being compelled by the scale and the need to bring about substantial change, that is how a few of us got together and started talking. At the same time, coincidentally, a few Teach for America alumni had come to Akanksha. Shaheen was struck by these young people, full of passion for education. Young people who could have done anything but had chosen to teach in the most challenging classrooms, and spoke so highly about the experience and how it had changed them at a personal level. That's when Shaheen went to the US to understand the Teach for America program better and meet founder Wendy Kopp. Shaheen invited Wendy to come and see the context, to understand if a similar model could be implemented. The answer was yes and no. Teach for India will adhere to a few of the core principles of Teach for America. Like the fact that this is a movement of the people, you need to do it through teaching. You need to invest a lot in these young people so that they are really well trained and supported so that they can achieve excellence in the classrooms. The most important part of the model is that it's not just about putting teachers in the classroom. The idea is that you're putting your next generation of leaders in the classroom. There are two kinds of youth in India. One who choose to go and yell on TV and the others who want to do something. For them, there is Teach for India. The program recognizes that these very bright young people will complete a teaching stint and take up careers in business, technology, entertainment, or even government. And when they become leaders at that next level, they will bring about transformational change and really address the issue. But in the nitty-gritties of how it works, Teach for India is evolving its own unique model. In January 2009, Teach for India invited applications for the very first time. 2,000 young people sent in their CVs from all over the country. Fresh graduates, software engineers, investment bankers, all united by the idea of teaching as a way to give back to society, as well as gain a completely different kind of work experience. We chose 87 Teach for India fellows in the first cycle. In our second cycle, we received about 6,000 applications and will be choosing about 150. The chosen ones will teach at low-income private schools in Mumbai and municipal schools in Pune. So these are the first two places. The idea is that within 5 years, we should spread nationally. Scaling up is the biggest concern for any entrepreneur. At some time, it's not just about drive and determination, but about funding as well. Well, it's a huge concern. Akanksha is registered as a trust, but you are absolutely right. The funding strategy needs to be really carefully thought through. Most of the funding for Akanksha came through word of mouth because people were able to see the kids. There were always a large number of volunteers involved and they spread a lot of goodwill. Then there was Shaheen's personal goodwill. Her family background and connections helped open many heaven wooden doors and wallets. Initially, a lot of supporters were from the Citibank family, the people who worked with my dad, who saw me growing up and thought, well, at least one of us is attempting to do something good while everyone else is going into banking. When you speak to Shaheen, you can't help being moved by her intensity. Like any great communicator, she knows exactly how to hold your attention. And that is a quality that has certainly come in handy. I think I also had the advantage of living in so many different countries and interacting with so many different kinds of people. So I've always found it very easy to tell my story. I think that so many people have compelling work, but the little additional advantage of being able to tell their story in a way that is compelling helps a lot in being able to raise money. The strategy with Teach for India is slightly different. The initial funding for the program has largely been from foundations while seeding funding came from the Akanksha board. But now, money is being raised from more sources and more aggressively. And here too, it's about finding an angle that captures not just the mind, but the heart. What we emphasize is that if you're donating to Teach for India, you're not just putting teachers in the classroom. You're really developing the next generation of empathetic and effective leaders. I think people are increasingly seeing that there is a crisis of leadership in the country. So that is really an important investment for people to be making. Like Sponsor a Center, Shaheen now has a Sponsor a Fellow scheme where each donor pays 6 lakhs for 2 years. This takes care of the fellow stipend, 20,000 rupees per month, as well as cost of training and support. If you think about that in terms of putting a teacher in a classroom, it is a lot of money. But if you think about that in terms of investing in someone who in their life is going to be a leader and really help the country become better and be part of a movement of people who are well networked together, then you think about the investment differently. The Teach for India challenge is that costs are going to be higher. It's not the old Jugadu model Akanksha ran on. As you can imagine, if you are recruiting the best and the brightest and the most committed young people, then our level of execution to deliver everything has to be outstanding. So we need an increasingly high caliber staff. It's all quite frightening at this stage. Funnily enough, Shaheen had no butterflies in her stomach when she set out on this path as an 18-year-old. It's always tougher when you're successful and need to live up to the reputation you've built. And what a reputation it is. The Akanksha brand has always been much bigger than its actual footprint. Akanksha only has 3,500 kids, so it is not a big organization in terms of its impact yet. But it's been really significant, I think, in terms of its quality and how it works with kids. Some of the children I started teaching when they were 3 and 4 are now in the same colleges that my friends and I went to. Shaheen says she never consciously built the brand, though she is now trying to for Teach for India. It just happened through goodwill generated from art auctions and the annual Akanksha musical, both of which were started as initiatives for the kids. Our kids made stunning products and cards. The amount of brand it built for us without us knowing, it really helped a lot. The musicals also were hugely successful. Again, the focus was on Akanksha and on our kids. We wanted to show the city that we can do the best musical in town. We wanted them to come in thinking, oh, it's going to be like a charity show, and leave feeling, wow, you should get all these kids on a plane and take them to another country to perform. The intent and the honesty of purpose behind the events, and the fact that they were different and unique, generated a lot of interest from the media. Ergo, Brand Akanksha did not have to spend a penny. Intent and honesty of purpose are also most valuable when it comes to attracting team members. Retaining them, of course, takes even more. Giving people ownership over what they want to do, I think that helps a lot. We have an amazing group of people. They are so passionate. The second thing is choosing people that really fit in with the values of the organization, making people accountable and giving them really concrete goals. And then it is about showing people the end result, the impact of their work. Someone who's teaching 5-year-olds may be going crazy in class each day, but if you show her a well put together alumni whose life has been transformed, that is a really compelling reason to stay engaged with Akanksha. Now, you might be a socially motivated organization, but economic motivation drives the people working for you. And if you want to attract good people, certainly you must be able to pay, if not a market rate, some minimum decent sum of money. Shaheen agrees. I really believe that this is one of the biggest problems in the sector, and until we can really pay people competitively, we can never attract the best talent. You get that odd person who is willing to make the sacrifice. But having said that, it is not so easy because we are dependent on donors and we are growing so quickly that we need so many people. It's not about raising the money for 5 great people, right? You're employing hundreds of people, so it is a complicated task. Akanksha's approach has been, let's keep working on it. We were abysmally bad in the beginning, We couldn't pay anyone anything. Then we paid a few people hardly anything for years. But now we are getting closer and closer to paying people well. Shaheen too gets a salary. In the beginning, it was very little. Now it is more than enough. And what impact does being devoted to Akanksha have on her personal life? Has Shaheen managed to find that thing called balance? Not very balanced, she says candidly. I have 2 daughters, a 5-year-old, Sana, and a 10-year-old, Samara. Where did she find the time for that? I ask, and she laughs. I know what you mean. Yes, she was working till the very last day, and no, she did not really take a break through it all. I really literally was in a meeting when I went into labor, and I went to the hospital. And I think a week after I was home, I started working again. Does Shaheen ever feel guilty? I really want my girls to feel like I tried to meet my potential in my own life. I don't want them to think I was a perfect mother. I know that they are going to get angry about the fact that I wasn't there for every birthday party. But to me, that is significantly less important. Shaheen hopes when her girls grow up and talk about her, they see a mom who really tried hard to do something with her life and really cared about people. This is the sort of legacy that I want to leave them. And luckily, she says, her girls are just incredible. They've never made me feel that I'm not there enough. They're really well adjusted. They're really independent, very creative, incredibly caring about different things. So I feel like somewhere it's okay. But having said that, it is difficult. You don't have enough time for everything and it is exhausting. There are some daily rituals. I'm with them every morning. I get them ready. I'm with them almost every evening and I don't go out a lot at night. Because of the nature of her work, Shaheen is able to take a couple of hours off in the middle of the day or put them to sleep and then go back to work late into the night. I work with kids, so it is very flexible. It is not like I have a job where I'm gone in the morning and come back at night and I feel scared to call my kids in between. I found my own strange balance, she says, where I do what I feel like I want to do with them and what I need to do with them. But it's definitely not a typical balance. Shaheen is lucky to have a wonderful support system. Her parents, who now live in India. I actually use my parents' home as a base during the week. So from school they go there and then they go to their various classes. So by the time they come, it's actually 7:30 p.m. and I try to be home. Then I also have a lovely girl who's been with me for several years who's absolutely unbelievable. She's lovely, hardworking and adores the kids. And when I go out of town, I think my kids are so blessed. They have 10 different people they can choose to spend the night with, from all their cousins, their friends. Shaheen feels it's really not been all that bad. It's been manageable. But let's face it, a man would not even have to mention that point more than once. It would be understood that he has different priorities. I think at times it gets out of balance, and I recognize that, and I try to rebalance it a little. My mom always feels that I don't do it well enough. But you do what you can do. Unconventional choices. That's Shaheen Mistry. And that extends to her personal life as well. I actually got divorced before my first daughter was born. So I was married for 4 years, and then just when I was 6 months pregnant, I got divorced. I basically brought them up on my own. Obviously, I am in contact with him because of Samara, but other than that, she says it very evenly, matter-of-factly, and I want to know more, but it does not feel right to ask. At the end of an hour with Shaheen, I can only say there is nothing typical about her, including the way she dresses, which is rather too fashionable for an NGO type. You don't look like a social worker, I say. You know, the jhola, kurta, kajal uniform. I tried for a while when I started college here. I only used to wear khadi saris. And it was terrible because my best friend in college, the first time she met me, came up to me and asked where the classroom was. She thought I was a professor. Shaheen has been through some crazy phases. But now, she's definitely comfortable in her own skin. Comfortable enough to wear jeans and a halter top to a panel discussion on 2611 without worrying about how it will come across. I felt that when I came back, the most important thing, the thing that I value the most in other people, is the ability to be yourself. I feel like you can't really pretend for too long to be somebody who you're not. And yet, most of us go through life exactly like that. Like spectators, like passengers, like sleepwalkers on the stage of life. Shaheen wrote her own script, acted her own part, expressed who she was with passion and intensity. And that's why she's an inspiration to each of us. Advice to young entrepreneurs. I just think that you need to really believe. That sounds so trite, but my biggest learnings have been that if you really want something to happen badly enough, you must have enough belief in it so you can make it happen. I've seen that when we question things too much, we start to doubt our ability to get there. We don't try, and so we don't reach. There are some teachers who tell a child, I believe in you. The world may have told you differently or treated you differently, but I know what you are capable of. This belief makes the child start thinking about himself or herself differently. Life is a lot about making a leap of faith, feeling passionately about something, and then being able to sustain that passion and belief. That is applicable to anything, whether it is kind of career you want to make or what life you want to have. I think people also feel, I don't want to do something small. But to do something big, first you have to take small steps. The days when nobody cares and nobody wants to sit and interview you, and you have to carry truckloads of books to the slums and walk, that's where the true learning comes from. And I think being open to going through that really difficult phase is really important. Into that heaven of freedom. Arvind Kejriwal, Parivartan. As an IRS officer, Arvind Kejriwal waged a secret war against his own department. This campaign, under the banner Parivartan, later pioneered the use of RTI, Right to Information Act, to empower citizens. Arvind's dream is to see true democracy, where ordinary people regain the right to govern themselves. Arvind Kejriwal has a smooth, unlined forehead, which is a miracle for a man who's been banging his head against the wall for years. Even a casual conversation about corruption, politicians, or the state of the nation can depress the best among us. Things appear so hopeless, so grim. But Arvind is made of sterner stuff. For the past 10 years, he has waged a battle against various elements of the system. His efforts have made a few dents, brought some small change, but there's a long, long way to go. Yet, he's cheerful, and certainly not cynical. The issue is not corruption. That is only a symptom. What we need to work on is building democracy, in the real and honest sense of the term. Which is what he is doing through Parivartan. Using the hammer of RTI and the nail of accountability, Arvind has created a movement. But he needs more hands to hit these nails into more walls, to put what must be in place of what is, so that into the heaven of freedom this country may awake. Amen. Arvind Kejriwal was born in a village called Sivani in the Hisar district of Haryana. My father was an electrical engineer. He kept changing jobs, so I attended many different schools. But finally, he settled down with Jindal Strips Limited. So from 8th class onwards, I studied in Hisar. An academic topper, but zero in sports, Arvind's initial inclination was towards medicine. Till the 10th class, the desire to become a doctor was very strong. At the back of my mind, I always wanted to serve the people. But a senior explained that whatever you do, you must do it in the best institutes. But the seats in AIIMS were limited. Why not try for engineering instead? That's how Arvind ended up going to IIT Kharagpur. And after completing his mechanical engineering degree in 1989, he joined Tata Steel. I worked with Tata Steel for 3 years, and somewhere in this period I appeared for the civil service exam. In his first attempt, Arvind made it to the IRS, Indian Revenue Service. Keen to get into the IAS, he appeared for the exam again and got through the writtens. At this point, he went to the HR department of Tata Steel and asked for a transfer to the Social Welfare Department. They said, "That's not possible." So Arvind quit and joined Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity. Why the sudden desire to take up social service? I have no clue, he says. The UPSC results were due in March. Arvind spent the next 4 months with Christian missionaries in the tribal areas in Bodoland. He then spent some time with the Ramakrishna Mission. Then, the interview call came and Arvind went back home to Haryana. But he went and visited several villages and also did some work with the Nehru Yuva Kendra. This period was one of learning. I would go to the various organizations and see what kind of work they were doing. Several questions came up in mind at the time, but then I got through the interview and once again got into the IRS. This time he joined, and the journey came to an end. Working with the IRS, or Income Tax Department as it is commonly known, was routine. I enjoyed working. People say that if you're honest, you're victimized. But I was never victimized. I got some of the best postings and I never faced any interference in my work. Neither was I ever asked to do wrong things. But at the back of his mind, the question remained. The Archbishop of Delhi had once said, "The biggest problem of our country is not Harshad Mehta stealing 3,000 crores. It is when an ordinary person pays 200 rupees as bribe and thinks it's okay." That impacts the psyche of the entire country. But what can be done about it? This is something Arvind often pondered over. A person wanting to lead an honest life does not have that option in this country. Can we provide him that option? After much thought and discussion, Arvind decided that telling people don't pay a bribe was not enough. Someone had to provide an alternative. Let us start telling people that if a government official asks for a bribe, don't pay. We will pursue your case and get the work done free of cost. It was essentially some like-minded people who came together under the banner Parivartan. Parivartan is not a registered NGO. You don't have to register actually to do social work. We started with the Income Tax Department only and it worked very well. At the time, Arvind was still working with the Income Tax Department and yet, in a sense, working against it. Naturally, No one but his close family and friends knew about his involvement with the cause. The first thing Parivartan did was meet with the commissioner in Delhi. "We will bring to you cases where bribes are being asked for," they said. The commissioner said, "I will support you." Parivartan then put up banners and hoardings in Delhi exhorting the Aam Aadmi to approach this forum if anyone from the IT department asked for a bribe. The moment these banners came up, the authorities decided we were painting them in a bad light. So they disowned us, and in public, the chief commissioner said that some disgruntled CAs and touts were behind this campaign under the garb of Parivartan. Yet, a lot of cases did come. Parivartan would submit these cases collectively to the income tax authorities, as well as send the list of pending cases to members of parliament, the finance minister, media, and so on. For example, Financial Express did a half-page story on all the cases that were with us, initially asking why the people were not getting their refunds. This put tremendous pressure on the department, and as a result, cases going through Parivartan were cleared in no time. But overall, there was no change in the practice of the department. The Parivartan campaign kicked off in January 2000. By August, Arvind felt that the scope of their efforts had to be widened. He decided to take up an issue affecting all sections of the society. That issue was electricity. In August 2000, we started the same exercise with the Delhi Vidyut Board. We asked people not to pay bribes but to come to us instead. Parivartan will take up your case free of cost. The chairman of DVB, Jagdish Sagar, was also cooperative. He appointed a special executive engineer in his office and said that whatever grievance cases happened to come through Parivartan had to be attended to immediately. As part of the campaign, members of Parivartan, including Arvind, would sit outside the entrance of Delhi Vidyut Board distributing pamphlets. On one such occasion, an erstwhile colleague from Tata Steel came up to him and said, "What are you doing here?" Thinking that Arvind had fallen on hard times, he added, "If you want, I can talk to Tata Steel and they will take you back." Another time, a senior from the income tax department caught him distributing pamphlets at Nehru Place. But none of this deterred the double life of Officer Arvind, citizen Kejriwal. Towards the end of 2000, I took study leave until November 2001. We kept doing these activities. But at the end of 2 years, Arvind started wondering, how long are we going to do this? Tackling 2 departments in one city, Parivartan had its hands completely full. Yes, the effort was working, especially with the Vidyut Board. At one time, there were more than 50 cases pending before the Bijli Adalat every month. After we came in, the number came down to 3 or 4 cases a month. But how many people could Parivartan serve like this? How many departments could one organization cover? How many officials could they meet? I realized that we were not empowering people. We have also become middlemen. Only, unlike touts, we don't take money. The system was not shaken in any way. While taking the IAS exams, you feel, I can make a difference. Only when you actually join this service do you realize that's not going to happen. Even as Arvind wrestled with these issues, the government passed the RTI Act in Delhi in December 2001. We got a copy of the Act and we found it to be a very powerful instrument, but no one knew about it. The Act states that every department will have an officer declared as a competent authority. Any citizen can submit an application seeking information related to that department, and the department would have to reply within a stipulated period of time. Arvind decided to test if this worked by sending applications to DSIDC, Delhi State Industrial Development Corporation, DVB, Delhi Vidyut Board, and MCD, Municipal Corporation of Delhi. In all these departments, the officers did not know who the competent authority was. In fact, they were not even aware that such an act had been passed in the Delhi legislature. Parivartan gave the officials copies of the act. Nothing happened. So they wrote to the Chief Minister, and in January 2002, the CM held a meeting with officers of various government departments. Sheila Dikshit said, RTI is the law and it must be implemented. The following month, one Ashok Gupta of Lakshmi Nagar came to Parivartan with a grievance. He had applied for an electricity connection about 2 years ago. He was being asked to pay a bribe of 5,000 rupees. Earlier, we used to accept such cases, but this time we drafted an RTI application and asked him to go and submit it. We can ask people to come to us and cases will be resolved. But as soon as we move out of the scene, the malpractices start again. This was a big worry. 10 days after he submitted his query, an officer from the Vidyut board came to his house and said, the connection is sanctioned. This was surprising, to say the least, because even cases routed through Parivartan usually took around 2 months to get resolved. From then on, we stopped accepting grievance cases. When anyone approached us, we helped fill out the RTI application and submit it, and in this way their problems were quickly solved. In the next 3 months, Parivartan helped to file over 200 applications, and all cases, many of them pending for years, were resolved in 15 to 20 days. We decided to use RTI in other government departments. If you have any legitimate work, use RTI. It works better than bribery. This was our message to people. In March 2002, Arvind read about Aruna Roy and the Jansuwai social audit she had undertaken in Biwar, Rajasthan. He went to meet her and understand the work of MKSS, Majdoor Kisan Shakti Sanagatna. MKSS was using RTI to battle corruption at the panchayat level. Much of the funds allotted under various government schemes were actually going to babus and middlemen. False entries in muster rolls were a common occurrence in employment guarantee schemes. Public works existed only on paper, but money was recorded as spent. MKSS collected information from the panchayat and then they would hold a public meeting. Villages were present, the authorities were also present. People would then testify whether work had actually been done. Arvind realized this was an extremely powerful exercise. He decided to implement the idea in Delhi. We have our office in Sundar Nagari, which is a slum area. We decided to file an RTI application to get records related to work carried out by various departments in Sundar Nagari and neighboring Simapuri. This exercise took much longer than usual. It is a huge mafia. Jobs were at stake. So they did not give it easily. But we kept pursuing the matter and finally got information regarding 182 contracts. Parivartan distributed this information blockwise and streetwise. Locality by locality, they beat drums, collected people and held a public meeting. They said, MCD claims 2 crores was spent on the road in front of your house. 50 lakhs was spent on toilets. The people came out and protested. This is all a big fraud. No such work was done here. There was a lot of anger, a lot of mobilization. Parivartan then arranged for a Jan Sunwai, where contracts were read out in the presence of authorities and the local MLA. Ultimately, it was found that of 1.3 crores allotted towards 64 contracts, items worth 70 lakhs were missing. 29 electric motors were shown as paid for. Not a single one had been installed. 29 hand pumps were supposed to be paid for. Of them, 15 were missing. There were several roads which existed only on paper. We verified each and every contract in this way. After this, we prepared a very detailed report which showed each and every item paid for, checking if they were all installed or not. We gave copies of the report to the Chief Minister and MCD Commissioner. Wonderful, but no action was taken. No one was suspended. An order or two was half-heartedly passed. But systemic change remained, only on paper. Our first suggestion was that anytime a new project is to be implemented, it should be put up on a public notice board. An order to that effect was passed, but never actually implemented. Parivartan decided to file a PIL in the Delhi High Court, asking for action to be taken. Under the court's directions, an FIR was registered. The case is being fought in the district court. This has been the story for the past 8 years. Nothing has come of it. Frustrating for sure. But Parivartan continued its efforts. A lot of energy has been generated in Sundar Nagari. People now came to Parivartan saying, "We are concerned about the overflowing nalas, but first we need food to eat." So it was Parivartan that decided to take up the issue of PDS, commonly known as Ration Ki Dukaan. We had a case where a very poor woman called Triveni with monthly income of 400-500 rupees per month was unable to get ration. The shop would either be closed or did not have stock. This, despite Triveni having an Antayodhya, or a poorest of poor ration card. Parivartan helped her file an RTI application. The application asked for copies of the cash memos issued in Triveni's name over the last 3 months. After 1 month, she got a reply saying that 25 kgs of wheat and 10 kgs of rice had been given per month. Of course, all this was fake information. But before any action could be taken, the shopkeeper approached her. He apologized and promised to supply ration every month. So that was that. Arvind decided that if one family could get its due, why not the entire locality? Parivartan requested all 17 ration shops in the Simapuri area for their food distribution records over the past 6 months. That's when the authorities got together. They knew that if this information leaked out, there will be hangama. They said, "These records cannot be given to you as they are the property of the shopkeepers. The government has no control over them." Parivartan filed an appeal and won it. Then, the shopkeepers went to the High Court and got a stay order against them. At one point of time, there were 132 stay orders against us in Delhi. Eventually, the court lifted the stay orders and records were verified. But Parivartan workers were badly beaten up. A girl's throat was slit. Our records were burnt. There was lots of tamasha. The Food Commissioner of Delhi was transferred out. Subsequently, the people of Sundar Nagari boycotted the ration shops and finally, the Delhi government made some changes in the system. Now, for the ration department, there is no need to file an RTI. Any Saturday, you can walk in between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. and the records will be shown to you. If there is a discrepancy, then the shop will be cancelled on the spot. When this order was first passed, the food commissioners were very helpful and a lot of ration shops were closed down. But over time, the department office itself became a battleground. A mob of 300-400 shopkeepers would gather outside and prevent people from going to verify their records. The few who managed to get in were beaten up when they came out. Again, I must admit, in some areas people are getting ration. But I don't think on a systemic level that there has been a big change. But every failure or half success only led Arvind to push harder, to find better, more workable solutions. Next, Parivartan decided to take up the issue of water privatization. In November 2004, I read a newspaper article about the Delhi government's decision to privatize water. Several NGOs were opposing this move, so we decided to find out more. Parivartan filed an RTI application asking for copies of all records related to this project. After 6 months, they got copies of about 10,000 documents. This was a World Bank funded project going on in complete secrecy for the last 6 years. We studied this project and realized that if implemented, it could be disaster. And this was not just our finding. Parivartan sent these documents to IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Bangalore. 35 professors from IIMB and 15 professors from IIMA wrote to the Prime Minister asking him to cancel the project. There was a huge uproar. We distributed a large number of 2-page pamphlets all over Delhi saying that your water was at stake. Finally, the Delhi government withdrew its loan application from the World Bank. Now all these things, water privatization, corruption, bribery, PDS, it got us thinking. There are so many sectors, so many problems, and in each case, RTI is a powerful tool. But the battle cannot be fought by one Parivartan. Arvind decided to enlist foot soldiers to the cause, to make the mission a movement. In 2006, Parivartan launched a campaign titled Drive Against Bribe. This campaign aggressively promoted a single thought: don't pay a bribe, use RTI to get what is due to you. We contacted NGOs from across the country and enlisted their support. 1,500 volunteers were trained, and there were also 8 media houses including NDTV, Hindustan Times, The Hindu, and regional papers who came in as media partners. From July 1 to 15, 2006, these volunteers set up help centers in 55 cities across India and helped people in filing RTI petitions. In 15 days, 22,000 RTI applications were filed. We had several success stories. Typically, work pending for months and even years was done in 3 to 4 days flat. The experience was an eye-opener in more ways than one. Parivartan is not even a registered NGO, so it is not funded by any corporate or developmental agency. People often express doubts whether such an organization could scale up. But lack of money, far from being a hindrance, actually helped mobilize support. For instance, when Parivartan met with NGOs, the first question they would ask was, where will the money come from? Arvind's response was simple. आपका शहर है, आपका देश है, आपकी लड़ाई है, आप ही को सब कुछ करना है. And the NGOs raised their own funds. Similarly, media houses gave free advertisements in support of a good cause. One day we calculated so many cities, so many people, so many volunteers, the budget could have easily exceeded 15 to 20 crore rupees. What Parivartan actually spent was 80,000 rupees. The other thing we ensured was that Parivartan remained completely in the background. It was everyone's campaign. And even as an ongoing effort, that remains the philosophy. Parivartan operates with just 4 full-time staff and total monthly overheads of 40,000 rupees. That money comes from individual donors. लोगों के चलने से चलता है, is how Arvind likes to put it. 2006 was a watershed in more ways than one. It was the year that Arvind finally quit the IRS. After taking study leave, unpaid leave and special leave, he formally resigned in February 2006. It was also the year that Arvind received the Ramon Magsaysay Award for Emergent Leadership, a recognition of his commitment to the cause and a chance to take the effort to the next level. With water privatization, it was more of an ad hoc kind of reaction to a particular problem. I felt we needed a system in place where we could study the various governance systems on an ongoing basis. Thus, Arvind set up an office called Public Cause Research Foundation, PCRF, using the Magsaysay Award money as seed capital. Apart from research, the foundation had instituted RTI awards to honor individuals, commissioners and officers who were doing extraordinary work within the ambit of right to information. We studied 52,000 orders passed by 104 information commissioners in the country and ranked all of them. Naturally, this created a controversy of sorts. But the rating was only on a basis of their orders, he shrugs. The RTI awards themselves are funded by Narayan Murthy and the Tata Trust. RTI was no doubt a stupendous tool, and it could be and should be put to excellent use. But the larger question remained. Wherever you go, there are various problems. Bijli, Pani, Sadak. But the common thread in all these issues was lack of governance. This democracy, which we are so proud of, is actually a farce. The trouble is, you go out and vote once in 5 years. After that, as a citizen, you have absolutely no sane governance. कोई आपको पूछता नहीं. Over the last couple of years, PCRF has been researching this subject. What kind of governance system do other countries have? What kind of governance systems existed in ancient or medieval India? And what comes out is quite fantastic. We believe democracy is a modern concept, but democracy has existed in India since Buddha's time, exclaims Arvind. In fact, Vaishali was the first republic in the world. When I say republic, the first thing that comes to your mind is elections. But elections are not democracy. We have equated elections with democracy. In Buddha's time, in Vaishali, there were no elections. The king's son became the next king. But these kings had little or no say in important matters. Almost all decisions were taken in Gram Sabhas or public meetings. This system of governance continued to be enforced till 1860, when it was dismantled by the British and replaced by the collector system. All the powers that the people enjoyed earlier were invested in the collector now. Each part of a person's life was departmentalized. Education department, health department, irrigation department, and so on. Unfortunately, at the time of independence, we did not change the system. We just replaced the British collector with an Indian collector. When you study other countries, the US for instance, at the local or county level, all decisions are taken by the public. You have regular town hall meetings where you can decide on things which affect your life and hold your elected officials responsible. I don't think our government asks citizens these things anywhere in our country. When Parivartan met Sheila Dikshit, she said, "The people want water privatization." Arvind countered, "People don't." So who decides whether the people want it or not? If I tell you देश में 2000 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया, it's just a story. But if I tell you the Kacha road outside your house has been made last year, as per municipal records, then your blood boils. If you have mohalla sabhas all over Delhi, that is, you divide the city into small parts and people meet on a monthly basis, they can decide whether they want water privatization or not. And the collective voice of these mohalla sabhas becomes the voice of the people. This is the kind of democracy we envision. We call it Swaraj. This is what Gandhiji talked about, that this country would be a federation of 6 lakh villages, every village a republic unto itself. So while RTI work continues, Swaraj is taking more and more of Parivartan's time and attention. In Delhi, the concept of Swaraj is actually being implemented on an experimental basis. We spoke to some councillors, good people who liked the idea and agreed to try it in their area. We have divided one ward of 40,000 people into 10 parts. Each part is called a mohalla and consists of approximately 4,000 voters. The first mohalla meets on the first Saturday, the second on the next Saturday, and so on. This way, you reach out to 40,000 people over 10 weeks. Before the meeting, the councillor writes a personal letter to each family stating that there are things to be decided and we would like to know your opinion. आप आए और मुझे बताइए क्या करना है. At a typical meeting, around 150 people turn up. The councillor brings with him local officers such as the sanitary inspector, horticulture inspector, water inspector, electricity inspector. Each officer shares the budget allocated to him. People vote and prioritize what things the money should be spent on. This has been started in 2 areas, in Trilokpuri and Sundarnagari. Now we want to accelerate it and implement it elsewhere. The results have been fantastic. People now have a voice. If you come to the meetings, you will see that often a project gets sanctioned on the spot. It has also been an eye-opener for the councillors. In Sundarnagari, the councillor said he had a budget of 70 lakhs. Usme to kuch ho nahi sakta. He sighed. Then people asked the junior engineer, "Aapka kitna budget hai?" He said, "Bahut hai, aap batao kya karna hai?" The budget is apparently enough to get all roads in the entire mohalla made pakka, if the contractor lays it thick on the roads, not in his own pocket. You see, people's demands are actually not even that many, exults Arvind. Someone wants the street light on his road fixed. The bulb costs 3,000 rupees. Someone asks you to fill up a pothole. That costs 20,000 rupees. So a budget of 12 to 14 lakhs is usually sufficient to take care of everything. And yet, now the Mohalla Sabhas are monitoring everything. No payment is made to contractors unless the people vouch that the work is satisfactory. And finally, at Mohalla Sabhas, the community decides who should benefit from the various government schemes for the poor. One such scheme provides 1,000 rupees per month per family, an attractive sum for any slum dweller. But in a gathering of 200 such, not one hand went up. Everyone pointed to one woman and said, "She is the poorest, give her the money." You have to be very needy to stand up and say, "I need money," in front of your entire community. सबको अपनी इज्जत प्यारी है. कोई भीख नहीं मांगना चाहता. People are basically decent, and this decency can be harnessed. Our ultimate dream is that the whole of Delhi will be run by Mohalla Sabhas. The people should decide what laws get passed in the assembly. But first, we need a law which institutionalizes Mohalla Sabhas. In the meanwhile, Parivartan is selling the concept to councillors and to citizens. Councillors are slowly coming on board. 2 in Tigri Khanpur, 5 in Jahangirpuri. उनको वोट नजर आते हैं. But it's a double-edged sword. Once you are a known face and accountable to your people, you have to deliver. फिर धंधा पानी कहाँ से आएगा? Let's see, it's very interesting. The day 30 or 40 councillors are ready to implement this scheme, I know Mohalla Sabhas will come under attack. How and when, only time will tell. But then it depends how stiffly people resist and stand up for their rights. Put this way, the future looks a bit bleak. Struggle, strife, even danger to one's life. You know, when that girl's throat was slit, it was a difficult moment for us. We thought about what we were doing and why and where we were going. Would it even bring any result? It was the girl herself who provided the answer. She was under tremendous pressure from her family to leave Parivartan, get married and settle down. But she questioned them instead. अगर मैं नहीं करूंगी तो कौन करेगा? कोई अमेरिका से आकर तो हमारे देश को सुधारने वाला है नहीं. And that kept everyone else's resolve. You have to accept all this. It's a part of the battle. While there is the option of legal recourse, Arvind is well aware how futile that can be. Whenever there's been an attack on us, we file a case, so it goes on record. But we leave it at that. Because pursuing the matter would only mean spending your life running from one courtroom to the next. Also, if we are to go about seeking punishment for everyone, it will not serve the purpose. That's because the people who attack us are just pawns of the system. By punishing them, the system will not improve. Bold words. Inspiring words. But just for a moment, I pause and think about how he is managing it all. Does a revolution run only on love and fresh air? Like I said, the movement is funded by people. I myself get a fellowship from AID, Association for India's Development. And then there is the silent support of his family. My wife is with the IRS, and no, what I do has not affected her career. Yet, such familiar support could not have been easy. Initially, there was a lot of opposition. Now they have accepted it. If you look at it from their perspective, I did give them a shock. Just like he is doing to the system. The voltage is not enough, yet. But अंधेरे से उजाले की तरफ का सफर शुरू हो गया है. More power to the people. Advice to young entrepreneurs. The first thing is that you need to think. Yes, corruption is a problem. But don't just reiterate that one point. Many issues are interlinked. Secondly, most of us think I'm an individual and I have a family, and we would do anything for that family, but we don't have the same feeling for the country. Now, take for instance, when we had the cash for vote scandal, MPs were sold. I thought that was the most shocking thing in Indian democracy. I told many of my friends, let's go to India Gate and protest. They replied, जाने से क्या होगा? कुछ होता तो है नहीं. I felt that even if nothing happens, if we kept quiet, things would slide further. At least some people would join in the protest and our voice would be heard. When we go to see a movie, do we ask, would there be any benefit in watching this movie? So as we take responsibility for our family's welfare, in the same way we need to think about our country's welfare. We have to think, and there is no other option, as democracy cannot work without the active participation of the people. Otherwise it will collapse, and it is collapsing. In order for a democracy to work, कुछ होता है कि नहीं, हम लोगों को participate तो करना पड़ेगा. I'm not telling you to join Parivartan. I'm not saying participate in anything and everything. Make your choices, but participate in something. Something which attracts you, motivates you, inspires you. Inner Engineering, Bhushan Punani, Blind Persons Association, BPA. As a young MBA, Bhushan made the unconventional choice of joining the Blind Persons Association to see if management principles could be applied to the social sector. 31 years later, the scale at which BPA operates makes the answer to that question a resounding yes. When I see a blind person, my first reaction is to look away. How can this person go through every day as if it were the darkest night? You have only to close your eyes for a second to know. And yet, as I walk through the BPA campus in search of Bhushan Punani's office, I'm probably the only one with this morose thought. All around me are blind people, young and old, going through their day with a sense of purpose. A smile is visible on most lips. Soon I will learn more about the work of the Blind Persons Association and its transformation from a single, small school and vocational center for the blind to a multi-campus, multi-purpose movement. A movement to bring dignity to the life of the disabled, not just in India, but across the world. At the helm of this movement is the unassuming Bhushan Punani. A graduate of IIM Ahmedabad, Bhushan joined BPA not as a teacher or social worker, but to learn for himself whether management principles could be applied to the development sector. The answer is a definite yes. But there is so much more that can be done. That sense of mission is what keeps Bhushan and the amazing team at BPA on their toes. At the end of our meeting, I wonder, how many young MBAs today would be satisfied with a salary of 5.1 lakhs at age 23, let alone after 30 years on the job? Love and gratitude, a sense of true accomplishment, and sound sleep at night. These are the additional perks Bhushan enjoys. Things which those with long cars and fat bonuses are still seeking. And find that all their money simply cannot buy. Bhushan Punani was born in Hansi, a small, sleepy town in Haryana. I studied in a typical government school, Hindi medium, like most schools in those days. The only concern was students should keep passing. Yet Bhushan always felt different. Academically brilliant, he procured a state scholarship from 4th standard, which meant the government paid his fees and gave him 10 rupees per month for his books. A large amount in the early 60s, he smiles. Apart from academics, Bhushan was also a state-level table tennis player. Like many bright young men of his generation, Bhushan wanted to be a doctor. But he missed a seat in medical college by 3 marks. Actually, we did not have a chemistry teacher for the whole year, and so we did not know how to go about the practicals, he recalls wistfully. So what were the other options? As a student with a background in biology, Bhushan was eligible for the prestigious dairy husbandry course in Karnal. He applied and got in. It is the institute where they take only 2 students from the state and groom them to become managers in dairy development and dairy technology. While at Karnal, Bhushan once again topped the university. He graduated with 2 gold medals, one for getting the highest marks in his batch, the second for getting the highest marks ever secured in that course. Bhushan was picked up by Milk Food to head the milk procurement division. A great honor for a graduate without any industry experience. While he did extremely well on the job, Bhushan quickly realized it was not his cup of tea. I decided to pursue a post-graduation degree. Again, I got very good marks and was one of only 5 people selected for an ICAR fellowship to pursue a PhD in animal breeding and genetics, my favorite subject. In the meantime, Bhushan had also applied to the IIMs for admission and got selected. He decided to take up the offer. But from day one, he was very clear about his special area of interest: rural development. I had 1 year of experience working in the interiors of Punjab. We think Punjab is a very rich state. It has so much agriculture. But still, I saw people who were living in substandard conditions. If a rich state like Punjab can have so many poor people getting exploited, you can imagine what happens elsewhere. Not surprisingly, Bhushan spent his summer studying tribal unrest in Simdega, in the interiors of Bihar. He also worked closely with professors like Ranjit Gupta, who, along with Ravi Mathai, pioneered IIMA's rural development project in Javaja. By the time placement fairs began, it was clear Bhushan would not go for a usual commercial job. So that year, the placement brochure had an additional column titled Unconventional Job. Such a job was offered on the second day of the placement fair by the Mafatlal Group. The company needed someone to head its rural development division, and Bhushan was an ideal candidate. I told them I would join on 15th of June and went home. Unfortunately, there was a split in the Mafatlal Group that year in 1979, and they abandoned this project. The company sent a letter to Bhushan withdrawing its offer. So he returned to Ahmedabad to explore other options, one from the government and the other from an NGO. That is when Bhushan was approached by Manubhai Shah, a visiting faculty member at IIM Ahmedabad. Manubhai called and said, "I have the most unconventional job for you. Would you like to look at it?" Bhushan said, "Yes, of course." Manubhai replied, "There is an organization, Blind School, looking for a manager. If you are willing, I can arrange for an interview." The Blind People's Association, then known as Blind Men's Association or simply Blind School, had received a grant from a very large German organization called CBM. The condition was, appoint a professional manager. The manager's salary for the first 5 years, as well as infrastructural support, would be provided by CBM. An interesting proposition indeed. Bhushan met Dr. Jagdish K. Patel, General Secretary of BPA, and agreed to join. I joined because I wanted to see whether the tricks learnt in management had any relevance to the developmental field. I was putting my knowledge through an acid test. But only after 3 months. I had promised to help Professor Ranjit Gupta on a project in Kota. I had to keep that commitment. In this interim period, Bhushan received a summons from the director of IIM Ahmedabad, Dr. Vyas. People were not very happy about me joining BPA. They thought it might bring a bad name to the institute to take up such a job. Dr. Vyas said, "I'm shocked to learn you're joining a blind school. A leap in the dark? Are you sure you're making the right decision?" The director was especially worried because there had been some adverse reports about the school a few years earlier. Bhushan replied, "Sir, I have 2 very outstanding degrees with me. If I have to worry about my future, there is something wrong either with the degrees or with me." But practically speaking, Bhushan had decided to keep a 2-year perspective. If I find this job interesting, I will continue. Otherwise, I will look for other opportunities. Losing 2 years in a long career did not seem like a big deal. Dr. Vyas was convinced about the young man's commitment to his cause. Do keep me informed about your progress, he said while parting. I would like to know how you're performing. And so, on the 14th of September 1979, Bhushan Punani joined BPA as a manager. His salary at the time? He did not know, because he had not even asked. My boss called me after a week and said, "What a stupid fool you are. You have joined us, but you don't even know what salary we are going to pay you." Bhushan replied, "I leave it to you. I'm sure you can give me a salary with which I can survive in the city of Ahmedabad." The boss was a kindly man and benchmarked Bhushan's salary with that of a director in the government of Gujarat, around 7,000 rupees basic, adding up to 1 lakh a year. This was much lower than the salary I was getting before joining IIM Ahmedabad, but the salary was not my concern. The important thing was, the job was exciting. In fact, it was a challenge. In 1979, BPA was a very small institute with 80 to 90 staff, headed by Harish Panchal, an engineer and former works manager. We had a blind school from class 1 to 12, a workshop and a vocational training center. There were around 250 to 300 beneficiaries, and we used to get a grant from the government in addition to donations from the public. BPA's bank deposits were around 10 lakhs, against which the organization availed of overdrafts of about 7 lakhs. The organization had been in existence for over 25 years, although the Vastrapur campus was set up only in 1964. The question now was, could the activity be scaled up by a young management graduate? The positive thing which really made a difference, where other IIMites run into problems, was that my boss Jagdish Patel was an outstanding person. A man with foresight, understanding, and a charismatic personality. He supported me through thick and thin, acknowledges Bhushan. And luckily there was no old-timers conflict. They were only concerned about how I perform. Having Arvind Lalbhai as president of BPA also brought that professional touch. Secondly, Gujarat is a very philanthropic state. Charity is a way of life, especially among communities like the Jains. There is a sense of giving to others, and that has made a big difference to our organization from day one. Thirdly, although small, BPA was a very honest and transparent organization, a rarity in the NGO world back then. Trustees were not there to make money. They got no monetary benefit from the institute. And to top it all, it was a virgin field. Disability was a new development area. Not much was happening at the time, so we had the capacity to expand very fast. Within a year, Bhushan realized there were 2 ways to grow. The obvious route, increase the scope of activities at the institute, but to reach out to larger numbers, the organization would have to think beyond. Thus was born the idea of projects. Instead of people coming to BPA, the institute would have to go out to them. And this is the 2-pronged approach BPA has followed ever since. But the first thing you need when you set out on any kind of mission is people with both competence and commitment. The first such person to join the new team was a young graduate of the BK School of Management, Nandini Rawal. Nandini could have got a job with much better salary, but chose BPA, recalls Bhushan. One fine morning, she rang up Bhushan and said, "Can I come and meet you? If you have an opening, I would like to join your institute." Bhushan replied, "But God has sent you to us. We are looking for somebody to head our projects and take them forward." Nandini accepted the offer and thus began projects covering not only the needs of the blind, but also the needs of the deaf and those with multiple disabilities. The unique thing about this program was the emphasis on CBR, or community-based rehabilitation. Our first project began on 19th February 1982 in Dholka in Gujarat and in Chikmagalur district of Karnataka. It was all about building local partnerships. What BPA does is identify a local partner, a rural development organization in the area. This organization is appointed as the local implementing agency. We assure them the first 3 years of funding for the project. They have to identify a team of 10 to 15 people, field workers, supervisors, and teachers. BPA trains this team by sending its own people on location. Over the years, they have developed master trainers in different states. The job of field staff is to identify people with disabilities, complete all formalities for them, give them access to numerous services. There are schemes for the disabled, but people don't know about them. Our project is aimed at empowerment. With some support in the form of training and microcredit, the physically challenged are being able to perform like anybody else. And in the process, they move from being a burden to an asset to their community. But is this decentralized model easy to manage? Yes and no. If the local agency or agent is dedicated, then yes. Let me give you a classic example. Virangam is about 80 kilometers from Ahmedabad. A lady doctor by the name of Ramila Jain lives there. Through the Lions Club of Virangam, we identified this lady and gave her full responsibility. Ramila Ben formed a local trust, but yet is part of the BPA system. We monitor the program, send our people for the monthly meeting, and give her constant feedback. We also keep giving the field workers refresher courses. Ramila Ben has been with BPA since 1985. She now runs an eye hospital, works for an orthopedic hospital, supports programs in education, assisted devices, and vitamin delivery. Any activity we take up in Virangam, Ramila Ben is the moving force behind it. Of course, for every 10 Ramilas, there will be one Jitendra. There was this very smart fellow. He was a teacher of yoga and even wore sadhu-like clothes. We were quite impressed by him and asked him to set up the local coordinating agency at Ghoda Dungli, a place near Itarsi in Madhya Pradesh. One fine morning, he eloped with a young lady field worker. In another instance, the project head started siphoning off money. And a common problem is that full salaries are not paid. For example, we give 1500 rupees per field worker, but they in turn will pay 1000 rupees and get a signature on 1500. Sometimes they will have their own family members on the rolls or simply make fake vouchers. And such problems can crop up anywhere, from Gujarat, where BPA has a very strong local presence, to physically distant states like Meghalaya and Orissa. Constant vigilance and ear to the ground is the only solution. What we do is maintain very good relations with the field staff. If anything goes wrong, they are the ones who let us know. The moment any garbar is brought to BPA's notice, the agency is terminated. Yes, we have lost money in closing a project abruptly, but we can't afford to have rotten eggs. As long as there are many more people in this world with good hearts and honorable intentions, BPA believes it is worth the effort. Of course, to manage this multi-location, multi-pronged campaign, you also need a strong team at the center to coordinate, raise funding, and provide continuous nurturing and leadership. When we started the fundraising division, a woman with a master's in social work, Nautama Shukla, joined us. Another very smart young lady by the name Vimal Thawani, a teacher in MS University's Faculty of Social Work, came on board as a vocational counselor. For every new division BPA set up, it started attracting qualified professionals. just like a company would appoint people to head each of its profit centers. And as each division grew, the managers were continuously trained to do their jobs better. Take, for example, Akhil Paul, an MSW from the School of Social Work Indore. He also had a background in journalism. When he shifted to Ahmedabad, he joined BPA as a coordinator for the CBR program. Within a year, we sent him to America for a one-year course in one of the world's best institutes. He became a great resource and now heads Sense International, a UK-based NGO. Few companies would refer to ex-employees with such obvious pride. That's where BPA is different. Akhil was an all-rounder. He could take photographs, he could drive a car, he could receive guests, he could work around the clock. Placing him elsewhere meant losing a very good person. But Bhushan believes that if people get better opportunities, one must encourage them. In fact, I was in the committee that placed him. He grins. And he is also firm in the belief that what is taken away will be replenished. Soon after Akhil left, a lady with an MA in political science applied to BPA. Since she had no social work background, we organized her training for 3 months. Within 6 months, Prahada Shankar has almost replaced Akhil Paul in every aspect. In fact, she was better than him in one aspect, her rapport with the children. Brother became our low vision specialist. Now she is in Trivandrum, working for a national organization from there. Over the years, BPA has become an institution with its own alumni, people who physically leave, but not in spirit. Take the instance of Hasmukh Bhai Thakkar, the full-time legal officer of BPA for several years. A day came when there were few legal issues left to solve. Thakkar Bhai said, "Sir, I don't have much work here now. If you don't mind, I want to start my legal practice." Bhushan said, "Sure." But Hasmukh Bhai added, "I cannot leave BPA. I will still come in on Saturdays and make sure everything is in order." Thakkar Bhai receives a token of 2,980 rupees per month, 1/6 his original salary. "It is just a token payment." He says this check is a sign of my attachment to BPA. In fact, his wife works as a volunteer and raises 10 to 20,000 rupees per month for the organization. BPA alumni continue to contribute to BPA as visiting faculty and advisors to various programs. Others help with fundraising. Jasmine Anirudhan raises money for us in Dubai. Deepika Josh in the US. Ashok Kumar now heads Indian Red Cross, Gujarat. He has given BPA more than 20 lakhs as grants for the eye hospital we set up. It is almost like you can join BPA, but you can never leave. Staff turnover is minimal, nods Bhushan. There are 3 reasons for this. Firstly, salaries are as per the 5th pay commission guidelines, much better than most other NGOs. Secondly, there is a lot of freedom to do your work the way you want to. This creates a sense of ownership. Thirdly, staff members get a chance to grow professionally through courses and seminars in India and abroad. As we speak, 4 of the BPA staff members are studying abroad. They are pursuing courses in human rights, in leadership, and in multiple disabilities in the US, Europe, and Japan. BPA works with agencies like the Ford Foundation to make this possible. In a lighter vein, Bhushan adds, "The interesting part is that I have never been to America, but I have sent at least 10 people from BPA to study there. When these people return, they are very motivated and raring to put into practice all they have learned." All well and good. But what about the results? What have been the achievements of BPA, the impact of its work? Bhushan elaborates, "When I joined, we had just 1 campus. Now we have 8 campuses in Gujarat. From a 10 lakh organization, we now have a budget of over 20 crores. But even that figure does not tell the full story. CBR projects are only coordinated by BPA. Money flows directly from the funding partner to the local agency, so it does not get reflected in our books. Such an arrangement is preferable for a simple reason. We avoid handling too much of money. Money tempts and gives a false sense of ownership that you are managing it. What BPA gets for such projects is the cost of training, coordination, some staff and hardware. Moreover, outside Gujarat, BPA's involvement lasts for the first couple of years only. Of course, we keep calling for training programs and they get back whenever they have problems. But the mantra is local empowerment. We believe in local empowerment. If BPA gets the money and pays from the project becomes ours. But if Ramila Ben gets the money and pays the money, it is her project. That sense of ownership is crucial. In fact, BPA has evolved from a doer organization to a network organization. Our core strength now lies in training and coordination. As the organization has evolved, so has its structure. In its original form, BPA consisted of one general secretary, one works manager, and one trust. Now we have 5 independent trusts, 1 main trust, and 4 associate trusts. Each trust has a board of directors, but all are a part of the BPA family. The 5 trusts are involved in different kinds of activities. For example, the National Institute for Blind, Gujarat, is a network organization with branches in all the districts. Sadbhavana Trust is for non-disability projects, while the Center for the Blind is for business activities. We produce and sell more than 8 crores of furniture every year. The profits from these sales constitute close to 10% of BPA's annual budget. But what about the balance? If I put all 4 trusts together, our government exposure is 20% to 25%, while foreign funding makes up to 20 to 30%. Another 10 to 12% comes from investment and the rest is public donations. Slowly, BPA is also trying to tap corporates and tweaking its service model to move from pure charity to self-payment as per financial ability. At our eye hospitals, you will be surprised to know the poor actually insist on paying. If they cannot pay, they will send produce from their fields. It is an expression of human dignity, which is exactly the spirit in which BPA runs most of its programs. We want the disabled to be employable, to be able to lead normal lives. That is why BPA students are trained in IT, while physically challenged girls can take up beautician courses. The visually challenged can opt for physiotherapy and get jobs in BPA's own state-of-the-art physiotherapy center, frequented by the elite population of the state. We also run a very large ITI. We have just been funded by the government to construct a new modern building for it. At the end of the day, BPA remains a proactive but pro-government NGO. If you go to any NGO, they always crib, ye grant nahi mila, wo grant nahi mila. But we have never had such problems. Whatever money it is eligible for, BPA ensures it gets. The important thing is to get the paperwork right. As many of our trustees sit with ministers and with secretaries on a number of committees, once in a way we may use that influence to get the grant on time, he adds. The work is not easy, but neither is it difficult. God is with me. I'm never alone. He's always helping me. And there is another pillar of strength in his life, Hansa. My wife Hansa is Gujarati and she's a lawyer by profession. We were friends before we got married, so we share a very good understanding. Bhushan's working hours are long and demanding. I'm generally in office from 9:30 a.m. up to 8:30 p.m. Even Sundays I work at least till 2:30 p.m. But Hansa understands that this is not a job, it is a mission. And she has made adjustments. As she's earning more than what I do, money has never been an issue. The couple has a daughter, Shachi, who has just completed her degree in law. She has never been a demanding or a difficult child. In fact, she's very simple and down to earth. So much so that when Bhushan wanted to take her out for dinner in Bangalore, where she was doing her internship, she said, "Papa, this restaurant looks very expensive. Why don't you wait outside? I will go and check the menu." Ultimately, father and daughter went to a food court instead. Not that they could not afford a fancy meal, but it just did not seem right. Honestly, my salary is not all that bad. It is printed in our annual report, 5.1 lakhs per annum. And it is enough for a decent home, car, a house, simple food, simple needs. इससे ज़्यादा और आदमी को क्या चाहिए? Most of my friends, my class fellows, they are in the 1 crore salary bracket. And I tell you, none of them get sound sleep at night. Bhushan knows that his father, the late Bhagat Chelaram, who worked tirelessly for social reform, would have been proud. But would आजकल के overachieving parents and children feel the same way? At the annual IIM Ahmedabad Festival Confluence, Bhushan shared the dais with CEOs and corporate head honchos. And he spoke passionately about how money had little meaning. What really mattered was fulfillment, commitment, and working for others to make a difference. They were saying we have created jobs for 1 million people, or wealth of thousands of crores. Good for them. What Bhushan has done is create a wealth of knowledge, of networks, and of empowerment. In any part of the developing world, social conditions are very similar. So our concept of community rehabilitation works with some regional modification in countries from China to Zambia. We have established that management principles have a role to play in development. We have touched the lives and hearts of thousands and made normal life possible for them. A life well lived, for others, with others. Inner engineering makes everything else irrelevant. You have only to look within and learn that truth for yourself. Advice to young entrepreneurs. You don't have to go and do research. You don't have to do a lot of thinking. Just go outside your house and look around. Open your eyes and ears. Who has a child who's illiterate or not going to school? There may be an old lady suffering from cataract. There may be a lariwala whose son has cancer. Just identify one person and ask that person what her need is. Then within your capacity, help that person. Often what that person needs is only the right direction. I will give a classic example. There are 10 hospitals in Ahmedabad which provide free cataract surgery, but people are not aware of this. If you know a lady suffering from cataract, you only have to tell her, "Come and ride pillion on my scooter. I will take you to the Nagari hospital and get you operated." See how much money you have to spend. Going to Nagari hospital and coming back just 80 rupees, and the old lady can have her sight again. Don't be a hypocrite and merely talk about development. If you pay the fees and buy the books and uniform of a child in a nearby municipal school, it will not cost more than 1,000 rupees a year. The important thing is to make a difference to someone. The Spiritual Capitalist. Soul Food. Madhu Pandit Das. Akshaya Patra. As a student at IIT, Madhu Pandit once came close to committing suicide. Then, he discovered Krishna and embraced the spiritual path. As head of ISKCON Bangalore, Madhu is now teaching Akshaya Patra, a movement which combines missionary zeal and modern management to feed 1 million hungry children every day. ISKCON Bangalore is the most opulent ISKCON temple I have ever seen. It is also the most peaceful. I sit in the office of Sridhar Venkat, Executive Director Marketing of Akshaya Patra. He offers me Vedic tea. Regular tea and coffee is not served here, you see. We are waiting to meet Madhu Pandit Dasa, President of ISKCON Bangalore and a trustee of the Akshaya Patra Foundation, the world's largest midday meal program feeding more than 1 million school children every day. I'm in two minds about this interview. Why this big deal about temples working to serve humanity? Isn't that part of their core business? Apparently not. Of the millions of mandirs spread across this land collecting millions in daan and donation, how many actually take up charitable activities? Only a minuscule fraction. And when they do, it's a case of doing the best we can. They are limited by a lack of resources, a lack of system, unlike Akshaya Patra. Akshaya Patra is a marriage of science and spirituality. Science governs the design of the kitchen, the accounting, the marketing. But the missionary zeal of the operation comes from its spiritual base, the dedication and commitment of the Hare Krishnas at all levels. As I listen to Madhu Pandit, I think there is a monk who never aspired for a Ferrari. A man who found the answer to his existential questions but continued to search for answers to more ordinary questions. How many children go hungry in this country? Can we feed one more such child tomorrow? That is the magic of Akshaya Patra, the inexhaustible vessel. Everyone's portion is decided up there by the Supreme, but the cooking is done here, on earth. Madhu Pandit Das was born in Nagarcoil, but grew up in Bangalore. My father was a scientist in the Indian Institute of Science. I studied in Bangalore until the 4th standard, and then my dad shifted to ISRO in Trivandrum. Madhu shifted from St. Joseph's School in Bangalore to St. Joseph's School in Trivandrum. At school, he had a special interest in science and even did a lot of extra reading beyond the curriculum at the British Library. Another thing I was fascinated by was chess. My father was a good chess player, so I learned from him when I was in class 4. In his senior years in school, Madhu won the Trivandrum Junior District Championship 3 times. And one year, he cannot recall which exactly, Madhu was the state junior champion in chess. So during all this time, my focus was more on pursuing science and chess. I was not really serious about academics. When he entered class 9, Madhu's father forbade him from playing chess. It made a big difference to his academic performance. Even I couldn't believe that in 1 year I could improve so much. In the class 10 board exam, Madhu was one of the handful of students in the state who secured 100% in mathematics. During the pre-degree course, Madhu joined the Trivandrum Science Club. He quickly developed a fascination for theoretical physics. I realized that if I wanted to understand more of physics, I had to study more of mathematics. You know, the language of modern physics. So I started a course of self-study outside my curriculum. Around this time, Madhu also won the National Science Talent Search Scholarship, an award so prestigious that all IITs and BITS Pilani used to send an offer of admission without the entrance exam to the selected scholars. Madhu chose IIT Bombay and enrolled for a 5-year integrated MSc Physics course. The year was 1976. I was very excited as I felt it was the best institute and I thought I can really learn and pursue my subject. But then came the big disappointment. The IIT atmosphere, oh my God! I didn't like it because it was very competitive and there was relative grading. Maybe for engineering it was good, to tease your brains, make you think faster. But it was not for me. Madhu went through a depressing 2 years. I was studying physics and at the same time not studying any physics. I was attending classes and tutorials, mugging and writing exams. At the end of 2 years, Madhu decided to switch to civil engineering, a less popular branch, hence less competitive. He wanted to join an easy branch so that he could continue studying physics on his own. I would attend classes, bunk tutorials, and then sit in the IIT library till 10 o'clock, he says, with a twinkle in his eye. But even behind this love for physics lay something else, something deeper. Since childhood, Madhu had one question at the back of his mind. What is the original cause of everything? I was excited by science because it explored the cause behind the cause. So I relished that process of discovery. And after entering IIT, Madhu had actually started looking into life itself. The pursuit of physics acquired a philosophical dimension. Einstein shook the foundations of science with his theory of relativity. But even on his deathbed, he was grappling with the truth. See, when a scientist tries to understand the atom, he finds it is made of electrons, protons, and neutrons. Then he realizes that there are further elementary particles within the nucleus, and it is all bound together by order and symmetry. So much beauty, so much harmony in nature. Perhaps there is a creator? That thought, however, never crossed young Madhu's mind. As a soldier of science, he was looking for an impersonal cause, an irreducible, fundamental principle, a single, unifying theory from which everything can be explained, something that eludes physicists even today. Immersed in this quest for the cause of all causes, but naturally, Madhu's grades suffered. You see, everywhere I came out with flying colors, but here in IIT I was average. In other words, a 6-point someone. Madhu took to smoking, and then during the last paper in his 4th year, something snapped. By then I had been reading a lot of philosophical books, mostly Western philosophy, because you see, I did not know Sanskrit. One such book by Bertrand Russell proved to be the trigger. Said Russell, "If I get another chance to live, I will never touch philosophy, for the simple reason that for all these years of searching, I do not know if what I am seeing is true or not. Does what I see with my eyes exist or not exist? Is it true or not?" If a man like Bertrand Russell gave up after racking his brains for years, what hope did Madhu have? At this point, Madhu and a fellow student from Trivandrum decided to end it all. What difference does it make whether we live or die? These IIT fellows have messed up our lives. We will jump off the main building and give them a bad name. It was not about grades or a career or unrequited love. It was about questions to which there were no answers. Life, the universe, and the meaning of everything. Existential frustration. You see, when a man gets tense, he can do anything. So we really worried over the question, what was the truth? And why can't we find it? But once he had decided to commit suicide, there was a complete ease of tension. The night before, Madhu went into the library one last time and for reasons unknown, picked up a different kind of book. A book by ISKCON founder Srila Prabhupada with a colorful cover illustration. I'd seen it before and had thought there were only stories in this book, so I'd put it back. I didn't want stories. I wanted the truth. But that day, Madhu decided to do some light reading. And so he took the book with a glossy picture of Krishna on the cover to his room. He turned to the chapter, Prayers by Personified Vedas. Within 5 minutes, Madhu burst into tears. Tears of joy. He cried, "My God, I can't believe it. How did this simple thing not strike me?" The truth was so simple. God, or Krishna, was the cause of all causes. A person, limitless in name, form, activities, energy. I continued reading, and that's when I realized that I couldn't die. I had a purpose to live. The revelation came to Madhu at the age of 22. After that, he started reading Prabhupada's books voraciously. My view of the world changed completely. Madhu realized the limitations of science, limited by definition to the 5 senses. But there are many, many things beyond. For instance, the mind. We all know that we are using our minds and that the mind exists, but nobody can see it. Therefore, the science of the mind or psychology is not considered a pure science. That is not the Vedic perspective. Our Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam understands the self as the body, the mind, the intellect, and then the ego. So there is a hierarchy of cells. Without getting into the details, let us just say Madhu's universe expanded. Of course, he admits science cannot go beyond the five senses, because then it will lose objectivity. But that does not mean there is nothing beyond science. Vedanta is the science of the self. The laboratory is our body. Your experimentation is with your own life. So I am still a scientist, only the domain is different. The domain now includes the spirit, awareness, and consciousness. In a nutshell, we are not this body, and we are eternal. And it does not end here. We are a part and parcel of a supreme eternal. Even as he digested this newfound treasure chest of knowledge, Madhu completed his B.Tech and then worked towards an M.Tech. Mainly because he could not bear to be parted from the IIT library. However, he did not actually complete his master's. Somewhere along the way, I decided to dedicate my life to Prabhupada's mission. I decided to join ISKCON. Madhu's father, himself a religious person, was puzzled. "What are you doing this at your age? Renunciation is for old people." Madhu replied, "This is different. I am pursuing spirituality as a science, as a seeker of knowledge. I am not becoming an ascetic or joining a religion." Of course, he could sit and be a philosopher, but Madhu wanted to live this knowledge. To do that, he had to first submit to the process. When we cross a certain level, the organization is only an instrument. We think that the Lord takes care through the organization. Hydrogen and oxygen combine to form water under certain conditions of pressure and temperature. In the same way, you need to condition your mind and your body to become a sadhak. In short, you need discipline. Discipline to wake up at 3:30 a.m., bathe, and then spend 5 hours in spiritual practices. The discipline is designed to facilitate the purification of our mind. This is the science of Bhakti Yoga. While ISKCON promotes Bhakti for Krishna, it is not to be taken literally. Krishna is spoken of as a historical person in the Bhagavad Gita, but the Shastric understanding is that Krishna means all attractive, and God's nature is that he should be all attractive. The ISKCON idea of Krishna is therefore a universal God and not a Hindu God, and the purpose of people working with ISKCON is to serve humanity. Part of the self-realization process is to act selflessly. That is what is facilitated here. Someone may be a priest, another may sell books, a third may be in management committee. But it is all application of spiritual knowledge through devoted action or devoted service. In the process, the seeker opens up internally to higher levels of experience. As long as we are self-centered in our thinking, we do not open up to this higher dimension of spirituality. So this discipline, both the morning sadhana and the devotional work we do, gives us an opportunity to dissolve that sense of false I-ness for me and myself. Your horizons expand into God, into humanity, and ultimately you realize all is one. Of course, self-realization is a journey. For Madhu, this journey formally began in 1981. After 6 months, he was initiated. With shaven head and saffron robes, Madhu Pandit Dasa became a Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada instructed that in a 15 to 20 kilometer radius of any ISKCON temple, no one should go hungry. So this was the inspiration we needed to start Akshaya Patra. For 2 years, I traveled to remote villages in South India, giving lectures on the Bhagavad Gita and distributing ISKCON literature. I also worked with ISKCON in Trivandrum. Then in 1983, I came to Bangalore and opened a center here. Around this time, Madhu also got married to Bhakti Lata, headmistress of the Chinmaya school in Chennai and also a missionary. She resigned from her job and joined the ISKCON movement. The ISKCON center in Bangalore started as a 2-bedroom house, but Madhu had big plans. When I joined ISKCON, my idea was to do big things. I never gave up, whether it was in chess or physics or anything else. He exclaims. It sounds a little odd coming from a spiritual person, but he puts it into context. Whatever Prabhupada has given to this world in terms of spiritual knowledge and in terms of service should spread. It is a big gift to humanity. But this gift will not just fall into your lap. You have to earn it. And the life of Srila Prabhupada has been Madhu's greatest inspiration. This is a man who went to America at the age of 70 with just 40 rupees in his pocket. He adapted to living in a strange new culture and transformed people around him. In fact, the entire institution of ISKCON was built in a scant 11 years, between 1966 and 1977. Exactly how did he do it? The explanation is simple or complex, depends how you see it. When you work for a selfless cause, the sky is the limit. You're not bound by your karma. If you give all of yourself, results will show. Cause, effort, result, you need all these things. But you work without attachment to the fruits of your labor. And that work must start somewhere. At ISKCON Bangalore, it all began with an abandoned quarry, a worthless piece of land offered by the government to the trust. While inspecting the site, a devotee remarked, "We cannot have a temple here. There is so much pollution from factories all around and no pakka road." Madhu kept quiet. He was observing a mud patch in the center of all the rocks, a patch where tulsi plants were growing. He told the devotee, "Don't see the smoke. Don't see the road. Just look at these tulsi plants. This place is where the Lord's feet have to come. It is destined for that." And that is exactly how it happened. The wasteland was transformed into a majestic temple complex. From nothing came something, the magic of creation. In the mind of any kind of entrepreneur, there is reality and there is a vision. The brain works in such a way that the two concepts move closer and closer until that vision is reality. The vision for ISKCON Bangalore was to create a beautiful modern temple. The funds for it were raised by common people. Mostly this temple is built out of individual donations. We had an innovative scheme called Sudama Seva, where we collected 1 rupee per day so that anyone, no matter how poor, could contribute. Drop by drop, 30 crores were collected. We got hundreds of construction workers, put up sheds for them to stay on the site, and worked with petty contractors. Whatever we collected, we spent week by week on construction. The temple complex as it stands today was inaugurated in 1996. Initially, like all ISKCON temples, the focus was solely on propagation of the Bhagavad Gita and Krishna consciousness. And of course, as devotees flocked for a darshan, they were taken care of. You would not leave the temple without partaking of the delicious prasadam. One fine day, in March 2000, 2 gentlemen walked into Madhu Pandit's office. One of them was Mohandas Pai, then CFO of Infosys. Mohandas said, "It is nice that you are feeding so many people here, Swamiji. Why don't you feed the children in nearby schools?" This, he explained, was a popular program in Tamil Nadu, a scheme initiated by the late MGR. Madhu Pandit said, "Sure, why not? I have a kitchen facility, but I need a vehicle." On the spot, Mohandas offered not 1 but 2 vehicles. The meeting ended, the gentleman left. Madhu then sat back, took a pen and paper and started calculating how much food needed to be cooked. In my enthusiasm, I had told him we would make as much food as the vehicles could carry. Now I realized he was giving us 2 lorries. Calculations showed that 2 lorries could carry 10 tons of food. Even for a kitchen as large as ISKCON, the volume was mind-boggling. Then I realized that in 15 to 20 days, the cost of the food would exceed the cost of the 2 trucks. Madhu simply never factored in the recurring cost, which is kind of strange. You know, that's where the Lord's hand is, especially in these kind of things. Normally people say that if you shoot for the stars, you will at least touch the moon. But in my experience in the Lord's service, it has been the other way around. In short, aim for the sky and find you've been taken far beyond. For that to happen, sometimes ignorance is good. Because if you are ignorant, you don't have fear. If I had done a proper calculation when Mohandas Pai was with me, a financial calculation, I would have hesitated. Now he had given his word, and he kept it. First of all, I set up a separate kitchen. In June 2000, we started a pilot project, feeding 1,500 school children every day. This program covered 5 schools. Word spread quickly. Many more schools wanted meals for their children. In the space of 2 months, we had applications requesting us to feed around 1 lakh children. And this was just in and around Bangalore city. Within the radius of just a few kilometers, so many children were going hungry to school. It was a shocking revelation. Without conscious decision or strategy, the program began scaling up. In just 4 months, 10,000 children a day were getting a nutritious midday meal from the ISKCON kitchen. And these meals were being financed purely by individual donations, which are not easy to get. We had no government subsidy or corpus, but we had faith that somehow money for the next meal would come. Invariably, it did. But what if one day that did not happen? In one such moment of doubt, Madhu stood before the temple deities and prayed for guidance. Suddenly, all fear vanished. He said to Radha, the universal mother, "Any number of children can be fed by you. Why should I bother? I will just put in my best effort." And that effort meant many practical and worldly wise decisions, such as creating a separate foundation to manage the program. There is a lot of pep talk given in books that if you desire, if you think high, you think big, you will get whatever you want. It is not true. There is also the law of karma. With the creation of a separate identity, there is no confusion about the management. And most importantly, we can ensure that there is no discrimination among the beneficiaries. The second reason was that such an organization would find it relatively easier to attract funds from corporates. And clearly, to feed more children, donations from individuals would not be enough. We knew corporates would seek transparency and accountability with regard to their money. So we brought in KPMG to audit our accounts, pro bono. The stamp of Mohandas Pai is more than evident. He came in as a trustee, in his capacity as an individual. Infosys as a company would get involved in Akshaya Patra much later. Which brings me to an important question. Who thought of the name? You know, it is very interesting, says Madhu. It happened just like that, during a meeting with Dr. Murli Manohar Joshi, the HRD minister at that time. Madhu said, "We are running a midday meal program feeding 5,000 children a day." Dr. Joshi responded, "So this has become an Akshaya Patra?" In the Mahabharata, Akshaya Patra is the vessel which would give unlimited food every day. So when he uttered that word, I thought it was the Lord telling me this should be the name of our mission. So beautiful, so apt, so evocative. And true to its name, the vessel has been inexhaustible. Actually, it is a divine program. It will startle anybody with some financial knowledge to know that we have no corpus. We have huge recurring costs every month. Sometimes the cause is selfless, but somewhere one thinks that one needs fame or name. One needs to forsake even that. Then the Lord will use us as an instrument for greater work. An Akshay Patra meal costs rupees 5.5 to prepare and deliver. Initially, the entire cost was borne by the foundation, but that was to change. On 28 November 2001, the Supreme Court of India passed an order mandating cooked midday meal is to be provided in all the government and government-aided primary schools in all the states. Akshay Patra thus became eligible for government subsidy. Yet, even today, that does not cover the entire cost. The government gives us 3 rupees per meal, but we spend 5.5, so we spend roughly 2 on every meal every day. In the initial days, with 30,000 children to feed, the daily deficit was 60,000 rupees. Today, with over 1 million children in the program, the deficit is an astounding 20 lakhs per day. Yet, till date, there has never been a shortfall. Through the magic of effort, commitment and intention, somehow the funds come. Initially, we struggled a lot. That is the time we launched a scheme where you could sponsor a child for rupees 1,200 for a year. A non-profit organization was registered in the US with Chaitanya Chitrangadas for collecting funds, practically door to door. But many NGOs and charitable trusts make these efforts. What sets Akshay Patra apart is its unique form. Part missionary, part corporate, the foundation harnesses the energy of both worlds. Like a modern-day Narsimha avatar born to kill a modern-day Rakshas, the Rakshas of hunger. We have missionary trustees, but the majority of the trustees are external. They bring greater transparency and accountability to the foundation. And no, they do not necessarily believe in ISKCON. They simply believe in doing good, in lending their professional expertise to a worthy cause. Kitchens are a labor of love and daily commitment managed by the missionaries. People who can be counted to wake up every morning at 3 a.m. and get the work started. But technology and professional practices enable these kitchens to operate at the next level. From one unit with gas stoves and brass pots catering to 10,000 children, Akshay Patra now operates 18 centralized modern kitchens. Our facility in Hubli district alone cooks more than 180,000 meals on a daily basis, exults Madhu. This includes 15 tons of rice and 26,800 liters of sambar, all ready in less than 6 hours. But there is no fixed formula. As the program expanded to rural India, kitchens actually had to be decentralized. We ran a pilot to feed 600 tribal children in 5 villages of Baran district in April 2005. A self-help group of women was formed in each village, and these women were trained in various aspects of cooking, hygiene, and nutrition. An operation of this size and scale needs not just dedication, but direction from trained professionals. In 2006, Sridhar Venkat chucked his IT job and joined the Akshay Patra Foundation as Executive Director. He heads the team of professionals who handle finance, marketing, and the supply chain. Social service it is, but managed with the ruthless efficiency and ambition of a corporation. On the missionary side, Akshay Patra is headed by Chanchalapati Dasa, who has been a Hare Krishna since 1984. In all, the organization has 2,500 employees and 50 missionaries, overseeing an ever-expanding operation. We are happy to state that we have achieved our earlier mission of feeding 1 million children by 2010, in early 2009, says Madhu. Akshay Patra's next milestone is reaching out to 5 million children by 2020. All very well. But is there real value to providing a meal to a child? A value beyond the humanitarian gesture of filling an empty stomach? The startling answer is yes. The Department of Education, Government of Karnataka, conducted an independent study on the impact of the Akshay Patra program. The study noted that 99.61% of the students felt that they could pay better attention in class. Another study by A.C. Nielsen, ORG, found that attendance in schools as well as learning ability of students had increased. But these are all happy side effects, not the result of a well thought out strategy. Madhu chuckles. I will frankly tell you, it was not like I sat down and had a vision that so many children will get so much of education. They will have food in their stomachs, so they will come to school. In fact, we had no idea of the magnitude of this problem. A journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with a single step. A casual conversation, a stray thought. You may start barefoot, without a map, but somewhere along the way you find your rhythm, and fellow travelers join in. Akshay Patra has changed not just the lives of 1,000,000 children, but the character of the temple. It makes ISKCON Bangalore special, gives it a heart. Imagine us, such a big temple without a social initiative. How would it look? If more temples worried about that, God would rest in his heaven, and all would be right with this world. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Help yourself and God will help you. As for we helping ourselves, we should leave no stone unturned towards our goal or mission. I also think that becoming an entrepreneur or creating something can be learned. It's a process and you can train people in that process. Use Gyan, knowledge, Bala, strength, and Kriya, skills, to make your vision a reality. What is the difference between a person who is trying to create an empire for himself, his family, or even for his nation, and someone working for a selfless larger cause? The processes are the same, but the law of karma operates differently due to different intentions. A person working with purity of purpose is not bound by karma. In your daily life, if you work without attachment to rewards, you can start transcending karma. The Vedas have revealed that everyone's milestones in life are set, but you have the freedom to run between the milestones. So endeavor up to a reasonable limit. The Bhagavad Gita says, do your duty and leave the fruits in the hands of the Lord. Why? Because there are many other factors. You are not going to succeed based on your effort alone. Your background, your past life actions, or the law of karma must make you eligible for the fruits of the efforts. This knowledge is there in our Indian culture. Unfortunately, because of the Western education system, we are deprived of it. Once you discover your relationship with the Lord and surrender to Him, you will say, Lord, you fix my milestones. I will run towards them. That is life. And you will see that He will always be guiding you beyond your karma. All in the family. Vinayak Lohani, Parivar Ashram. An IIM Calcutta graduate, Vinayak turned his back on corporate India to serve humanity. Out of this desire emerged Parivar Ashram, a residential facility for orphans, tribals, and daughters of prostitutes. Today, Vinayak heads a household of over 500 children. It is a humid August afternoon. We have just finished a 3-hour-long interview and an extensive Bengali lunch. I'm feeling a little sleepy. Not Vinayak Lohani. In his spotless white kurta and dhoti, he's looking as fresh as ever, raring to show me around Parivar Ashram. First, the school building. Then the various dorms. Girls and boys of all shapes and sizes are enjoying a Sunday siesta. Those who are awake jump up, flash a huge grin and say, "Hello!" We survey the infirmary, the games room and TV room, the extensive library and impressive cricket ground. Now we will go to Nivedita House, says Vinayak, a building nearby which houses some more children. I'm not sure why we need to. Won't it be more along the same lines? As we bound up yet another flight of steps and Vinayak breathlessly introduces me, I suddenly realize these are not just any children. These are his children. Like any proud father, he wants me to see them all. Parivar is not an institution. It's a family. It is a mission to make the world better through the power of love. Vinayak Lohani was born and brought up in Bhopal. My father was in the IAS in Madhya Pradesh, so till class 12, I was in Bhopal, and from there I came to IIT Kharagpur. Post IIT, Vinayak spent a year at Infosys in Bangalore. Like most software engineers, he appeared for the CAT. I didn't really want to do an MBA, but it was a challenge to successfully crack an examination. And when I got admission at IIM Calcutta, I thought, okay, let's explore this too. However, within the first 2 months, Vinayak realized IIM was not the place for him. I realized that even the highest point where this career path could take me would not be fulfilling. I lost interest in the course. Culturally also, Vinayak did not feel at home. The moral universe in which he had been brought up was completely different. Vinayak's father was among the first generation of civil servants, a generation with a different sense of idealism and national mission. I admired Gandhi, Jayaprakash Narayan, and Vinoba Bhave, who all worked in the villages for the common people. IIMs, on the other hand, are narrowly focused on the corporate sector. There is no exposure to wider issues. Attendance was not compulsory at IIMC, so Vinayak spent most of his time exploring the cultural and intellectual life of Calcutta. He also met numerous people running NGOs. The inflection point came when I withdrew from the placement process in the beginning of the second year itself. This exempted me from attending pre-placement talks, which I had no interest in. And so began the great adventure. You eliminate what you do not want and set out in search of the unknown, that thing which you really want to do. The year ended and Vinayak remained unsure. He hung around the IIMC campus with friends from the FPM or PhD program and had intense discussions. Finally, he decided to do a bit of traveling, see what the world had to offer. In June 2003, I went to Varanasi, where Magsaysay Award winner Sandeep Pandey had started a satyagraha against the ruling BJP government. Vinayak did not care about the cause in particular. The idea was to experience what it was like to work at the grassroots level. During this period, he spent time in a Dalit village in UP, a rural organization in Madhya Pradesh, and also interacted with volunteers from Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity in Kolkata. I realized there were many people who focused on very, very simple, down-to-earth service. One such person I met was Brother Xavier, a priest who used to run a small home for the children of women forced into prostitution. Seeing the work of Brother Xavier, a tiny seed sprouted in Vinayak's heart. Let me start something like this, a residential home for orphans, homeless children, children languishing on streets and railway stations. And let it start from somewhere, even if small. The question was, where could he begin? I found myself moving further and further away from intellectual frameworks of humanitarian work and more towards direct service in the spirit of love and with complete dedication. At the time, Vinayak was friendly with a person by the name of John, who ran the night canteen at IIMC. John had worked with Missionaries of Charity for about 3 years, and Vinayak had always believed in his potential. I helped John become a principal of a small school in rural Madhya Pradesh, but since he had never worked in organizational setup, it did not work out and he came back to Kolkata. John became the first employee of Vinayak's new organization. Not that there was any name, any office, any concrete plan of what this organization would do. But Vinayak continued his field work, building his understanding, his contacts, and also an action plan. The IIM tag helped Vinayak in getting appointments with senior people at NGOs. Two such organizations were CINI, Child in Need Institute, and Sunlap, which works with women in different red light areas of Kolkata. The plight of prostitutes somehow deeply affected Vinayak. Tears used to come to my eyes to see women who had been exploited in this manner. I was also influenced by the character of Wahida Rahman in Gurudat's Pyasa. Vinayak discussed the possibility of starting a residential institution for the children of prostitutes. "Would you be able to refer any such needy children to me?" he asked. "Thousands of children," they replied. "How many can you take?" There was definitely a need, but would Vinayak be able to deliver? It was one thing to be an activist organization and quite another to run a 24-hour institution. To run a residential place, the first requirement is land. And although he had no money, Vinayak surveyed many properties. Nothing was available for under 15 lakhs. I decided to make a business plan because that's what we had learnt at IIM. Then I took appointments with many people in corporate sector trying to sell the idea to them. Vinayak was no good at all at this. He was uncomfortable making cold calls, asking strangers for support in the name of CSR. I spent 3 months doing this, but nothing came out of it. In fact, things were going nowhere. Matters came to a head on 13th November 2003. I remember that day because it was the alumni reunion day at IIMC. I was invited to speak to the alumni and seek their help for my project. Vinayak reached at 8 a.m. and was waiting for over 4 hours. Then, the professor handling alumni affairs came out and said, "Oh, I had forgotten about you." I felt slighted and humiliated at that time. He then took me inside and introduced me in a very uninspiring way as someone from the voluntary sector. Vinayak did not have the heart to make his pitch. He quietly headed home. That afternoon, as he lay in his tiny rented room feeling despondent, he recalled a chance conversation. The head of CSR at ICICI Bank had mentioned the name of a person called Venkat Krishnan, whom the bank was working with closely. Venkat's phone number was lying with me for many weeks, but finally that afternoon I decided to give him a call. Venkat had a simple suggestion. "Why don't you directly write to each and every one of your batchmates? Ask them to contribute." And that is exactly what Vinayak did. 15 odd responded, and surprisingly, these were classmates with whom he had little or no interaction. This gave Vinayak the confidence to reach out to the wider alumni base through the IIM Calcutta website. A roommate from Vinayak's days in Infosys, now working in the US, offered $500. But Vinayak did not want to actually take any money until the children came, until the project had started. And that was still not happening. One winter afternoon, Vinayak was having his usual rice and dal meal in a shop in Shauker Bazaar. He struck up a conversation with a boy at the next table. That boy said he was in the Merchant Navy and also that he was closely associated with Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity. More importantly, he told Vinayak about one Mr. Das, a former missionary of charity who was now running a home for destitutes in Antala, 8 kilometers from IIM, on Diamond Harbour Road. Das cared for 30 to 35 mentally ill patients found languishing on streets, bus stands, or railway stations. I went to visit Das and discussed with him my idea, a home for children which would be more like a family than an institution. He was very encouraging. In fact, Das offered to refer needy children from the surrounding rural areas. I was amazed because at that time I had nothing to show for myself. And yet there was someone willing to believe me and even help. Vinayak returned to Kolkata and decided to quickly find a place to operate from. Why not simply rent a building? A suitable place was found at a rental of 11,000 rupees, which was more than Vinayak earned in a month from lectures at CAT coaching classes. I promptly went to Erudite and Time and offered to take additional classes. But we still needed money for the initial setup, repairs and running costs. I realized it would take 30 to 35,000 rupees per month to just support 10 children. And time to make arrangements. On 31st December 2003, Vinayak's friend Munish Thakur suggested, let's not hurry. Start after 2 to 3 months. But Vinayak was worried he would lose credibility with us. We keep talking. We have to start doing something now, he declared. On 7 January 2004, Vinayak took a lecture at Erudite Coaching Institute in the morning. At 10 a.m., he boarded a bus to Antala to pick up 3 needy children identified by Das. As he was leaving with them, Das said, Vinayak, this is a new life you are entering. You cannot go back. This one line had a profound impact on Vinayak. I realized that I had taken up a responsibility. This is like having your own child. I was no longer on an adventure. Back in Kolkata, a very basic home had been set up. Bedding, blankets, and a cook, a lady from the same neighborhood whom Vinayak was acquainted with. We had very neat arrangements, very austere arrangements. I gave up my rented room and moved in. On 17th January 2004, an NGO called Tomorrow's Foundation sent over 10 children. A couple of days later, Das sent 3 more. Thus, a critical mass of 16 was quickly reached. Vinayak opened a bank account and requested all those who had committed to help to send in money, which they did. Close to 3 lakhs came in. In February, a small article on Parivar appeared in the Hindustan Times. A Kolkata-based businessman by the name of Mr. Ravindra Chamaria was moved by what he had read and called up Vinayak. He wished to donate 25,000 rupees a month to sustain the good work. At that time, the scale of my work was so small, things were so uncertain. I felt humbled to see a stranger step forward and put so much trust in me. I raised funds through individuals rather than collectives. Collectives wait for something that is a proven success story, while individuals may trust you or get inspired by you, or simply give you a chance. With a steady income coming in, Vinayak decided to quickly expand the operation. He decided to focus on children of sex workers, especially girls. On 12th March 2004, 26 such children were added to the Parivar, taking the head count from 16 to 42 in a single day. Vinayak then sent out a newsletter, not only to his own alumni, but to the alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. More messages of support and checks came in. Meanwhile, we were preparing our children for a class which is suitable for their age. I wanted them to get admission to a good school, just like any father would want for his children. 30 of the children were thus enrolled in classes 1 to 4th. In May 2004, Outlook magazine published an article on Parivar. Many people got in touch. The most significant of them was a gentleman called Ramesh Kacholia from Mumbai. Ramesh is an extraordinary person. In a nutshell, you can say he has been a mentor and guide to a large number of very successful people. He runs an informal organization called Mumbai Group of Friends. The Mumbai Group of Friends includes many very high-profile, high-net-worth individuals. The group extends support to many worthy grassroots organizations. Mr. Kacholia invited Vinayak to Mumbai in August 2004 to talk about his work. Every 2 to 3 months, the Mumbai group of friends gets together. They call it Get Together with a Purpose, where people interested in supporting good organizations and leaders from these organizations interact with each other. All these efforts started bearing fruit. By December 2004, new people were emailing Vinayak every day, saying they had heard about his work and wanted to support it in some way. In its first 3 months of operation, January to March 2004, Parivar had raised 7.5 lakhs. By March 2004, that figure had jumped to 83 lakhs. Vinayak decided it was time to purchase some land and build something more permanent. This land where Parivar Ashram stands, as you can see, it is slightly away from the main road. Initially, we acquired 2 acres at a cost of 20 lakhs. Construction began in January 2005 in a phased manner. 3 buildings costing 12 to 15 lakhs came over the next 6 months. With every increase in infrastructure came more students. By the end of that year, the number of children had more than doubled from 67 to 144. But it was not just about quantity. The point of Parivar Ashram was always to live like a family. And Vinayak's top priority is equal opportunity. I grew up in a middle-class home. We had a simple life. But education-wise, I never missed an opportunity. The right guidance, right study material, right motivation was always available. The aim of Parivar is to take a child up to the last level and the highest level of education he or she desires and is capable of. For the bright ones, that could mean engineering or medicine. The average ones would opt for diploma courses or ITI. The theme of education is woven into the very fabric of Parivar. Now from 7 to 9:30 a.m. we have a first tutorship session. Then the children have breakfast and get ready for school. The first lot of children who joined Parivar were admitted to regular schools and are continuing there. But in 2007, Parivar opened its own school on campus known as Amar Bharat Vidyapith. The reason was simple. As the number of children at Parivar crossed 200, there weren't enough seats available in nearby schools. By this time, Vinayak had also been able to compare the performance of Parivar kids with that of children from educated families. Our children were outperforming children from privileged backgrounds. So we could be sure that our bridge course, our tutorship program after school, our overall methods were effective. This gave Vinayak the confidence to set up an independent school on the Parivar campus. Today, 256 children study in this school, currently functioning up to class 4. 57 continue in regular schools, while the rest are completing the 6 to 12-month bridge course. In all, Parivar cares for 500 children, and the numbers continue to grow. But no, it was not exactly planned this way. In the year 2007, Vinayak decided to give Parivar a thrust into tribal areas. There are certain pockets completely cut off from the world, where development has not reached at all. I decided to do something for these people. Parivar chose to work with the Sabar tribe in the Bel Pahari area of the West Midnapur district. The idea was to start a Parivar-like institution which would not only focus on children, but also have other dimensions, such as basic health care and livelihood for the general population. For 8 months, Parivar did intensive field work in 35 villages in the area. This included awareness drives as well as distribution of rice, particularly during the rainy season when starvation deaths happen. But Vinayak failed to take one crucial thing into account. Bel Pahari or Lalgarh is a Naxalite stronghold. Even as Parivar was identifying children and had readied a building to start operating from, the Naxal struck. Some of our people were taken hostage at gunpoint. We could have easily lost 3 to 4 men, recalls Vinayak. Fortunately, that did not happen. But this incident brought Parivar's plans in the area to a grinding halt. The 150 children who were to be admitted were instead brought to Kolkata in September 2008. In hindsight, Vinayak admits he was naive and idealistic. Naxalites as a group don't believe in democracy and the nation of India as it stands today. They want to wrest control of forested areas right across central India from West Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat till West Bengal. More than 100 out of 600 districts in India have been declared as Naxalite infested. These are areas where even the police do not have control. Even we were seen as outsiders, people who might act as informers to the state. Apart from that, I think Naxalites feared our activities might capture the imagination of the people and the Naxalites would lose their grip. Generally, middle-class families pay a premium on education, although they may cut down on other things. Parivar is one such family. And capturing the imagination is something Parivar manages to do almost effortlessly. Running a 24-hour institution requires a cadre of highly dedicated people. And Vinayak was able to attract these people, inspire them to take up a life of service. People ask me, why did you start this? The only thing I can say is I had a certain sense of destiny, a mission to fulfill. And this mission has inspired highly idealistic men and women to join me. They came from cities, they came from villages, graduates and school dropouts, young and old, all bound by one common thread, the desire to give of themselves to a larger cause. I call my people Sevavrati, which means one who is inspired by and dedicated to the ideal of service. They're all extraordinarily dedicated people, but they were extraordinary even before meeting me. I merely identified and channelized them towards the work of Parivar Ashram. Neither Vinayak nor his team members had experience in running this kind of institution, or any diploma in child counseling or child psychology. But purity of heart and purity of purpose combined with common sense made it all possible. Today, Parivar has 35 full-time Sevavratis with a core leadership team of 10. The entire movement in Bel Pahari, for example, was spearheaded by Pulag Banerjee, a Sevavrati known for his genius when it comes to people mobilization. Nimai Saha and Sandhya Nag are 2 others who have contributed immensely to making this organization what it is today. At the center of it all is the idea of Parivar, or family. It is not just a nice-sounding name, it is a state of being. We haven't achieved anything at all just by admitting a child into Parivar. It is not about saving the child, but giving each one a new life, a future. Vinayak is the head of the household, affectionately Dada by everyone. The children are the center of my imagination, my universe. When I close my eyes, I can recognize most of the children by their voice alone. In fact, I can recall the exact dates on which each of my first 200 children joined Parivar. I can only imagine the bonding, the unconditional love which makes such a thing possible. As if reading my thoughts, Vinayak adds, the extraordinary love I have received. There won't be too many people in the world who've been loved so intensely by such a large number of people. We have 4.5 hours of tutorship every day, which is over and above schooling hours. The reason is we need to erase the backlog in their education. Most institutions take responsibility for a child only up to a certain age. But we are a family. And in India, Parents don't say once you cross the age of 18, you are on your own. Everything Vinayak does, it is with the parivar or for the parivar. I take my children on excursions. We go to College Street or Oxford for books. Also to parks, the museum, the zoo and so on. The only other trips he makes to Kolkata or occasionally to Mumbai are to meet donors or groups like Ramesh Kacholia's. At such times, he catches up with his two sisters who reside in Mumbai as well. Actually, in the initial years, I had cut myself off from relatives and friends. My entire emphasis was on this new life that I had taken. Vinayak's logic was simple. His energy was his working capital. Too many outside forces and unnecessary questions would dilute it. Of course, he smiles. In the last 2 years, I've become much more liberal, much more open to discussion, debates and learning. I'm comfortable with who I am and where I am. The writings of Swami Vivekananda have influenced Vinayak greatly. Swami Vivekananda's message is that there is divinity in each human being, that each human being has got infinite potential, and this has been Parivar's theme. It is with this belief in his heart that Vinayak deals with his children, his team members, and even his donors and supporters. And the difference is visible. While most NGOs have been affected by the slowdown, Parivar donors did not waver. In fact, in 2008-2009, Parivar's income actually grew from 3.61 crores to 4.5 crores. Our core supporters see Parivar as an essential family spending. Will you cut down on the education of your child during a slowdown? You wouldn't. In the same way, our donors have a bond with our children, our mission. Emotion hangs in the air, and then Vinayak breaks into a childlike grin. Parivar is a responsibility, and that's a serious business. But Vinayak has a slightly crazy streak in him, and like any father, he shares with his kids all the people and things he loves. From Roger Federer, whose Grand Slam titles are celebrated with a burst of crackers, to Michael Jackson, whose death was mourned, even as his music was celebrated. He may be controversial, but I love Michael for the tremendous pleasure he gave me when I was a schoolboy. When he died, the children created a shrine to salute his many achievements. Then there is cricket and cricketing history. 2 days ago, we celebrated Don Bradman's birthday. Last year, we celebrated his centenary. We have a very competitive cricket team, and my kids are trained to play with regulation bats and proper gear. In fact, the cricket pitch next to the ashram has been carefully developed by the same curators who have worked on the Eden Gardens pitch at one time. Like in cricket, life too can bowl you a googly. There are tricky issues to deal with, which come up in any family. We had some cases of hooligans teasing our girls on their way to school. That was dealt with firmly. In fact, as the kids grow older, there are greater responsibilities. In many different ways, one has to be very vigilant, because even a small incident can mar the entire reputation of an institution like this or demoralize other people. One such tragic incident was the drowning of a young boy in March 2008. It was during Holi when play turned fatal. The boy who drowned was one of the first few children who had joined Parivar. The entire ashram was deeply affected. Vinayak himself went into depression. For 2 to 3 weeks, I could barely function. How could such a thing happen? I kept asking myself. Compounding the situation were the police and the administrative hassles. If there is bereavement in the family, people come and console you. In our case, we were flooded with questions, even accusations. Vinayak realized he had to pull himself together, because life must go on. And from every experience, every encounter, you learn something. In seemingly ordinary people, you find extraordinary things, says Vinayak. I'm inspired by all kinds of human endeavors. Wherever people are putting up a fight, wherever they are showing character. Fighting the good fight, leading as many as he can to the light. That's Vinayak Lohani for you. Changing the world, one child at a time. Advice to young entrepreneurs. Look, it's not that one needs to start an organization like this to do something humanitarian or something good. Truly speaking, it's just about being positive and seeking out what is great, what is good in every person you interact with. To have a positive outlook is to see the extraordinary everywhere, in ordinary situations and ordinary people. Now, this may sound very generic, but I don't have any other thing to suggest. When I started, I didn't know how to do this work. I just knew that I wanted to do this work. So many extraordinary people supported me and worked with me to make it possible. I'm overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude. I think, at the end of the day, sincerity and dedication are irreplaceable. The power of purity, the power of sincere ideals, these are what matter. By pure, I mean there should be no selfish intent or desire to manipulate other people. Many times, gifted people have emotional intelligence. They understand the emotional dynamics of people. This power also brings tremendous responsibility. And I think sustained good work can only be done through a combination of gifts and responsibility. Isn't it? Lead kindly light. Shrish Jadhav, Belur Math. Shrish Jadhav graduated from IIT knowing he did not want a conventional career. He toyed with social work but ultimately found his calling as a monk. Through the path of renunciation, Shrish holds up a candle, a light of hope in the darkness of a selfish, me-first world. Connecting with Shrish is a difficult task. He is one of the rare breed which refuses to carry a cell phone. But even rarer is an IIT graduate choosing the monastic way of life. Shrish Jadhav is the registrar of Vivekanand University at Belur Math. When he is not handling academic affairs, he can be seen in class or in the lab teaching computer science. I do not know why you want to interview me, says Shrish with genuine reluctance. But we persevere and meet him in the serenity of his campus. In a room overlooking a garden, the chirping of birds in the air, we await Shrish. A simple breakfast is served with great love by the cook, making it truly special. At exactly the appointed time, Shrish arrives. He is neither confident nor diffident. With shaven head and saffron robes, he looks like a mendicant. But even if you close your eyes, you can feel a presence. Shrish radiates calmness, consciousness. There is a sense of inclusion which seems to come naturally. It is only when you see yourself as separate from others that you need to practice awareness. To be one with life and to live in oneness. Because there is only us, no them. Shrish Jadhav was born and brought up in Raipur. My father and mother were both engineers. My mother was teaching in Raipur Engineering College. My father was working in Bhilai Steel Plant. From early childhood, Shrish and his three sisters visited the Ramakrishna Mission Ashram in Raipur along with their parents. And they were influenced by Swami Atmanand Maharaj in a big way. My father used to stay in the Raipur Ashram when he was studying in Raipur Engineering College. So he was very connected to the Ramakrishna movement. However, Shrish attended St. Paul's HS School, an all-boys Hindi medium school run by Christian missionaries. The principal, John Samuel, was a man of extraordinary character and dedication. He was to be another major influence on Shrish and the path he chose in life. I used to be a backbencher in school. You understand what it means to be a backbencher. Basically, I was quite naughty. I would pick up fights, and I also used to run away from the school to see cricket matches. In those days, everyone came to school on cycle. Now, how did one sneak out in the middle of the day with one cycle? Simple. Throw your cycle over the fence. I was taller and of a heavy build, so I was the one who threw the cycles, recalls Shrish with a faint grin. One fine day, the Indian hockey team was visiting Raipur. Zafar Iqbal, Mohammad Shahid, these were big names at that time. Shrish and some of his friends decided to bunk classes and watch them in action. This time, however, the Chaukidar saw them running and shouted, "Kaun hai? Kaun bhag raha hai?" One of the boys got nervous and ran back to the school. The gatekeeper locked his cycle and gave the key to the principal. All 4 boys were hauled up, but John Samuel gave a dressing down only to Shrish. "That is when I realized he had special love for me," said Shrish. "You see, my mother also studied in the same school." Actually, in her time, Raipur did not have any school for girls, so a special exception was made for her. Principal Samuel said, "Shrish, I cannot accept this from you. Even your mother was my student." That affected me a lot. If he had merely scolded me, I would have bragged about it. But because he chided me with reference to my mother, it touched my heart. From this point onwards, Shrish decided to put more effort into his academic life. He excelled at the board exams and secured a high rank in IIT JEE and the state engineering entrance test. A rare thing in Raipur those days. Ultimately, Shrish joined IIT Kanpur in the computer science department. Which IIT you study in, which career you choose, in India, those things are actually decided by the parents. He admits matter-of-factly. So essentially, life started in IIT Kanpur. For the first time, Shrish was on his own, taking his own decisions. What usually happens when you go to the hostel is that there are bad influences and good influences. I was fortunate to go to IIT Kanpur because it had an academic atmosphere, so there were good influences around me. The atmosphere in the IITs is deteriorating. It has become westernized, very career-oriented, very selfish. I don't think it is good for the health of the nation, for the health of the society, or the health of the people also. Shrish excelled in academics, but he was not intent on building a career. I did not worry about money or future prospects. I was pretty clear that these were not the only important things in life. The words of Swami Vivekananda resonated within and gave him direction. From my second year, I was involved in the anti-ragging campaign. Then in third year, I came into contact with Vivekananda Samiti. Actually, the organization was defunct, so some of us got together and revived it. One of the activities the Samiti started was teaching the children in the nearby village. This village, known as Bharusarai, was located just outside the boundary of IIT Kanpur. However, it was extremely backward. There was a dividing line between the Dalits and non-Dalits. There were 4 schools in the village, but Dalits were not allowed to attend them. Shrish and his friends started informal classes for Dalit children. Alongside, they made efforts to restart the non-functioning government school in the village. There were 3 teachers who collected a salary every month, but they never took a single class. We sent complaints to the education department and forced them to come to the school. Of course, they didn't like that. The school did open, but no real teaching took place there. The children attended it with little interest and continued flocking to the informal class. In the first year, sessions were held twice a week, but quickly it became a daily affair. We started with 10 student volunteers, but as time went on, some dropped out, recalls Shirish. But with 5 dedicated volunteers and 1 passionate campus resident, Mrs. Vijaya Ramachandran, work continued. Apart from teaching kids, the volunteer group took up issues like sanitation and healthcare. In fact, in 3 years' time, we were able to immunize 100% of the children in that village, which took a lot of effort. Because the first time you administer an injection, it's easy. The second time, they see you and run away. We had to bribe them with sweets. The effort reached a stage where the volunteers were running more than a dozen informal schools in bastis in and around Kanpur city. And although run on energy and enthusiasm, the activities did require some funding. These funds were raised on the IIT campus from students and professors. We would put a register in the hostel mess. People would pledge some amount and then we would take it from the hostel. So what was the outcome of all this effort? Difficult to say. Most of the students dropped out after class 5 and started working on construction sites, like their parents. Some of the children, mostly girls, went to college too. In fact, one of them, Dujabai, completed her BA and became a teacher in her village. But the rest at least learned to read and write. And that was reason enough to carry on. Meanwhile, Shrish completed his BTech but found he had no interest in the usual career options. He enrolled for an integrated PhD program at IIT Kanpur. But while he was in between courses, he decided to explore the idea of doing social service. I finished my BTech in the month of February and the postgraduate program was to start in July. So in those 3 months, my batchmate Alok Agarwal and I went to participate in the Narmada Bachao Andolan. But while Alok decided to stay on, Shrish returned to IIT to pursue the PhD program. Alongside, he continued voluntary work in the villages. Since he displayed a different mindset, he got into a scrap with the authorities on more than one occasion. Yet, after completing the course, Shrish was offered a faculty position at IIT Kanpur. Shrish asked the head of department, "Why do you want another eccentric person in your department?" The HOD replied, "You are very idealistic. That's how people are in their youth. Later on, you will be a big asset to the department." But Shrish declined. Why? Because his destiny lay elsewhere. And that destiny was to renounce the world and live like a sadhu. But how did that happen? There was no aha moment or event leading up to the decision. It was a very gradual process. I started thinking about this very deeply when I was doing my PhD. In my BTech days, I had lots of friends. They all passed out and most went on to study in America. Over solitary days and still nights, Shrish contemplated what it might be like to become a monk. But I was always in two minds. Sometimes I thought, maybe I should become a social worker. At times I thought of staying on in academics. So all these thoughts were churning inside me for 3 to 4 years. So what swung the ball in favor of monkhood? Why is it that one person can say at an intellectual level, money is not important, while only the rare individual can actually believe it and renounce the world? Many a times we forget money cannot be the aim. It is only the means to achieve something. I am of the firm belief that the influence of past lives or past sanskars plays a major role, because my decision cannot be rationally justified, says Shrish. It was these sanskars which probably guided Shrish towards Belur Math in 1994. Actually, I did not come here to become a monk. I just wanted to see the place. But our president, Swami Atmasta Anandaji Maharaj, quickly judged my real intentions. He asked, "Where are you from and how long will you stay here?" Shrish replied, 1 month. Swamiji called one of the brahmacharis and told him to take Shrish to the PPTC. Shrish had no idea what PPTC was. He simply went along. PPTC is the Pre-Probationers Training Center, a separate accommodation area where new brahmacharis live. There, the brahmachari said, "Here is your dhoti and here is your plate. You have to wash your own plate and wash your own clothes." Shrish thought it was an odd request to make from a guest, but went along with it. In the evening, Swamiji held a class for newly joined brahmacharis. There he told Shrish, "No one comes here to stay for a month. The moment you expressed that desire, I knew you were going to become a sadhu. And that is how, without conscious effort, Shrish entered the monkhood. How did his family take the news? Definitely every parent will want their neighbor's son to become a monk, but not their own son. He says matter-of-factly. So what happened then? Nothing. What could they do? I was already convinced. I was on the path. The path is simple. Once you renounce the world, you're on the journey. After 10 years as a brahmachari, you can take the vows and don saffron robes. And ultimately, by dissolving the self, by serving all of humanity, you strive for mukti, or liberation, from the cycle of birth and death. The concept of reincarnation, I keep coming back to it because it is pivotal in our philosophy. If you're not going to be reborn, then there is no need for ethics. Yavat jivet sukham jivet, rinam kritavya gritam pibet, bhasmi bhutasya dehasya punaragamanam kutah. It means, as long as you live, live happily. You take, you borrow money, and you eat ghee because when you die, your body becomes bhasma. It's not going to come back. Basically, this is a materialistic view. I don't have any bank account and I'm totally dependent on the organization to provide me food, to provide me clothes, to provide me medical help, but I'm not in the least bit worried about it. The Western view. But ultimately, even those who are selfless and serve others, in doing so, serve themselves. By breaking the bonds of attachment, they move closer to their goal of releasing the Atma from the shackles of the body, of liberating the soul. Sannyasis are torch bearers. They illuminate the path for the rest of us groping in the dark, caught in Maya, the illusion of this world. Sannyasis have to show people that indeed there is a path through renunciation. I'm not saying everyone has to become a sannyasi, but there should always be a segment of people who choose to renounce. Otherwise, all of society will become very materialistic. In fact, nothing can be achieved unless you renounce something. And this applies to all of us in our day-to-day lives. For example, to become a good student, you have to renounce. You have to give up pleasures like watching TV, watching movies, playing cricket in the gully. You have to focus on academics. If you are a sportsman also, you have to renounce. Spend long hours in training and practice. To achieve any higher goal, you have to renounce. And if you don't aim to achieve higher goals, society will remain at standstill. The goal of renunciation, in the words of Swami Vivekananda, is thus Atma Mokshartham, self-fulfillment, and Jagaditayacha, benefit of the world. Paradoxical as it might sound, only if you do work for the others can you get something for yourself. This is because at a deeper level, the Atma is everywhere. The same Atma that is inside me is also inside you. So I cannot ignore you and think about myself. Because of this unity, it is impossible to have liberation by thinking only about oneself. The liberation he is talking about is not nirvana. Our liberation means existence. Basically, we exist, but exist true to our nature. But you don't have to take these things very seriously, he adds. You may believe or not believe. You can simply experience the joy of giving and see the magic for yourself. Actually, in the Ramakrishna mission, we have 4 aims: Annadan, Jnanadan, Prandan, and Mokshadan. Annadan is basically food relief. Jnanadan is education. Prandan is medical service, and Mokshadan is religious service. Every person who joins the mission is involved with one of these 4 activities. With his PhD, Shrish was a natural choice for Jnanadan. But the purpose of this activity is beyond mark sheets, beyond degrees. The purpose is empowerment. There is a famous incident where Swami Vivekananda was asked, "What do you think about the problems of women?" He answered, "Am I a woman that you ask me about the problems of women? Give them education and they will be able to solve their own problems." That is the spirit in which Jnanadan is undertaken. We don't need to actually solve the problems of the poor, the Dalits, the downtrodden. Give them education and they will become self-confident. They will solve their own problems. So education is actually the solution to all problems. Of course, the definition of education is in itself debatable. Swamiji was talking about character-building education. Now, in most places, it is basically money-making education. So all is lost? No. The important thing is people have started thinking about education. So after they have made money, they will realize money is not enough and will seek out something more. That's a very different, optimistic way of looking at it. For the monk is patient. He's planting his seeds, tending his grass, creating a small patch of beauty. The flowers are common, but the fragrance is different. It is the fragrance of peace, of dedication to a goal. Ramakrishna Mission schools are not different as such, but they're different in the sense that they function properly, like all schools should. And that is a rare thing in Bengal. Most teachers do party work and don't actually teach in a school. The children must take private tuitions to actually learn anything. In Ramakrishna Mission schools, we have regular classes, and we don't allow teachers to take tuitions for their own students. So basically, we are showing other schools, other people, how education should be imparted. This is the reason that Ramakrishna Mission schools are highly sought after. When students are here, they sometimes grumble because we have morning and evening prayers, lot of discipline, and we focus on studies. But when they grow up and become parents, they want to send their children to our schools. Is it enough? Perhaps not. But scaling up is not a goal for Shreesh or for the Ramakrishna Mission. It is neither practical nor desirable. We have limited manpower, and that is always going to be the case, because not everyone becomes a monk. So mainly, we have to show the way, and society has to follow. Society has to solve its own problems, however. This is what Vedanta says. A part of me finds all this difficult to digest, but a part of me feels it is true. God only helps those who help themselves. And sometimes, the only help we need is a lamp which lights the wick inside each of us. But every lamp needs oil. The more you give, the more you get. Advice to young entrepreneurs. I think that unselfishness is the thing that you should strive for. If you strive for unselfishness, then everything will come to you. Whether you are spiritual or non-spiritual, it doesn't matter. Material things will also come to you and spiritual things will also come to you. For any kind of excellence, don't think about the self too much. Swami Vivekananda always exhorted young people because young people can do anything. Old people only sit and discuss matters endlessly. But eradicating poverty, illiteracy, these things actually need work. They cannot be done through theoretical or philosophical discussions. I am very hopeful that the youth of today are up to the challenge. My generation and the ones before me were actually very timid. In fact, we thought that the white man was better than us. But nowadays, children don't have that inferiority complex. They're mentally strong, positive. They can solve any problem.
You have written about a wide range of ventures, from Sulabh International to Conserve India. How do you select the ventures you write about? What were some of the others you left on the editing floor?
In my first book, Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish, I had featured 2 stories on social entrepreneurs. One was Vijay Mahajan of Basics, and the other was Venkat Krishnan of Give India. And both these stories got a tremendous response from the readers. So I started thinking in terms of doing an entire book on this theme. I found this theme of social entrepreneurship very interesting, very exciting, and motivating. I think especially because we live in this country called India where we have a large number of social problems. And regardless of how much economic growth we have, these social problems are not going away. But to see that there are individuals who are doing something to make a difference and doing it in a very new and different manner, which is different from charity, which is something sustainable and something which can be replicated and spread over a large area of people, I think that's what motivated me to take up this theme for this book, I Have a Dream.
Why did you choose to write about social entrepreneurs?
To be honest, I have two kinds of criteria. The first is a little scientific, where I do try to have a wide variety of people from different parts of India doing different kinds of work, different backgrounds, different age groups. So I was looking for interesting stories in different fields. So I selected Sulabh because they've done something amazing in the field of sanitation, whereas there are many other people like Conserve who are doing very good work in the field of employment generation. I keep collecting stories all the time. It could be a little paragraph I read in the newspaper, a small clip I saw on television. I also attend a lot of events. I speak at a lot of colleges. I go for conferences. And at all these venues, many times I meet very amazing people who have stories which really need to be told. So partly it's intuition, partly it's science. I think the people who are meant to be in the book, somehow they all just come together and they make a wonderful package where there is something for everybody.
You have interviewed many amazing individuals. Have you found any similarity across them? What makes for successful entrepreneurs?
Well, the common factor across all the people I've interviewed, I think, is a sense of passion, of commitment, and of perseverance. They just never give up. If there's something that they believe in, they will somehow make it happen. And I think it doesn't matter whether it's a business idea or a social problem they're trying to solve, or even somebody who's creative who's trying to make something new in the world of music or cinema or art. Even they are entrepreneurs in my definition. I think entrepreneurship is really about creating your own destiny, making your own path in this world. And of course, it's a far more difficult path than going by what other people have done before.
Even in this book, there are several people who are highly qualified from institutes like the IITs, IIMs. Is that pure chance or an indicator of what's happening in India?
When I finished the book, I realized that yes, there are a number of people who are from IITs. It's just a coincidence. I never selected them because they have this background. It's just their work which attracted me to them. And definitely, I think people who are highly qualified, a very small percentage of them, they are turning into a different path. They're wanting to give something back. They're wanting to create something new and to give something to their country. So I think it's wonderful that I could showcase them in this book. This is the most common question I'm asked. People send me emails. People ask me this question at seminars. People just ask me at parties. They want to know whether an MBA is a formula for success. And really, there is no formula for success. Whether you want to become an entrepreneur or you want to become a corporate head honcho, that's what you have to decide. Yes, if you want to climb the ladder on the corporate path, an MBA is definitely helpful. But if you want to be an entrepreneur, there's no reason why you can't do it right after graduation, or right after class 12, or right after class 10. As you would know, some of the most well-known and famous and biggest names in the world of entrepreneurship, whether it's Bill Gates or it's Dhirubhai Ambani, they're all people who don't really have a formal education. I think the important thing is that if you are an entrepreneur, you have to be a lifelong learner. So even after you complete your MBA, you're going to have to put in a lot of effort, a lot of learning, a lot of absorption to make sure that you are able to create the path that you want and not follow what other people have done.
How has meeting all these entrepreneurs and knowing them so closely influenced your life?
Each new person I meet and whose story I hear gives me a real injection of motivation to keep writing and to keep giving you these stories. Because each one has so much to share and there's so much to learn. I'm sure even if you sit down with your own parents someday and hear their story, you might learn a thing or two. I think we all have stories to tell, and I think I'm very lucky to be able to do this, to be able to write, to be able to communicate these stories to you, and to be able to do what I like and what I love in my life.
What's next for you after I Have a Dream?
I'm already halfway through my next book, which is on women entrepreneurs. Well, originally I never wanted to write a book specifically on women because I thought men and women are equal and there's no reason why women should get a separate book for themselves. But then I found that in my first 2 books, there are only 2 women each. And in the third book, there are 5 women. So I think definitely there is something happening here. What I've found is that women are motivated by very different things than men. It's not just money and size and power and fame that keeps them going. They want a certain balance in their life. They create organizations and businesses which have something unique and different about them, and that's why I've decided to showcase them in their own book.
What are your thoughts on creating audiobooks?
Audiobooks are a new phenomenon, and in India, I think they're happening for the very first time. It's very exciting to be here recording this right now, reaching out to more and more people, especially in this age of internet and television and MP3 players. I'm sure there are many people who don't really like to read the printed word, so I hope through audiobooks I'm able to reach out to a far wider audience.
This was a presentation of Westland and Bookstock Audiobooks. For more audiobook titles and to give feedback and suggestions, visit www.bookstock.in. That is BOOKSTALK, or www.westlandbooks.in, or call on 98453 08838.